Swallowed Star Chapter 727 to Chapter 783. After finding out about Earth's secret, Luo Feng was clear. Earth was a foreign race powerhouse that spent countless amounts of effort to create a cradle. Its value was immeasurable, definitely not something he could control. Just like a treasure that two gods valued, was obtained by a child, to the child, it wasn't a blessing, but a disaster. The gods wouldn't care about the death of a child. To the Battle Axe Coliseum and the Virtual Universe Company, these huge beings, Luo Feng wasn't even an ant. "I'll wait," Luo Feng thought. However, the negotiations between the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Coliseum were extremely swift. 3 hours after Luo Feng and his two brothers spoke, Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Luo Feng's villa welcomed two guests. Luo Feng. A clear voice resounded within the villa. The voice resounded within everyone's ears. Luo Feng, who was in his study, flew out and landed within the villa. Luo Feng looked up in the distance, shocked. Nine-Blade Knight. In the air above Yuxiang Mountain, there were two silhouettes laughing as they walked over. One of them was dressed in green armor. His head had purple scales. It was Nine-Blade Knight. Walking alongside Lord Ninesword in the void was a slender woman in a fiery red quaint suit of armor. Her face was covered by a veil, and only a pair of green eyes could be seen. Walking in space, she immediately landed within the villa. This lady can walk alongside Nine-Blade Knight. She's probably a knight too, Luo Feng thought. "Greetings, knight." Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Ninesword Venerable and the green-eyed lady examined Luo Feng. The green-eyed lady smiled and said, "So this is Luo Feng. His luck is really good. He actually has a special territory like Earth." Haha. Nine-Blade Knight laughed too, his gaze landing on Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, let's talk in the living room." "Yes, knight." Luo Feng followed respectfully behind the two knights, entering the first-level living room. The door slammed shut. Even though the first-level living room couldn't compare to the Undying Shrine, it was still very spacious. Nine-Blade Knight and the jade-eyed lady casually sat. Luo Feng stood to one side. "No need to be nervous." The jade-eyed lady's voice was like the chirping of 100 birds, making one feel comfortable. "I'm here this time to represent the Virtual Universe Company, to discuss matters regarding Earth with you." "He's here." Luo Feng's heart tightened. At the same time, he listened obediently, not daring to open his mouth. He was clear that he was just meat. The Virtual Universe Company was the knife. The Ganwu Universe Country is under the control of the Virtual Universe Company. The entire Universe Country belongs to the Virtual Universe Company. Logically speaking, as long as the company gives an order, they can strip you of your rights to Earth. The jade-eyed lady said indifferently. Luo Feng continued to listen. However, the Virtual Universe Company still decided to go through the proper channels. The jade-eyed lady flipped her hand and a document appeared. "Take a look. This is the Virtual Universe Company's contract regarding Earth's transactions. There are 2 plans, you can choose one." "Yes." Luo Feng respectfully received it. He sighed in his heart. A huge being like the Virtual Universe Company had created a contract that gave him 2 options to choose from. However, the hidden meaning was very clear. Luo Feng could only choose these 2 options, and he had to make the trade. This was hegemony. However, no matter who it was, they all thought this was natural, because this was done by one of the 2 strongest powers of humanity, the Virtual Universe Company. Naturally, it was natural. And they even gave Luo Feng the choice, even trading with him, that was already very benevolent. 2 plans, the first one gives you more benefits. Which one you choose is up to you, the jade-eyed lady said. Luo Feng lowered his head and flipped through the document. The contents of the document weren't complicated, it mainly described the 2 plans. The first plan was for Luo Feng to sell Earth to the Virtual Universe Company. Whatever happens to Earth would be handled by the Virtual Universe Company. Of course, Luo Feng had promised to give an island to the Undying Knight. Regarding this promise, the Virtual Universe Company would carry it out on his behalf. Selling Earth, Luo Feng would receive a huge fortune of 200 billion mixed elements. Even though 200 billion mixed elements was a huge amount, any knight could easily take out this amount of wealth. Actually, compared to Earth's value, 200 billion mixed elements was actually very little. However, the fact that the virtual universe company was willing to give Luo Feng this much was already not bad. And for Luo Feng's safety, they couldn't give it to him in one go. Because such a huge fortune was enough to make all the Undyings go crazy, there would definitely be Undyings who would take the risk to deal with Luo Feng and steal his fortune. Hence, the distribution plan was like this. Domain Lord level, Luo Feng receives 20 million mixed elements. Sector Lord level, Luo Feng receives 200 million mixed elements. Undying level, Luo Feng receives 19,978 billion mixed elements. According to the plan, this was for Luo Feng's safety. Even though 200 million mixed elements was a lot for a primal region sector lord, it was still bearable. The second plan was due to Luo Feng's insistence that Earth was his home before the Battle Axe Colosseum. He wasn't willing to sell it. Hence he came up with a compromise plan. The content was, the humans of Earth could still live on land, however Earth's land area was close to 150 million square kilometers, the ocean area was 360 million square kilometers, the ocean area was much larger than the land, the humans of Earth could live on land, the entire ocean including the skies above the ocean belonged to the Virtual Universe Company. The Virtual Universe Company would construct floating cities in the air above the ocean. At the same time they promised, it was forbidden to construct floating cities in the air above the land. Obviously this plan was something the Virtual Universe Company would concede, allowing the humans of Earth to stay at home, only they would construct large amounts of floating cities in the ocean, and also promise, the residents of the floating cities would definitely not disturb the lives of the humans of Earth. They even promised, they would spend huge amounts of resources to nurture the humans of Earth. This plan's transaction was much lower. Luo Feng would at most receive 50 billion mixed elements, only a quarter of the previous plan. The distribution plan was like this. Domain Lord level, Luo Feng receives 5 million mixed elements. Sector Lord level, Luo Feng receives 50 million mixed elements. Undying level, Luo Feng receives 49,945 billion mixed elements. The living room was silent. Nine-Blade Knight and the Jade-Eyed Lady were waiting quietly. Luo Feng lowered his head to look at the document. Finally he looked up. Finished reading? The Jade-Eyed Lady looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. These two plans seemed to be bullying. The first gave 200 billion mixed elements, the second only gave 50 billion mixed elements, and it was split into 3 portions. However, Luo Feng was very clear, the rights he had to Earth, the Virtual Universe Company could easily strip him of it with just a piece of paper, leaving him with nothing at all. Even that Candle Emperor who traded with him, the most he quoted back then was 1 billion mixed elements. Obviously, in the eyes of the upper echelon, Luo Feng was a lucky punk. To give him some benefits, it was already the upper echelon's kindness. The Virtual Universe Company's actions, even if it was just a drop in the ocean, it was still a huge amount. 2 plans. Especially the second plan, Luo Feng was very satisfied. At least the humans of Earth didn't have to change their lives. The Virtual Universe Company could only construct floating cities in the ocean, and promise it wouldn't affect the lives of the humans of Earth. Under the circumstances where he had nothing to rely on, to be able to receive such a generous offer was already not bad. Which one do you choose? The Jade-Eyed Lady looked at Luo Feng. You have to choose one. The second. Luo Feng said. The second? The Jade-Eyed Lady and Nine-Blade Knight both revealed looks of shock. Glancing at each other. The Jade-Eyed Lady laughed, her voice pleasant to the ear. You have to think carefully. The first reward is 200 billion, the second is only 50 billion. The difference is 150 billion mixed elements. Even a knight would feel heartache over such a fortune. You're just going to give it up so casually? If your people leave Earth, won't they still be able to live? Do you want to change your choice? The Jade-Eyed Lady looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng shook his head, saying softly, my hometown, unless I have no other choice, I'm not willing to let my people leave. When the Jade-Eyed Lady and Nine-Blade Knight heard this, their eyes were filled with admiration. The experts in the universe were as many as the clouds. On the long and dangerous path of cultivation, for treasures etc., they would do anything. 150 billion mixed elements, if used to buy treasures, it could buy many precious treasures, enough to make countless Undyings go crazy. And for his hometown, he had to give it up. Many warriors would respect Luo Feng's choice. Admiration was one thing, but there were probably many powerhouses who would still choose the first option. After all, only a small portion of people would value their homeland to this extent. This is the contract. Under the supervision of the virtual universe system, once you sign this contract, you have to follow it. The jade-eyed lady flipped her hand and took out another document. It was the contract. The jade-eyed lady first signed and passed it to Luo Feng. Luo Feng solemnly signed his name. Within the living room, Luo Feng sat alone. The Nine-Blade Knight and the jade-eyed lady had left long ago. Luo Feng. Babata shouted excitedly, the Universe Galaxy Bank has sent a mail notification. The balance has increased by 5 million mixed elements. The first part of the contract has arrived. The speed is indeed fast. Ah. Luo Feng sat on the sofa, half reclining. In his hand was a cup of amber liquor. What's up? Babata, who was standing on Luo Feng's shoulder, asked curiously. He felt that Luo Feng was somewhat tired. Nothing. Luo Feng said softly, I just feel how weak I am. Weak? Babata blinked. Let's not talk about the Battle Axe Coliseum and the Virtual Universe Company. Even if I were to face the Eroding Flame Knight, Nine-Blade Knight, or even that Candle Emperor, I wouldn't have any power to resist at all. Luo Feng said softly, after which he finished the liquor in one gulp. Being weak isn't wrong, being willing to be weak is wrong. Babata shouted, even the great Battle Axe founder, or the Virtual Universe Company founder, these pinnacle existences of the universe, which one of them didn't start weak step by step, finally becoming an existence that stands at the pinnacle of the trillions of races in the universe? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with an intense thirst. That burning passion was enough to incinerate glaciers. A tree that can be hugged is born from the tip of a needle. A 9-level platform is built from the soil. A journey of 1,000 li begins with a single step. Babata, what you said is right. What I need to do is to walk step by step, until I become an absolute being that roams the universe. P.S. 13th chapter, Path of the Beast God, begins. Since they had signed the contract, they naturally had to follow it. The Battle Axe Coliseum naturally wouldn't find Luo Feng again. And the Virtual Universe Company's efficiency was extremely high, directly using the God Country transfer system to send large amounts of people to Earth, immediately beginning the construction of the floating city. They even built a shrine at the edge of the solar system. That shrine's size was almost the size of a sun. This shrine obviously had absolute being stationed there. After all, Earth was simply too important. The Virtual Universe Company has indeed kept its promise, not interfering with the lives of Earth's residents. Luo Feng watched everything. Luo Feng, who was quietly staying on Earth, was actually waiting for the highest points mission. The first part of the mission was related to the Phoenix team. Luo Feng could be said to have killed countless people. The final completion rate was still unknown. 5 days later. Luo Feng, male. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. In the courtyard, Luo Feng, who was drinking tea with his brother Luo Hua, immediately split out a thread of his consciousness and connected to the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within the study, Luo Feng had just sat in front of his desk when Babata on his shoulder cheered. It's a mail from the Virtual Universe Company. From the title, it seems to be related to the highest points mission. Luo Feng gently tapped the screen and opened the mail. The contents were, you've completed the first part of the highest points mission. After the evaluation of the members, Luo Feng, your first part's final completion rate is 82%, you've obtained 82,000 points, and you have the right to continue with the second part. Commentary, the mission itself was for you to judge the 18 members of the Phoenix team. It didn't ask you to judge their guards or the corrupt guests of the Phoenix team. However, you have wantonly slaughtered, killing over 1 million, obviously you're a bloodthirsty killer. According to your killing methods, you actually used claw and blade techniques to fight in close combat, killing over 1 million, and yet you didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Even your gaze didn't change much. Deep in your bones, you love to kill, loving the thrill of close combat. This is extremely dangerous. Humans aren't a bloodthirsty race, even though their numbers are huge. Those that truly love to kill and love to kill are extremely few. Even in the universe, the bloodthirsty races are extremely few. However, Luo Feng, you are extremely calm when you kill. It's clear who should be killed and who shouldn't. To be able to kill over 1 million people without being blinded by the blood, and still be able to make accurate judgments, it is clear that you are no longer under the control of killing. Killing has not affected your heart in the slightest. Combining the two aspects, although you are bloodthirsty, we still give you 82% completion rate. Luo Feng smiled after reading the mail. 82% completion rate? It was quite dangerous. The mission with the highest points was almost over. The comments made sense. That was right. Back then, the mission had only asked him to judge the 18 directors of the Fire Phoenix group. However, he had killed all those who deserved to be killed. He had even massacred many of the corrupt guests and their subordinates. According to this evaluation, the only reason I was able to pass was because I was extremely calm and didn't let the slaughter affect my heart. Luo Feng laughed. Even though the comments made sense, even if Luo Feng did it again, the result would still be the same. Luo Feng definitely wouldn't change his way of doing things because of these comments. Those scumbags were the vermin of humanity. It had long since decayed. It was fine if he couldn't see it himself, but if he did, he would naturally die. I'll do things according to my own way of doing things. I'll get as many points as I can. Luo Feng thought, I don't want to follow their thoughts and change myself. The screen suddenly notified him of a new mail. Babata shouted, it's the mail for the second round of the mission. Luo Feng frowned, simultaneously opening the mail. The title of the mail was the second round of the highest points mission. Content, this mission is the second round of the highest points mission. Mission background, within the ancient Luan universe country's territory, there is a powerful emperor-level undying blood demon emperor. The blood demon emperor is a lone ranger. He is naturally eccentric and not a member of the five great powers. He controls a starfield within the ancient Luan universe country's territory. Dutua Starfield. Dutua Starfield is his personal territory and is completely under his control. As he is an important member of the Great Alliance, hence his territory is independent from the ancient Luan universe country. The ancient Luan universe country has no control over this starfield. Luo Feng looked at the mission background and was immediately attracted by two words. Great Alliance. Great Alliance? Luo Feng frowned and muttered, they say the Blood Demon Emperor is eccentric and a lone ranger. Yet they say he is an important member of the Great Alliance. It's very simple, it means the Great Alliance is a very loose organization. They don't have many requirements for their members. It's just a loose alliance, hence they let lone rangers join. Babata exclaimed on his shoulder, however this Great Alliance's requirements to join must be very strict. I've followed your teacher for so many years and he's never even heard of this organization. This means he hasn't met the requirements to join. Luo Feng nodded. At the same time, he thought back to the inheritance palace within Demon Note Mountain. Back then, there were two undyings that reached the core, and their conversation was still very clear. Why is it that of the 32 inheritance palaces, only 8 are empty? The others are all receiving the inheritance? That's weird. The news from the Great Alliance is that there's no one in the 9 palaces. Let's not bother about it. After all, there's only the 2 of us. Whether it's 8 or 9, we're enough. Back then, the two undying's simple conversation had already raised Luo Feng's suspicions. The Demon Note inheritance slot was obviously very precious. His teacher Tru Yan's discussion with him later confirmed one thing, he had accidentally taken Mist Emperor's slot. A slot that even Emperor-level undyings valued greatly, wasn't decided by the Virtual Universe Company, wasn't decided by the Battle Axe Coliseum, it was decided by this unheard-of Great Alliance. Luo Feng had a feeling. The Great Alliance's influence was very strong. It's indeed very strong. A lone ranger, just because he's an important member of the Great Alliance, the starfield he controls, he's independent from the universe countries. He's completely a country within a country. Luo Feng was shocked. In truth, like the Ganwu universe country, even though they had a few subordinate countries like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire etc., they also had some undyings. However, the Ganwu universe country still had the authority to manage them. Shocked by this mysterious Great Alliance, Luo Feng was filled with curiosity. He immediately searched for information on the Great Alliance on the internet, gently tapping the screen and searching. Search complete. The screen was completely blank. Damn, my authority level is high enough, yet I can't find any information on the Great Alliance. The Great Alliance's authority level is so high, just where did they come from? Luo Feng thought to himself, simultaneously searching for information on the Blood Demon King. A message immediately appeared on the screen. Luo Feng opened it and took a look. That message was: Blood Demon Emperor, his name is Du Ta, his personality is arrogant and unyielding, however he has incomparably powerful strength, even amongst Emperor-level Undyings, he's extremely strong. He usually guards his Du Ta starfield, there are a total of 363 Undyings under him, he's considered a strong independent power within the ancient Luan universe country. This message didn't mention the Great Alliance, however it did mention the Undyings under him. Luo Feng sat in his study, pondering about the Blood Demon Emperor and the Great Alliance's information. However, there was too little information, he could only deduce that the Blood Demon Emperor was very arrogant, yet he was a member of the Great Alliance, and this Great Alliance seemed extremely powerful. Even Demon Note Mountain's inner disciple slots were decided by the Great Alliance. Luo Feng shook his head and continued reading the mail, reading the details of the mission. Mission details: within the Du Ta starfield controlled by the Blood Demon Emperor, there's an extremely cruel selection called the Blood Demon Trial. This selection is secretly called the Blood Demon Purgatory by the people of the Du Ta starfield. These trials were held in every star system in the Du Ta star field. However, the interval between each trial was relatively long. In a month, the Du Ta star field's Mengya star system and Vili star system would hold the Blood Demon Trial. The Mengya starfield holds the high-end Blood Demon Trial. 1 million star-level humans are captured and placed on a mineral planet, letting them kill each other. Until only 10 survive, the trial will stop. The remaining 10 will be absorbed by the Blood Demon planet. The Vili starfield holds the low-end Blood Demon Trial. 1 billion star-level humans are captured and placed on a mineral planet, letting them kill each other. Until only 100 survive, the trial will stop, the remaining 100 will be absorbed by the Blood Demon planet. Because the death rate was simply too high. Out of 10 billion people, only 100 survive, or out of 1 million star levels, only 10 survive. Such a high death rate made the people of the Du Ta starfield extremely afraid of the Blood Demon Trial. However, the entire Du Ta starfield was heavily controlled, and all technology was abolished, resulting in many of the planets not having universe ships, or even normal technological tools. The Du Ta starfield was like a huge cage. However, other than the Blood Demon Trial, the Blood Demon Emperor was still very benevolent towards the countless life planets under him. Because he didn't kill many people, it didn't touch his bottom line, naturally he couldn't be punished. Mission requirements: the Mengya starfield and Vili starfield's Blood Demon Trial will be held at the same time. After that, they will be held in their respective galaxies, because they are separated. Luo Feng, you can only rely on your Undying Guard's God Country teleportation, you can only make it to one of the galaxies to save. Your mission is, stop the Blood Demon Trial, save the trial members and keep them in the World Ring. As for which galaxy to save, you decide. Remember, the moment you start the mission, you have to activate the Virtual Universe Network transfer, sending all the details of the mission to the virtual universe. Trillions of lives are in your hands, Luo Feng, you decide. When the final completion reaches 80%, you can begin the third round. If the completion is lower than 80%, the highest point mission will end here. The contents of the mail weren't long, but it made Luo Feng's expression change. 2 places holding the Blood Demon Trial at the same time, he could only choose one to save. Which one? Chapter 1 has arrived. Realizing that he would fall behind if he didn't have the votes, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He was already behind by over 1,000 votes. Everyone, see if you have any votes. 1 vote from you would be a huge encouragement to Tomato. Luo Feng, the fist-sized Babata on his shoulder, muttered, the distance between the Mengya galaxy and the Vili galaxy is very far. Even if you ride the Yunmo planet ship, it would take at least 8 days, and we're still rushing there from the Ganwu Universe country. The distance between the Ganwu Universe country and the Guluan Universe country is too far. You'll have to ask Dylan for help to teleport through the God country. Otherwise, we would have to spend at least half a year on the road. However, the Blood Demon Trial starts in a month. Luo Feng nodded. However, he was thinking about which galaxy to go to. Have you chosen? Babata asked. The virtual universe company wants you to choose. One side is 1 million star levels, the other is 10 billion star travelers. From what I see, choosing the star traveler means that you are kind, seeing that there are more people, you chose the Vili galaxy. And if you choose 1 million star level humans, it means that you, Luo Feng, have a stronger sense of survival. Many warriors in the universe think that the strong should have more survival rights. Luo Feng nodded as he listened. Under the Blood Demon King's high-pressure rule, to be able to reach the star state, everyone must have gone through many hardships and setbacks. As for the planetary state, a galaxy could produce tens of billions of planetary state members. Obviously, the Blood Demon King made the planetary state universal. It is the 10 billion people who have chosen the universal option. He still chose the 1 million star states that had gone through hardships and setbacks. I'll choose the Vili galaxy, Luo Feng emphasized. Luo Feng didn't dare waste any time. That day, he sat on the UNMO planet ship and left Earth. Dylan also used his God Country teleportation to teleport to the Yufu star field within the ancient Luan universe country. After that, he would fly to the Vili galaxy from the Feather Ridge star zone at his fastest speed. He estimated that it would take him 26 days. In the Dark Universe, the UNMO planet ship was advancing. Within the control room, Luo Feng and Dylan were discussing. What a coincidence. Dylan, the closest teleportation point from your divine nation to the Tua star field is the Feather Hill star field. It will take 26 days to reach the Veli star field and 25 days to reach the Mingya star field. Luo Feng looked at Dylan, smiling and asking, did the virtual universe company ask you before setting this mission? Dylan smiled and nodded slightly. Damn. Luo Feng couldn't help but to curse. As expected, the virtual universe company had indeed calculated everything well. They had probably already ordered Dylan, even if he was in the Gu Luan universe country or some other closer token, he was forbidden from using it. The virtual universe company, everything starts from a nurturing point of view. Dylan smiled, don't be angry. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. Towards the virtual universe company, Luo Feng didn't have any grievances. As one Luo Feng had with the two powers, the virtual company, Luo Mo God Hao, Luo Feng was Luo God. Ever since he joined the virtual universe company, Luo Feng had always been satisfied, even the trade on Earth was considered balanced. If a normal person on Earth were to obtain a treasure, the treasure's value would probably exceed 1 million mixed elements. If Luo Feng wanted it, with Luo Feng's position on Earth, he would probably buy it too. Mo would each enlist, and would MT long ping, I, and 8 billion and a least. Long. From Luo Feng's point of view, this much money is enough for a normal person to live a carefree life. Least. To the virtual universe company, Earth was the cradle that the foreign race warrior had spent so much effort to create, its value was immeasurable, even a powerful knight's entire fortune wouldn't amount to even 1% of Earth's value. However, they would never give Luo Feng such a huge amount of wealth. Your Majesty, why did you choose 10 billion star travelers and not 1 million star levels? Dylan asked curiously. Without any technology, under the Blood Demon Emperor's high pressure, it's not easy for the 99% to reach the star level. And according to my research, the Du Tua star field's evolution rate is very high. On any life planet, you can find tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of star travelers. It's not hard to find 10 billion star travelers in a galaxy. These are all normal fighters. Everyone is an independent life. Luo Feng said softly. My home Earth has been through many calamities. I know how cruel death is. Just like my family. They were all normal people back then. Don't tell me their lives aren't valuable? At least in my eyes, my family is more valuable than 1 million sector lords. I'm afraid in the eyes of those normal people, their own lives are more valuable than 1 million star levels. 10 billion normal people should die and 1 million star levels should live? Luo Feng shook his head. There was no such thing. Maybe when it came to the survival of a race, one had to make some painful choices. For example, a race with millions of people dying, just to protect the strongest. Because the strongest was their race's hope. And this time, Luo Feng's choice obviously didn't involve the survival of a race or race. Luo Feng's choice was naturally more straightforward. 26 days later. In the air above a completely yellow-colored planet, the Yun-Mo planet ship floated. This is a planet with no life. It's like a ball, its largest diameter is 18,023 kilometers, Babata's sharp voice resounded. According to the Virtual Universe Company's information, this is where the blood demon trials will be held. Look, there are already many people stationed on this planet. However, don't worry. They have no way of discovering us. Luo Feng gazed below. There were indeed over 100 people stationed on this mineral planet, most of them universe levels. Wait for the 10 billion star travelers to arrive. Luo Feng said softly. At this time, the 10 billion star travelers from the hundreds of thousands of planets in the Vili galaxy were being transported by 10,000 universe ships. They were flying in the dark universe towards their destination. In one of the universe ships, there were 3 levels filled with large amounts of cages. Every cage held 10 star travelers. With a glance, every level was filled with countless star travelers. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Mother. Li's faint sounds of crying and mumbling could be heard from within the tens of thousands of cages. This was simply hell. Within one of the cages, dressed in tattered beast skin, a youth with a dirty face hugged a girl tightly. As under the rule of the Blood Demon Emperor, the evolution rate of the humans in the Du-Tua star field was very high. Hence, star traveler youths were very common. And out of consideration, they would often choose these youths to participate in the blood demon trials. Woo-wah. The youth hugged the girl. His dirty face had a pair of bright eyes, filled with desire to live. He muttered softly as though to himself, "Big brother will definitely let you live, definitely." The girl suddenly trembled. Looking up, it was a very delicate and pretty girl. Even though she was dirty, one could still tell she was very beautiful. However, within the Du-Tua star field, it had long been the concept that strength was number one. If one's strength wasn't enough, looks were useless. "Big brother," the girl said softly, "will we die? I heard that out of 10 billion people in the Blood Devil Purgatory, only 100 can survive. Many of these 10 billion are the elites of their respective sects, possessing some psychic weapons, origin weapons, and special secret arts. We don't have good weapons and only know basic arts, how can we survive?" The youth heard this and his tears flowed uncontrollably. He had a tragic life since young. His parents died early, and he brought his sister to roam the world. They trained hard in basic techniques and finally reached the Star Traveler level. They were able to live a stable and happy life. However, it hadn't even been 2 years, the two of them had no background at all and were caught to make up the numbers. One had to know that every planet had to gather enough people to participate in the blood demon trials. If normal people weren't enough, even star travelers with some background had to be caught. The blood demon trial was an order from the Blood Demon King. No one dared to go against it. "We will survive. We will survive. Big brother swears," the youth said softly. "N." The girl replied softly and buried herself in her brother's embrace. Maybe, before the nightmare of the purgatory came, in the last few days, snuggling in her brother's embrace would be the happiest thing she could do. Definitely. The youth clenched his right hand tightly, his nails digging into his palm. His eyes had a hint of hysteria as he screamed in his heart, "You must let my sister survive. You must." 100 out of 10 billion. What did that mean? And they were all life and death battles. Even those geniuses with special techniques, genetic armors, and genetic weapons would die if they weren't careful. After all, 10 billion people on a normal mineral planet. The population density was too high. Once they started fighting, who would dare say they would survive? And to survive to the end, one had to have strength, brains, guts. And he also needed that little bit of luck. The struggle at the bottom. All the star travelers locked up in the cages were worried about the blood demon purgatory. No matter how strong they were, facing countless battles, they would feel despair. 0229 ship, stop at position 0293, 3619 ship, stop at position 0123. The khaki-colored planet had long been slightly modified, and at this moment, the dark purple flat spaceship in the sky above this dead planet was constantly commanding the incoming spaceships transporting the planet-level humans. After the spaceships arrived and landed on the planet, the cargo hatch opened. Large numbers of cages were opened. A large number of dirty men and women with a trace of fear on their faces walked out. The densely packed people kept walking to this dead planet. The planet's surface temperature was extremely low, around -80 degrees. Because it was a mineral planet, it was impossible to breathe. But star travelers didn't need to breathe. Woo, woo, so many people. The ships on the mineral planet took off after chasing the star travelers off. Those star travelers could see the densely packed figures in the distance. There were already over 5 billion people there. When had they ever seen such a terrifying number of star travelers? And at this moment, a blood-colored triangular ship with a stealth system was floating tens of thousands of kilometers above the planet, monitoring all the star travelers on the planet. Within the ship's control room, there are already 5,729 transport ships arriving. The number of star travelers has reached 5,729 billion. The control room resounded with Babata's shrill child's voice. Another universe transport ship has arrived, 5,730. 5,733. 5,734. Luo Feng and Dylan however gazed below silently. On this planet, the star travelers who were forced to participate in the blood demon trials, almost all of their faces were filled with fear and unease, all of them carefully looking at each other. Only those with truly good relationships would rely on each other and trust each other. That sort of fear and pressure, Luo Feng who was within the ship could feel it. 10 billion. Luo Feng said softly. To be ruled by the blood demon emperor, it's their bad luck. Dylan shook his head. The virtual universe company doesn't care? Luo Feng frowned and shook his head. After all, these are all star travelers, they are all considered universe citizens. This is equivalent to a large-scale massacre. 10 billion. And it's like this in every galaxy. The Dutua starfield that the blood demon emperor rules has over 10,000 galaxies, and these blood demon trials are long-term, killing so many universe citizens. There's no explanation at all? Dylan looked at Luo Feng, shaking his head. If it doesn't reach the bottom line, the virtual universe company, Battle Axe Dojo etc. can't do anything about it. Bottom line? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. He remembered what the mission said before. Because the number of people killed wasn't high, it didn't reach the bottom line, they couldn't be punished. This hasn't even reached the bottom line. What's the bottom line? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Luo Feng, the bottom line is calculated according to the planet. Dylan explained. Let's say every life planet can kill 200 star travelers every year. Let's say a galaxy has 500,000 planets. Then a galaxy's yearly kill quota would be 100 million star travelers. Then this galaxy's 100-year kill quota would be 10 billion. Of course, with different statuses, the bottom line is different too. For example, an emperor-level undying and a universe knight are naturally different. A universe knight can kill trillions of people and still wouldn't be punished. Of course, universe knights have their own bottom line too. Luo Feng understood a little as he listened. This was called privilege. Just like the Lord of the Void Gold, that level of being, even if he destroyed half a universe country and caused countless deaths, he would still be fine. At most, he would receive some simple punishment from the management of humanity. You can't ban killing when you're managing a planet's territory, right? Dylan said. The Blood Demon King rules the entire Traverse Galaxy. There are billions of planets under his rule, and he has countless citizens under his command. The Blood Demon trial doesn't limit him at all. After all, apart from the Blood Demon trial, the Blood Demon King will not wantonly massacre those planets. He also understands the principle of thin water flowing for a long time. Those billions of planets are developing very well and nurturing an endless stream of experts. His forces will naturally become more stable and powerful. Humph. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. This method of selecting the elites, isn't he afraid of those elites harboring hatred? So what if they have hatred? These elites are constantly being nurtured. Only by becoming a sector master will they have the qualifications to be invaded by their souls and become blood demon warriors. Dylan shook his head. Blood demon warrior? Luo Feng was stunned. Blood Demon King created a secret technique that allows him to control 999 undying slaves. Dylan calmly smiled. His undying disciples, undying slaves, and world overlord disciples have also cultivated this secret art. Maybe, they would only be able to control a few slaves, but those who are controlled are all elites. The Blood Demon King controls the undying servants and cultivates his disciples. The undying servants and disciples then control a group of servants. The most outstanding of the servants might have the qualifications to cultivate secret techniques to continue controlling the servants. Dylan sneered, but those who are controlled are the so-called Blood Demon Warriors. Luo Feng's expression changed. And the Blood Demon trial is to select and nurture the candidate Blood Demon Warriors. Dylan laughed coldly. The entire Traverse Galaxy nurtures countless elites and geniuses. Eventually they all become the Blood Demon King's underlings. The Blood Demon King's rule is incomparably stable. He's definitely an extremely terrifying being amongst the Emperor-level Undyings. When Luo Feng and Dylan were high in the sky waiting for the transport ships to gather, the dark purple ship in charge of commanding opened its cabin door, accepting a 100 m diameter flying saucer. Lord Labit is here. Quickly welcome Lord Labit, hurry up. Within the dark purple ship, a group of luxuriously dressed silhouettes. The weakest one was a Universe Level 3, with a Domain Lord as the leader. Over 100 Universe Level upper echelons swiftly ran to the cabin door. The small flying saucer had already entered. Hua, the flying saucer opened one side of the cabin door, following which a black armored man with snow-white skin and short white hair walked out. This black armored man's gaze was sharp. As he looked around, the formless killing intent he emitted made the upper echelons of the Vili Galaxy all bow their heads respectfully. Behind him followed two guards, both Sector Lord Level 9. Greetings Lord Labit. Over 100 people bowed respectfully. The snow-white-skinned, short white-haired black armored man nodded coldly. Has the Blood Demon trial members arrived? They've already reached 7 billion, they should all arrive within half a day. The Domain Lord leading the welcoming group said respectfully. This Lord Labit nodded indifferently. He, Sector Lord Level 9, a core member of the Blood Demon planet. He too trained in the Blood Demon technique. The two guards behind him were two of the Blood Demon warriors he controlled. This time I'm in charge of supervising the entire Blood Demon trial. Ravid's cold gaze swept across the upper echelons of the Vili star system. The group of upper echelons were all uneasy. The control of the entire trial must be done well. Make sure that the 100 people selected are those who survived through endless slaughter and not those who survived to the end by hiding out of luck. Understand? Yes. The group of upper echelons replied. To the control room. Labit brought the two Blood Demon warriors and headed straight for the control room. The upper echelons of the Vili Galaxy followed obediently behind. The transport ships arrived one by one, the cabin doors opened, large amounts of star travelers released from their cages walked out, the densely packed humans swiftly spread across every corner of this mineral planet. With a star traveler's energy sensing and flying speed, over 10 billion star travelers gathered on this mineral planet. The density was too exaggerated. Woo-wah. The youth standing on the rocky ground had a battle blade by his waist. He was holding the weak girl's hand beside him, carefully surveying the surroundings. The densely packed star travelers all felt a formless pressure. Later, we'll follow the plan we discussed before. You support Big Brother, we'll work together, try to survive the first wave of slaughter, then find a secluded place. The girl looked around cautiously, formless spirit force spreading out. Nervous, occasionally, a universe ship would arrive in the sky, sending over 1 million star travelers, causing this pressure to grow. Mom. Someone had a mental breakdown, crying like a baby, only knowing how to call for mom. No one laughed at him. Almost 99% of the star travelers felt like they were about to break down. They had heard of the legend of the Blood Demon trial since young, the days in the cages on the ship, plus the gathering of countless star travelers, that killing intent, that fear, that pressure, it was enough to make them break down. Inside the dark purple flat ship, that snow-white-skinned, snow-white short-haired Lord Labit was looking down at everything, looking at the fear and despair of the people below. Lord Labit's eyes had a sliver of excitement, the muscles around his eyes were twitching, his entire person seemed to have entered A state of madness. Lord Lebit, now there are 9,992 universe ships here, the last 8 ships are about to arrive. The Blood Demon trial has officially begun, please announce it, Lord Lebit. The leader of the upper echelons of Vili Star System, the Domain Lord, said respectfully. Hurry up. Lebit's eyes were filled with madness, I can't wait. The last 8 transport ships arrived one by one. When the last 8 million star travelers were placed on the mineral planet, the transport ships took off, a cold voice reverberated throughout the entire mineral planet. Children. Out of the 10 billion of you, only 100 will survive, past the great Blood Demon trial, you will all become the most loyal and outstanding warriors of the Blood Demon planet. Now, begin the slaughter. Kill everyone around you, kill them all. The voice just reverberated. But at this moment, 2 silhouettes swiftly descended from the sky. Babada, activate the virtual universe network. Yes. Of the 2 figures, one was a black-haired young man clad in cyan armor. There was a golden sword mark on his forehead, and it was as if his entire body was faintly emanating an incomparably terrifying and sharp aura, as if countless golden swords were bursting forth. Beside him was an ordinary-looking bald man dressed in a black robe. Tens of thousands of kilometers, the 2 immediately rushed to the surface of the mineral planet. One world, absorb. Luo Feng activated the world energy within his world ring, swiftly spreading it out, immediately enveloping the entire planet. The 10 billion star travelers who were about to begin the slaughter immediately vanished, this mineral planet immediately became desolate. And on the vast grass plains of Luo Feng's world ring, the 10 billion star travelers appeared. Puchi. Go and die. Kill. The 10 billion that had entered a frenzied state didn't even notice the changes around them, as Luo Feng absorbed them, a portion of them had already begun the slaughter. However, following that, they were all thrown onto the grass plains, the 10 billion were completely dumbfounded, even the brother and sister that were dyed in blood looked around in shock. Luo Feng immediately absorbed all the star travelers on the mineral planet, simultaneously ordering, close the virtual universe network. Yes. Babada replied. The second round of the mission was so simple, it was completed just like that. Luo Feng shook his head. At this time, you dare to destroy the Blood Demon trial, you're looking to die. A raging roar resounded throughout the entire mineral planet, simultaneously a terrifying blade light tore through the universe space, crossing over 10,000 kilometers and slicing towards Luo Feng. It was a curved blade-shaped spirit weapon, with Sector Lord Level 9 world energy infused into it. It immediately drew out a universe space tear that was a few km long. The blade light traversed over 10,000 kilometers, slicing towards Luo Feng with an invincible aura. Voila! From Luo Feng's shoulder suddenly, 10 flexible vines shot through the air and swiftly expanded, instantly becoming 1,000 kilometers long vines that hung in mid-air. The 10 vines intertwined in mid-air, immediately wrapping around the spirit weapon. The spirit weapon continued to slash, slicing apart large amounts of vines. However, the cloud contact vine's self-recovery speed was simply too fast, completely surpassing the spirit weapon's destruction speed, forcefully binding the spirit weapon and making it unable to break free. You dare to bind my weapon? A furious roar. In the distance, a snow-white light pierced through the air, around him followed 8 other lights, all of Sector Lord Level 9 strength. Your Majesty, that white short-haired punk is called Lebit. When he was in the ship earlier, there were only 2 Sector Lord guards behind him, now there's suddenly 8. I estimate, these 8 are the Blood Demon warriors under his control. This Lebit is obviously one of the elites under the Blood Demon Emperor. Dylan smiled and communicated. He was an undying proficient in the soul aspect, every movement within the ship was clearly seen by him. Lebit and his 8 subordinates rushed over. 9 Sector Lord Level 9. Domain Lord Level Bastard, you actually dare to disrupt the matters of the Blood Demon planet, you're looking to die. Lebit roared, his eyes burning with rage. The Blood Demon Emperor was a force to be reckoned with in the Guluan Universe country. Other than the Universe country leader of the country, who could stop him, after a trillion years of dominance, he was already used to it. Now there was actually someone who dared to disrupt the Blood Demon trial. Wasn't that just looking to die? Rumble. Dylan, who had been standing beside Luo Feng all this while, smiled. He had been hiding his strength earlier, but now he suddenly exploded with a powerful energy. A strong glaring gold light immediately enveloped the 9 sector lords, almost like a sturdy rope that immediately bound them. Ah! The 9 sector lords were all bound by the undying energy. Libet gritted his teeth and struggled, however he couldn't break free. Undying? Ravid stared at Dylan. Master. The 8 world overlords under him also struggled and shouted at the same time. You've hidden it well. Ravid stared angrily at Dylan, roaring, just now when I was checking your strength, you Undying were hiding your strength, only now did you erupt. Why, are you very proud of bullying a world lord like me? Libet's crazed gaze swept towards Luo Feng and Dylan. Who are you? Who is it? Who are you, Undying, to dare disrupt the Blood Demon King's matters? Do you have a death wish? Ravid stared at Dylan. You really have guts. Dylan smiled and glanced at Libet, speaking softly, his voice resounding in Libet's mind. Even though your ancestor Blood Demon Emperor is powerful, compared to our virtual universe company, he's nothing. However, the Blood Demon King is still my senior, so I won't go so far as to take your life. Dylan's smile blossomed. Rumble. The 8 sector lords under Libet were invaded by the undying energy and exploded, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Libet gritted his teeth, as though he had gone mad. The 8 blood demon warriors he controlled, he could at most control 9 slaves right now, and this already took up 8. With 8 slaves killed, he was destined to only have 1 slave now. Your Majesty, let's go. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. So, 2 beams of light pierced through space, leaving behind Libet roaring furiously. Luo Feng and Dylan sat in the Yun-Mo planet ship, flying through the dark universe, simultaneously heading towards one of the mineral planets in the Guluan universe countries due to a starfield to meet up with the virtual universe company. That Libet is really arrogant, even in front of an Undying. Undyings don't wish to offend the Blood Demon Emperor, hence they usually don't kill him. However, punishment is very normal. Look, 8 of his soul slaves were destroyed, isn't that pitiful? He probably doesn't have more than 10 slave slots. Luo Feng muttered and smiled. One had to be extremely careful with the soul slaves. Every time he controls 1 soul servant, even Luo Feng, who trained in the 10,000 soul controlling technique, could at most control 100 soul servants. He's used to being domineering. Dylan smiled. He does have the right to be domineering, 8 sector lord slaves. Luo Feng mocked. Sector lord slaves, Luo Feng indeed didn't put them in his eyes now. The Bug Clan mother nest had been nurturing bug soldiers for a long period of time. In the past 2 to 3 years, it had already nurtured about 10,000 sector lord pinnacle bug soldiers. This 10,000 sector lord bug army, under the full control of the Bug Clan Queen Alina, could definitely clash head-on with normal official level Undyings. Naturally, whether it was Luo Feng or Dylan, they didn't put Libet in their eyes. After flying for 3 days, in a nameless mineral planet in the Du-Tua starfield, space rippled and a blood-colored triangular universe ship appeared. The cabin door automatically opened and 2 silhouettes flew towards that nameless planet. 3 silhouettes flew out of a black universe ship in a crater on the surface of the planet. These 3 met up with Luo Feng and Dylan. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The 3 that flew out, the leader was a white-browed old man with wings. He smiled, Your Majesty can release the 10 billion star travelers. Luo Feng nodded. Activating the world ring, immediately a sea of star travelers were released. This desolate nameless planet's entire surface was filled with people. The densely packed star travelers were suddenly transferred here, all of them were at a loss as they surveyed their surroundings. Rumble. The white-browed old man suddenly released an endless green tornado, surrounding the entire planet and all the star travelers on it. The white-browed old man stood in mid-air. Behind him, a 100 kilometers tall silhouette appeared. His aura emanated, allowing everyone to clearly see that majestic silhouette. From today onwards, the 10 billion of you can leave the Du-Tua starfield. You don't have to go through the blood demon trials anymore. Our virtual universe company will give you a peaceful life. The white-browed winged old man's voice resounded in everyone's mind, immediately causing the 10 billion star travelers to be stunned. Following which they were in ecstasy. Howling. Crying. Cheering. Woo-wah, we don't have to die, we don't have to die. Brother, brother. The brother and sister hugged each other tightly. As close to 10 billion people were spread across half of the mineral planet, the two siblings happened to be very close to Luo Feng, Dylan and the others in midair. With their star traveler level strength, they could see Luo Feng, Dylan and the others clearly. It's the black-clothed demon god. The lady said. Ah, it's him. The youth's eyes gleamed. It's the black-clothed demon god that forbade us from killing in the grass plains before. Only his armor has changed. Before, Luo Feng had placed the 10 billion people into his world ring. However, he was worried that they would kill each other. Hence, demon killer Luo Feng appeared and shocked them. After the white-browed winged old man finished speaking, he too placed the 10 billion people into his world ring. The entire planet once again returned to its calm and desolate state. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The white-browed winged old man flashed and landed before Luo Feng. Your second round of mission has been completed. You should have completed the mission. I should tell you about the third round. Ah? Luo Feng was stunned. Simultaneously, Luo Feng, there's mail. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Haha. The white-browed winged old man looked at Luo Feng's expression and laughed. Your Majesty should have received the mail. Please look at it first. In a while, I'll bring you to the third round. Luo Feng's consciousness immediately connected to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Xianxia Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's Villa. Within the study. Open. Luo Feng sat before his desk and looked at his laptop screen, gently opening the mail. Hua. The mail opened. The contents were, you've completed the second round of the highest points mission. After the evaluation of the other members, Luo Feng, your second round is 90%. You've earned 180,000 points. And you have the right to proceed to the third round. Comments, you who are bloodthirsty actually chose the weaker 10 billion star traveler level. Obviously you pity the weaker ones more, or should I say you treat the star traveler and star levels fairly. Killing over 1 million people, you're still as calm as water. Yet you're willing to choose these weaklings, shocking us all. This second round gives you a 90% completion rating. I hope for the third and fourth rounds, you'll surprise us. Luo Feng laughed. Babada on his shoulder laughed too. Babada, I dare to bet that amongst the judges of this highest points mission, the one who truly holds the power to judge should be the kinder one who doesn't like to kill. Luo Feng laughed. The first round was because of my bloodthirsty killing. Luckily I was calm and didn't go crazy, hence they gave me 82%. This time seeing that I chose the weaker ones, they actually gave me a 90% completion rating. Between the lines of the judging, Luo Feng could feel the upper echelon who wrote this mail, the kindness in his bones. Don't get cocky. Babada shook his head. The first and second rounds may seem easy, however these are after all the highest points missions. It truly tests one's temperament. It's a mission to judge the core members. This mission isn't just about the points on the surface, it also determines whether or not you'll be used by the Virtual Universe Company in the future. Luo Feng nodded. His teacher had talked about it before. This was a mission the Virtual Universe Company used to truly get to know the core members. If a core member was bloodthirsty and had no bottom line, incomparably crazy, maybe in the future this core member would become an absolute warrior. However, at most he would become a general for the human race to kill other races. He definitely wouldn't hold any real power, and the level of nurturing he would receive would be reduced too. Third round mission. Luo Feng gently opened another mail. He smiled as he read the contents. After which, Luo Feng's smile froze, his eyes stared wide as he stared hard at the contents. Damn it. The Virtual Universe Company is really damn powerful. Luo Feng was completely shocked by the third round mission. P.S. 3 chapters completed. What was the third round mission? Who could guess? Haha. There was a late update yesterday, hence there would be a total of 3 updates today. while the fist-sized Babata on Luo Feng's shoulder stared wide-eyed, shocked. The Virtual Universe Company is indeed the Virtual Universe Company. This is a naked slap in the face. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed bitterly. How is he forcing the Blood Demon Emperor? He's forcing me. The male said, 3rd round of mission. The Blood Demon Emperor controls the entire Dutua starfield, with hundreds of undyings under him. Even though he hasn't done anything that goes beyond his limits, the warriors under him have a few who have done so. 21 of them have been confirmed. There are 2 undyings and 19 sector lords. They were, Pu Erde, undying, given the Chi-Tai galaxy by the Blood Demon Emperor. He has once massacred the lives of hundreds of planets in the galaxy, and also plundered large amounts of people into his god country. Aesop, undying, AID, sector lord. Ao Kufei, sector lord. He once gathered over 10 billion young ladies on his planet, conducting the craziest blood demon ceremony, turning them into a sea of blood and flesh. And before. Mission requirements. The Virtual Universe Company has already ordered the Blood Demon Emperor to capture these 21. Right now he has already captured them and locked them within the Blood Demon planet. Luo Feng, quickly head to the Blood Demon planet. To judge these 21, the results can be death penalty, 1 million years in prison, 100 years in prison, or not guilty. The fate of these 21 is in your hands, Luo Feng. You can judge them according to your own judgment. Whether they live or die will be completely up to you. Remember, when you reach the Blood Demon planet, you have to activate the Virtual Universe Network to teleport. Only after the judgment is over can you close it. Within the study, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He knew long ago that this mission with the highest points wouldn't be this easy. The first and second round had no difficulty at all. There wasn't even any danger. And this third round, the Virtual Universe Company was very powerful, immediately ordering the Blood Demon Emperor to capture the 21. Even though the Blood Demon Emperor was a member of the Great Alliance, the Virtual Universe Company's power had obviously reached a pinnacle. How could a mere Blood Demon Emperor defy them? Naturally he would listen obediently and capture the 21. However, right now the judgment of these 21 was given to Luo Feng, and he had to personally head to the Blood Demon planet. The Blood Demon Star, that was the lair of the Blood Demon King. If he went there, he would definitely see the Blood Demon King, and if he were to judge his subordinates in front of the Blood Demon King, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? The most important part of the trial is naturally being hated by the Blood Demon King. Luo Feng shook his head. After all, the severity of the punishment is completely up to me. If the punishment is too light, it would be going against my conscience. You really are forcing me. The Virtual Universe Company ordering the Blood Demon King would definitely make him angry, yet he wouldn't dare disobey. Luo Feng laughed bitterly. From the way the Blood Demon Emperor did things, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. Offending a powerful emperor-level undying for no reason, on the mineral planet. In mid-air, Luo Feng, Dylan and the white-browed winged old man stood in mid-air conversing. The white-browed feathered old man smiled. Your Majesty Luo Feng, have you already checked the third round? Luo Feng nodded, revealing a look of helplessness. Haha. The white-browed feathered old man laughed upon seeing that. Relax, even though that Blood Demon planet is the Blood Demon King's base, even if you give him 10 guts, unless he's looking for death. Otherwise he definitely wouldn't dare to touch you. If he doesn't dare now, what about in the future? Luo Feng shook his head. That'll depend on your own choice. If the punishment is light, the Blood Demon King will naturally remember your favor. The white-browed feathered old man mocked. Alright, I won't speak further. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please follow me to Blood Demon planet. Luo Feng wasn't in a good mood, he still nodded and kept the Yunmo planet ship. After which, he and Dylan entered the black ship sent by the Virtual Universe Company and headed towards Blood Demon planet. Blood Demon planet, the true core planet of the Dutua starfield. The over 10,000 galaxies that were undergoing the Blood Demon trials were all sent to Blood Demon planet. Large amounts of Blood Demon warriors gathered here, even sector lords and undyings would frequently appear on Blood Demon planet. Also, the high and mighty Blood Demon King lived here too. It was obviously a true demon cave. They're too much. The Virtual Universe Company is simply too much. The roar reverberated throughout the entire Blood Devil Palace, causing all the servants in the palace to tremble in fear. Within the palace, the god in scarlet armor and helmet stood there and roared angrily. The 18 undyings beside him were all respectful. If he wants to capture my underlings, he can just do it. Instead, he's forcing me to act personally and capture Pu Erda and the 21 others. The Blood Demon King's eyes were burning with flames. He wants to punish my underlings and he's forcing me to act personally. He even sent his underlings to destroy one of my galaxy's blood demon trials. He really doesn't put me, the Blood Demon King, in his eyes. The 18 undyings all seemed furious on the surface, however within they were all muttering, not putting the Blood Demon King in his eyes, what a joke. How could the Virtual Universe Company possibly put the Blood Demon King in their eyes? With the Virtual Universe Company, the Blood Demon King was like a ball of dough. If they wanted him to be round, he'd be round. If they wanted him to be flat, he'd be flat. They're too much, too much. The Blood Demon King roared furiously, unable to hide his rage. I've said it before, I'll give you all your galaxies and let you manage them. However, remember not to cross the bottom line. The Blood Demon King turned to look at the 18 undyings beside him. See, now Pu Erda and Aesop's fates have been seen. You and the others, remember this. We'll remember. The 18 undyings bowed respectfully. Lord. One of the short and sturdy undyings said respectfully. Didn't the Virtual Universe Company say that they'll send Primal Region member Luo Feng over to judge? How they punish Pu Erda and the others will be up to him. A small domain lord, at least the lord can show some respect, he definitely wouldn't dare offend the lord. When the time comes, he'll definitely be given a light sentence, maybe even not guilty. The Blood Demon King replied solemnly. That makes sense. I think that Luo Feng punk wouldn't dare mess around in front of me. No matter, Pu Erda and the others were under me back then, naturally I'll try my best to protect their lives. These sort of lone warriors usually treated their subordinates even better. If they came to join you, you naturally had to take on the responsibility of being the leader. Pu Erda and Aesop came back then, if they couldn't even protect their lives. Even though the undyings under the Blood Demon King didn't dare say anything, they definitely wouldn't blindly follow the Blood Demon King anymore. The internal cohesion would naturally drop. 6 days later. A black universe ship appeared in the galaxy outside Blood Demon Planet. Your Majesty Luo Feng, look, that's Blood Demon Planet. The white-browed winged old man pointed into the distance. Luo Feng looked over. In the distant space, there was a completely blood-red planet. Just looking at it with the naked eye was enough to make one tremble. The spaceship quickly flew towards Blood Demon Planet. As it got closer, they could see some huge mountain buildings on the surface of Blood Demon Planet. From the outside, the entire Blood Demon Planet didn't seem to be technologically advanced. The huge buildings were built in the shape of mountains. And the inside of the mountain peaks were actually completely hollow. So, piercing through the atmosphere, the ship headed straight for the most majestic palace on the planet. Your Majesty Luo Feng, that's the Blood Demon Palace. The white-browed winged old man pointed into the distance. There was the most majestic palace. Surrounding it were many smaller palaces. Even though they were small, in truth they were all a few km in radius. Many of the smaller palaces surrounded the larger palace. Before the large palace, there was a plaza that was 10 kilometers in radius. At this time, there were large amounts of warriors standing there. With a glance, there were thousands of them. The weakest was a sector lord, and the leader was a god dressed in a red armor. Luo Feng and the others could feel the tyrannical blood energy even through the ship. The ship slowly descended and landed in the plaza. The cabin door opened. The white-browed winged old man, Luo Feng, Dylan and a total of 5 walked out. We greet the Blood Demon Emperor. The white-browed winged old man bowed and introduced, this is our Virtual Universe Company's Primal Region Genius, Your Majesty Luo Feng. Luo Feng also slightly bowed to show his respect to his senior. At the same time, he was also quietly observing the Blood Demon King. Although the Blood Demon King had already restrained his aura, it would not make Luo Feng feel pressured. However, the scarlet armor and the Blood Demon King's body faintly emitted a weak aura that still made people feel like they were looking at an endless sea of blood. He wore a helmet and mask, hence it was hard to see his face clearly. You are Luo Feng? The Blood Demon Emperor laughed loudly. True Yan Emperor has indeed taken in a good disciple. I heard that not long ago, you even broke my Billy Galaxy's Blood Demon trials? Luo Feng was stunned, replying, yes, haha, no need to explain. The Blood Demon Emperor waved his hand. A galaxy's Blood Demon trial doesn't mean much. Over 1 trillion years, I've held who knows how many times in the tens of thousands of galaxies of the Dutah starfield. Missing 1 or 10 times isn't a big deal. Different statuses and perspectives were different. To the Blood Demon Emperor, doing 10 trials at a time wasn't much. However, to his underlings, it was a huge matter. How could they be careless? This Blood Demon Emperor seems rather forthright. Luo Feng thought as he watched. However, he was forced to capture his 21 elites, 2 of which were undyings. As long as they have a temper, they would definitely be unhappy. Maybe he doesn't care about 8 to 10 trials, but me ruining it is like slapping his face. It would be a lie to say I don't care. He thought so. On the surface, Luo Feng was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Blood Demon Emperor, for understanding. Understand, of course I understand. You are working for the Virtual Universe Company. However, work is work, you have the authority to decide many things. The Blood Demon Emperor laughed loudly. Am I right? The white eyebrows winged old man interrupted. Your Majesty, Luo Feng naturally holds a certain amount of authority. Whether those 21 are sentenced to death, to jail or not, it's all up to your Majesty, Luo Feng. This old punk, Luo Feng, was furious. Luo Feng's authority is indeed not small. Haha. The Blood Demon Emperor laughed even louder as he looked at Luo Feng. The 100 undyings under him all looked at Luo Feng, the 1,000 sector lords too looked at him. Being stared at by the Blood Demon Emperor, over 100 undyings and over 1,000 sector lords, this formless pressure was extremely shocking. However, Luo Feng had after all been through a lot. Back then the Undying Army under Nine-Blade Knight, the raging fire-eroding knight's pressure was much more terrifying than this. Looks like this is a show of strength. Luo Feng thought. Your Majesty. Dylan communicated from the side, let's keep a low profile and bear with it. Understood. Luo Feng replied. At this time, the Blood Demon Emperor laughed loudly. Luo Feng, and the other undyings, don't stand outside, come, follow me in. Simultaneously he passionately grabbed Luo Feng's hand and headed straight for the palace. Luo Feng was shocked and could only obediently follow in. Dylan, the white-browed winged old man, and the other 2 followed. The vast crowd of undyings and sector lords followed too. Lord. Beautiful female servants could be seen everywhere in the palace, all kneeling respectfully. Come, Luo Feng, take a look at my palace. The main body of this Blood Demon Palace is an ancient and broken palace I found in a universe secret realm in a distant star field. I renovated and decorated it to become this Blood Demon Palace. The Blood Demon King pointed at the surroundings. Just the repairs and decorations cost me tens of millions of mixed elements. Even though Luo Feng could feel the special energy within the palace, he couldn't understand it at all. He could only smile and agree, it's indeed extraordinary. It is indeed extraordinary. The white-browed winged old man pointed around. This palace itself is a castle, and after being renovated and infused with a metal life form. I'm afraid in terms of defense and battle power, it's much stronger than those F9 grade universe ships. Haha. The Blood Demon Emperor laughed happily. Men. The Blood Demon Emperor suddenly shouted. Immediately 3 undyings from the group of warriors behind stepped forward. Go, bring those 21 criminals here. The Blood Demon Emperor ordered. Yes. The 3 undyings replied respectfully. This scene shocked Luo Feng within. They had just entered the palace, and they already brought those 21 criminals here. Wouldn't that make the situation even more tense? Luo Feng, I respect your teacher True Yen a lot. It's a pity that after countless years, he's always been in Primal Chaos City. I never had the chance to see your teacher's absolute power. It's a pity. The Blood Demon King sighed. You are the disciple of True Yen King, so you are also my junior. This is your first time here. Judging those 21 sinners is a small matter, we can talk about it later. I've already prepared a feast for you, Luo Feng. Come with me. The Blood Demon King led the way. Luo Feng could only follow. After a while, they walked to a large banquet hall. The Undyings and sector lords all remained within. Blood Demon Emperor, Luo Feng, Dylan, the white-browed winged old man and the other 6 entered an exquisite small hall. Within it was a table that was almost transparent blue jade, along with many intricately carved chairs. The 6 of them sat down. "Serve the dishes," the Blood Demon King ordered. Immediately beautiful female servants carried plates of delicacies. The dishes were brought up, wine, delicacies, everything was of high quality. "This is the demon tablet dragon's liver?" The white-browed winged old man was shocked. This is the flame snow spirit juice again?" Everyone else was shocked as they looked at the plates of delicacies on the table. There were many delicacies on Earth, and in the vast and mysterious universe, there were even more ingredients and delicacies. Luo Feng and the others often tasted delicacies in the virtual universe. It was 100% simulated, and the price was much cheaper. However, eating in the virtual universe, the feeling was different. At least this table of delicacies, even in the virtual universe, it was still extremely expensive. This table should have at least 100,000 mixed elements. The white-browed winged old man looked at the Blood Demon King. "We've really made you spend a lot." "Haha, as long as you're happy eating, the moment I see Luo Feng, this is nothing," the Blood Demon King said straightforwardly. Dylan and Luo Feng exchanged glances. This was nothing? What a joke. 100,000 mixed elements, even for an emperor-level Undying, that wealth was accumulated over a long period of time. A normal Undying's entire wealth was only about 10,000 mixed elements. Even the 2 Undyings captured this time, in terms of value, probably didn't even reach 100,000 mixed elements. Why did the Blood Demon King spend so much, just for those 2 Undyings? No. Those 2 Undyings didn't have that value, it was mainly for face. After all, the virtual universe company forced the Blood Demon King to capture 21 of his underlings. This indeed infuriated the Blood Demon King. He didn't want the Undyings under him to be cold-hearted, hence he had to think of a way to protect the lives of those 2 Undyings. Spending 100,000 mixed elements? To an Emperor Pinnacle warrior like him, he didn't care. "I, the Blood Demon King, have such high strength, such a high position, yet I've lowered my status and warmly received this punk, even getting 100,000 mixed elements for a table of incomparably luxurious delicacies to receive you. Even the Blood Demon King himself wouldn't be so extravagant, to receive you like that, you Luo Feng, aren't you embarrassed?" His actions were simple, but very effective. Luo Feng looked at the luxurious delicacies on the table before him, however he didn't dare to eat. I've eaten from others. Luo Feng thought, the Blood Demon King has lowered his status like that. If I were to eat from this table of delicacies worth 100,000 mixed elements, when I judge later, how would I be embarrassed? "Come, try this tablet spirit dragon liver, it's definitely delicious, even your soul will feel refreshed after eating it. This time I knew you were coming, I used the God Country's teleportation to get people to send the tablet spirit dragon liver as fast as possible. The ingredients are the freshest," the Blood Demon King said. Luo Feng didn't eat, neither did Dylan. On the other hand, the white-browed winged old man and the other 2 were gorging themselves, all of them eating happily. "Delicious, delicious," the white-browed feathered old man exclaimed. "This time we've taken advantage of you, Luo Feng. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have such an honor. Our entire wealth isn't even enough to eat this table." Beside him, the 2 normal Undyings nodded and praised. These 3. Luo Feng was furious. These 3 were purely messing with him. "Try it." The Blood Demon King looked expectantly at Luo Feng. Under the gaze of the Blood Demon King, how could Luo Feng not eat? He could only move his chopsticks and eat a little, after which he shook his head. "Please forgive me, Blood Demon King, I really can't eat anymore. I've been thinking about the Virtual Universe Company's mission." I won't force you." The Blood Demon King smiled. At this time, the banquet hall outside suddenly became noisy. The Blood Demon King frowned and ordered, "Open the door." "Yes." The maid, who was always on standby, went to open the door. Immediately, even though Luo Feng and his group sat at the table, through the door, they could still see the commotion in the banquet hall outside. There were 21 warriors bound in chains, especially the two humans emitting origin law energy. Their chains were obviously different, there were complex engravings on them, obviously sealing engravings. Killing an undying was very hard. Sealing was much easier. Defeating them was even easier than sealing them, and it was obvious that those two undyings were bound by special chains. Lord. The two bound undyings knelt down, the 19 sector lords beside two knelt down. Humph. Sitting at the head of the table, the Blood Demon King slammed the table fiercely, roaring, "It's too late to regret now. Lord, we've been wrong. We're filled with regret now, please give us a chance." The two undyings cried, obviously these two knew, their lives were hanging by a thread, plus they were begging the Blood Demon King, naturally they didn't care about their face. They were clear that this was a huge calamity, after all it was the Virtual Universe Company's order, if they weren't careful, their souls would be destroyed. Give you a chance? The Blood Demon King stood up fiercely, roaring, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it back then. What's more, the one deciding your fate today isn't me, but this Luo Feng from the Virtual Universe Company. If you want something, you have to beg him. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Lord Luo Feng." The two undyings knelt down and actually began to beg, the 19 sector lords beside were filled with pleading looks, unable to speak at all. Luo Feng immediately guessed, to the Blood Demon King, that level of being, sector lords aren't much, those 19 sector lords are controlled too, they can't even speak, obviously. The ones the Blood Demon King truly wants to protect are the two undyings. As for the 19 sector lords, I'll deal with them however I want. Knowing that they could very well die, the two undyings sincerely begged. You too. The Blood Demon King walked away from his seat and walked out of the guest hall, arriving before the two undyings in the large hall, sighing softly, gently patting their shoulders. "Poor Aesop, you two have followed me for so long, I don't want you two to die. However, I have no choice this time, it all depends on your fate." After which he shook his head and walked back. Luo Feng. The Blood Demon King sighed, "These two have followed me for over 10,000 eras, to say I have no feelings for them would be a lie, however, go ahead and judge them, I just hope that under the Virtual Universe Company's orders, I'll give them a chance to live. After all they are undyings, every undying is humanity's treasure, giving birth to one isn't easy." In the grand banquet hall, the elegant guest hall quietened down. Only the Blood Demon King was acting. Luo Feng looked at this scene, how could he not understand the Blood Demon King's intentions? The Blood Demon King's words were too obvious, even though it didn't seem like he was forcing Luo Feng. In truth he had already made it clear to Luo Feng. "Give me some face, let these two undyings go, the other 19 are yours to deal with, at least you'll be able to account for yourself. Luo Feng, you go judge them and the other 21. The Blood Demon King said, sitting in the chair beside Luo Feng. "Yes, Blood Demon King." Luo Feng replied respectfully, after which he turned to look at the 21 kneeling criminals. The second chapter has ended, to continue writing the third. I want votes, I want votes, I want votes. I'm already behind by over 1,000 votes, rolling. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the 21 criminals, his eyes unable to hide the rage within. Guilty, these 21 deserve to die. The actions of these 21 chosen by the Virtual Universe Company were outrageous, they had long exceeded the limits set by the 5 great powers. And these were all discovered, there were probably even more that hadn't been discovered yet. Ao Kufei! Luo Feng shouted. His voice resounded throughout the entire banquet hall, reverberating within. That golden messy-haired barbaric man who was kneeling looked up, his eyes filled with pleading as he looked at Luo Feng, wanting to speak yet unable to. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly, begging at this time? Was he afraid? When he made over 10 billion girls die in the Blood Demon ceremony, when did he care about their pleas? When he built the Blood Ocean, when did he care about the pleas of countless lives? I sentence you to death. Luo Feng said coldly, death penalty. Ah. Ao Kufei struggled with all his might, opening his mouth to shout, however he could barely make out a sound, unable to speak at all. Rumble, the white-browed winged old man who was smiling beside the table immediately rushed into the hall, standing behind the 21 kneeling people. With a wave of his palm, the undying energy condensed into a palm and slapped the despairing Ao Kufei. Ao Kufei's entire body immediately turned into meat paste, large amounts of items scattered all over the ground, obviously the items left behind from the internal world's collapse. Ao Kufei, dead. The Virtual Universe Company has long given the order. The white-browed winged old man smiled as he looked at the enraged Undyings and over 1,000 sector lords. The moment Your Majesty Luo Feng sentences these 21 to death, I will personally execute it. The 100 Undyings and over 1,000 sector lords all trembled when they heard the name Virtual Universe Company. Even though they hated within, they didn't dare speak. Humph, don't disturb Luo Feng's judgment. The very calm Blood Demon Emperor snorted angrily. These 21 criminals will be judged by Luo Feng. Who deserves to die, who deserves to live, only Luo Feng can make the decision. Everyone else is forbidden from interfering. Yes. Over 1,000 warriors replied respectfully. Luo Feng, continue. The Blood Demon King glanced at Luo Feng, his eyes slightly cold. Even though he didn't care about the other 19 people, if Luo Feng could let them live, he would naturally be happier. However, he didn't expect that the first person Luo Feng judged would be sentenced to death. Of course he wasn't happy. Next. Luo Feng's gaze landed on another sector lord, Koski. That skinny man with a mane on his face trembled slightly, looking pleadingly at Luo Feng. I sentence you. Luo Feng said coldly, death. Peng, Sector Lord Kosai had a look of despair on his face. At this moment, the white-browed winged old man slapped him, turning him into meat paste. Instantly, large amounts of items scattered around. Death penalty. Death penalty. Death penalty. Death penalty. Death penalty. Death penalty. Sentences were pronounced one after another. One by one, the sector lords were slapped to death. The treasures of the sector lords piled up again and again. There were even universe ships piled up, forming a small mountain. Silence, pressure, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Luo Feng's 19 consecutive death sentences made the over 100 Undyings and over 1,000 sector lords in the hall spit fire in their eyes. Even the Blood Demon Emperor's killing intent around him got heavier. However, he endured it. The only ones who died were sector lords. This Luo Feng is vicious. It's fine if you're vicious, it's fine if you kill those 19. Aesop and Puerta, I don't think you have the guts to kill them. The Blood Demon Emperor looked at Luo Feng silently, not saying a word. There were only 2 left kneeling there. 2 Undyings, Aesop and Puerta. Aesop. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the undying Aesop, his eyes gleaming. Looking at the information of these 2 Undyings, Luo Feng had a feeling that these 2 Undyings had already treated themselves as true gods that stood above countless humans. They slaughtered humans, ravaged them, taking pleasure in them, not even treating them as living beings. They were high above, almost as though they treated humans like ants, like they were a different race. I sentence you. Luo Feng's voice was filled with determination, death. No. Aesop looked up fiercely, his eyes filled with madness. Rumble. Following which Aesop became a beam of light and rushed at Luo Feng, simultaneously roaring, you have no right to kill me. Courting death. The white-browed winged old man's expression changed. Even though Aesop was bound by the chains and couldn't use his undying energy, an undying's body alone was enough to kill a sector lord. Panicking, the white-browed winged old man immediately flew over to block. Rumble. A giant blood-red palm appeared out of thin air and slammed into Aesop. Rumble, Aesop's entire body was smashed into smithereens. This Aesop hadn't reached the undying body level. With just one attack, all his soul imprints were shattered. He was beyond dead, his soul dispersed. Silence, the banquet hall was silent. Everyone looked at the Blood Demon King in fear. Even Luo Feng looked at the Blood Demon King in shock. The one who attacked just now was the powerful Blood Demon King. Presumptuous. The killing aura around the Blood Demon Emperor rumbled, raging, daring to clash with the Virtual Universe Company's people. Death is not to be regretted. Luo Feng, continue to judge Applard, I believe you, you will definitely have a very fair trial. The word fair was heavily emphasized. Applard. Luo Feng turned to look at Applard. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Applard too looked at Luo Feng. Everyone in the entire hall looked at Luo Feng. The killing aura around the Blood Demon Emperor grew even stronger, the atmosphere was extremely tense. I sentence you. Luo Feng's voice was as always, deaf. Ah. Applard immediately held. Chi. This time, the white-browed winged old man was already prepared. He held a huge curved blade in his hand and instantly slashed at Applard. Countless wind blades instantly cut Applard into thousands of pieces. The undying god power even crushed Applard's powder-like body into pieces again, causing his soul to dissipate. The white-browed winged old man wielded the huge scimitar and smiled at Luo Feng. However, no one else present could laugh, especially the 100 Undyings who were already enraged. The 1,000 sector lords were all gritting their teeth. As for the Blood Demon Emperor, even though he just sat there without moving, his raging killing aura had already engulfed the entire hall. Pung! The Blood Demon Emperor fiercely slammed the table. The table and all the delicacies on it were immediately turned into dust. Luo Feng. The Blood Demon Emperor looked coldly at Luo Feng. Luo Feng could feel the cold mask of the Blood Demon Emperor's eyes that made one's heart palpitate. Your judgment is very fair, very fair. The Blood Demon Emperor laughed coldly. Since you've already done your job, I won't keep you. Blood Demon Emperor. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. This is a test the Virtual Universe Company gave me. It's very important. I hope the Blood Demon Emperor will forgive me. Humph. The Blood Demon Emperor snorted coldly. He immediately became a blood-red blur and vanished. Obviously he had already left. At this time, the Blood Demon Emperor didn't even want to look at Luo Feng anymore. If Luo Feng didn't have the Virtual Universe Company behind him, he would probably be so angry he would kill Luo Feng. Your Majesty, Luo Feng's judgment is indeed fair. The white-browed winged old man smiled. The third mission has been completed. My business is concluded, I'll leave first. Dylan, let's go. Luo Feng said directly. Yes. Dylan replied. So, Luo Feng and Dylan became two beams of light and rushed out of the palace. After which they rushed into the sky and broke through the atmosphere, sitting on the Yunmo planet ship and entering the dark universe, swiftly leaving. Bastard! Bastard! Damn it! Damn it! The Blood Demon Emperor roared. He was furious. Even though Luo Feng seemed to have explained, the Blood Demon Emperor still couldn't get rid of the rage within. What kind of status did he have? Seeking refuge under any of the Universe Knights would mean becoming the #1 Emperor undying under them. Such a status would indeed allow one to dominate the universe countries. This time, they had lowered themselves to welcome them passionately, and even prepared such a grand banquet, yet the result was such. This Luo Feng, who does he think he is? I gave him face and treated him passionately, yet he dared to humiliate me like that. The Blood Demon Emperor clenched his fists, cracking sounds could be heard. The Yunmo planet ship was flying continuously in the dark universe. Within the ship's control room. You can still laugh. Dylan couldn't help but say, that Blood Demon Emperor lowered his status to welcome you and even prepared such a banquet. You actually killed all 21 of them, this is a naked slap in the face. Babata's shrill voice resounded within the control room. Still laughing. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled as he sat there. I've already done it, what's the use of regretting? His heart was like a mirror, seeing through all illusions. When he first saw the third mission, Luo Feng was indeed speechless. The Virtual Universe Company was indeed forcing him. The Virtual Universe Company's actions were obviously humiliating the Blood Demon Emperor, causing him to be filled with rage. Against such a raging Blood Demon Emperor, for Luo Feng to go to the Blood Demon planet to judge him. Just how insidious was this mission, Luo Feng had thought about it seriously and saw through the many problems. He swiftly made a decision. These 21 were all sentenced to death, after which the Blood Demon Emperor lowered his status and the banquet, none of them affected Luo Feng at all. As a person, one should know when to yield. However, if one always yields, one will become a coward. Hence, when one has no choice but to yield, one will yield and reveal one's true strength. Luo Feng was very clear on this point. If one bends too much, one will truly become a hunchback. A man should know when to yield. Han Xian had also experienced the humiliation of being between his legs. However, if Han Xian was humiliated daily, would he still be a hero? If Luo Feng was threatened with death, Luo Feng might temporarily yield. However, this time obviously the Blood Demon Emperor didn't dare to make a move against him. And after the highest mission was over, Luo Feng would enter Primal Chaos City to train hard. When he comes out again, his strength would have undergone a complete change. When that time comes, with his armor and many other methods, he would naturally have the confidence to deal with danger. Isn't it just a Blood Demon Emperor? If one doesn't even have the courage to face danger, how would he have the right to become a strong warrior? Luo Feng thought. Yield. Yield, when to endure, when to bare one's fangs, this was a matter of degree. To be able to do this well, naturally one would have great accomplishments, shouting, begging. Moon. Votes, brothers who have subscribed, take a look and see if there are any monthly votes. As long as you vote, Tomato will be able to rush to number 1. Hoping for everyone's support. Dylan saw that Luo Feng wasn't nervous at all. He couldn't help but say, Junior uncle. Luo Feng was stunned. Dylan always called him His Majesty, why did he call him Junior uncle? The path of the strong is filled with danger, you can't be careless. Dylan said anxiously, I've been ordered by my ancestor to protect you, even if you meet with danger, I can swiftly ask my teacher Bloodthirsty Emperor to rush over. However, this is only when you're at the Domain Lord level. When you reach Sector Lord level, you'll have to go adventuring in many places and experience many life and death situations. The guards will be forbidden from protecting you. When that time comes, with no one to protect you, that Blood Demon Emperor isn't someone to mess with, he might even attack you from the shadows. I'm afraid no one will even know how you die. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. You understand, yet you still mess with him like that. Dylan said. Dylan, I understand, it's too late to say anything now. Alright. Luo Feng said. Dylan couldn't help but shake his head when he heard. Luo Feng was secretly grateful for Dylan's concern, however Dylan didn't know about his trump card. Once he reached Sector Lord Pinnacle, he would immediately have 50 million mixed elements. With such a huge amount of wealth, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't waste it, he would use it to buy precious items. Like training deities of the world, like the cloud contact vine evolving to undying. Anyway, Luo Feng already had a rough plan in mind, along with his many bodies. Naturally he had to think of ways to make himself a true undying cockroach. Maybe his strength wouldn't be able to go up against such a being, but his survivability would still increase. Luo Feng, there's mail. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. I think the mission completion has arrived. Luo Feng muttered, immediately sending a thread of consciousness into the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe Xianxia Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within the study, Luo Feng sat before his desk, gently opening the mail title on the screen. Looking at it, Luo Feng confirmed that the mail was indeed about the 3rd round of the mission completion. The content was, you've completed the 3rd round with the highest points. Through the evaluation of many members, Luo Feng, your 3rd round is 100%, you've obtained 300,000 points, you have the right to proceed on the 4th round. Looking at this paragraph, Luo Feng and Babata were shocked. A 100% completion rate, it was actually this high, it was simply too exaggerated. This 100% completion obviously meant that Luo Feng's performance on Blood Demon Planet from start to finish had satisfied the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company. This made Luo Feng suspicious. He guessed that his completion rate was high, but 100% was a bit over the top. After which, Luo Feng lowered his head to look at the comments. Commentary, the Blood Demon King lowered himself to receive you and held an extravagant banquet for you. This formless pressure, along with the Blood Demon King's infamy, yet Luo Feng, you still dared to sentence those 21 people to death. This is indeed commendable. You're still able to persevere under so many threats. You'd rather break than bend. Good, very good. I hope you will continue to stand by yourself. Luo Feng laughed when he saw this comment. What do you mean? Babata shrieked. This comment seems to be very satisfied with what you've done. Why is it satisfied? Because I'd rather break than bend, perfectly completing the virtual universe company's mission. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, smiling. I finally understand. Understand what? Babata was confused. You still don't know much about human nature. Luo Feng shook his head. On Earth, Luo Feng was once a higher up, hence it was easy for him to look at things from a higher point of view. What did the upper echelons of the virtual universe company need? They needed subordinates, even if those emperor-level undyings were still the subordinates of the knights, even if one day they became the high and mighty knights of the universe. However, above those knights, there were still absolute beings, like the primal Chaos City leader and other pinnacle beings. Anyway, the true boss was the person at the very top. As for the people below, they were there to do the work. I nurture geniuses, for them to become emperor-level undyings is already not bad. As for becoming a universe knight, the chances are terrifyingly low, hence this highest point mission is actually a mission to select the subordinates. Luo Feng thought, if I were the upper echelon, I would naturally hope for my subordinates to complete the mission with determination. If they retreat at the first sign of danger, or retreat at the first sign of trouble, they wouldn't even be able to complete the mission given by the upper echelon. Rather break than bend? To the upper echelon, they would definitely hope for their subordinates to be loyal dogs. Luo Feng smiled. Just like the famous officials and generals of Earth's China history, they were all incomparably loyal. They would rather die than bend when faced with danger. Naturally, these were the kind of subordinates the upper echelon liked. Talented, loyal, rather break than bend, this was what a good subordinate was. In truth, these types of people were hard to find. Many absolute geniuses were self-centered, judging the situation and retreating when faced with danger. They would rather lower their heads when faced with danger, etc. However, if they lowered their heads, they would naturally go against some of the mission requirements of the virtual universe company. Hence the evaluation of this mission was very easy. If Luo Feng let the two undyings go, the completion rate would definitely be lower than 80%. The evaluation of Luo Feng would also leave behind words like overly protective, cowardly like a mouse, unable to be entrusted with heavy responsibilities. If Luo Feng killed one undyings, the other would be heavily punished. He would barely pass 80%. And what Luo Feng did now was 100%. Luo Feng was someone who was incomparably decisive, brave and diligent, even against threats. He rarely lowered his head, unless he met a truly undefeatable threat, only then would he yield. Luo Feng, take a look at the fourth round of the mission. Babata shouted, there's still a mail. Luo Feng smiled and closed the mail. The highest point mission has a total of 4 rounds, the further it goes, the more vicious it gets. The third round is already tough enough. I wonder what the fourth round will be like. The first round was only 100,000 points. The second round was 200,000 points. The third round was 300,000 points. The fourth round seemed like it was 400,000 points. However, as the final round, it would probably have the biggest influence on the final reward. The highest was 1 million. Hence the importance of the fourth round was obvious. Luo Feng gently opened the mail. The fourth round is the final round of the highest point mission. It's also the most important part of the evaluation. I hope Luo Feng will carefully execute this mission. Mission background: ever since Luo Feng rose up, even becoming the supervisor envoy of the Ganwu department, his family Luo Feng's position has been getting higher and higher. There were hundreds of thousands of members of the Luo clan. Including the many wives who had married into the clan, the Luo clan had more than 1 million members. Although there were family rules, those descendants were scattered throughout the universe. It was unrealistic for the Luo family to completely monitor them. With so many people, there will naturally be parasites. Mission details: 21 members of the Luo family have been determined to be guilty. They will now be judged by Luo Feng. The results can be death penalty, 100 years in prison, 10,000 years in prison, or not guilty. If it's a death sentence, Luo Feng, you will personally carry it out. These 21 sinners are. Luo Feng's expression was already green. He continued to look at the list. Luo Fuxin, Luo Feng's 15th generation descendant, using the Luo family's influence to run the energy business. Encountering business rivals, whether it's assassination or framing, he once massacred a family of thousands in one night, and the Ganwu Universe country's many departments were afraid of Luo Feng's position as the supervisor envoy, so they didn't dare investigate anything related to the Luo family. Luo Yuqian, Luo Feng's ninth descendant, Luo Yurong, Luo Feng's ninth descendant, Luo Fengqiong, Luo Feng's 12th descendant, Luo Honghua, Luo Feng's father. Luo Feng was initially sitting at his desk. As he slowly stood up, his expression became more and more green, especially when he saw the 21 names. His gaze was filled with madness. Especially when he saw the last person on the list, Luo Honghua. Luo Feng fiercely slammed the desk. Peng, the desk exploded, the laptop screen immediately split apart. Damn. Luo Feng's expression was savage as he roared. 21, 21. Luo Feng's expression was savage, laughing softly, ruthless enough. I just punished 21 sinners on Blood Demon Star. He immediately gave me the fourth part of the mission. I had to punish 21 people, but almost all of them were my descendants. The last one was actually my father. Forced. That's really forced. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. I admit these 21 people are indeed guilty of the death penalty, but what about my father? My father plays virtual reality games all day, yet he was still accused by you all. The family was huge, including the women. There were over 1 million of them. Such a large family, there would definitely be parasites. However, putting Luo Honghua on the list of 21 made Luo Feng furious. Who was that? That was his father. The father who raised him. How could Luo Feng forget back then when he lived in a cheap rental house, his father working hard to support the family? According to the things the virtual universe company pulled out, if he was brought to court for trial, the trial would be harsh. Even if he didn't die, he would be thrown in jail for 10,000 years, etc. However, Luo Feng was very clear on his father's character. Obviously, his father had unintentionally become someone else's target. Actually, with the virtual universe company's investigative abilities, they would definitely find out that his father was being used. However, the virtual universe company just didn't investigate carefully, or didn't provide more detailed information. This way, the 21 people on the list all had huge crimes. Their statuses were different, hence their limits were different too. Like an emperor-level undying, even if he slaughtered over 100 billion people on 10 planets, he wouldn't be punished. However, for normal people, under normal laws, even if they killed a universe citizen, they would be sentenced to death. Dad. Luo Feng gripped his fists. Luo Feng, what are you preparing to do? Babata muttered on his shoulder. Before on Blood Demon Star, you executed all 21 sinners. Now the virtual universe company has created 21 criminals in your Luo family. Damn, look, these 21 are all surnamed Luo. They're obviously doing it on purpose to make things difficult for you, and even put your father on the list. How are you going to judge him? P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. How will I judge? Luo Feng's eyes burned with flames, laughing coldly. How do you think I'll judge? Powerful. The virtual universe company is indeed powerful. They actually gave me this as the 4th round of the mission, and they even want me to judge my father. Luo Feng clearly remembered the details of the 21 criminals in the mission, of which his father Luo Honghua's details. He remembered every single word clearly. His father's crime was to kill many universe citizens with a high position. Of course, his father didn't do it himself. One had to know that his father had always been on Earth, playing virtual games all day. Naturally, he couldn't do it himself. The information provided by the virtual universe company was: Luo Honghua was a hardcore gamer of one of the top 10 virtual games, Blue Snow World. Virtual games had a huge influence in humanity's 1008 universe countries. Because to become an absolute warrior, only one universe level would emerge from an army of thousands. The chances of a sector lord being born was pitifully low. Hence many who couldn't progress on their path to become strong, felt that life had no goals, were from rich families, were free from work. These all chose to play virtual games. 100% virtual, the feeling was exactly like the real thing. Even if one couldn't become a universe level in reality, they could become an absolute warrior in the virtual games. Still, with a single call, they could dominate the world. How carefree would that be? Hence, the virtual game industry was actually a very developed industry. Its audience was huge, naturally the competition was intense. And the games created by the Virtual Universe company took up the majority of the market share, of which Blue Snow World was one of the top 10 virtual games. The online player population of the Universe citizens, at its peak, was comparable to a third of a Universe country's citizen population. With so many players, the rewards within Blue Snow World were naturally shocking. Luo Honghua, with Luo Feng as his son, he was naturally a rich gamer. The son casually gave his father some money, and that was comparable to a sector lord's entire wealth. And the true warriors only played virtual games for fun. Training to increase their own strength was the most important. This Luo Honghua had money to support him, second was his passion, third was his talent in games, and fourth was that Luo Feng had groomed his father to a universe level, that reaction speed, etc. made him far ahead of many other players. Naturally, he was having a good time. Luo Honghua built a guild, called Nirvana. The guild grew very quickly, shockingly quickly. However, Xianxia World had players all over the 1008 universe countries. Many of them were families with no future, yet they had enough money to spare. These players who had suffered in real life fought in the virtual game. Therefore, the competition between the large number of guilds in the virtual game was extremely fierce. That was why, by getting rid of some scourges in the real world, for example, by getting rid of the guild leader in the real world, the guild would naturally collapse and disband. Even though the Virtual Universe company wouldn't divulge the information of the players, players would still accidentally divulge their information in their daily interactions. There were also many players who called their friends to roam the universe with. If one of them leaked the information, everyone else would be exposed as well. During the growth of the Nirvana Union, there were thousands of assassinations in reality. Moreover, several of them were extremely bloody. As the president of the Nirvana Union, Luo Honghua naturally had to bear the main responsibility. Stupid. Luo Feng was enraged, he was about to go crazy. Father was a normal worker back then, he didn't even go to school when he was young and went through the Great Nirvana. After that, he worked hard to take care of me and my brother. He didn't know how to scheme, lived a simple life, and didn't receive a good education. He's not cut out to be a president. How could Luo Feng not be clear about his father's character, messing around? Back then he was a hard worker doing manual labor, playing virtual games was all based on his deeply buried dreams. How could his father understand the hidden dangers within? The highest number of online players is close to a third of the universe country's population. What kind of concept is that? At its peak, 1 out of 3,000 universe citizens played this game. Luo Feng had tried playing virtual games before. Every game was simply a whole new world. It was indeed very attractive. A game with so many players, how much profit would it make? With profit, there would be all sorts of schemes and plots. The Nirvana Union's rapid growth, and shockingly fast? Just relying on Father, to grow the Union so quickly in a game with countless elites, that's not very possible. If Father had such foresight, such skill, he wouldn't have had to do manual labor for over 20 years back then. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Maybe it's because Father has money, or maybe it's because he knows Father's identity. He thinks the Gongwu Department Supervisor Envoy Father, this identity is powerful enough. Hence they all enter the Nirvana Union Father built. The Gongwu Department Supervisor Envoy, a big figure. To the gamers, this kind of universe country's top 10 super big shot was definitely a high and mighty being. Such a big shot's father playing games and building a union. Being under him, naturally having money and power made things easier. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. Luo Feng's house. Pass down the order. Luo Feng ordered, quickly capture these 20 people, don't let a single one of them escape. Saying that, he slammed a piece of paper on the table. What's making you so unhappy? Xianxia picked up the paper and looked. There were 20 names on the paper. Luo Fushan, Luo Yuqian, Luo Yurong. Xianxia looked shocked at Luo Feng after reading, asking curiously, why do you want to capture 20 of them? These 20 all have their own businesses, and they're considered the most outstanding of our Luo family's younger generation. Their businesses are doing well, 3 of them I'm preparing to absorb into the family's important businesses. Summon them? Luo Feng said coldly, don't say any more, hurry and arrange for these 20 to be captured, remember, none of them can escape. Alright. Xianxia didn't ask any further and immediately went to arrange. These few years, Xianxia had been managing the family's internal affairs. In terms of management, she was indeed very strong. Also, capture these 20 and bring them to Xianxia planet. Luo Feng said coldly, I'll reach Xianxia planet within 3 days. Luo Feng had never been so angry during the previous 3 missions. He was either angry at the younger generation for not living up to expectations, or angry at the virtual universe company for intentionally arranging such a task for him. The raging Luo Feng didn't want to take his time from the ancient Luan universe country, sitting in a ship and slowly flying back. Instead, he relied on Dylan's swift God country transfer back to the Milky Way, and then headed towards Xianxia planet. Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Dragon Star. Within a luxurious mansion, almost everyone who came and went were rich and powerful. The owner of this mansion was called Luo Fuxin, and he was a newly risen energy merchant within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The energy industry was originally a profiteering industry, and the threshold was extremely high. And this Luo Fuxin was someone no one dared to mess with, even the empire's royal family enthusiastically supported him. Lord Luo, Lord Luo. A sharp voice resounded. A skinny, skeleton-like middle-aged man in a luxurious golden robe walked into the mansion with a large group of women behind him. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Suddenly, a person walked out from the distant corridor. It was a young man with a rather handsome face. He was similarly dressed in luxurious and exquisite clothing. He also laughed loudly and said, It's Katas. My dear Katas, I missed you so much. Oh, let me see the group of beautiful ladies behind. The noble youth's eyes gleamed as he looked at the group of beauties from various races. Lord Luo, these are the absolute beauties from the various races that I painstakingly searched through 10 starfields for you. The skeletal middle-aged man laughed slyly. He was very clear on the strength of the youth before him. Even the Ganwu department's business department head had to respect the supervisor envoy. And the Ganwu department's business department head could be said to be the most terrifying big shot in the entire Ganwu universe country's business industry. Whoever offended that business department head could forget about doing business, hence he naturally had to curry favor with this youth before him. He didn't see, the various departments didn't dare to extort from this youth. He didn't see, those who dared to go against him, all of them had died. HMHM. The noble youth carefully looked at the beauties from various races, simultaneously praising, My dear Katas, I'm really grateful to you. The energy crystals you need, I can give you a 25% increase. 25%. Spending so much effort to get this much, what a stingy bastard. Even though the skeletal middle-aged man was cursing inside, on the surface he was filled with a grateful smile, saying, Lord Luo, you're really too generous. If you have such a request, just let me know, I'll definitely try my best to fulfill it. Rumble. 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 3 beams of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Who is it? You dare barge into the Luo family? An explosive roar resounded from within the mansion. A group of universe-level slave guards all rushed out. However, the 3 beams of light landed right in front of the noble youth, releasing their powerful auras. 3 domain lords. The skeletal middle-aged man's heart trembled. The number 1 warrior of the low-level empire Silver Blue Empire had only just reached Domain Lord level 2. And now 3 domain lords had suddenly appeared. Who are you? You dare barge into my Luo family mansion? Luo Fuxin, under the orders of the head, we're officially arresting you. One of the 3 domain lords immediately took out a tag and grabbed the terrified Luo Fuxin. So, they immediately broke through space and left. I'm Luo Yuqian, you dare arrest me, you're looking to die. I'm a disciple of the Luo family, who are you? The Ganwu department supervisor envoy is the head of the Luo family, you dare arrest me. The Luo family disciples were even more powerful than the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's imperial family disciples, and these 20 were all considered powerful within the family, their methods vicious and their achievements great. However, when they found out the family had sent people to arrest them, they were all dumbfounded. Rumble, the blood-colored triangular universe ship became a beam of light and rushed straight into the atmosphere of a planet in the Milky Way, Xianxia planet. Within the ship's control room, Luo Feng's eyes were cold as he gazed down at the planet, almost as though he was looking at the imprisoned family disciples. Xianxia planet was an important base of the Luo family in the Milky Way. And ever since the Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Dojo placed importance on Earth, along with the large-scale construction of floating cities, the Luo family began to weaken the Luo family mansion's importance. The true center of power was in the Virtual Universe Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay, and this Xianxia planet was also an important center of power. The Luo family members that stayed here for long periods numbered over 60,000. Xianxia planet, Eastern Hemisphere, an area of over 1,000 kilometers in diameter, within the Luo family base's prison. Great-grandfather, save me. Save me. In one of the cells, the handsome Luo Fushin was kneeling in the cell, grabbing the bars and crying. The cells in this prison were divided into railed cells and fully enclosed cells. The materials used in the cells were also divided into C9 and E9 grade alloys. Humph, just what did you do to make the family leader order for you to be captured? Luo Hai's eyes were like lightning, looking angrily at Luo Fushin. Great-grandfather, I really don't know, I've always been strict with myself, not daring to cross the family's bottom line. Even though Luo Fushin was afraid within, on the surface he still cried out. He carefully recalled all the things he had done, he thought he was extremely careful and didn't leave any traces. How would he know? The Virtual Universe Company had surveillance on all life planets. Any human life planet, except for a few aboriginals, undiscovered planets, and the Strong's territories, was completely monitored. Everything Luo Fushin had done in secret, with the Luo family's intelligence network, they naturally couldn't find out. However, the Virtual Universe Company easily found out. Alright, I'll help you, as long as you don't break the family rules, I'll make sure you don't die. Luo Hai emphasized. Luo Feng had 2 sons. Luo Hai, Luo Ping. Luo Hai was very much like Luo Feng, he loved to train and roam the universe. Luo Ping was like his mother Xianxia, he loved to manage. The two had received the best education since young, along with the hundreds of years of training, they were both very smart. Over the hundreds of years, Luo Hai's descendants were countless, naturally there were a few he liked. Luo Fushin was the one Luo Hai doted on more. On the Xianxia planet, on the plaza of the Luo family's base, over 100,000 people were gathered. Every one of them was dressed extraordinarily. Other than the men of the family, there were also the wives of the family members. At the front of the crowd, Xianxia, Luo Ping and Luo Hai, as well as Di Fan and some other world overlords. Rumble the blood-red triangular ship descended from the sky and slowly landed on the square. Over 100,000 clansmen were all silent, not daring to make a sound. Many of them felt their bodies heating up as they looked excitedly at the cabin door. The true source of their Luo family's glory, the true pillar of their Luo family, the leader Luo Feng, had finally arrived. For many of them, this was the first time they had such an opportunity. Many children who were being held by their parents had their eyes wide open. Hua! The cabin door opened. 2 figures walked out. One was a black-haired young man dressed in azure battle armor. There was a golden sword mark on his forehead, and the violent and sharp aura of the law of metal he exuded was terrifying. Beside him was the black-robed bald man, who gave off the feeling of an endless abyss. This caused countless clansmen to tremble with excitement. Is that the patriarch? What a terrifying aura. The one beside him is the legendary Undying Guard of the Patriarch? An Undying is also a guard for our patriarch. Countless clansmen were excited. Suddenly, greetings patriarch. Over 100,000 of them all knelt down. Only Xianxia, Luo Ping and Luo Hai remained standing. Luo Feng and Dylan flew down, simultaneously Luo Feng waved his hand and kept the Yunmo planet ship. Xianxia, how is it, have the 20 we captured arrived? Luo Feng walked to Xianxia's side and asked softly. Not that fast. Xianxia shook her head, some are in other starfields. Even with the E9 grade ship I arranged for, we won't be able to reach them within 3 days. I estimate, the slowest would take another 12 days to reach Xianxia planet. Right now, there are already 9 people being escorted to Xianxia planet. Luo Feng nodded. He had used the god country's teleportation to rush back from the ancient Luan universe country. Of course it was fast. Dad, this time you captured 20 of them. Luo Hai couldn't help but say. We'll talk about it later. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the dense mass of over 100,000 clansmen. As the saying goes, once there were over 10,000 people, it would feel like a sea of people. With over 100,000 kneeling there, it made Luo Feng exclaim within, the family is indeed too huge. Right now, including the women, the family members have long exceeded 1 million. When I return from Primal Chaos City, the family members will probably exceed 10 billion. As the population grows, the family rules will have to be strict. I can't let anyone have any hope. After which, Luo Feng brought Xianxia and the others towards their living quarters. The over 100,000 clansmen waited for Luo Feng to leave before getting up and leaving. Within a warm living room, Luo Feng, Xianxia, Luo Ping and Luo Hai were casually sitting on the sofa. Dad. Luo Hai couldn't help but say, why did you suddenly order for the 20 of them to be captured? That Luo Fuxin. I've watched him grow up. He's extremely outstanding and smart. Don't malign him. Shut up. Luo Feng ordered coldly. Luo Hai was shocked. Luo Ping and Xianxia were shocked too. They could feel that Luo Feng's temper was more explosive today. Extremely outstanding? Extremely smart? Luo Feng said coldly, however, he doesn't place his intelligence on the right path. Firstly, he doesn't seriously train to become a strong warrior. Secondly, he doesn't rely on proper methods to run his business. He obviously has the full support of the Gongwu Department's business department, and also the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's help. However, he actually used such methods, looks like he's been pampered since young. He's never experienced any setbacks. The moment he meets a competitor or an obstacle, he doesn't know how to fight and defeat them. Instead, he kills them physically. He's really smart and outstanding. Luo Hai, Luo Ping and Xianxia were shocked. Luo Feng, do you have evidence? Xianxia asked. The family's internal intelligence department hasn't checked. The family's intelligence department hasn't checked. That's because their investigative abilities are still weak. This is information given to me personally by the Virtual Universe Company. The evidence is more than enough. How can it be wrong? Luo Feng frowned, and the number of clansmen in the family is increasing. The family is getting bigger and bigger. Right now, our Luo family controls more resources. Hence, we'll let our descendants enjoy the benefits. However, no matter how much resources we have, against the sea of clansmen in the future, we'll still be lacking. Hence, we'll have to increase the difficulty for the clansmen to obtain the benefits. Filtering, competition, at the same time, we'll have to train and strengthen the family rules. Xianxia nodded, this is already in the plan. Luo Feng nodded. The rage on his face had finally dissipated a little. He sighed, I know that the large families in the universe have huge numbers. There'll definitely be many problems. However, I didn't expect that with less than 1 million bloodline members, it's already like this. Xianxia, help me prepare. When the 20 people are all here, I'll execute the family trial. I'll make sure all the bloodline members on Xianxia planet are all here. All right. Xianxia nodded. This trial of Luo Feng was extremely serious. It wasn't just because of the Virtual Universe Company, it was also for the family. Luo Feng needed to use this trial to shock and awe the family, letting them know the severity of the family rules. The moment there weren't any restrictions, the Luo family would have many spoiled brats. This was something Luo Feng definitely didn't want to see. Your Majesty Luo Feng, this is the detailed information you requested. Thank you. Luo Feng requested information on Luo Fuxin, Luo Yuqian and his father from the Virtual Universe Company's intelligence department. This information had a very low level of authority. Hence, it was all given to Luo Feng. After looking at the information, Luo Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth. He hated his descendants for not living up to his expectations. On the 13th day of Luo Feng's return, all the bloodline members gathered on Xianxia planet were gathered in the family trial hall. The entire hall was extremely huge. It could hold up to 1 million people. I heard the family leader is judging a few of the family members. Who is he judging? No idea. I heard he secretly captured many people. There's over 100 of them. This time the family leader is personally judging them. It'll definitely be very serious. Nearly 100,000 juniors gathered in the courtroom were discussing among themselves. Suddenly, the entire courtroom was filled with buzzing noises. As the doors of the courtroom opened with a loud bang, all the juniors quieted down. 20 men and women, bound in chains, were escorted in one by one. Look, that's Luo Fuxin. That's Luo Tianqi. Wah, that's Luo Fengqiong. The beauty of the family. She's actually been captured. The family members watching the scene were all discussing softly. They were extremely shocked. The 20 family members were all forced to kneel on the ground. So, there wasn't anyone in the main seat of the hall before. However, a silhouette suddenly appeared. It was Luo Feng dressed in black armor. His eyes were like blades as he examined the 20 people below. Family leader. Close to 100,000 family members shouted respectfully. After which, there was no more noise. Family leader. The 20 family members who were being escorted and kneeling looked up in fear and panic at this legendary being. The person they relied on to act tyrannically was one of the top 10 absolute beings in the Ganwu universe country. Luo Feng. And right now, Luo Feng was coldly gazing down at them. It was as though he was looking at 20 ants. Close to 100,000 people were listening to the judgment. Su Xian, Luo Ping, Luo Hai, and the others were listening too. Luo Fuxin, do you know your crimes? Luo Feng said coldly. Family leader, I don't know. Luo Fuxin knelt there. His wisdom from before was no longer useful. He could only force himself to speak. You don't know, you've only been born for 100 years. Luo Feng's voice was cold. You've never had any enmity with me. However, just because my business has affected you, you've killed over 10,000 innocent people. There's nothing wrong with killing people. However, killing innocent people, then you deserve to die. Luo Fuxin stared wide-eyed as though he wanted to say something. You think the family's intelligence department can't find out? Yes, you're very careful and smart. You've done things flawlessly. However, even if the family can't find out, that doesn't mean the virtual universe company can't. Luo Feng stood high above, gazing down at Luo Fuxin. Immediately, Luo Fuxin's expression went pale. Even the other 19 kneeling behind had their expressions change. The close to 100,000 family members listening to the trial were all shocked. My God, so the family could still use the virtual universe company's intelligence department to investigate them. The virtual universe company was such a huge entity, who would dare say they wouldn't be able to find them? I sentence you to death. Luo Feng extended his finger. Xiao, a blade light pierced through the air, piercing right through Luo Fuxin's forehead, forming a bloody hole. The kneeling Luo Fuxin's eyes were filled with fear. Following which, he fell to the ground with a thud. The blood from the wound on his forehead dyed the ground red. This scene made the close to 100,000 family members in the courtroom tremble. Simultaneously, this scene was transmitted through the Virtual Universe Network to the judges of the highest point missions of the Virtual Universe Company. P.S. Chapter 1. Luo Fuxin died in front of the courtroom, his blood and brain matter flowing on the ground. This scene caused almost everyone in the clan to tremble. This is the Patriarch. The Patriarch is really merciless. Too harsh. The clansmen were filled with blind worship and respect towards the family's legend, Luo Feng. The entire family was created because of Luo Feng. If it was someone else in the family punishing a junior disciple, there might be some dissatisfaction. However, Luo Feng punishing a junior disciple to death was something that no one dared to be dissatisfied with. At most, they would think that the Patriarch was very strict. Next, Luo Luo Feng gazed at another person in the courtroom. Do you know your crime? Luo Yuqian, who was as beautiful as a woman, turned pale. He immediately knelt down and buried his head on the ground. Yuqian knows his mistake. Luo Yurong. Luo Feng's gaze turned to the girl beside him who looked exactly the same as Luo Yuqian. do you know your crimes? Patriarch, I. Luo Yurong seemed to be on the verge of tears. She lowered her head and said, I've sinned. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Yurong has bewitched her elder brother, Luo Yuqian. Her crime is unpardonable. She shall be sentenced to death. Following which, Luo Feng extended his finger and a sharp golden blade light shot out. This attack infused with the gold law pierced right through Luo Yurong's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Pung! Luo Yurong also collapsed to the ground, her face still full of shock, regret, unwillingness, and resentment. Sister! Luo Yuqian's eyes immediately widened as tears streamed down his face. In the courtroom, Luo Feng said coldly, Luo Yuqian, you spoil your sister, delegating power to her, not distinguishing between work and work, I sentence you to 10,000 years in prison. A large number of clansmen who had gathered in the courtroom to watch the trial couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Luo Yuqian's reputation in the Luo family was extremely good, and they could also hear that Luo Yuqian and Luo Yurong's sins were mainly because of their younger sister. However, after being imprisoned for 10,000 years, Luo Yuqian only had the power of a star class. The limit of one's lifespan was one epoch. He would probably die of old age in prison. Unless, to be able to reach the universe level in the prison, otherwise one would be destined to spend the rest of their lives in the prison. However, without the Luo family throwing in large amounts of resources, just based on Luo Yuqian's own potential, wanting to break through to the universe level was simply too difficult. Abusing one's power to kill, staining one's hands with blood. This is a heinous crime, a capital crime. You sure are ruthless. Since you are young and haven't committed many crimes, you will be imprisoned for 100 years. Heinous crimes, capital crimes. 10,000 years in prison. Death penalty. Death penalty. 100 years in prison. Death penalty. The courtroom was extremely tense. Luo Feng coldly punished the disciples below one by one. Actually, the 21 people the virtual universe company had arranged for Luo Feng were all different in terms of their sins. Some were heavy, some were light, some were even given vague information, and Luo Feng had to apply for the most detailed information from the intelligence department to judge them. The standard of judgment was purely based on the family rules. Luo Feng didn't care about the different rules of the universe countries. The Luo family's rules were strict in some areas and relaxed in others. It was Luo Feng, Su Xian, Luo Hua, and many others who worked together to come up with it. 20 disciples, of which 13 were sentenced to death, 4 were imprisoned for 10,000 years and 3 were imprisoned for 100 years. One had to know that among these family disciples, only one had reached the universe level, and he was immediately executed by Luo Feng. Hence those that were sentenced to 10,000 years in prison were all facing a dangerous situation. They had to break through to the universe level within the prison, otherwise they would die of old age within. Death penalty. When Luo Feng pointed and killed the last disciple, the atmosphere in the vast courtroom was extremely tense. In the past, even if one was sentenced to death, it wouldn't be carried out within the courtroom, and definitely not by the family head Luo Feng himself. All my Luo family disciples, listen up. Luo Feng's cold gaze swept across the distant close to 100,000 disciples listening. He said coldly, my Luo family's rules cannot be challenged. Even if you can escape the detection of the family, how can you escape the detection of the virtual universe company's intelligence department? The close to 100,000 disciples listened respectfully. The path of the strong, killing decisively, killing in a fit of rage is very normal. Luo Feng said coldly, and accidentally killing the innocent, killing 1 or 2, can be explained as a mistake. However, he had killed hundreds and thousands of innocent people on purpose. How could he defend himself? Even sector lords, even undyings, the moment they cross the line, they will be executed. Don't think that just because you have the family backing you, you can do whatever you want. Don't think that just because your smart families can't detect you, you can do whatever you want. If you want to be a playboy, you can. The family has the lowest resources to provide. You can totally indulge in virtual reality games. However, even a playboy has his bottom line. Exceeding the bottom line, Luo Feng pointed below. The blood, brains and corpses below formed a heart-palpitating scene. This is what happened to them. After which, Luo Feng became a beam of light and left, leaving behind the silent family disciples. They were all shocked. Almost all of them went back to study the family rules, to prevent themselves from breaking the rules and getting punished. Today's scene made them realize Luo Feng wasn't joking. This scene, it swiftly spread, allowing the disciples of the family scattered across many planets and starfields to see the videos of today's trial. The family, including the women, all trembled. Some of the evildoers were too scared to stop. Xianxia planet. Luo Feng stood at the top of a palace, saying solemnly, "My father Luo Honghua is not guilty." The virtual universe company requested for 21 trials. No matter what, he had to do something. Even though Luo Feng didn't even capture his father, he didn't even interrogate him. Regarding this, Luo Feng had made his decision long ago. To let his father die, Luo Feng would rather have a conflict with the virtual universe company. He could forget about letting his father die too. Luo Feng would never forget, back then when his father would return home drenched in sweat, gulping down a large plastic cup of water. Virtual universe network synchronization, close. Luo Feng said softly. Got it. Babata cheered, the highest point missions have finally all ended. It's over. Luo Feng nodded. No matter what the fourth round's completion rating was, no matter how many points were awarded, that was up to the judges. At least the 4 highest point missions had all ended. The highest point missions were the 4th round. The first round was to judge the 18 members of the Phoenix group. The second round was to choose which side to save. The third round was to judge the 19 sector lords and 2 undyings in front of the Blood Demon Emperor. The fourth round was to judge the Luo family, including his father. Testing my character? Seeing my true nature? Luo Feng thought, now that the missions have ended, I wonder if the virtual universe company has seen my character. Night. The top of the palace was very cold. Luo Feng stood there quietly. Feng. A voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. It was Xianxia dressed in a white fur coat. She smiled. What are you thinking about? Still thinking about today's trial? You've indeed scared the children of the family today. Even the children from other galaxies and starfields are afraid. It's good that they're afraid. Luo Feng said. Right. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia. Luo Feng suddenly flipped his hand and took out a simple-looking laser gun. This is? Xianxia was stunned. E9 grade laser gun. Luo Feng smiled and explained, the charging time is 0.1 seconds, 1 shot is enough to kill a normal sector lord level 9. This E9 grade laser gun, the moment it merges with the planet's defense system, the moment an enemy enters the planet, the defense system will control the laser gun. In a short 0.1 seconds, sector lords won't be able to rush to the front of the gun. After charging, when the distance is close, 1 shot will kill. This is definitely a family protection weapon. Xianxia nodded. Even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's imperial family didn't have such a family protection weapon. A sector lord level 9 would find it hard to stay in one place for long, and their lifespan was limited, and the E9 grade laser gun only needed to be maintained to last forever. Even though the Luo family had sector lord level 9 warriors, they were Luo Feng's guards. When Luo Feng reached sector lord level, the guards would all leave, and the Luo family would only have 1 sector lord left, D Fan. With this E9 grade laser gun, the family will be much safer. Xianxia was excited. Take this storage ring. Luo Feng passed it to his wife. Xianxia received it curiously. This is? Automaton ship. Luo Feng said, this automaton ship's main cannon, its power is shocking, comparable to an Undying's attack. Naturally its power is much stronger than the E9 grade laser gun, however because its size is too big and the charging time is too long, its efficiency can't match up to the E9 grade laser gun. However, it's still considered a family protection weapon. Xianxia nodded. Comparable to an Undying's attack, this was definitely a restricted level weapon. Of course, my parents and you usually live on Earth, and right now Earth can be said to be the safest place in the Ganwu universe country. Luo Feng smiled. What a joke, just what kind of being was stationed in that majestic shrine in the solar system, Luo Feng couldn't even imagine. And with an absolute being stationed there, even if they met a foreign race enemy, they could use the god country to swiftly summon large amounts of absolute warriors. Luo Feng, why do I feel like you're planning something? Su Xian asked curiously. This time I'll be leaving for a very long time, very long, far longer than any other time I've left. Luo Feng said. Where to? Su Xian asked. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng said. How long? Su Xian asked nervously. I'm not sure. I estimate at least 1,000 years. Luo Feng exclaimed, the next time I return, I'll be a Sector Lord Pinnacle. At least 1,000 years, and it's still in Primal Chaos City? Su Xian was curious. I know a lot about training too, Luo Feng. You've already gained the recognition of the Gold Origin laws, and you've only trained for less than 500 years, and in Primal Chaos City, your training is much faster. Is there a need to train for so long? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Luo Feng said. Su Xian didn't care. Anyways, we can meet in the virtual universe network. Luo Feng looked at his wife's uncaring expression and couldn't help but laugh. Su Xian, who normally managed the Ping Hai group and the entire Luo family, only in front of him could she do as she pleased. And usually, she had to maintain a certain level of authority. Luo Feng, there's mail. It's probably the highest point mission. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng's consciousness connected to the virtual universe network. P.S. 2 chapters completed. I'm late this morning, hence 3 chapters tomorrow. Virtual Universe Primal Region, within his villa. Luo Feng sat in front of his desk and opened his laptop screen, gently tapping and opening the mail. You've completed the 4th round of the highest points mission. Through the evaluation of many members, your 4th round completion is 70%, acquiring 280,000 points. The entire mission has ended. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Only 70% completion? When he did the 4th round, especially regarding the trial of his father, he was indeed a bit tyrannical, immediately declaring him not guilty. However, the other family members, Luo Feng felt that the judgment was still fair. Let's see what this review says. Luo Feng continued to read the mail. Review: this last round was for you to judge 21 of your family members. However, regarding your father, you didn't even capture or interrogate him. You didn't even complete the 4th round. Obviously, deep in your bones, you value your father greatly, not even wanting to interrogate him. Even though your father was innocent, he couldn't escape responsibility. 100 years in jail was the lightest punishment, yet you immediately declared him not guilty. Between work and personal matters, you are even more biased. Hence I can only give you 70% of the completion. I hope you understand the difference between work and personal matters. After reading this review, Luo Feng's state of mind didn't change at all. His mental state was at the 1st level and he walked the extreme path. Even with Hong and Thunder God's persuasion, it was hard to affect him. From this one could imagine his stubbornness, or rather his determination. Coldly closing this mail, he opened another one. Highest points mission bonus rewards? Luo Feng smiled as he watched. The first 4 rounds, even with 100% completion, only added up to 1 million points, and the highest bonus was 1 million. According to the 1st to 4th round, your entire performance, I'll give you 600,000 bonus points. I hope you can reflect on yourself. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. 600,000 bonus points, then his total points would be 82,000, 1st round, plus 180,000, 2nd round, plus 300,000, 3rd round, plus 280,000, 4th round, plus 600,000, bonus points, a total of 1,442 points. This was 1% of the 2 million points of the entire mission, not even reaching the 80% limit. Obviously, this result could only be considered average. Overall review: 1st round, you slaughtered over 1 million, yet you were clear-headed enough to spare a few who didn't deserve to die. This proves, your bones are incomparably bloodthirsty, yet you remain calm. And the incomparably bloodthirsty you chose the 10 billion weaklings in the 2nd round. Deep in your heart you pity the weak. The 3rd round was to prove that you were not afraid of the strong, that you would rather die than submit, and that you were determined to carry out the mission and have a firm belief. Bloodthirsty but calm, sympathetic to the weak, not afraid of the strong. You did well in the first 3 rounds. If you do well in the 4th round, the bonus points can actually give you 900,000 points. However, when the same mission was assigned to the trial of 21 people, but the target of the mission was changed to your family, your change shocked us. Especially your father. Not only were you unwilling to put him on trial, you didn't even bother to catch him and make a scene. Clearly, your family has a great influence on you, to the point where you can't even distinguish between public and private interests, and ignore the law. Humans belong to a community, and they should indeed value their families. But everything has an appropriate level, and you've obviously gone too far in this regard. Please be aware of this. The highest level mission had officially ended. As for how the virtual universe company would view him because of this mission, Luo Feng didn't care at all. Excessive? Saying I value my father too much? Luo Feng laughed coldly. What a joke, a bunch of arrogant idiots. Under his big and second brother's guidance, Luo Feng focused on reading some of China's ancient books. As he read, his entire soul was cleansed, and many thoughts resonated with Luo Feng. Since ancient times, there was a saying in Chinese culture, filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Filial piety had already been raised to an extremely high level. Even in history, even though China had changed dynasties time and time again, many of them still agreed that, being unfilial to one's parents, being disobedient, that was a death sentence. There were even some dynasties that had decreed death by 1,000 cuts, skinning, burning the bones and scattering the ashes, etc. Obviously filial piety had already been raised to an extremely high level. Even in the modern society, even in the headquarter city era, not taking care of one's parents and beating them up was still a common occurrence. However, without China's culture, people didn't even think of it as a huge crime. However, Luo Feng, who trained his mind, since young, he had been filial to his parents, and after understanding his own nature, understanding his own heart, and reading many ancient books, he had even more enlightenment. Just like in the spring and autumn warring states era, there were cases where a son reported his father for stealing sheep, and the son was deemed unfilial and punished. Just like in China's history, Qin, the laws were extremely strict, they emphasized on laws and regulations, and even looked down on filial piety. The entire country lacked even the most basic of family love. How could the country's people be truly loyal? How could the country be stable? Dying in the second life. There were many stories about filial piety in history, but they all explained one point. Filial piety, this was the most basic factor of humanity. If one couldn't even do the basics of filial piety, and didn't even treat his parents well, then how could this person be loyal to his superiors? Loyal to the country? Such a person, if he wasn't brainwashed and had no sense of self, then he was extremely selfish. If even his parents weren't filial, then in his heart, he wouldn't truly care about anyone else, he would only care about himself, extremely selfish. Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Even if the father did, the son would rather replace him. At the same time, I would advise the father to change. As for punishment, at least the son would definitely not do it. Luo Feng thought, public and private? There's a limit? Maybe what the virtual universe company needs are those who follow the company's orders perfectly, and don't go against the company's orders. Even if it involves family, the company's orders have to be more important than family. I'm afraid that's what the virtual universe company needs. It's a pity. The virtual universe company's orders aren't even 1/10 of my father's importance. Excessive? I don't think it's excessive at all. Luo Feng thought. The second day. Virtual Universe Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay, Luo Feng was with his father Luo Honghua and mother Gong Xianlan. Dad, Mom. Luo Feng poured tea for his parents. Why did you think of finding us today? Gong Xianlan looked at her son, her eyes squinting as she smiled. Luo Feng smiled, changing the topic. Dad, Mom, did you guys create a Nirvana guild in the virtual game? How did you know? Luo Honghua's eyes gleamed as he heard, saying, that Song Shui world is indeed very vast and shocking. It really dazzles me, riding on that flying demon beast and flying in the endless ice world. Hee hee, the millions of soldiers killing each other, the general battles, it's all too cool. Cool, this was something his father's generation often said. Hee hee. Luo Feng looked at his father's excited look and couldn't help but laugh. His father was able to live according to his dreams. He himself was very satisfied. "Dad, Mom, let me show you something," Luo Feng said. Saying that, he flipped his hand and took out a document. It was information on the Nirvana Guild's killings. After applying to the intelligence department, after Luo Feng asked, the intelligence department confirmed that this was the lowest level of information. With Luo Feng's position, he could show it to his parents. "What is it?" Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan were curious, following which they received the document and looked down. There was a moment of silence. Luo Feng sat there, waiting quietly. His parents too stared at the document. The more they looked, the uglier their expressions got, to the point where Luo Honghua fiercely slammed the table and stood up, his eyes red, roaring, "Bastards, a bunch of ingrates. I treated them as my life and death brothers. I didn't expect them to use me like this. Xianlan, you told me not to trust people so easily back then. I thought, what's the point of thinking so much in a virtual game, drinking big bowls of wine, eating big mouthfuls of meat, slashing people with blades? It's so awesome. I didn't expect them, I didn't expect." "Dad." Luo Feng looked at his father's expression. He knew his father had suffered a huge blow. Luo Honghua sat down again, his eyes filled with pain. Gong Xianlan consoled him from the side. "So many people died." Luo Honghua's voice trembled slightly. "Dad, you can only blame yourself for not recognizing people well. The ones who truly harmed us were those bastards," Luo Feng said. "But they borrowed my power." Luo Honghua shook his head. "Wrong, to be precise, they borrowed my power," Luo Feng said. "If it wasn't for me, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and the Ganwu Universe Countries departments wouldn't have acted so cowardly." Luo Honghua felt terrible within. Luo Feng was clear, showing his parents this information would definitely make them sad, but even though they were sad, he still had to show it to them. His parents were wrong, the son naturally had to advise them. "Dad, Mom." Luo Feng changed the topic, distracting his parents. "I have to leave soon." "Leave?" Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan were curious. Didn't their son often leave home? "This time it'll be a long time, at least 1,000 years. Luo Feng emphasized. "Hence in the future, I won't be able to return to Earth, even in the virtual universe. I'm afraid I'll only return once in a very long time." "Where to?" Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan said. "Primal Chaos City," Luo Feng said. The last time he went to Primal Chaos City, his parents knew some basic information. After completing the mission with the highest points, Luo Feng immediately requested to head to Primal Chaos City. As a core disciple, Universe Level, Domain Lord and Sector Lord all had the chance to enter Primal Chaos City to train. Luo Feng's request was naturally approved very quickly. Following which, through the God Country transfer, Dylan immediately sent Luo Feng to the Virtual Universe Company's main camp. After which, Luo Feng followed the Virtual Universe Company's ship, along with the other Undyings. They entered the Primal Universe. As for Dylan and the guards, they couldn't follow. According to Luo Feng's plan, after leaving Primal Chaos City, he would be a Sector Lord Pinnacle. When that time came, he wouldn't be able to bring the guards along. Meaning, from now on, the guards would leave him. P.S. First chapter here. The universe was evolving, and the Primal Universe was a small universe that was in its early stages. In the sky, there were many space cracks, crystal threads moving about the cracks, working hard to repair them. Time after time of repair, time after time of breaking, this repeated endlessly. Primal Chaos City was the only ancient city in the Primal Universe. Rumble, the oval-shaped ship stopped in the air above Primal Chaos City. The cabin door opened and large amounts of silhouettes from various races flew out. Amongst them was Luo Feng dressed in green armor mixed in. He didn't stand out at all. Luo Feng and the hundreds of others flew out. A black light immediately flew over from Primal Chaos City below. It was a black-robed man with a head full of green scales. This black-robed man smiled, revealing a ferocious smile. "Attention all, I'm the welcoming emissary of Primal Chaos City. Everyone here in Primal Chaos City, this isn't the first time for most of you. Those who are familiar with the rules of Primal Chaos City and have been here before, you can move about freely. I believe you all know what to do. And those who are here for the first time, please follow me." So, so, 22 silhouettes flew towards the black-robed man, following the welcoming emissary. These 22 were all people who obtained their spots through auctions or other methods, entering for the first time. As for the other hundreds of people, they all dived down and spread out. Luo Feng gently landed on the spacious streets, surveying his surroundings. In the distance, there were many training quarters. On the balconies, there were many cultivators sitting cross-legged. Sector lords and undyings could be seen everywhere. Of course, most of them were undyings. Just from the energy they emitted, even if it was a sector lord's energy, these sector lords that could train in Primal Chaos City were much stronger than those outside. Primal Chaos City, humanity's sacred land for training. Luo Feng exclaimed. From the sacred land, one could see the difference. The Golden Horn race's sacred land was just a small piece of land within their living area. And humanity's sacred land was specially placed in the primal universe. There were a total of 52 Primal Chaos tablets. The Primal Chaos City leader who was in charge of Primal Chaos City, his strength far surpassed the elders of the Golden Horn race. This was humanity, the pinnacle race of the universe. Very good, this is a good place to train. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. I'll first choose a place to stay. I'll choose near teacher's residence. After a while, Luo Feng chose a rather secluded training area that was about 1,000 kilometers away from his teacher's residence. Walking in front of the pale white door, he gently placed his hand on it. The door's sensor system activated and it began to change color. In an instant it became dark gray. From then on, Luo Feng was the owner of this place. Every room in the cultivation residence was quite spacious. Although there were secret cultivation rooms, most of the cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the rooftop. From today onwards, this will be my temporary home for over 1,000 years. Luo Feng followed the stairs and quickly reached the balcony. The rooftop was nearly 100 meters long and wide. It was even bigger than the field in his high school back on Earth. Moreover, there were some messy and random carvings of different styles on the rooftop. It was obvious that they were left behind by some of the experts who had lived here in the past. He believed that, in the future, there would also be some of his random carvings left here. He crossed his legs and sat down. Even his but could feel the coldness of the rooftop. Look up at the sky, streams of primal chaos swirled about in the sky, streaks of cracks hanging in the air. Complicated mysterious patterns and threads circulated about, and natural laws were revealed, making one feel relaxed and happy. From today onwards, I'll be sitting on this balcony for long periods of time. Luo Feng smiled. Returning to the first level's large living room, he ordered the service AI to prepare a cup of hot tea. Lying on the soft leather sofa, Luo Feng held a steaming hot cup of tea and gently smelled the aroma of the tea. After that, he took a sip and savored it in his mouth for a while before swallowing. That comfortable feeling spread throughout his entire body. At the same time, Luo Feng's consciousness was rapidly thinking. Luo Feng enjoyed drinking tea while pondering. I now have the Beast God statue, the projection of the large sleeping Beast God statue, the first 3 volumes of the Spacetime Essays, the Drifting Snow, the 36 levels of the Flowing God, the Illusionary Secret Manual, the Deity of the World, the Absolute Space, the Ancient Pictures, and the Tearing Heaven and Earth. Over 6 million mixed elements, over 1 million points. Luo Feng pondered about his trump cards. He planned out his training methods clearly. Normally when a Sector Lord reached the level of Sector Lord, he would have to start creating his own techniques, even creating his own weapons, and Luo Feng was prepared to reach the Sector Lord level in Primal Chaos City. Plus his comprehension of the origin laws was high enough, he could start creating his own techniques. Techniques were split into research and battle. Research was to use these techniques and support items to raise one's comprehension of the origin laws. The higher one's comprehension of the laws, the stronger one's strength would be. Actually, origin law comprehension was similar to internal techniques. And battle techniques were a method of usage. The same origin law comprehension, with different usage methods, the difference in battle strength could be huge. Origin law comprehension was internal techniques, battle techniques were sword techniques, blade techniques, etc. Of course, this was just an example. The Golden Horned Beast's battle technique is the first claw. The Masha clansman's battle technique is the illusionary techniques. The Earth deity's combat secret technique is the Nanshan armament. As the Nanshan armament becomes insufficient in the future, I will gradually use the 36 levels of evolved god and create a more suitable combat secret technique. As for the other time-space scribbles, beast god statue etc., they were all to aid Luo Feng in his comprehension of the origin laws. Even deities of the world was a support technique to strengthen his body. High origin law comprehension is the main thing. Hence I'll spend my energy on this. Once my origin law comprehension reaches a certain bottleneck, I'll study my battle techniques. Luo Feng thought, I'll do that. After planning out his long-term training, Luo Feng left his training quarters and headed towards his teacher Tru Yan's mansion to visit him. The huge mansion's main door was wide open. The hidden scanning signal scanned Luo Feng, confirming that he had the authority to enter. Naturally it didn't stop him. Luo Feng sneaked into the mansion and quickly arrived at a plaza that was 10 kilometers long and wide. There were close to 1,000 warriors gathered there, respectfully sitting and listening attentively. At the very front was a golden armored ape-man sitting cross-legged, explaining the 9 universe tablets' 4th picture. Teacher. Luo Feng thought within, not daring to disturb his teacher's lesson. He sat in the corner of the crowd. Tru Yan, who was in the middle of his lecture, glanced at the additional Luo Feng in the crowd. He let out a smile and didn't say much, continuing to lecture. After a while, today's lesson ends here. Tru Yan said indifferently. Thank you, teacher. The thousands of warriors gathered below bowed respectfully. Tru Yan is powerful. I've already comprehended the 5th picture, but after listening to him talk about the 4th picture, I actually feel that my comprehension of the 4th picture has deepened. Looks like I haven't completely comprehended the 4th picture yet. To comprehend it is extremely hard. I heard that one has to first comprehend the 108 essences of the first 3 pictures. Comprehending those 108 essences is 10 to 100 times harder than normal comprehension of the 4th picture. The warriors discussed amongst themselves and left in groups of 3 to 5. Luo Feng, however, walked towards his teacher. Junior brother. Junior brother, you're here. It's been a few years since I've seen you. The 10 disciples under Tru Yan all smiled and greeted Luo Feng. Luo Feng too greeted them one by one. Most of them were official level undyings, many of them were even at the pinnacle. It was a pity that none of them were official emperors. Normal pinnacles, if they found someone to help them, they could barely become emperor. Tru Yan had high expectations for his disciples. He didn't even bother to do such things. He felt that it was purely a lie. Luo Feng, follow me. Tru Yan said. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. Senior brothers, junior brother will pay you a visit in a while. Luo Feng bid farewell to the seniors beside him and followed Tru Yan to the courtyard where Tru Yan was meditating. This courtyard was a few km wide, and it was filled with grass. Tru Yan casually sat cross-legged on the grass. Sit. Luo Feng sat obediently beside him. You've completed the highest points mission? Tru Yan smiled. Luo Feng nodded. Tell me about it, including the final comments etc. Tru Yan said. Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully, the 4th round of the mission is. He explained in detail the points and comments, not hiding anything about how he did the mission. Tru Yan's eyes revealed a look of disdain as he heard, these idiots, do they really want their sons to lock their fathers in jail before they're satisfied? Luo Feng was shocked. His teacher called them idiots? If they don't even protect their loved ones, then what's the point of training? Tru Yan looked at Luo Feng, stick to your thoughts, don't get tricked by those bastards. Our virtual universe company's upper echelon management is indeed very rigid. Don't tell me you want all the warriors to become their chess pieces? The reason why the strong are strong is because they are independent. And those in the upper echelons, they only act one way on the surface and another behind the scenes. Luo Feng blinked as he looked at his teacher. Haha, what's the matter? Very shocked. Tru Yan laughed, exclaiming, your teacher has such a temper. Back then I caused a huge ruckus, hence I've been thrown into Primal Chaos City. I don't have any actual authority. However, I'm hiding in Primal Chaos City. I don't listen to their orders, unless it's a huge matter, I ignore them. Luo Feng laughed. His teacher had caused a huge ruckus before. Regarding his teacher Tru Yan's matters, he knew very little. How long are you preparing to train in Primal Chaos City this time? Tru Yan asked. Preparing to reach Sector Lord level. Luo Feng said. Ah, you've given up on those missions? Tru Yan was shocked. When he was at the Domain Lord level, the Virtual Universe Company would occasionally give him missions. Up till now Luo Feng had only done two. One was 200,000 points, the other was the highest point mission, 2 million points. Actually there were still other missions after that. However Luo Feng naturally couldn't accept any missions in Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng nodded. Tru Yan sat crossed-legged on the grass, pondering for a while, nodding. That's good too, the highest point mission has already been completed. The Domain Lord missions after that are just some random missions, adding up to just a few points. It's good that you want to focus on training in Primal Chaos City. Since you're preparing to reach Sector Lord level, then, I'll give you the gifts I prepared for you. Gifts? Luo Feng was stunned. Tru Yan laughed loudly. You are my direct disciple, and Sector Lord level is the most important part of your training journey. If I don't help you at this time, how can I still be called your teacher? Right now, enter the virtual universe, I'll give you the manuals. Yes. Luo Feng nodded excitedly. Virtual Universe Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Luo Feng stood within the villa and looked up at the sky. A silhouette flew over. It was Tru Yan. He carried a 2 m long and wide steel box with one hand. It felt almost like a ship carrying a cargo box. This is? Luo Feng was shocked. Normally people would carry the manuals in a suitcase. His teacher Tru Yan actually got such a huge cargo box. Just how many manuals would it contain? Enter. Tru Yan carried the huge cargo box and entered the living room. Casually throwing it out, rumble, the huge cargo box landed flat in the middle of the living room. Sector Lord level requires one to create their own techniques, and Sector Lord comprehension is the fastest, hence you need the best manuals. Hence, I've exchanged for a batch of manuals for you. Tru Yan laughed loudly, pointing at the huge cargo box, his eyebrows filled with glee. Teacher, I can exchange for these manuals myself. Luo Feng said. Tru Yan scolded, what's the use of your points? You can only exchange for some normal manuals, the true absolute beings of the universe's powerful techniques, you can't even exchange for them. Time-Space Scribbles is just a research support type, it's already worth 100 billion points, and the true research and battle type, the extremely powerful manuals, what's the use of your 1 million points? Luo Feng immediately fell silent when he heard this. What was the use of his 1 million points? The one who said this was the being closest to the universe knight, Tru Yan, it was natural. Take a look. Tru Yan took a step forward and fiercely pulled open the cargo box's lock. Boom. The metal door of the large container was pulled open, and thick books were placed neatly inside. The thinner books were at least 20 centimeters thick, and the thickest book was a meter long, a meter wide, and half a meter thick. The entire book was made of dark gold metal, and there were a total of 3 thick books made of this dark gold metal. These 3 books alone took up a lot of space, and there were many other books densely packed together. There are a total of 106 ordinary secret technique manuals and a set of precious manuals. Tru Yan said with a smile, those 106 sets of ordinary secret technique manuals are cheap. They only cost a few million points in total. They are mainly for you to use as a reference. There are research types, weapon creation types, self-created secret techniques, and so on. Luo Feng's eyes flashed and nodded. These 106 sets of secret techniques seem to cover all aspects. As for this set, Tru Yan pointed at the 3 thick dark golden books that were neatly arranged. This is expensive. The set consisted of 3 volumes. Each volume was a meter long, wide, and half a meter thick. How expensive? Luo Feng asked. 8 billion points. Tru Yan smiled, simultaneously looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's eyes widened. Heavens, 8 billion points, this amount of wealth was enough to make an emperor-level undying go bankrupt. Of course, to the pinnacle of the emperors, even comparable to a normal knight, Tru Yan was still able to afford it. Even so, to Tru Yan, it was still a huge amount of wealth. Luo Feng was even more stunned by this amount of wealth. Undyings could use money to exchange for points. One mixed element for 1 point, to an undying, this was 8 billion mixed elements. It was simply too huge. Because of Earth, Luo Feng had signed a contract with the virtual universe. However, that money was split into 3 portions. Before becoming an undying, Luo Feng didn't even get 100 million mixed elements. Only by becoming an undying would he be able to get close to 50 billion mixed elements of wealth. However, for the golden horned beast to break through to undying was simply too difficult. Who knew when he would have to wait? Haha, for these 8 billion points, I've already used up more than half of my points. Tru Yan smiled, not hiding anything from Luo Feng. In the future, when I want to exchange for it myself, I'll probably have to use cash to exchange for points. Teacher. Luo Feng said, I can't accept this. Back then when his teacher recommended him to buy the time-space scribbles, he said he himself couldn't even afford the entire set, and one set cost 100 billion points. From this, one could see that 8 billion points was a huge investment for his teacher. In reality, Tru Yan naturally didn't have that many points. However, just like how Luo Feng's wealth was mainly in the Luo God water and close to 10,000 blood river crystals etc. As an absolute warrior, Tru Yan naturally had many treasures. His true worth was much higher than normal emperor-level undyings. If he was willing to sell his treasures, he could still gather a huge amount of cash. Right now, teacher is only 1 step away from Universe Night. External items are already useless. Tru Yan shook his head. I haven't spent much in these trillion years. Nurturing you seniors and juniors is still easy for me. However, your seniors, back then I didn't even exceed 1 billion points. You have the most. Luo Feng looked curiously at Tru Yan. Why? I've seen your blade techniques, your control of the Nanshan armament, your claw techniques. Tru Yan said solemnly, I've discovered that you've unintentionally combined the law of metal and the law of space in a very ingenious manner. Therefore, I know of a set of precious secret technique that's very suitable for you. Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Intricately combined, this was because he had always been studying the beast god concept, and the beast god concept was a combination of the law of space and the law of metal to the peak. After grasping a trace of the beast god concept, when he consulted his teacher and practiced it, it would naturally have a trace of charm. This technique is definitely the most suitable for you. The moment you have some accomplishments in the future, your strength will be able to catch up to teacher. Tru Yan's eyes were filled with anticipation. If you can catch up to teacher, against normal universe knights, you won't even die. Work hard. Tru Yan rubbed Luo Feng's head and laughed loudly before vanishing. Luo Feng looked at the box beside, 106 normal technique manuals and 1 precious manual, a total of a few hundred books. He was extremely grateful within. Teacher. This favor, your disciple will remember it. Luo Feng was determined, he had to have some accomplishments and repay his teacher in the future. After being together for a long time, Tru Yan's relatives had all died of old age. Hence Tru Yan treated his disciples like his own children. The master was like a father, and now he had directly gifted these precious manuals. One had to know that if his disciple were to fall in the future, everything would be for naught. However, Tru Yan still did this. This was also one of the reasons why Tru Yan's disciples were so united. No one wanted to make their teacher sad. The 107 manuals had a total of 582 books. Luo Feng swiftly carried the manuals to his study. 106 normal manuals, buying them from the treasure trove actually requires close to 6 million points. Luo Feng was shocked. These manuals were said to be normal by Tru Yan, but in truth almost every single one of them was stronger than the illusionary manuals. This set of precious manuals. Luo Feng looked at the 3 dark golden metal books before him. The cover of the 3 books only had a single word. 1, 2, and 3. Obviously they were books 1 to 3, there were no other words. Luo Feng gently flipped open the cover of the first book. The contents on the first page were, the evolution of the primal universe, the trillions of races, the birth of many mysterious life forms. Amongst the many mysterious life forms, there is a powerful beast god. This powerful beast god is a natural absolute being born from the evolution of the universe. Its body is the fusion of the space and gold laws. A casual claw, a tail strike, a charge, all of it contains the laws of the universe. I, Hiroto, have comprehended the beast god's 7 kills, also known as the 7 transformations of the god. Beast god 7 kills, 7 transformations of the god. Training the first 3 levels, 1 would be invincible under the universe lords. Training the first 6 levels, 1 would be invincible under the universe lords. Training the 7th level, 1 would become a true beast god. Like a true beast god, comparable to a true universe lord, standing at the pinnacle of the universe. I created the beast god 7 kills, 7 transformations of the god. However, I've only trained the first 6 levels. The 7th level is just my imagination, it hasn't been truly perfected. To become a true beast god, like a true beast god, invincible. Difficult, difficult, difficult. I hope my Golden Horn clan's future generations can perfect the 7th level and master it. Luo Feng was completely shocked as he looked at the contents. Hiroto, the Golden Horn clan's greatest being's absolute technique? Training the first 6 levels and 1 would be invincible under the universe lords? The 7th level and 1 would be comparable to a universe lord? Such a terrifying technique manual, don't tell me it's not as expensive as the time-space scribbles? That's not right. Luo Feng was shocked. He immediately flipped through the 2nd and 3rd volumes. With a look, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Indeed, the prediction was right. These 3 manuals were only the first 3 levels of the beast god's 7 kills, 7 transformations of the god. They were considered the upper half. So it's just the upper half. Training the first 3 levels and 1 would be invincible under the universe lords. Reaching the level of my teacher, this upper half is indeed worth 8 billion points. Luo Feng exclaimed. He finally knew how strong the great Hiroto was. No wonder Hiroto could rely on himself to rule the Golden Horn clan without anyone daring to mess with him. So he had already reached a level where he was invincible under the universe lords. Universe lord? Don't tell me the Void Gold Lord, Primal Chaos City leader and beast god are at that level? Luo Feng thought. This chapter took a long time. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Are there any more votes? Before reading this expensive beast god 7 kills 1, Luo Feng had already vaguely known that there was an even higher level above the universe knights. Like the high and mighty Void Gold Lord, beast god, Primal Chaos City leader, they were obviously much stronger than the universe knights. Even Hiroto was able to oversee an entire clan. So that's how it is. Luo Feng muttered. Undying, universe knight, universe lord. The Golden Horn race was a middle-tier race. Back then, with a leader like Hiroto, they didn't need the protection of others. And Hiroto back then trained to the 6th level of the beast god 7 kills, meaning he was invincible under the universe lord level, he had the strength of a true overlord. And universe lords, even amongst the pinnacle races, they were the pinnacle beings. According to this basic information and logic, Luo Feng had a very clear understanding of the strong warriors of the vast universe. Teacher, True Yen is considered an absolute warrior, the universe knights are the rulers of a region, the universe lords are the true overlords of the universe. Even at Hiroto's level, he's already considered an overlord. Luo Feng was filled with excitement within, after which he continued to read the thick and precious manuals. The entire Beast God 7 Kills 1 had a total of 3 books. Luo Feng first read it all in one breath, even though he didn't understand much, he still knew a lot. It actually, merging the origin laws? Luo Feng was shocked within, after reading the entire one, he could clearly understand the theory behind the Beast God 7 Kills. In the universe, there were 10 great laws of origin: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, space, and time. According to the description in Hiroto's secret tome, when the universe was born, there were only 2 powerful laws. One of them was divided into 6 great laws of origin: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and space. The other law was divided into 4 great laws of origin: wind, lightning, light, and time, thus, there were 2 factions. Space faction, space was the upper law, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were the lower laws. Time faction, time was the upper law, thunder, wind, and light were the lower laws. Completely comprehending the space laws. One was a space knight. Completely comprehending time, one was a time knight. And simultaneously comprehending time and space, truly controlling space and time, having the unbelievable ability to twist space and time, that was the universe lord. This was because, among the billions of races and countless experts in the universe, there had never been a life form that had fused the 6 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and space into one, reverting back to the origin and creating one of the 2 most powerful elemental laws at the beginning of the universe. There had never been a life form that managed to fuse the 4 fundamental laws of time, lightning, wind, light, and time into one. And when they really put it into practice, the universe's trillions of races and countless experts discovered, just fusing metal and space, or wood and space, or water and space, or fire and space, or earth and space, any one of these 5 elements was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Those who could successfully fuse with it would definitely be the overlord of a region in the universe. Once the fusion of metal and space reached a state of perfection, it would form a law of fusion. It was comparable to a universe lord, **********. The beast deity's 7 murders created by Hiroto was also very strange. The first level was a fusion of the law of space and the law of metal. The second floor, the 6th level, was the fusion of the entire law of space and the entire law of metal, forming the law of fusion. Back then, when Hiroto reached this level, he could be said to be invincible under the universe lord. However, Hiroto knew, the powerful life form that was birthed from the birth of the universe, the beast deity, had power comparable to a universe lord. And that beast deity was the embodiment of the space and gold laws. Every move naturally contained the fusion laws, even the statue of the beast deity was infused with the fusion laws. Hence he firmly believed that the golden space laws should be able to match a universe lord. His own technique, beast deity 7 murders, should have a 7th level. The 7th level should allow one to become a true beast deity, as if the beast deity was alive, able to match a universe lord. Of course, the 7th level was only Hiroto's deductions and imagination. Hence the entire beast deity 7 murders, even though it had such a name, in truth there were only 6 levels that could be trained. Comprehending the space laws and becoming a knight is already incredibly difficult. Out of so many absolute geniuses, it's rare for one to become a knight. Luo Feng exclaimed within, and according to what Hiroto said, successfully fusing the space and gold laws, compared to just comprehending the space laws, is thousands to tens of thousands of times harder. This path was very difficult to walk, however at least Luo Feng already had a very clear and accurate path to follow. The beast god path? I have seen your Hiroto's beast deity 7 murders as a guide, and the beast god statue's support. Luo Feng's mind flashed. Suddenly recalling something, he immersed his consciousness into his internal world. Within the internal world, on the vast grass plains, the black-clothed Luo Feng was holding the beast god statue with one hand. Beside him, the black mountain-like golden-horned beast laid there, its large lake-like eyes staring at the small statue. This beast god statue was something Luo Feng had obtained back in Blood River World by chance. In terms of pressure, it couldn't compare to the golden-horned beast god statue in the canyon. However, it was even more reserved, just like the real beast god. How the golden-horned beast suddenly raised its head and howled. Its howl was filled with happiness, joy, and excitement. I know. The black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He said excitedly, I finally know why this beast god statue always has such a special concept, special pressure, because this beast god statue itself contains the fusion origin laws. The real beast god's every move contained the fusion laws. The beast god's body was the embodiment of the fusion laws, and this beast god statue was a statue from the Blood River world where the beast god lived. It was unknown how it was made, but it was exactly the same as the real beast god. The beast god is the fusion origin law body. Even if this beast god statue isn't the fusion origin law body, it at least contains the fusion origin laws. No wonder. Just by searching for that concept and constantly simulating the statue, grasping a sliver of the beast god conception had such power, so he was studying the fusion origin laws over and over again, simulating it. Haha, I have the beast god statue, this statue itself contains the fusion origin laws. And I have the beast god 7 murders, it's extremely precious, the golden horn race's most precious technique manual. The black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes were filled with madness, even though the path of the fusion origin laws is thousands to tens of thousands of times harder than becoming a knight. However, with these two supporting me, I'll definitely have great accomplishments. The beast god statue and the beast god 7 murders, these were all fortuitous encounters. And just having fortuitous encounters wasn't enough, one still needed talent, hard work, luck and many other aspects. After all, to stand at the pinnacle of the universe, it was simply too difficult. Even though the beast god statue was special, it was very reserved. The undyings of Blood River World couldn't comprehend it at all. And the golden horned beast was, firstly, the golden horned beast was the darling of the gold origin laws. Secondly, the golden horned beast also had space talent. For example, its natural ability Devour was a space-type technique. And the golden horned beast had the strongest gold and space bloodlines. The beast god was the fusion of gold and space. The two had a special connection, otherwise the golden horned beast wouldn't have been able to absorb the crystals so easily. Other life forms would find it hard to absorb 10 crystals, the golden horned beast absorbing 100, and that was because its willpower couldn't take it anymore, otherwise it could absorb even more. From this, it could be seen that the golden horned beast and the beast god indeed had some connection, hence it could faintly feel the beast god statue infused with the origin laws. If it wasn't the golden horned beast, other life forms would have to train their origin laws to an extremely high level to understand the uniqueness of the beast god statue, otherwise they wouldn't be able to see through the complete and reserved origin laws. Primal Chaos City, Tru Yan's residence. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed gratefully. Sit. Tru Yan sat cross-legged on the grass. Yes. Luo Feng sat cross-legged beside him. Have you finished reading the secret technique manual? Tru Yan asked with a smile. Luo Feng nodded. How is it? Is it suitable for you? Tru Yan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Before training, no one knew if it was suitable or not. However, Tru Yan's eyes were very sharp. Usually when he watched Luo Feng train, he realized that Luo Feng had talent in this area, hence he bought the first half of the manual. If he were to buy the entire first half, Tru Yan's entire fortune wouldn't even be worth a tenth of it. Buying the first half was still relatively easy. It's very suitable. Luo Feng said. As long as it's suitable, haha, if it wasn't, my teacher would feel heartache. Tru Yan laughed loudly. However, my original plan was to stay in Primal Chaos City for a few hundred years, and the origin laws are obviously much harder, I might have to stay for a few thousand years. Luo Feng said. Before, when he told his family he would leave for over 1,000 years, however that was in the Primal Universe time, and the time flow in the Primal Universe and Primal Universe was different. 1,000 years in the Primal Universe, and 300 years in Primal Chaos City. Hence his original plan was to stay in Primal Chaos City for a few hundred years, but now, it was obviously not enough. No rush, the foundation has to be solid. Tru Yan said. Luo Feng nodded, within he was filled with confidence. Walking the path of the beast god to the pinnacle, he was filled with confidence. Ah, right. Tru Yan said, Luo Feng, your teacher knows your strength is very strong, exceeding what you revealed to the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng laughed. He had often asked his teacher for advice, naturally it was revealed in front of him. You don't have to hide your strength, you have to reveal it. Tru Yan emphasized, if you display overwhelming talent, then the Virtual Universe Company will value you even more. And every sector lord in the primal region will receive a huge amount of resources to nurture. The stronger you are, the more resources you will receive. If your performance is overwhelming, the moment you break through to sector lord, you will immediately receive large amounts of resources. Weak strength, receive little resources. Strong strength, receive more resources. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Right, he didn't have to be low profile in Primal Chaos City anymore. P.S. First chapter here. Luo Feng focused on studying the first volume of the Beast God 7 Kills. The first level was to merge part of the space laws and part of the gold laws. Gold laws? Luo Feng had already gained the recognition of the origin laws and was close to completely comprehending the gold laws. In terms of the gold laws, Luo Feng had already fulfilled the requirements of the fifth level of the Beast God's 7 kills. In terms of the space laws, the first level requirement was the first 3 pictures of the 9 universe tablet. Hiroto did it normally back then. He didn't comprehend the 108 essences of the space laws like me. Luo Feng thought, however, according to Senior Hiroto's description in the book, if one comprehends the 108 essences of the space laws and the gold laws, then the first level will be even more powerful. I'll first comprehend the 108 essences of the space laws. Luo Feng thought. Comprehending the essences of the laws was a very disadvantageous path. Like Luo Feng, who had the Masha clansman and the golden horned beast, and was also a sector lord, his training speed should be extremely fast. 180 years of training in the golden horned clan, that was a sector lord. 180 years of training was comparable to tens of thousands of years of training in the domain lord level. Tens of thousands of years of training, with Luo Feng's talent, if he didn't study the space laws and was like a normal warrior studying the 9 universe tablet, he would probably have even comprehended the 4th picture already. Back then, Lian Luo took 3,000 years to comprehend the 108 essences. Before I comprehend the essences, I can't study the 4th and 5th pictures, otherwise there will be disturbances. Luo Feng took a deep breath. He chose this path. It was destined to be difficult, and he chose a path that was even harder than comprehending the origin laws, the path of merging the laws. Come. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. After which Luo Feng began his training days in Primal Chaos City. Every day, he would sit crossed-legged on the balcony of his training quarters, occasionally looking up at the sky and observing the laws of the universe. And the golden horned beast was constantly copying the huge beast god statue and studying the beast god concepts from the smaller statue. The Masha clansman was also studying the space laws. The 3 combined. And with the beast god statue's help, he could also observe the laws of the primal universe. Occasionally he could even head to the city leader's residence to study the Primal Chaos tablet, and he could also go to any Emperor-level Undyings to listen to their classes. This training speed was many times faster than in the actual universe. Time flew by. Listening to his teacher's teachings, listening to other titled Emperor Undying's lectures, copying the beast god statue, concentrating on training, Luo Feng was like a precise machine that continuously advanced, and also like a dried-up desert madly absorbing nutrients. In the blink of an eye, close to 90 years had passed, primal universe time, close to 300 years in the original universe. Primal Chaos City, within a majestic ancient mansion, there were over 1,000 practitioners sitting crossed-legged on the ground, listening to the long-beard and green-scaled old man's lecture. I see. Wonderful. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged in the crowd and listened. He couldn't help but reveal a look of glee. Some of the doubts in his heart had been cleared up. The old man currently lecturing was a warrior that Luo Feng frequently attended classes in the 90 years he was in Primal Chaos City. This warrior was Dragon Yan. He was quite famous in Primal Chaos City. He was definitely the pinnacle of Emperor-level Undyings. In terms of strength, he was extremely close to True Yan. True Yan, Dragon Yan etc. Pinnacle Emperor-level Undyings. Their lectures would attract many people. Dragon Yan belonged to the Virtual Universe Company camp. He was proficient in the space and gold laws, hence his lectures were to Luo Feng's liking. Naturally he often attended. Today, we'll end it here. The green-scaled old man smiled and said, his long beard waving slightly as he stood up. Thank you, teacher. The over 1,000 warriors attending the class below, a majority of them were Undyings, the rest were geniuses too. They all bowed respectfully and expressed their gratitude. After all, these warriors were teaching for free. They were naturally grateful that they could attend. Dragon Yan smiled and led his personal disciples away. The over 1,000 warriors in the plaza too began to leave in groups of 2 or 3. Ah, Toka, that should be Luo Feng, right? Even though I've heard of his name in the Battle Axe Coliseum, I know he's an extremely talented person. However, this is the first time I've seen him. Oh, right, he should be the Primal Region Domain Leader. You two are a Primal Region Domain Leader. You should be familiar with him. Introduce me to him. In the distance, two men were conversing. Of these two, one was slightly fat, there were 3 feelers on his forehead, his skin was red, he was smiling at Luo Feng's direction. The other was skinny, dressed in a cold black armor. He's indeed a primal region domain leader. Right now our virtual domain leader company has a total of 11 primal region domain leaders. The skinny man said coldly, he just rose from the universe level, he hasn't even participated in the qualification battles, hence I'm not familiar with him at all. Ah, what a pity. The fat man shook his head. What's there to pity about? The skinny man said coldly, Tispro, don't tell me you still care about this Luo Feng? He's also a rare genius. The fat man said. He just rose, he hasn't even participated in the Domain Lord qualification battles. And in 18 years it'll be the Domain Lord qualification battles. The Primal Region Universe level members are all very weak, the strongest has only passed the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. And our Domain Lord level, the weakest Primal Region member has passed the 10th level. The skinny man said coldly, this Luo Feng is destined to be eliminated from the absolute beginning region. He's a newbie. It's normal for him to be temporarily eliminated. The fat man said. Then we'll wait for him to have enough strength before we talk. The skinny man looked at Luo Feng, smiling coldly, my teacher even said this Luo Feng's talent is high, he'll definitely get a Primal Region Sector Lord spot, I don't believe it, there are many geniuses at the start, and then they quickly fall. That's true. The fat man nodded. What's more, among the 10 seniors of our Domain Lord Primal Region, even though on the surface only one has passed the 11th level, those fellows are all extremely cunning, even if they have the strength to pass the 11th level, they'll intentionally hide it. When the qualification battles come, we'll catch the others off guard. The skinny man said softly, I'm sure that there are at least 3 of the 10 elders who can pass through the 11th floor of the Heavenly Bridge. The others have all reached the 10th floor of the Heavenly Bridge a long time ago. Furthermore, each of them has a special secret technique, the fat man nodded. In the qualification battles 18 years from now, 10 seniors and 1 newbie Luo Feng, watch and see how badly he'll lose. The skinny man said confidently. Haha. The fat man laughed. In the distance, Luo Feng's ears twitched as he followed the crowd, he could clearly hear the conversation, obviously Toka didn't even try to hide it. These punks, they don't know, I've never even treated them as opponents. Luo Feng thought. Toka, one of the 10 Primal Region Domain Lord seniors, his strength was extremely strong. Actually, after so many years, Luo Feng realized too, the 10 seniors of the Domain Lord level Primal Region had a certain amount of conflict with him. Because his rise was too fast. This made many great figures of the virtual universe company believe that Luo Feng was an absolute genius in 10,000 eras, and that he would definitely get a Primal Region Sector Lord spot. Of the 4 great regions, the Primal Region was the most valuable. Universe level, Domain Lord level, Sector Lord level, obviously the competition for the Primal Region Sector Lord was the most intense, and it involved large amounts of resources. Because of the large figures praising Luo Feng, naturally it made the other absolute geniuses and the 10 seniors unhappy within. After all, they were all trying to become the Sector Lord of the Primal Region. Looking down on me? Luo Feng shook his head within, mocking within, 18 years from now it'll be the qualification battles, when that time comes I'll show them what I'm made of. Luo Feng. Babada's voice resounded in his mind, even though on the surface you look like a Domain Lord, in truth you're already a Sector Lord. Your training efficiency in a day is equivalent to a year of theirs, training till now, with the 3 great bodies and the beast god statue, you're much stronger than them. Comparing yourself to them is simply bullying. Bullying? Luo Feng laughed. That was bullying. Close to 90 years in Primal Chaos City, out of the 108 origin laws, Luo Feng had already comprehended a total of 102, in terms of efficiency, it was 30 times that of Lian Luo. The main thing was that Luo Feng had 3 great bodies, all of them extremely powerful, and with the beast god statue, naturally his efficiency was much higher. I hope I can comprehend the 108 space essences before the qualification battles. Luo Feng thought. The moment he comprehended the 108 essences. Then his space law comprehension would be sufficient to pass the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. This was what Lian Luo said back then, and Luo Feng himself realized, the current him, even if he didn't rely on his shocking spirit energy amplifier, he should already have the ability to pass the 11th level. Let's go to the city leader's residence. Luo Feng turned and headed towards it. Why are we going there? Babada asked. To study the 9-universe tablet. Luo Feng smiled. But you've already used up all your chances. Babada said. After coming to Primal Chaos City for close to 90 years, Luo Feng hadn't attempted the Heavenly Bridge once, hence he only had 2 more chances to study the 9-universe tablet, and 30 years ago he used up his last chance. Very simple, I'll try the Heavenly Bridge again. Luo Feng smiled, from here to the city leader's residence, it's about enough for me to pass the 12th level. Immediately, Luo Feng's consciousness connected to the virtual universe network. Heavenly Bridge. On that beautiful island, Defender Bevan had been waiting here for countless years. Suddenly a silhouette appeared in the center of the island. It was a black short-haired youth. Ah, Luo Feng. Defender Bevan smiled, dressed in a fiery red long robe. He smiled and walked over. Lord Defender, you've changed your robe. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, I can't just not change forever. Defender Bevan smiled, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Ever since you passed the 7th level, you haven't come back. In the blink of an eye, a few hundred years have passed. I know you, it's fine if you don't do it, but once you do it, it'll be shocking. How are you going to shock me this time? Directly past the 9th level? Or, did you pass the 10th level of the Great Barrier? Right now, many of the Domain Lord Primal Region members had only passed the 10th level. Luo Feng had only trained for a few hundred years. Defender Bevan mocked Luo Feng too. He didn't think Luo Feng could really be that powerful. Luo Feng smiled, you'll be surprised. Ah? Defender Bevan was shocked, then I'll wait and see. Luo Feng smiled and became a beam of light flying towards the 9-universe Heavenly Bridge. Author's note, 2 chapters completed. The train journey took 8 hours, there were only 2 chapters left today. The 2 chapters he applied for yesterday would be made up for in the next few days. Luo Feng stood before the 9-universe Heavenly Bridge. Looking at the endless bridge, he smiled, old friend, it's been a long time since I've come here to play. Since I have to shock the heavens and earth, then I'll go all out and show my strength. So, immediately he became a golden beam of light and vanished into the distance, beginning the Heavenly Bridge. When Luo Feng began, the watchman Bevan began to send out a group mail. Hailed as an absolute genius of 10,000 eras, there are so many big shots that value him. The watchman Bevan muttered, they've all ordered me to inform them the moment he attempts the Heavenly Bridge. Immediately, 10 mails were sent out. Back in the batch of geniuses Luo Feng participated in, there were 3 exceptional geniuses. One was Bolin, another was Rong Jun, and the last was Luo Feng. Bolin and Luo Feng were recognized as geniuses of 10,000 eras. As for Rong Jun, the upper echelon of the virtual universe company viewed him as a treasure, fighting to take him in as a disciple. However, at least for now, amongst the 3 absolute geniuses, Luo Feng was at the lead. Jade extended her crystal finger and gently tapped in space, a screen appeared and the mail appeared. Luo Feng has attempted the Heavenly Bridge? A strange smile appeared on Jade Monarch's beautiful face. She said in a low voice, this little guy never stops until he startles people to death. The other geniuses in the same batch as him often challenge the Heavenly Bridge. Especially that Bolin, he has already passed the 8th level. I wonder how many levels he can pass this time. The 9th level? Or, the unbelievable 10th? Jade smiled and immediately rushed towards the Heavenly Bridge. Tru Yan Emperor, Jade Emperor, Tainan Emperor. Bait Song Ho, a total of 86 undyings, over half of them were Emperor level, the rest were official level. These 86 arrived within 10 seconds of each other. On the island of the Heavenly Bridge, Tru Yan and the group of powerful undyings gathered. Haha, so many people. Tru Yan smiled and looked around. Tru Yan, who asked you to raise such an exceptional disciple? A golden-eyed huge man with a face full of golden needles smiled, the knight ordered me to pay attention to this punk, I don't dare slack off at all. As a matter of fact, the moment I knew this Luo Feng wanted to pass the heavenly bridge. I immediately came to watch the live broadcast. That's right. We're all following the supremacy's orders. The king and marquis laughed. The atmosphere was quite good. Tru Yen smiled and turned to look at Jade beside him, mocking, "Jade, you have to tell this news to Nine-Blade Knight." With so many powerful beings staring at Luo Feng, Nine-Blade Knight will definitely feel some pressure. Don't wait for this disciple of mine to have great accomplishments in the future and be poached away by the other powerful beings. If it belongs to the Venerable, then it belongs to the Venerable. No one can take it away. Jade Emperor's eyes swept across the group of Undyings, causing them to laugh out loud. The Universe Knights, Universe Country leaders, of the Virtual Universe Company competed with each other. They had more experts under them, more troops, naturally it was different. And if he could get more peak Emperor Undyings, maybe one of them could break through to become a Universe Knight. Forming cliques, the Venerables of the Universe also formed cliques. And there were many things that Universe Knights couldn't do, hence it was important to have powerful subordinates. Normal Emperor Undyings are hard to poach. However, when this Luo Feng reaches the level of his teacher Tru Yen, he'll be able to form his own faction. A black-veiled lady with a snake tail smiled. Even Nine-Blade Knight won't be able to stop him. When the time comes, the other knights and country leaders will all use their methods to attract him. It's hard to say who he won't join. You really think highly of Luo Feng? Jade looked over. At least, there's this possibility. The black-veiled lady smiled. Everyone, what do you think? Which level can Luo Feng pass this time? At least the 8th level. Bolin from that genius competition has already passed the 8th level. I think it'll probably be the 9th. This Luo Feng's habits are shocking. I think it'll probably be the 9th too. He's at the peak of the 9th level. Every 3 levels have a checkpoint. It's unlikely he'll reach the 10th, the 9th, who knows, he might even reach the 10th. When that time comes, everyone's eyeballs might fall out from shock. Tru Yen. You tell us. A large group of emperors and officials all represented the Universe Knights. Even if the officials were weak, they could still receive such a thing. Obviously they were all trusted aides, hence everyone chatted happily. Seems like the majority of them are on the 9th level. Tru Yen seemed to have a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He gazed at the crowd, everyone just watch. Ah, the battle has begun. Following which, the 86 Undyings all turned to look at the screen. On the screen, Luo Feng had just flown to the end of the 8th level. After exchanging a few words with the blue-clothed meteorite opponent, he immediately made his move. The battle lasted a while before it ended. He passed the 8th level. He didn't even beat the 8th level opponent easily. I think the 9th level will be difficult. The 86 Undyings watched the screen and discussed. However, very quickly they went silent. The 9th level opponent was still using the Nanshan Armament's 6th level Blade World. It had already reached the completion level. Luo Feng used the Blade World to exchange 10 rounds with the opponent. After carefully feeling the opponent's attacks, only then did he defeat the opponent. 9th level, passed. 10th level, the opponent was the yellow-clothed man. He unleashed the Nanshan Armament's 7th level, one rod blasting land and land. This was actually an evolved version of the Blade World. Luo Feng too exchanged 10 rounds with the opponent before fiercely using his strength to kill him. 10th level, passed. 11th level, the yellow-clothed man unleashed the Nanshan Armament's 8th level golden blade slicing through space. Luo Feng still exchanged 10 rounds before killing him. 11th level, passed, ********* on the island of the Heavenly Bridge. The gathered large group of Undyings were silent. They all stared shocked at the screen, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Was that possible? In a short few hundred years, he went from the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge to the 11th level. And all the Undyings could see that this Luo Feng was obviously going easy on his opponent. Every battle he exchanged 10 rounds before killing him. Obviously even the 11th level opponent didn't give him much pressure at all. My God! How can this be? How can his improvement speed be so fast? Not mentioning Domain Lord level, even if he was Sector Lord level, he wouldn't be able to improve so much in a short few hundred years. Terrifying. Too terrifying. These emperor and official levels were all shocked. Luo Feng's improvement speed had already exceeded the limits of absolute geniuses, even exceeding the definition of a monster. It should be called monster. A peerless genius monster that surpassed everyone's imagination and the rules of normal development, just like Kudi back then, universe level, domain lord and sector lord level, he still successfully passed the primal sky mountain. And at sector lord pinnacle, he was comparable to an emperor level undying, at the same time killing an official level. This was a monstrous being. In terms of strength, Luo Feng naturally couldn't compare to Kudi. However, in terms of a few hundred years, his improvement speed was far beyond. Don't tell me he can even pass the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge? Don't tell me comprehending the origin laws is as easy as drinking water for him. How can that be? There has to be a limit. Right now our virtual universe company domain lord primal region members, the strongest of the 10 seniors, have only passed the 11th level, and they've trained for tens of thousands of years. Don't tell me this Luo Feng's few hundred years of training can catch up to the other absolute geniuses who trained for tens of thousands of years? That's impossible. These undyings all held their breaths. The Heavenly Bridge Island was dead silent. No one spoke, they all stared hard at the screen. The Heavenly Bridge's 7 to 9 levels were in space. And the 10 to 12 levels were in a planet's body. The bridge extended from the planet's core and magma all the way to the surface. On the surface, Luo Feng stood at the end of the 12th level, gazing down at the vast land below. I've finally reached the surface. The ground beneath the Heavenly Bridge trembled slightly, and at the same time, a rumbling sound could be heard. Choose your opponent. Martial artist, controller, or illusionist. Choose one and defeat him to pass the 12th level. Controller. Luo Feng said. Rumble. The ground trembled. Countless yellow lights flew out from everywhere and swiftly gathered in midair. In an instant, it became a mysterious warrior dressed in a yellow armor and mask. He carried a dark golden long rod on his back and stood on the dark cloud shuttle. He looked at Luo Feng and said solemnly, "A domain lord is actually able to pass the 12th level. You are very outstanding. Right now, not a single domain lord of the virtual universe company has passed this level. Then I'll break this record." Luo Feng smiled. "You're quite confident." The yellow armored man said coldly, "I'll still use the Nanshan Armament's 8th level golden blade slicing through space. However, it's much stronger than the one on the 11th level. You have to be careful." "Come." Luo Feng smiled. Rumble. Rumble. Luo Feng and the yellow armored man's back simultaneously shone with tens of thousands of golden lights. Every 81 of them swiftly formed a little golden blade. At the same time, 108 small golden swords appeared around the two of them. At the same time, the small golden swords drew out many golden threads. Powerful ripples of law surrounded the surroundings. The law of space and the law of metal were incomparably harmonious at this moment, quickly fusing with each other. Fuse! Luo Feng and the yellow armored man shouted at the same time. The 108 little golden blades immediately gathered and became a 2.8 m long golden broadsword. Before the two of them floated a golden broadsword. Wung wung wung, the golden broadsword before Luo Feng slightly trembled. Spirit energy amplitude. Explode. Luo Feng felt that controlling the golden broadsword was rather taxing. He immediately raised it to 1201 breath and it became much easier. Just like a normal person lifting a barbell was taxing. However, if one's strength suddenly increased by 12 times, lifting the barbell would be too easy. When he was outside, he didn't update regularly. After 2 days, Tomato would return home. If he missed any updates, he would make up for it all. Last night, Dragon Travel, Right Hand and Moon, the 3 alliance leaders were giving out monthly votes. With such support, Tomato would feel bad if he didn't work hard. Tomato also asked his brothers to check if they had any monthly votes. Right now, the competition was very intense. Tomato needed everyone's support. Monthly votes. Monthly votes. Monthly votes. I want monthly votes. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle, 1,200 threads of spirit energy infused into the Nanshan armament golden blade, precisely controlling the entire blade's complicated origin law engravings, immediately connecting to the universe space and gold laws. He looked at the yellow-clothed man and roared, "Space /" Hua! The golden blade was extremely strong and indestructible, the surrounding space warped. This golden blade followed the universe space's most exquisite curve, as though following the space ripples through the gaps. What appeared to the naked eye, however, was a golden thread slicing through space, leaving a clear and visible mark in the sky. Obviously any stronger and it would be able to slice through space. Hua! The yellow-cloaked man too stood on the dark cloud shuttle, controlling the golden blade. He too was as fast as lightning. The two golden blades clashed in mid-air. Just like two absolute swordsmen clashing time and time again, Luo Feng and the yellow-clothed man had already reached a godly level of control over the golden blade. The golden blade was already so fast that in mid-air, there were only two golden threads that were hard to discern with the naked eye. The two threads were constantly elongated, covering the entire sky. Clash after clash. It was extremely intense. This scene caused the Undyings watching the broadcast to be completely shocked. This was the result of the Nanshan armament's 8th level golden blade / void reaching completion. The moment the golden blade was unleashed, one couldn't even see the blade, only a golden thread could be seen. This thread was created by slicing through space. Luo Feng and the yellow-clothed man were both Domain Lord level 9, hence they could only leave a mark in space. If they were Sector Lords, their spirit energy quality would be 1,000 times stronger. Using the golden blade / void, they would definitely be able to slice through space like tofu. This was considered a skill only very few Sector Lords had, however Luo Feng already had it at Domain Lord level 9. Haha, it's brutal and perfect. Not bad. After exchanging 10 moves, Luo Feng finally understood his opponent's abilities, finally laughing loudly. Simultaneously his spirit energy amplitude rose from 1200 to 1600. Xiao! A golden thread was even faster and instantly pierced through the yellow-clothed man's body. It was so fast that the yellow-clothed man couldn't dodge at all. Pa, 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 pa. The yellow-robed man's body instantly disintegrated into hundreds of pieces like tofu. In an instant, the sharp sword chi contained in the golden sword crazily cut him into pieces, and his life core was pierced. The 12th level, pass, 13th level. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with desire and madness. Rumble, the bridge that had reached its end continued to extend beyond the planet. The 10th, 11th, and 12th levels were respectively a planet's core, magma layer, and surface. As the saying goes, there are 3 levels to a checkpoint. The 13th floor, the skycrossing bridge, on the other hand, led directly to the fixed star in space. Clearly, the battlefield had been moved to the fixed star. Star? Luo Feng followed the endless bridge and the fiery star it connected to. He smiled and swiftly followed the bridge, heading towards the 13th level. On the central island of the sky-piercing bridge, the 86 Undyings watched Luo Feng exchanging 10 moves with his opponent and killing him. All of them were stunned. The 12th level of the sky-piercing bridge. This Luo Feng specially picked a controller that was at a disadvantage. He actually succeeded? Jade was shocked within, she was truly shocked. Luo Feng's improvement speed had already reached an unbelievable level, completely beyond her comprehension. Difficult, don't tell me. Jade looked at the screen as Luo Feng continued to advance towards the 13th level, her eyes filled with shock. He still wants to pass the 13th level? At this time, it wasn't just Jade, all the Undyings present including Luo Feng's teacher Tru Yen were all shocked. Tru Yen muttered within, Luo Feng usually asks me for guidance, I feel that it's already not bad if he can barely pass the 12th level. However, from the looks of it, it wasn't too hard for him to pass the 12th level. Don't tell me he can still pass the 13th level? Not possible, not possible. Impossible. How can it be? The group of Undyings didn't dare believe that Luo Feng could pass the 13th level. However, no one dared to make a 100% guarantee. Because Luo Feng had continuously passed the 8th to 12th level, and then the 5th level. That calm and natural, he fought for 10 moves before killing his opponent in one strike. This calm confidence had completely infected them, causing them to be unsure if Luo Feng could pass the 13th level. However, logically, everyone felt that it was impossible. Every 3 levels of the sky-piercing bridge had a huge checkpoint: 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9, 10 to 12. Obviously the 12th to 13th level was a huge obstacle. It was extremely hard to pass. The difficulty was extremely high too. Luo Feng's attempt this time, many Undyings thought that he wouldn't even be able to pass the 10th level, however he actually passed the 12th level. One had to know that the Domain Lord level Primal Region members, the strongest of the 10 seniors, had only passed the 11th level, and those seniors had trained for tens of thousands of years. How long had Luo Feng taken? That was too sick. Passing the 12th level was fine, but did Luo Feng think he could pass the next huge checkpoint and pass the 13th level? The sky-piercing heavenly bridge pierced through space, from a planet to a star. Luo Feng swiftly flew to the surface of the star. Choose your opponent, fighter, controller, hypnotist, pick one and defeat him to pass the 13th level. A low rumbling voice resounded throughout the entire star. Controller. Luo Feng held his breath. He didn't have any confidence in passing the 13th level. Only by comprehending 108 essences would he be able to match up to the 12th level. Right now he had only comprehended 102 space essences. In terms of space law comprehension, he was only at the 11th level of the sky-piercing. Relying on his spirit energy amplitude of 1600, he could defeat the 12th level opponent. And the 13th level opponent, his strength was truly heaven defying. Could he still win? I'll give it my all. Let's see the results of my 90 years in Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng stared ahead. Rumble. The blazing flames on the surface of the star suddenly exploded into a ball of fire. This ball of fire directly floated above the sky-crossing bridge and then condensed into a fiery red armored masked man. He had fiery red armor and fiery red hair. He carried a dark gold long staff on his back and stood on a dark cloud shuttle. A pair of golden eyes stared at Luo Feng. A domain lord actually attempting the 13th level. It's been a very long time since I've done so. The flame-armored man looked at Luo Feng, his voice loud and clear. Then I'm here to break the record. Luo Feng smiled. The 13th level is much harder than the 12th, little punk. I hope you can withstand it. The flame-armored man smiled. I believe you've guessed it. I'll be using the last level of the Nanshan armament's 9 levels, even undying enemies. Luo Feng squinted. This punk actually knew how to unleash the Nanshan armament's strongest move. Nanshan armament, also known as Hun Tianyan, its full name was 9 stages Hun Tianyan. When used, there were 9 stages, starting from the first stage illusory sword form. The strongest 9th stage was even an undying enemy. Even many Pinnacle Sector Lords found it hard to master the 9th level. They probably wouldn't even be able to master it by the time they became undyings. Begin. Luo Feng held his breath. I have to go all out, victory or defeat, it all depends on luck. Very good, you seem to have some fighting spirit. The flame-armored man laughed loudly. Rumble. The dark golden long rod on the flame battle-armored man's back suddenly exploded, and countless small golden swords flew away. Countless golden lights started to form a very strange and bizarre combination in midair. It was completely different from the previous Nanshan armament 8-stage combination. This was the true strongest combination of the entire Nanshan armament. In that instant, a completely dark golden seemingly normal 3m long golden blade floated in midair. This blade floated in midair, faintly discernible, almost as though it could disappear into space at any moment. Nanshan armament's 9th level, even undying enemies. Actually, the reason why this move was called even undying enemies was because when a Sector Lord Pinnacle unleashed this move, it could directly allow the Nanshan armament to instantly pierce through space, almost like teleportation, suddenly disappearing and reappearing at a certain point, executing an instant assassination. The weapon pierced through space, faintly discernible. Naturally, it was much simpler than the physical body teleportation. Hence, with the space laws at the 13th level and the gold laws at their pinnacle, they could barely unleash the basic power of this move. Even at its basic power, this move could be called even undying enemies, because when a Sector Lord Pinnacle unleashed this move, that powerful attack and the sudden piercing of the golden blade, even normal undyings had to be careful, not daring to recklessly increase their speed to chase after the opponent. If they accidentally increased their speed to chase after a sector lord, and a golden blade suddenly appeared before them, even if the Undying didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. And this made it so that the Undying couldn't use his fastest speed to chase after the sector lord. Therefore, this move could be called Even the Undying Can Be Defeated. When the dark golden long rod on the back of the flame-armored man exploded, transforming into the perfect form of the Nanshan armament, a 3m long golden blade. At the same time, Luo Feng went all out. Rumble. The dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back shot out countless golden lights, forming 108 little golden blades, swiftly forming a 2.8m long golden broad blade. Obviously it was unleashing the 8th level golden blade slicing through space. After all, Luo Feng had no way of unleashing the 9th level. The peak of the 8th level, it can still beat the 9th, Luo Feng held within. Rumble. Within the internal world, the golden horned beast raised its head and roared, unleashing its natural talent strengthening. Rumble. His spirit energy amplitude immediately rose from 1,600 to 3,200, reaching its limit. I've painstakingly copied the beast god statue for 90 years in Primal Chaos City, simultaneously watching the universe laws revolve, comparing them. These 90 years is comparable to the 900 years in the actual universe. After such a long period of training, I've grasped the strongest beast god conception. Even though I don't understand the mysteries of the laws within, after at least 1 trillion carvings, I can unleash this beast god conception. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with madness. Kill. Maximum spirit energy, maximum control. Pursuing that terrifying will of the beast god, the 2.8-meter long golden broadsword instantly tore through the vast sky, clashing with the 3.3-meter long golden sword that had appeared soundlessly in the perfect form of the Nanshan armament, instantly in the outer space of the star for the first time. A needle against an on, rumble, 2 chapters completed. The 2 golden blades clashed immediately. The universe space that trembled under the sun's flames immediately exploded, revealing a black hole that could be seen with the naked eye. Many of the weaker universe spaces were immediately torn apart, countless space shards whistled past like a storm, the black hole that had just formed swiftly disappeared. The broad blade in mid-air was knocked back a few thousand km, after which it flashed again and tore a ravine in mid-air, directly slashing towards the 3m long Nanshan golden blade. That Nanshan golden blade was knocked back over 10,000 kilometers, after which it flashed and flew back again. I have the advantage. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he saw this. Actually, the opponent was able to unleash the Nanshan armament's perfect form, the perfect 3m long Nanshan golden blade formed from 10,081 little golden blades. However, he didn't unleash the legendary ability to travel through space. And if the opponent was a Sector Lord Pinnacle, then with his Pinnacle World energy, he would be able to use the perfect Nanshan golden blade to travel through space, disappearing and reappearing at random times, unpredictable and unpredictable. However, the opponent was only a Domain Lord level 9, hence he couldn't use the perfect Nanshan golden blade to travel through space. The logic was simple. Basic strength was very important. Even if there was a Star Traveler level monster that could unleash the Nanshan armament's 9th level, it would at most be able to form the Nanshan armament, and with a Star Traveler level spirit energy, the Nanshan armament's flying speed would be pitifully slow. It wouldn't be able to keep up with a Sector Lord's movement speed. Of course, if the opponent was at a disadvantage, Luo Feng would too. The body Luo Feng used in the virtual universe was a body that was unified by the virtual universe. A Domain Lord level 9 spirit energy compared to a Sector Lord Pinnacle, the difference in strength was 1,000 times. If Luo Feng reached the Sector Lord Pinnacle, using the terrifying beast god conception to control the broad blade, its power would be ridiculously strong. Bang! 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 In the space outside the stars, the broad blade and the Nanshan golden blade clashed time and time again. The Nanshan golden blade was sinister, cold, almost like a patient assassin. It was unpredictable, appearing and disappearing in a flash. But once it grasped the opportunity, it would strike fiercely. The broad-hilt golden sword was incomparably tyrannical, like a true overlord, faintly possessing a trace of the beast god's tyrannical aura. It was as though it was rampaging through space, slashing and stabbing time and time again. Of course, in terms of spirit weapon control, it seemed crude and simple, but in truth it had a trace of returning to the basics. The battle between the two golden swords was a battle between an assassin and an overlord. And obviously, the overlord had the upper hand. This is the true power of the golden sword cutting through the void. It contains absolute tyranny, absolute will, and with a single slash, the space of the universe will be split apart. Luo Feng was completely immersed in his grasp of the beast god concept. Every time the golden blade slashed through the sky, it would leave behind a space ravine. Every time the golden blade clashed, it would cause space to collapse. Fight, the broad-hilted golden sword clearly had the upper hand. It suppressed its opponent time and time again, forcing the opponent's flowing god golden sword to continuously retreat, and its range became smaller and smaller. Die. Luo Feng's eyes flashed, he was sure it was time to kill. Xiao. The broad-hilted golden sword was like a sharp golden thread that cut through the air. At the same time, it stabbed toward the opponent, flame armor. The flowing god golden sword tried to block. However, the broad-hilted golden sword dodged and continued to stab at the flame-armored man. It was a method of mutual destruction. You stab me, I don't care, I just want to stab you to death. No. The flame-armored man stepped on the dark cloud shuttle and retreated, controlling the flowing god golden sword to stab at the distant Luo Feng. Unfortunately, during the previous battles, Luo Feng had long suppressed the opponent's flowing god golden sword to a very small area around the flame-armored man. Hence, the broad-hilted golden sword instantly reached him. And the flowing god golden sword required a long time to reach Luo Feng. With such a long time difference, it would also decide the outcome of this battle. Puchi. The broad-hilted golden sword whistled through the flame-armored man's body. Countless strong blade energy immediately caused his body to crumble and his life core to shatter. 13th level, pass, ********** on the center island of the Heavenly Bridge, the 86 Undyings looked up at the screen. When Luo Feng finally killed his opponent and passed the 13th level, all of the Undyings including Tru Yen were shocked. A domain lord passing the 13th level, how long had it been? Of course there had been such absolute geniuses in history. However, every single one of them were famous figures. And those domain lord geniuses in history, 99% of them had trained longer than Luo Feng. After all, to be able to pass the 13th level in a short few hundred years, those domain lord level absolute geniuses who trained for tens of thousands of years to reach the 11th level, however, they were domain lord level absolute geniuses. The 11th and 13th level were two completely different concepts. Especially the 12th to 13th level, it was a huge barrier, breaking through was extremely difficult. It's only been a few hundred years. This Luo Feng, he actually passed the 13th level. From the 8th to the 13th, he passed 6 levels? The group of Undyings including the watchman Bevan, all held their breaths as they watched. So much so that no one even spoke, they were completely shocked by Luo Feng passing 6 levels, creating miracles time after time. In front of such a shocking, monstrous performance, they couldn't even speak. Luo Feng stood at the end of the 13th level, simultaneously the bridge continued to extend into the star. I had a hard time winning the 13th level, my advantage is already very small, I don't have much hope in the 14th level. Even though I don't have any confidence, I still have to try. Luo Feng swiftly flew up the 14th level and continued to fly in, very quickly entering the star's flames, going deeper and deeper into the sea of flames. Even though it was incomparably hot, to a domain lord level 9's body quality, it was nothing. After all, a domain lord level 9's flying speed exceeded 10,000 kilometers per second, even universe levels could battle on a white dwarf star, one could only imagine how strong a domain lord level 9's body was. Chi endless flames surrounded him. The 14th level had already reached its end. Luo Feng stood there, once again choosing the controller as his opponent. This time his opponent was still the flame-armored man. To be able to pass the 13th level as a domain lord, your future is limitless. The flame-armored man's golden eyes looked at Luo Feng. If you choose the controller, from the 13th to the 15th level, you'll be using the Nanshan armament's 9th level, however the same move, the difference in power is huge, if you didn't hold back before, then you have no chance of winning. Luo Feng smiled as he listened. Even Undyings can fight. This was the Nanshan armament's strongest and most perfect move. Just like the Blade World move, the 7th to the 9th level all used this move. Even Undyings can fight, the 13th to 15th level all used this move. It was within expectations. Rumble. Both unleashed the Nanshan armament simultaneously. They instantly clashed. Chi. That Nanshan golden blade first brushed past Luo Feng's broad blade, after which it slightly shook, fast as lightning, elusive and swift, instantly piercing through Luo Feng's body, tearing him apart. A brush, a swing, a stab. Luo Feng didn't even have a chance to struggle before he was defeated. Indeed, it's the same as what I read in the basics of the 36 levels of the evolved god. The Undying is also split into many levels of power. Luo Feng thought within, after which he was kicked out of the heavenly bridge. Luo Feng lost, the heavenly bridge had officially ended, he failed at the 14th level. When the 86 Undyings on the center island of the heavenly bridge, along with the watchman Bevan, saw Luo Feng finally fail at the 14th level, the nervous and silent gods finally let out a long sigh of relief. He finally lost. He can lose too. The many Undyings all laughed, even mocking and discussing. However, following which, the group of Undyings were filled with endless shock. They were actually suppressed by Luo Feng's monstrous performance. One couldn't blame the Undyings. The main thing was that Luo Feng's performance this time was simply too terrifying. How many levels did the entire heavenly bridge have? Reaching the 18th level, one would be at the emperor level. Reaching the 15th level, one would be at the official level. Reaching the 10th level, one would be at the most normal Undying level. Of course, law comprehension didn't mean a sector lord was weaker than an Undying. Many sector lords would become official or even emperor the moment they became Undyings. Luo Feng passed the 13th level in one go. If it was a sector lord that had trained for hundreds of thousands of years passing the 13th level, it wouldn't be shocking at all. However, a domain lord that had trained for hundreds of years doing so, that was something that surpassed logic and imagination. True Yen, congrats. Haha, to have such a good disciple. Congrats. The group of Undyings all laughed. Ha ha ha. True Yen was incomparably happy, thinking within, this punk really hit it well. I think he must have had some special encounters. Usually, he only asks me about his true law comprehension. And when he passed the heavenly bridge, he should have used some special technique to increase his strength. What a monster, passing the 13th level in a short few hundred years. Back then when he first came to Primal Chaos City, he couldn't even pass the first level. Jade. True Yen looked at Jade Monarch. You have to be careful, there will definitely be many universe paragons interested in my disciple. Queen Jewel glanced at True Yen. Shwa. He vanished into thin air, obviously rushing to report to Nine-Blade Knight. She was clear. Luo Feng's monstrous performance was enough to shock those absolute beings. Following which, the other Undyings all swiftly left to report. True Yen however laughed happily and left too. Only the watchman Bevan was left on the island. He took a deep breath. This Luo Feng's performance is simply too. Watchman Bevan secretly began to send out a mass mail. Such an absolute being that only appeared in 10 million eras, he naturally didn't dare to not report it. What did you say? Nine-Blade Knight sat high in his throne. At this time he too stood up fiercely and looked down at Jade. Luo Feng has passed 6 levels consecutively, he's already passed the 13th, Jade said respectfully. Knight, it's not a lie. This Luo Feng has indeed passed the 13th level in one go. I know the Domain Lord Primal Region's 10 strongest elders have only passed the 11th level. Knight, you can watch, this is the video. A few hundred years, compared to the Domain Lord absolute geniuses who have trained for tens of thousands of years, he's 100 times stronger? Is he a Kadi level absolute being? The group of Undyings and Watchman Bevan's report made the news of this heavenly bridge pass instantly spread throughout the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company. The monthly votes were only 400 votes away from number 1. Brothers, mighty. Tomato hoped to get to number 1. Such a miraculous matter, the speed at which it spread was extremely shocking. The group of Undyings couldn't help but tell their friends about it, hence, within a short half an hour, the news of Luo Feng, this little punk that had trained for a few hundred years, passing the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge, had already spread like wildfire, and the main character of this miracle, Luo Feng, wasn't excited at all. I won't study the 9-universe tablet for now. Luo Feng, who was on the path towards the city leader's residence, suddenly stopped, frowning. I've just passed 6 levels, I've gained quite a bit of comprehension, I'll go back and think about it first. After which I'll go to the city leader's residence to study the 9-universe tablet. After which he turned and walked towards his own training quarters. Every time he challenged the Heavenly Bridge, he would spar with his opponents for tens of rounds. He was able to clearly see how his opponents used the Nanshan armament. These opponents' styles were all different from Luo Feng's, giving him a lot of inspiration. On the quiet balcony of the training quarters, Luo Feng leapt up and landed on it, sitting cross-legged and meditating, reflecting on the battle. Reflecting on the battle was very important, hence Luo Feng immediately shut off the virtual universe network, to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Faint chaos energy floated about, Luo Feng calmly reflected. What he didn't know was that he had already caused a huge storm. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island, 9-Blade Knight's Shrine. Dressed in a green battle robe, his head was covered in purple scales, 9-Blade Knight frowned as he stood there. Knight, this Luo Feng is too terrifying. Many absolute geniuses are strong at the start, but the further they go, the more they fall. However, the more he improves, the more shocking it gets. It's only been a few hundred years since he was born, and he's already able to pass the 13th level. He's definitely an absolute genius of over 10 million eras. The other knights and universe country leaders will definitely be willing to take him as a disciple. When that time comes, the teacher and disciple relationship. Luo Feng will probably end up under someone else. Knight, you can't hesitate anymore. Jade stood aside anxiously. 9-Blade Knight raised his hand and pressed down. Jade's words were immediately stuck in her throat, she didn't dare speak anymore. I understand. 9-Blade Knight nodded. But Queen Jade was anxious. Jade Queen was the #1 king ranked undying under 9-Blades Venerable. Hence, 9-Blades Venerable would treat Jade Queen very warmly. The two of them would often discuss some issues. Although Venerable 9 Swords was often the one giving the orders, it was usually Queen Jadeite who was in charge of coordinating and leading the army under his command. Venerable 9 Swords shook his head and smiled. How could I not know? Bolin has cultivated for almost the same amount of time as him. However, he had just passed the 8th level, he could be considered the most outstanding amongst the universe levels. However, Luo Feng had already passed the 13th level, he was 1,000 times stronger than Bolin. Bolin is a 1 in 10,000 eras, this Luo Feng is naturally a 1 in 10 million eras. But take a look. In the history of the human race, which one of them can be said to have appeared once every 10 million epochs? Which one of them didn't attract the pursuit of many powerful figures? I know this, so Luo Feng definitely knows this too. 9-Blade Knight shook his head, otherwise, he wouldn't have not replied when I personally sent him an email. Venerable, you sent an email? Jade Monarch was startled. He did not expect Venerable Lord 9 Swords to act so quickly. He didn't reply, how would he dare not reply? Jade Monarch was shocked. Venerable Lord's email, of course he wouldn't dare to not reply. However, he's closed the virtual universe network. 9-Blade Knight shook his head. Since he's closed the virtual universe network, naturally he can't receive any emails, hence I can't blame him. Jade Monarch was shocked. Good punk. This Luo Feng was cunning enough. He probably had already predicted that many powerful figures would invite him or take him as a disciple. And Luo Feng's position was too low, he didn't dare to reject any of them. Hence he decided to temporarily close the virtual universe network, this way he wouldn't offend anyone. After a period of time, he would open the virtual universe network and receive large amounts of emails, from which he could choose. Cunning enough. Jade Monarch said softly. Such a genius, he definitely has some tricks up his sleeves. 9-Blade Knight shook his head and smiled. Relax, I'm after all his direct subordinate knight. If he receives so many emails at once, he should be the first to reach me. Luo Feng passing the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge, the commotion he caused not only affected the upper echelons of the virtual universe company, but also the other races. Within the barbarian universe country's space territory, in a space that corresponded to a space layer, there was a huge god country. This vast god country was where the Bug Clan's hidden organization was located. Within the god country, there was a mountain range that was over 1,000,000 km tall. This was also the tallest mountain range in the entire god country. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge shrine that was over 100,000 kilometers tall. The shrine emitted a glaring gold light that shone on the land. From afar, one could see the silhouettes within the shrine. The humans and the intrepid Bug Clan warriors were incomparably harmonious within the shrine. Master, Master. At the highest level of the shrine, within the vast shrine, a gold-robed man flashed and appeared, shouting anxiously, "Important news, important news." Roar, roar, roar. Tens of thousands of gold bug warriors, undying bug warriors, were scattered throughout the palace. When they discovered that the golden-robed man was barging into the palace, they were instantly enraged and let out angry roars of warning towards the golden-robed man. Almost as though if the gold-robed man showed any disrespect, they would attack. "What news? Why are you in such a panic?" A gentle and relaxing voice resounded within the shrine. The gold-robed man looked respectfully at the 10 kilometers tall Bug Clan mother nest that was being protected by large amounts of undying Bug Clan warriors. "I've just received news that the human genius Luo Feng, also number 3, has passed the heavenly bridge today." Born only a few hundred years ago, Luo Feng actually passed the 13th level in one go. 13th level? The gentle voice was filled with suspicion. The 10th level is the level of a normal undying. That means, number 3's origin law comprehension is already comparable to the stronger undying generals. "Yes, Master." The gold-robed man said respectfully and urgently, "and he's reached such a level in a few hundred years. Amongst the genius battle members that have trained for the same amount of time as him, Bolin only passed the 8th level. He can't compare to Luo Feng at all. That Bolin is a genius that appears once in 10,000 eras. This Luo Feng is definitely 1 in 10 million eras. 10 million eras, that was 100 billion years. Even though the universe's history was incomparably long, 10 million eras was already a relatively large amount of time. To be able to be called an absolute genius that appears once in 10 million eras, Kudi was one, Shihua was another. Even though many of them fell along the way, those that didn't, all had shocking achievements. Those that didn't fall were absolute geniuses that appear once in 10 million eras, the weakest were at the pinnacle. A once in 10 million eras genius, can he compare to Kudi? The gentle voice said. Yes. The gold-robed man said. Back then, to get rid of this threat, our Bug Clan spent a lot of effort. Even his teacher Primal Chaos City leader couldn't even twist the space to revive his disciple. The gentle voice said, "Make Luo Feng number 1, I'll report to the clan. To get rid of him, our organization's power is no longer enough, you can leave." Yes. The gold-robed man respectfully left. The universe was endless and vast. Even the human race, Bug Clan and automaton race only occupied a small portion of the universe. In the distant universe, there were a few extremely powerful races. One of them was a god country that was hidden in between space. This was a god country continent filled with black energy. Within the majestic black shrine, Master. A figure shrouded in black fog was kneeling respectfully. Sitting on the throne in the cold hall was a figure of over 3,000 meters tall, formed from countless black rocks. The surface of the rocks on his body was surrounded by dark red flames, and black flames would occasionally spurt out of his nostrils. The material of his 2 black horns seemed to be made of crystal and translucent glass. He gazed below at the tiny black mist silhouette. The majestic silhouette spat out black flames from his nostrils. "Master, I've just received news that an absolute genius has been born in the human race of the Great Alliance, called Luo Feng. He's only trained for a few hundred years and he's already passed the human heavenly bridge's 13th level." The weak silhouette in the black mist said respectfully, "He's definitely an absolute genius that appears once in 10 million eras. However, he's currently living in the human sacred land Primal Chaos City. There's a Primal Chaos City leader guarding there. Our clan has no way of infiltrating." The majestic silhouette gazed below at the black mist silhouette. "There's no chance of infiltrating the Primal Chaos City leader's place." Just wait, after this Luo Feng becomes a sector lord, he'll definitely head to the outer region battlefield. In the outer region battlefield, there'll naturally be a chance to deal with Luo Feng. A huge cube made of countless crystals floated within a majestic god country. The entire cube had a diameter of about 3 million kilometers, and it was completely made of peculiar crystals. Within the core of the cube, a man was sitting on the dark green throne. He had a perfect body that seemed to be carved from crystal, and his appearance was similar to a human's. There was a golden eye between his eyebrows, and invisible ripples spread throughout the entire 300-kilometer cube with his eye as the center. Ah? The distant human race of the Great Alliance actually produced a genius that appears once in 10 million eras. Looks like the Bug Clan, Demon Clan, and Automaton Clan will all think of ways to kill that punk. Sending a Universe Knight to kill Luo Feng has a 100% chance of success. However, the price is that the Universe Knight who kills him will be killed by the absolute warriors of the human race. Using a Universe Knight to exchange for Luo Feng? I don't think any race will choose that. However, if it's an Undying, it'll be troublesome to kill him. Interesting. The 4 pinnacle races are nearing, the more intense the battle, the better. The man muttered softly, after which he closed his 3 eyes. Within a day, the news of the birth of a peerless genius had spread throughout the universe to countless alien races. 2 chapters finished. Primal Chaos City, within the countless training quarters, on one of the balconies. Luo Feng, who was sitting crossed-legged with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, a smile on his face. After reflecting on it, I've learned quite a bit. Babata. Luo Feng shouted within. Here. Babata said passionately. As long as Luo Feng reached Domain Lord level, Babata would automatically recognize him as his master. Hence, towards Luo Feng's orders, Babata was extremely passionate and swift. Activate the Virtual Universe Network. Luo Feng smiled. There should be quite a few powerful beings that have sent me messages. Understood. Babata was very happy too. He immediately activated the Virtual Universe Network and immediately many messages arrived. There's a total of 392 messages and 13 call requests. Babata said. So many? Luo Feng was shocked and laughed. Before, when he decided to go for the Heavenly Bridge, he naturally guessed that passing the 12th and 13th level would cause a huge commotion. After all those Domain Lord level Primal Region members that had trained for tens of thousands of years, the strongest were only at the 11th level, he immediately sent a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Luo Feng sat before his desk and watched the screen. There were many emails on the screen, as well as many call requests. The messages are mainly from the Universe Knights, a total of 322 of them. Other powerful Undyings as well as Wuka, Rongjun, and the others also sent messages. There are also calls from Wuka and Rongjun. Oh, there's also your teacher Tru Yen. Babata stood on Luo Feng's shoulder and said. Shwa shwa shwa. The messages were swiftly flipped through by Luo Feng. His reading speed was shocking. Very quickly he finished reading them all. A genius that appears once every 10,000 eras, those Universe Knights don't care. However, an absolute monster that appears once every 10 million eras, it's enough to make the Universe Knights jealous. Luo Feng smiled. From the messages, he could clearly feel the sincerity of the knights. Many of them were very close with him, even suggesting to accept him as a disciple. Of course, everything was up to Luo Feng to decide. These knights wouldn't force him. I'll go see my teacher first. Luo Feng said. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng leapt down from the balcony, becoming a blur and swiftly heading towards Tru Yan's residence not far from his home. Teacher. Luo Feng walked into a courtyard and bowed respectfully. Sit. Tru Yan sat there enjoying the unique fruit wine, simultaneously pouring a cup for Luo Feng. Yes. Luo Feng sat beside. Haha, you really surprised me this time. Tru Yan glanced at Luo Feng and laughed. I'm afraid many of the knights have sent you emails. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, Teacher HM, your improvement speed is shocking. At this rate, even if your comprehension speed slows down in the future, but becoming an Emperor Peak Undying shouldn't be too hard. Tru Yan smiled and said, after all, in the tens of millions of epochs of history, other than those who died prematurely, the rest of the absolute geniuses were at least at the peak of the sealed emperor level. Close to a third of them had stepped into the ranks of the universe paragons. When they find out that you've improved so much, they'll definitely fight to take you in as their disciple. After all, a master-disciple relationship is the strongest. Luo Feng nodded seriously. Experts had an unlimited lifespan, so when their relatives died of old age, the one they were closest to was their teacher. Respect for the teacher, this was a very important point for human warriors. Even if they surpassed their teacher in the future, they still had to respect them. Because, the teacher would guide you along the path of training faster and more stable. The teacher would truly help you time and time again, this favor was extremely huge. Naturally one had to respect the teacher. If one didn't respect the teacher, he would be looked down upon by the other warriors. This was also the reason why the universe paragons wanted to take Luo Feng as their disciple. As long as he didn't die prematurely. In the future, he would at least reach the pinnacle of the emperor level, he would definitely become their right and left-hand man. And the moment he became a universe paragon, with a universe paragon disciple, in the battles between factions, adventuring in the universe secret regions, on the battlefield etc., the teacher and disciple working together would naturally have a higher chance of success. Others may still plot, kill etc., but it was almost impossible for a teacher and disciple to do such a thing. Whoever dared to betray their teacher and ancestor, it was fine if they didn't find out, but the moment they found out, they would become the enemy of all the strong. Have you thought about it? Tru Yan looked at Luo Feng, who will be your teacher? Luo Feng hesitated. Don't hesitate, which warrior doesn't have a group of teachers? Tru Yan laughed loudly, back then when I was a weakling and climbed up step by step, I too had a group of teachers. After all, a teacher's power is limited. Hence for humanity's development, naturally we can't limit everyone to one teacher, that will only delay your talent. Luo Feng nodded. There are many universe paragons, however I don't know which one to choose. Luo Feng said. In his heart, Luo Feng wanted to be a disciple of the Xianxia palace leader. Unfortunately, the leader didn't send any mail. As for the other 300 or so knights, Luo Feng didn't recognize any of them, he didn't even know who was strong or weak among them. In the mail, the knights naturally described their own strengths and abilities. However, Luo Feng naturally understood the logic of praising one's own strengths and abilities, these knights' own descriptions were not enough to fully trust. I'll recommend you one. Tru Yan smiled. Luo Feng was stunned. Primal Chaos City Leader. Tru Yan emphasized. Luo Feng was shocked. Primal Chaos City Leader, the absolute being in charge of humanity's sacred land Primal Chaos City? There were trillions of races in the universe, the other races all eyed it, and as the sacred land of humanity, one could imagine how important it was. However, with the Primal Chaos City Leader there, no other races dared to mess with him, one could imagine how strong he was. However teacher, the Primal Chaos City Leader didn't send me any mail. Luo Feng said, do I have to personally go and recommend myself? No. Tru Yan shook his head, even though he didn't send, he sent someone over to tell me, he has intentions of taking you in as a disciple. Disciple? Luo Feng was stunned. Haha, what kind of position does the Primal Chaos City Leader have? Even though your performance is not bad, you still don't have the qualifications to be his disciple. Tru Yan laughed loudly, the Primal Chaos City Leader's disciples are usually universe knights. Of course, that Kudi is his disciple too, however compared to Kudi, you still seem a little lacking. Luo Feng nodded and admitted. Kudi was a universe level, domain lord and sector lord, he was someone who had passed the primal sky mountain. Sector lord level was comparable to an emperor level undying, a heavenly being that could kill an official level undying. It was said that when he was a sector lord, his origin law comprehension was already able to pass the 20th level of the heavenly bridge, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill an official level undying as a sector lord. Such an absolute being was taken in as a disciple. The Primal Chaos City Leader too has a Primal Chaos tablet, do you know which one it is? Tru Yan smiled at Luo Feng. 52 Primal Chaos tablets. Luo Feng was shocked. In his mind, the names of the tablets swiftly floated. Universe Primal Chaos Tablet. Tru Yan said. The second-ranked Universe Primal Chaos Tablet? Luo Feng took a deep breath. 52 Primal Chaos Tablets. The Huge Axe Primal Chaos Tablet was ranked 1. The Universe Primal Chaos Tablet was ranked 2. That Huge Axe Primal Chaos Tablet was left behind by the creator of the Huge Axe. The Universe Primal Chaos Tablet was actually left behind by the Primal Chaos City Leader. From this Primal Chaos City Leader should be one of the top 3 pinnacle beings of humanity. He had been in Primal Chaos City for countless years, preventing countless other races from invading. An absolute being. Even though the other knights took you in as a disciple, the Primal Chaos City Leader only took you in as a disciple in name. However, as a disciple in name, your performance in the future will be even more exceptional, and you will rise to become a disciple. Tru Yan smiled. With the Primal Chaos City Leader as your teacher, naturally no one within the human race will mess with you. Situations like Candle Emperor dealing with you will never happen again. Of course, the other races won't give him any face. Luo Feng nodded. The other races, right. Humans were just a race, and there were powerful beings of other races, even those who were as powerful as the creator of the giant axe. Even the so-called Flame God race had been left behind by a foreign race expert. Even the Demon Node inheritance, Ice God inheritance, were probably left behind by the other races too. The universe was vast, the strong were as many as the clouds, one had to be humble at all times. I've decided. Luo Feng nodded. I'll go take the Primal Chaos City Leader as my teacher. Haha. Tru Yan nodded satisfactorily. However, you'll have to go see the Nine-Blade Knight first. He's after all your direct subordinate knight. You'll have to tell him your decision first. If he knows you're going to take the Primal Chaos City Leader as your teacher, he won't dare say much. After all, in the virtual universe company right now, the city leader is the number 1 person in power. Number 1 person in power of the virtual universe company? Luo Feng couldn't wait any longer. He really wanted to personally see this person in power of the virtual universe company, a true pinnacle being. Compared to the Huge Axe creator, the Primal Chaos City Leader was probably about the same. Otherwise, how could he oversee the human sacred land? How could he defend against the other races? Under his impatience, Luo Feng used the virtual universe network, first heading to the Nine-Blade Knight's personal space, respectfully greeting him. The Nine-Blade Knight was much more courteous to Luo Feng. After knowing the Primal Chaos City Leader had taken Luo Feng in as a disciple, even though he was helpless, he didn't stop him. After all, that was the Primal Chaos City Leader. Even if the city leader took him in as a disciple, his position was still higher than the direct disciples of the universe warriors. Haha, from the looks of it, you're impatient. The Nine-Blade Knight stood in his palace, gazing below and smiling, since the city leader has already given his orders, then hurried to the residence. Remember, when you meet the city leader, you can't be disrespectful. The city leader has guarded the human sacred land for countless years. His contributions to our human race are immeasurable. Yes, Knight. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Following which he vanished into thin air. At the same time, Luo Feng had already walked out of his teacher Tru Yan's residence, following the wide streets towards the distant city leader's residence. The majestic and grand residence was already within his vision. Primal Chaos City Leader. Luo Feng thought softly. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. The doors of the Primal Chaos City Leader's residence were always open. There were often people entering and exiting the residence. Luo Feng too entered the residence with familiarity. However, in the past he went to study the 9-Universe tablet. This time, he went to visit the city leader. City leader's inner residence. Luo Feng took a deep breath and headed towards the strictest inner residence. The outer residence's entrance was maintained for long periods of time. However, the inner palace was heavily guarded, and with one look, the guards were all undyings. Clang! 2 guards simultaneously dropped their spears and blocked Luo Feng, simultaneously looking coldly at him. I am Luo Feng. I've specially come to visit the city leader. Luo Feng said respectfully. Do you think the city leader is someone you can meet whenever you want? One of the guards was surrounded by thunder, staring coldly at Luo Feng. Without the city leader's orders, even knights can forget about meeting him. To be able to guard the door for the city leader, they were actually very proud. This was the city leader, the virtual universe company's #1 being, the true person with the highest authority. The Undyings all fought to be the gatekeeper, even the gatekeeper didn't give any face to the universe knights who came to visit. Because these gatekeepers represented the primal chaos city leader's face. Please pass the message. Luo Feng smiled, I've indeed received the city leader's orders to come. Ah? The group of Undyings around looked at Luo Feng. Right. Without the city leader's orders, this punk wouldn't dare to come here and cause trouble. Wait a moment, I'll pass the message. The Undyings surrounded by thunder no longer had a cold expression on his face, instead he smiled. You are Luo Feng? After a while, the Undyings looked shocked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Go in, Guai Knight is waiting for you inside. The Undyings surrounded by thunder said, simultaneously retracting the spear that was blocking Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled as he entered the inner residence, causing the group of Undying guards to discuss amongst themselves as they watched him leave. One had to know that a domain lord or sector lord that could enter the inner residence, it was hard to even meet one in 100 million years. That was the residence of the primal chaos city leader. Inner mansion. Following the wide walkway, he quickly arrived at a plaza paved with primal chaos rocks. Luo Feng glanced at the distant bald man dressed in a fiery red armor. He had a faint smile on his face, and his entire being seemed very calm. Just looking at this bald man, Luo Feng couldn't help but calm down, as though he had merged into the vast and peaceful universe. Everything around him seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the bald man standing there. Luo Feng was startled awake. What terrifying existences! Skysure Palace Master, Undying Paragon, Fire Paragon, Nine-Sword Paragon, and others. I feel that these universe paragons are all incomparably powerful. Even though Emperor Undyings are strong, I can still barely judge their strength. And this person before me. I can't judge at all, he should be a universe knight too. Luo Feng immediately confirmed, he should be the Guai knight that the guard mentioned. Luo Feng walked towards the red-armored bald man. I'm Master Guai. I'm here to receive you on the orders of my master. Master Guai smiled. His smile seemed to have the power to touch one's heart. Luo Feng greets Master Guai. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Follow me. Master Guai said. Yes. Luo Feng followed respectfully. Master Guai brought Luo Feng and walked within the inner quarters of the city leader's residence. Simultaneously, he smiled and turned to look at Luo Feng. Teacher has intentions of taking you in as a disciple. I think you should be willing. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Since you become teacher's disciple, you don't have to. Call me Master Guai, just call me second senior brother. Master Guai smiled, I've been under teacher for a very long time, hence I become the second senior brother. He has many disciples under him, many stronger than me. It's only because he favors me that I'm able to stay by his side. Luo Feng said, greetings second senior brother. Master Guai smiled as he walked. Teacher has 3 bodies. The one in charge of Primal Chaos City is in charge of killing. Hence you have to be respectful and not offend him. Yes. Luo Feng was shocked, replying respectfully. My God. That Primal Chaos City leader actually had 3 bodies. The one left in Primal Chaos City was in charge of killing? Just one body alone was enough to guard Primal Chaos City? If that was the case, then the power the Primal Chaos City leader had was simply unimaginable. Actually, it wasn't a secret that the Primal Chaos City leader had 3 bodies. The reason why the strong were strong was because they were respected. They relied on true killing methods. The Primal Chaos City leader had killed countless foreign race warriors. His 3 bodies were known by the trillions of races in the universe. Any one of them had unbelievable power. Primal Chaos Ruins? Luo Feng looked at the quiet courtyard before him. Outside the courtyard was a stone tablet. On it were the words Primal Chaos Tablet. Teacher is inside. Guai said and brought Luo Feng in. Luo Feng too stepped in. Rumble time and space twisted. Before, he was still in the city leader's residence. However, the moment he stepped in, he felt the space around him change. He actually entered a vast world. On the vast land, with a glance, there were corpses everywhere. Some were as large as planets, while others were smaller than a human. However, every single one of the corpses had a terrifying energy that made one's heart palpitate. This should be the ruins of a terrifying pinnacle battle. Luo Feng and Guai Knight walked on this endless wasteland. Teacher! Guai suddenly shouted. Only now did Luo Feng realize in shock that not too far away stood a tall and sturdy man that was about 3 m tall. He was dressed in an extremely complicated and ancient dark red battle armor with battle boots on his feet. At the same time, a scaled tail extended out from his battle skirt. When Luo Feng's gaze landed on this man, he felt his soul tremble. At the start, he only saw a silhouette. After that, it was almost as though he saw the endless universe laws. That vast universe laws constantly emitted killing intent, causing Luo Feng's soul to completely submit. He had no thoughts of resisting. Luo Feng? A very normal voice resounded. All the illusions from before vanished and Luo Feng could see that man with his naked eyes again. That dark red armored man with a scaled tail turned to look at Luo Feng. His forehead had 2 fiery red horns, his face had peculiar engravings too, making him seem fierce and ferocious. However, his eyes were calm like the vast ocean, like the endless starry sky, making one involuntarily calm down. Luo Feng greets the city leader. Luo Feng knelt down. Terrifying, too terrifying. Luo Feng was shocked within. The first time I saw him, it was almost like I saw the universe laws. Right, this is the realm of one's own origin law. That hero also said, the beast god was a fusion of the origin laws. His every move carried the fusion of the origin laws. Even that beast god statue carried the fusion of the origin laws. And the primal chaos city leader, at his level, his body naturally carries the origin laws. Looking at the city leader himself, that's directly observing his powerful origin laws. This was the realm. It definitely exceeded the realm of the universe knights. It was a realm that truly stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Your performance is not bad, and you've had many fortuitous encounters. The primal chaos city leader looked at Luo Feng and smiled. Luo Feng listened respectfully. However, he was panicking deep down because he felt that the primal chaos city leader's gaze had seen through him completely. It seemed like he had no secrets at all. No, my Masha clansman is carrying the core and has been hiding in the world ring the entire time. And I've long absorbed that world ring. If anyone were to probe, I would have discovered it long ago. If anyone were to probe my core, I would have discovered it too. However, the primal chaos city leader's strength is unbelievable. It's hard to say. However, he is after all the primal chaos city leader. He probably wouldn't even bother to probe my world ring. I've seen the video of you passing the heavenly bridge. You've almost comprehended the 108 space essences. The primal chaos city leader smiled. It hasn't even been 90 years since I came to Primal Chaos City and you've already comprehended the 108 space essences. Not bad. Luo Feng listened obediently. You passed the 13th level. It should be because you studied the Golden Horn clan's huge beast god statue in the canyon. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Yes. Luo Feng said. His heart, however, was trembling. It was too terrifying. Even though the Primal Chaos City leader's guess was slightly off, it couldn't be considered wrong. Because Luo Feng's trillions of carvings were the same as the huge sleeping beast god statue in the canyon. This was because the small beast god statue Luo Feng acquired couldn't be copied at all. The moment he tried to copy it, he would be suppressed by the universe. However, the sleeping beast god statue left behind by Hiroto could be copied. To be able to comprehend a bit of the concept, not bad. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Are you willing to be my disciple? Your disciple is willing. Luo Feng said respectfully. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. He was a being that stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Even though geniuses were important, he was very clear, some people might be slow in comprehending, but if they could constantly break through and advance, they could still become universe knights. Hence, unless it was an absolute genius that appeared once in 10 million eras, otherwise he wouldn't care. Even if it was an absolute genius that appeared once in 10 million eras, the Primal Chaos City leader would still have to observe him. After that, he would confirm whether or not to take him in as a disciple. I know True Yen exchanged for the upper half of the 7 divine transformations for you, the Primal Chaos City leader said. And for you to be able to comprehend a bit of the Beast God statue's concept, it means you have talent in merging the origin laws. However, merging the origin laws is thousands to tens of thousands of times harder than just comprehending one. I'll give you time, 3,000 years, the Primal Chaos City leader said. If within these 3,000 years in Primal Chaos City, you master the first level of the 7 divine transformations, I'll take you in as my disciple. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng and said. P.S. The second chapter has arrived, there's still the third chapter today, I'm starting to catch up. He mastered the first level of Nanshan's 7 forms in 3,000 years? Paragon Guei was shocked. The Nanshan 7 forms, Beast God 7 attacks, this precious manual was very famous amongst the pinnacle race of humanity. The reason why it was so famous was because of 2 reasons. One was because of the Gold Horn race's Shi Luo Duo's slaughter of trillions of races in the universe back then. 2 was because of the powerful Beast God that was born after the universe was born. Because of the Beast God, humanity had indeed sacrificed many back then. Warriors were made through fighting. Shi Luo Duo and the Beast God were all like that. And Shi Luo Duo's Nanshan 7 forms was created with the Beast God as the target. Naturally, this manual was highly valued by humanity. When the Gold Horn race was under the protection of the humans, the strongest manual of the race, the Nanshan 7 forms, naturally fell into the hands of the humans. Ever since this technique was passed to the humans, due to their envy of Shi Luo Duo and the Beast God, many warriors of the human race had exchanged for the first part of this manual to train. The moment they trained, they discovered that the difficulty of the Nanshan 7 forms was thousands to tens of thousands of times harder than just training the space laws. Especially the first level, even some knights couldn't complete the first level. The success or failure of this first level would indicate whether or not one was talented in fusing the laws of space and metal. I remember back then that Lian Luo took 3,000 years to comprehend the 108 wonders. Guei Knight thought, teacher only gave Luo Feng 3,000 years to comprehend the first level of the Nanshan 7 forms, it's hard 3,000 years? Luo Feng was nervous when he heard. Shi Luo Duo had said in the first level of the Nanshan 7 forms that the first level was the entry-level manual. It was best to comprehend the 108 wonders before attempting to train in it. The time required would be at least 100 times, 1,000 times more than the time required to comprehend the 108 wonders. These were the exact words Shi Luo Duo left in the manual, he only said 100 times, 1,000 times. I took 100 years to comprehend the 108 wonders. Then 100 times, 1,000 times, wouldn't that take 10,000 or 100,000 years? Luo Feng thought. However, I have the Beast God statue, I can study it and study the laws within, the efficiency should be much higher. If I work hard, I will definitely complete the first level of the scale section within 3,000 years, your disciple will do his best. Luo Feng didn't dare show any disrespect to this body of the Primal Chaos City leader. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. After which, he walked into the distance, and Guei Knight and Luo Feng followed. Your 9th senior brother is here, Primal Chaos City leader said. Luo Feng looked around. Suddenly, he saw a 9m tall man with 6 arms and 6 eyes walking over from the sandstorm. On his back was a huge golden axe that was almost as tall as his body. The huge axe had incomparably complex engravings on it, and a terrifying aura emanated from it, causing the space around to tear apart. He walked over with large strides, even crushing some corpses under his feet. The surrounding space was trembling. Teacher, the giant man with the golden axe on his back said respectfully as he approached. This is your 9th senior, Gold Axe Knight. Primal Chaos City leader explained to Luo Feng. 9th brother. Luo Feng bowed. Your 9th senior brother, Reverend Gold Axe, once cultivated the 7 forms of Nanshan. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled and said, from today onwards, for the next 3,000 years, I will ask your 9th senior brother to teach you once every 10 years. If you have any questions, you can ask your 9th senior brother then. Luo Feng was delighted. Even though in the Beast God Canyon of the Gold Horn race, it was said that no one had comprehended the secret of the sleeping Beast God statue, Luo Feng guessed that in truth, there should be some absolute beings that had comprehended it was just that they wouldn't publicize it. Like the human race where the strong were like clouds, they all had this manual. Hence, there would definitely be many that tried to train in it. Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully, after which he turned to Gold Axe Knight and said, I'll be troubling you for the next 3,000 years. No trouble. Gold Axe Knight laughed loudly. What a joke, the city leader's orders, how would he dare go against them? This Nanshan 7 forms is too difficult. Even though I've trained in it before, it was only as a support. Gold Axe Knight explained. Even though he had tried to train in it before, even reaching the 4th form, he was already strong enough. Even after trillions of years, he still found that the losses weren't worth it. Right now, he had already given up on it and focused on studying the time laws. He had already completed the space laws, the moment he completed the time laws. Once he completed the time and space laws, he would naturally become a universe master, training in time and space. These were the most common paths amongst the trillions of races in the universe. 99.9% of the knights walked this path. After the city leader finished instructing Gold Axe Knight, he looked at Luo Feng. Our virtual universe company nurtures geniuses. The higher the talent, the more resources we'll get. Of course, when you reach Sector Lord level, there'll be a distribution. Since you become my disciple, I'll give you some resources. Thank you, teacher. Luo Feng was delighted within. I'll give you an extra 20 chances to study the 9 universe tablet. The city leader said. I believe this is what you need the most right now. Go on, I hope to see you complete the first level within 3,000 years. Yes. Luo Feng suppressed his joy and bowed respectfully. Gui Knight and Gold Axe Knight bowed too. Hua, the 3 of them simultaneously vanished and appeared outside the courtyard of the Primal Chaos ruins. Space transfer? Luo Feng looked at himself standing outside the courtyard and thought. Junior Luo Feng, work hard. Gui Knight smiled and said, after which he vanished too. 10 years later, I'll go to the virtual universe Xianxia mountain to find you. Gold Axe Knight's voice rumbled, after which he vanished too. 3,000 years? Luo Feng thought. His eyes gleamed with glee. 20 extra chances to study, this is simply too wonderful. 20 chances to study the 9 universe tablet seemed normal, but in truth its value was limitless. Because these chances couldn't be exchanged with points, every level of the heavenly bridge gave him one more chance. Even if he passed the 21st level and became a universe knight, there were only a total of 21 chances. Every chance was incredibly precious. Luo Feng's true motive for coming to Primal Chaos City was to study the 9 universe tablet. Out of nowhere, he had 20 more chances to comprehend. It was better than giving Luo Feng a few manuals, and it was even more surprising than getting some treasures. Leaving the city leader's residence, Luo Feng immediately went to study the 9 universe tablet. Luo Feng currently had a total of 26 chances to study it, 6 left from the heavenly bridge, the 20 given by the city leader. Properly distributing these 26 chances would allow him to improve very quickly. Time passed. The news of Luo Feng becoming a disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, at least the knights all knew about it. And the country leader of the Ganwu Universe country, for the first time, gave an order to give special treatment to the Luo family within the Ganwu Universe country. Since the country leader had given the order, the undying families under him were all extremely enthusiastic. This caused the Luo family's power and influence to rise greatly, enough to match some of the powerful undying families within the Ganwu Universe country. Luo Feng didn't care too much about this, he was very clear that this was an important period of his rise. The stronger he got, the higher his position, the more powerful the Luo family would be, and the moment he fell, the Luo family would definitely fall. 10 years later. Yes, 9th senior. Understood. Within the primal region of Yuxiang Mountain, Luo Feng's villa's training grounds, Gold Axe Knight was giving Luo Feng pointers, allowing him to swiftly ask questions after 10 years. And Gold Axe Knight was after all the early disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. Over countless years, along with the city leader's personal guidance, his strength wasn't any weaker than Shi Night, maybe even stronger. He gave Luo Feng pointers, of course from a high vantage point. It was simple and easy. His explanations made Luo Feng feel enlightened and excited. He explained for a total of 3 days. After 3 days, Gold Axe Knight left. Luo Feng continued to sit cross-legged on the balcony, occasionally looking up at the sky and closing his eyes in deep thought. The golden-horned beast and the Masha clansmen were fully focused on their training. In a flash, 12 years had passed since the city leader took him in as a disciple. Haha, Luo Feng, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He couldn't help but laugh excitedly. I've finally done it. I've finally comprehended the 108 wonders of space. Lian Luo 3,000 years. I've only just passed 100 years. Luo Feng laughed loudly, filled with glee. My essence is Sector Lord level training, and Lian Luo is Sector Lord level 2. However, I'm close to 30 times faster than him. Looks like my training speed far exceeds his too. Luo Feng combined his 2 clones. His talent exceeded Lian Luo's. However, it wasn't as ridiculous as 30 times. The main thing was that with the Beast God statue, to be able to look at it and comprehend the Beast God presence, it was naturally beneficial to training the space laws. No wonder Lian Luo said that after comprehending the 108 wonders, the 4th, 5th and 6th picture would give me a 100% confidence in training. Luo Feng laughed too. Haha, even though the 4th to 6th pictures are incredibly complex, in truth they are the integration of the 108 wonders. The 108 types of space essences were like ingredients. All kinds of delicious dishes were made from the most basic ingredients. Once one understood all the essences, they would start from the essences and cultivate the 4th, 5th, and 6th diagrams. They would not be like ordinary cultivators who foolishly comprehended them. The 4th to 6th pictures will at most take a bit more time. They definitely won't stop me. Luo Feng was extremely confident. However, I'm not in a rush to study the 4th picture. I have to study the Nanshan 7 forms first. I have to make the best use of my time. Luo Feng couldn't care less, immediately closing his eyes. Countless words floated in his mind. This was the Nanshan 36 forms he got from the Manual Tower in the Gold Horn Race Sacred Land. When he read the Nanshan 7 forms, he realized the Nanshan 36 layers was the introductory chapter of the Nanshan 7 forms. Actually, this had been described in detail in the scripture Pagoda, saying that this was the foundation chapter of Shi Luo Duo's ultimate technique. Tomato was pleasantly surprised to find that the leader moon was already at 10 million, Long Xing and right hand were incredibly close to 10 million. 310 million, hehe, very excited. Thank you for your support, Tomato is very grateful. I'm still 900 votes away from first place. Brothers with monthly votes, please support Tomato, vote for Tomato. In the past, Luo Feng relied on the golden-horned beast to grasp a bit of the beast god mentality. He didn't need to understand the laws within, he just needed to be able to use it, and from now onwards, he truly began to study the fusion of the 2 origin laws. Just like on Earth, some people were born to be good at the piano, others were born to be good at logic and science. Even though one could achieve it with more effort, talent still played a part. Especially the fusion of the origin laws was a very difficult path. Even many knights couldn't even cross the threshold, and Luo Feng, was it fast, was it slow? It was hard to say before he started training. Virtual universe, Luo Feng was within the training grounds. In the sky above the vast mountain range, Feng Lin stood on the Lofu Chi board, and at the same time, more than 800,000 blades surrounded his body. The densely packed blades filled the sky. As Feng Lin used his psychic power to activate these blades, he also used his psychic power to trigger the laws of the universe. He began to cast the illusory sword style, sky-piercing style, sword domain, great ingenuity, space slicing, and sword world, even though these blades were normal blades and didn't have any origin law engravings. But he could still unleash these ultimate moves. The main use of the spirit weapon was that it was infused with origin law engravings. Through a few combinations, it could become a fixed ultimate move. When that time came, he would only have to activate it to unleash the attack, and if he didn't have a spirit weapon, like Luo Feng controlling the countless blades, he would have to activate the origin laws himself. That would be much more tiring. Unleashing the same move, with or without a spirit weapon, the amount of effort and energy required would be 10 to 100 times more. Golden blade slicing through space. Countless blades danced in the air, triggering the laws of the universe, causing the countless blades to seem to connect as one, forming a gigantic sword with a faint trace of golden flowing light. Luo Feng's face was flushed red, staring hard at the countless blades that formed the huge blade. If I used the Nanshan armament, I could easily unleash this move, and it would be extremely powerful. Luo Feng thought, however, through the hundreds of thousands of normal blades, every 10 blades activating the origin law engravings, controlling so many blades to activate the universe laws is already very taxing for me. Barely able to form this golden blade. One had to know that Luo Feng had already comprehended 108 essences, his origin law comprehension had already reached the 12th level of the heavenly bridge. The moment he exceeded 3,200 spirit energy amplitude, Luo Feng could use the Nanshan armament to unleash the 9th level undying. With the Nanshan armament, he would be able to use the 9th level. Without the Nanshan armament, just relying on the countless razor blades, even the 8th tier golden sword cleaving the void felt strenuous. Through the training of the 36 levels of the evolved god, Luo Feng actually naturally knew how to modify the origin engravings on the blades. This modification was one of the techniques used to create his attacks. Spreading an attack secret method onto hundreds of thousands or even millions of blades, and finally adjusting each blade. Finally, he reached the most satisfactory state. After that, he would combine the millions of blades with the law engravings, solidifying the engravings on the spirit weapons. This way, he wouldn't need to be distracted when he unleashed his ultimate moves, he only needed to activate them. Of course, Luo Feng still hadn't reached the time to create his own techniques. Training the 36 levels of the evolved god, the biggest benefit to him right now, was to complement the first level of the evolved god 7. I see. So this is the profound mystery of the beast god realm. Sitting on the balcony, Luo Feng's eyebrows were dancing and his face was filled with worry. The moment he began the fusion of the origin laws, Luo Feng realized the benefits of grasping a thread of the beast god realm. Just like a car mechanic, even though he didn't understand the theory behind it, practice makes perfect. When a mechanic who knew how to repair a car went to study the theory behind it, comparing it with his own car repair process, his comprehension would naturally be faster. Luo Feng was like that. In the past, he knew how to do it but didn't understand it. Now that he had studied it and confirmed it, he was extremely excited. It's just like that. Haha. Luo Feng's 6th year of training the evolved god 7. Teacher. Luo Feng sat beside Tru Yan. How's the evolved god 7? Do you have confidence in completing the first level in 3,000 years? Tru Yan looked at Luo Feng. He too knew of the agreement between Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader. It's alright for now. Luo Feng smiled. These 6 years, I haven't met much trouble since I started. However, the path of the beast god is deep and unfathomable. Just this first level, the scale armor, is already very complicated. According to what Hiroto said, there will be many difficulties. I don't know if I'll be able to easily overcome all of them. Tru Yan nodded. This was a true ultimate manual. The moment one mastered the 6th level, one would stand at the pinnacle of the human race. He would only be weaker than the creator of the huge axe, Primal Chaos City leader and the Void Gold Lord etc. However, it was enough to dominate the trillions of races in the universe. Hence every level was very difficult. Not meeting any difficulties at the start, that's good, it means you are very suitable for this path. Tru Yan nodded satisfactorily. What he didn't know, the golden horned beast had been studying the sleeping statue for a long time, studying the special concepts of the smaller statue, which was the fusion of the origin laws, and practicing the first claw over and over again. Actually, among Luo Feng's 3 great bodies, the Earth body and the Masha clansman's training speed in the beast god path was far from the golden horned beasts. The golden horned beast, the huge sleeping statue, the small statue, along with the 7 and 36 levels of the evolved god, it was indeed a perfect match. There's still a few more days before the Domain Lord level qualification battles. Tru Yan smiled. When that time comes, remember to participate. Your disciple remembers. Luo Feng smiled. Domain Lord qualification battles, the strongest of the 10 seniors had only passed the 11th level. Even if he didn't use the beast god concept, just his comprehension of space and his 3,200 spirit energy amplitude, he could easily pass the 13th level. Fighting with them is like bullying them, they're not even on the same level. Luo Feng muttered within. Even though it seemed like bullying, the once-in-a-thousand-year Domain Lord qualification battle still arrived. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. The Primal Region Lord qualification battles are about to begin, all gather. A thick voice immediately resounded throughout the Primal Region. The 11 Domain Lords all looked up into the sky, looking at the silhouette standing in mid-air, after which they swiftly rushed into the sky. Shua, the 11 gathered in mid-air, looking at the purple-clothed man before them. The purple-clothed man was sent by the Virtual Universe Company to organize the qualification battles. He was also a relatively strong Undying. Luo Feng? That's Luo Feng? Toka, he must be Luo Feng. That training speed is insane and terrifying. The gazes of the 10 seniors all landed on Luo Feng. Of the 10, only Tuaka was temporarily in Primal Chaos City, the other 9 were all sent outside, and because Luo Feng rarely attended classes in the virtual universe, the other 9 were all sent outside. He attended classes in Primal Chaos City, hence the other 9 weren't too familiar with him. Interesting. Luo Feng felt the gazes of the 10 around him, laughing within. Whatever, there's no meaning in bullying others too much. When the qualification battles begin, I'll give them some face. I'll just deal with them, there's no need to be too brutal. It was indeed bullying. Passing the 13th level and passing the 11th, the difference was too huge, it was completely a one-sided slaughter. Before, when Luo Feng didn't explode and passed 6 levels, the 10 old men all believed that even though Luo Feng had potential, at least they were stronger than Luo Feng right now. They didn't really like Luo Feng. However, when Luo Feng passed 13 levels in one go, this group of so-called absolute geniuses were all stunned. Dumbfounded. Toka, who was in Primal Chaos City, was howling within. I've trained for 30,000 years, he's only trained for a few hundred, how can he be so much stronger than me, he's too much of a bully. Don't tell me it's another Kudi? To be in the same generation as such a monster, it's a tragedy. The 10 no longer had any animosity towards him. They were all looking at an absolute genius monster, they were very clear. Luo Feng wasn't even on the same level as them. The purple-clothed man looked at the 11 before him, after which his gaze landed on Luo Feng. He couldn't help but look carefully. He had heard that Luo Feng had become a disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, he couldn't help but be envious. This Undying like him didn't even have the right to meet the Primal Chaos City leader, naturally he was envious. Same rules. The purple-clothed man's gaze swept past the 11, his expression serious. The Domain Lord qualification battles that happens once every 1,000 years. There are a total of 11 Domain Lords, every one of you will have to battle the other 10. These types of battles, a win will earn you 1 point, a loss or a draw will earn you 0 points, the final score will be calculated and you will be ranked according to your points. The top 6 will remain in the primitive secret realm. The bottom 5 will have to fight against the top 5 Domain Lords of the absolute beginning region to fight for the final 4 spots. Everyone understands now. Understood. The 11 nodded. Luo Feng was relaxed, however the 10 seniors felt the pressure, no matter what, at least Luo Feng had snatched 1 spot. On the other hand, the top 5 of the absolute beginning area were the top 5 out of the hundreds of geniuses in the absolute beginning area. They were not much weaker than them. Once they were reduced to a battle, it would be very tragic. The qualification battles will be held in a special location. In a while the virtual universe system will automatically send you out in pairs. Everyone will have to fight in 10 battles, unless your opponent chooses to forfeit. Those who don't fight can choose to watch the broadcast, watch the others fight. The purple-clothed man smiled. Prepare yourselves, wait for the virtual universe system to transfer you. The 11 nodded, their gazes towards the others were different. Competition. From the day they stepped into the Virtual Universe Company, the competition had always been ongoing. Luo Feng however stood calmly in mid-air, he didn't care about the 10 seniors, his competition wasn't these seniors, not even the geniuses of this era. It was the absolute beings of history, or the absolute geniuses of the trillions of races in the universe. Hua. 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 Of the 11 members, 10 were immediately teleported away, leaving only one standing there. It was Luo Feng. There's 5 battles at the start, I don't have a share. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. Don't rush, everyone has 10 battles anyway. The purple-clothed man smiled at Luo Feng, and these qualification battles to you, it's just a formality, there's no challenge at all. Luo Feng smiled. That's right, within a day, the Domain Lord qualification battles had ended. Luo Feng naturally won 10 out of 10 battles, ranked number 1. With regards to this result, no one expressed shock or shock, everything seemed to be expected. P.S. First chapter here. The Domain Lord qualification battles passed just like that. The high and mighty absolute beings of humanity as well as the geniuses weren't at all surprised by Luo Feng's first rank. They were very clear, with Luo Feng's training speed, he was destined to become one of the top figures of humanity in the universe. Right now they were anticipating and watching whether or not Luo Feng could actually master the first level of the 7 transformations within 3,000 years and become the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. Within Primal Chaos City. Your Majesty Luo Feng. 3 sector lords dressed in silver armor walked to Luo Feng's training quarters, looking up at him sitting cross-legged on the balcony. On the balcony, Luo Feng opened his eyes and looked below, revealing a smile. So, he immediately jumped off the balcony. Have the things I wanted arrived? Luo Feng looked at the 3 sector lords before him. Yes. The leader of the 3 silver-armored sector lords nodded, simultaneously handing over a world ring respectfully. Your Majesty Luo Feng, the things you bought etc. are all within this world. Luo Feng received it and used his spirit energy to enter the world ring. The world within the world ring was very small, its diameter was only 10,000 kilometers. However, there were large amounts of goods within, taking up a total of 1,000 kilometers worth of goods. Of which the most eye-catching were the 3 silver chests placed in the center of the world. Very good. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, sorry to trouble you all. It's our duty, our duty. The 3 sector lords were terrified, replying, we don't dare disturb your Majesty Luo Feng, we'll make a move first. The 3 swiftly left. Walking along the wide streets, the 3 couldn't help but discuss, everyone says this Luo Feng is an absolute genius that only appears once every 10 million eras. Who would have thought he doesn't seem to put on much airs and is rather easy to get along with. The last time we went to deliver some goods to that primal region sector lord, what's with his acting? That's called bearing. I heard His Majesty Luo Feng has already been accepted as a direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. I heard he's an honorary disciple. Nonsense, he's obviously a direct disciple. It might have been spread wrongly. The 3 discussed mentally. They were only sector lords, however as core members of the Virtual Universe Company, they frequently heard and interacted with secrets. However, they didn't know how many people had passed on the information, hence the authenticity of the information had to be discounted. Luo Feng took the world ring and immediately walked into the living room of his training quarters. Sitting on the sofa, Luo Feng rubbed the world ring and swiftly absorbed it. Come out. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with desire. He immediately took out the 3 silver chests from the world. 3 silver boxes were placed on the dining table. Each box was about 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and 30 centimeters high. Luo Feng took a deep breath and swiftly opened the 3 silver boxes. Pada! 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 The chests were opened, and each of the 3 silver chests contained a stalk of white grass. The grass was placed very carefully. It was about 60 centimeters tall, and its stem was silvery white. Star-eating grass. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the 3 plant life forms, they're finally here. Ever since Luo Feng started training the first level of the 7 divine transformations 6 years ago, he had studied his approximate strength after completing the first level and had a clearer plan for the future. Training in Primal Chaos City was destined to take a long time, so he had to make use of this time. How to make use of it? His greatest asset was the Luo God Water. It was a top-grade treasure for nurturing plant life forms, hence he had to nurture them. One had to know that there were many warriors training in Primal Chaos City. They would often need to purchase treasures, and the virtual universe company's ships would often come here too, hence he could order them. Luo Feng ordered 3 star-devouring grass larvae. Star-devouring grass, an extremely unique plant life that grows in the universe. It will be born on a normal mineral planet, and as it grows, it will automatically consume the various metals and rocks on the planet. Normally, a normal mineral planet is enough for a star-devouring grass to evolve to the universe level, and the mineral planet will also crumble. This star-devouring grass will take root on a large piece of rock and begin to wander the universe. During its wandering life, the star-eating grass may swallow special metals, rocks, plants etc. to evolve. There were many types of plant life forms. Like the main defense type, the main attack type, the attack and defense type, and others. As there were many types of plant life forms, and their abilities were countless. Some plant life forms themselves could even give birth to other life forms. Some plant life forms were like trees that had to be rooted in the soil. Even when transplanting, one had to be careful, unlike the cloud contact vine which could fly around as it pleased. Anyway, there were many types, many abilities. Only the most suitable ones were the best. Star-eating grass, known as the toughest defensive plant life form, this so-called toughest refers to some plant life forms that can be sold among the human race. In the vast universe, there are still some magical plant life forms that can be said to be unique and cannot be sold. This star-eating grass naturally loved to swallow rocks, metals, trees etc., causing its vines to be incomparably tough and sharp. Its attacks were very simple. It was just a single move, entanglement. The cloud contact vine and star-eating grass were different. The cloud contact vine was actually mainly for defense, with some offensive abilities. However, the star-eating grass's selling price was much higher than the cloud contact vine. Without a certain status, without connections, one couldn't even buy a young star-eating grass. As the star-eating grass was an offensive plant life form, and was known as the toughest, it was a very good support. For example, during a battle, the countless vines of the star-eating grass would wrap around the opponent. As long as it could affect the opponent's speed and attacks, then the outcome of the battle would be rewritten. Its only ability was entanglement. Its best point was that it was the toughest among the sold plant life forms, causing it to be in high demand. The 3 star-eating grass larvae cost Luo Feng close to 900,000 mixed elements. Of course the larvae were all the same, however the final product would be different. Just like the cloud contact vine, the weakest sector lord level was 36 main vines, and the best was 360 main vines. Back then, the Yunmo planet master Hu Yanbo's cloud contact vine only had 108 main vines at sector lord level, but he still spent a lot of effort to make it break through to undying level. Luo Feng's sector lord level cloud contact vine had 216 vines. To break through to undying, it would probably be 10 times harder than Hu Yanbo back then. The star-eating grass was more expensive than the cloud contact vine. Of which, when it was sector lord level, the worst was the 10-vine star-eating grass, the highest was the 1,000-vine star-eating grass. Star-eating grass. Luo Feng looked at the 3 larvae and smiled. The 3 star-eating grass, along with the large amounts of materials to grow it throughout this world, all added up to a total of close to 2 million mixed elements. Without enough money, how would he dare to grow it? The cloud contact vine's main defense, while the star-eating grass supports its attack. Luo Feng thought, the star-eating grass toughness is famous. Its larvae can even swallow planets. Luo Feng, don't celebrate too early. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Your teacher's cloud contact vine only had 108 vines, yet he spent 2 million mixed elements. Along with luck, it allowed the cloud contact vine to finally break through. It allowed the cloud contact vine to barely have the strength of an official early stage. Your cloud contact vine has a total of 216 vines, that's 10 times harder than your teacher's. If it were the strongest of the 360 vines, I'm afraid it would be 10 times harder than the golden horned beast breaking through to undying. And similarly, once it becomes undying, the cloud contact vine with 360 vines would have the strength of an emperor. The star-eating grass is more expensive than the cloud contact vine. Growing the worst 10-vine star-eating grass, to reach undying, of course it would be easy. However, a 500-vine star-eating grass is comparable to the strongest cloud contact vine. And the legendary 1,000-vine star-eating grass, to break through to undying, the difficulty is probably comparable to the bug clan queen breaking through to undying. There's not much difference. Of course, the moment it succeeds, the undying level 1,000-vine star-eating grass will definitely have the strength of an emperor pinnacle. Hearing Babata say so much in one breath, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Of course he knew all this. There were trillions of life forms in the universe, it was incomparably mysterious. However, there was never a free lunch. The universe was fair. Like the space beasts and bug clan queen, the difficulty of breaking through to undying was simply unbelievable. Those plant life forms too, the pinnacle of the plant life form, the difficulty would be ridiculously high. Choosing a weaker plant life form would make it easier to break through to undying. Or choosing an extremely strong plant life form that may never break through to undying. The choice was entirely up to the individual. Haha, that's why I ordered 3. Luo Feng smiled. 3-star devouring grass, one will be nurtured into a 100-vine star devouring grass, another into 300 vines and the last into the pinnacle of 1,000 vines. Spending close to 2 million mixed elements, the 3 young plants themselves cost close to 900,000 mixed elements, the remaining 1 million mixed elements were used to buy various resources to grow them. The main thing was that the 1,000-vine star-eating grass took up over 90% of the resources. Luckily, I have the Lock God water, otherwise growing a sector lord level 1,000-vine star-eating grass would be enough to make an official level undying go bankrupt. Luo Feng thought, I'm still alright, spending 2 million now. When I reach sector lord level, the virtual universe company's other 50 million mixed elements will be in my account. Growing the star-eating grass was very easy. First was the owner recognition and then the simple growing process. Most of the time, these 3 plants were in the Lock God water lake. At the same time, Babata was in charge of supervising and observing the evolution process of the 3 plants, providing other resources at appropriate times to speed up the evolution. Right now these 3 plants are still in their infancy. However, I'll still be in Primal Chaos City for a long time. By the time I finish the first level of the Entropic God 7, I'm afraid they'll have already reached Sector Lord Pinnacle. Luo Feng smiled, after which he didn't think any more, fully immersing himself in the training of the Entropic God 7. Training knew no time. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on his balcony, just like the other trainers. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, time continued to pass. Luo Feng was constantly improving. The second chapter had ended. Tomato continued writing the 3rd, begging for monthly votes. In the blink of an eye, 800 years had passed since the Primal Chaos City leader took Luo Feng in as his disciple. The Domain Lord qualification battles had happened twice more, once every 1,000 years in the actual universe, which was equivalent to once every 300 years in Primal Chaos City. Without a doubt, Luo Feng still naturally obtained the number 1 position. Other than that, everything had been very peaceful. Adding everything up, Luo Feng had been in Primal Chaos City for over 900 years, over 3,000 years in the actual universe. During this time, Bolin had become the Primal Region Domain Lord and Rongjun the Absolute Beginning Region Domain Lord. Virtual Universe, on one of the islands in the main plane, palaces were everywhere, beauties were everywhere, it was a beautiful place. Master is back. The entire island immediately glowed, many beauties and servants rushed into the virtual universe the moment they received news from their friends. In an instant, the entire island was filled with silhouettes. Greetings, Master. Over 100 million servants and beauties knelt respectfully. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Mad and hysterical laughter resounded throughout the island. A bewitchingly beautiful man stood right at the front. It was Luo Zhu Emperor. You. Luo Zhu Emperor's eyes burned with madness. He walked through the 100 million kneeling people and randomly picked one after another. All of you follow me. Luo Zhu Emperor ordered. Yes. The thousands of male and female servants who were selected followed respectfully. Their eyes were filled with nervousness. Ever since 300 years ago, their master Candle Monarch usually didn't enter the virtual universe. He would only enter once every 100 years, and each time he would stay in the virtual universe for at most a month. Every time he came, Luo Zhu Emperor would use all sorts of methods to vent. None of these servants dared to resist. Within the palace, screams, groans and screams resounded constantly. After a long while, Luo Zhu Emperor wiped the blood from his mouth. He was completely naked, only wearing a long robe and walking barefooted. His silhouette flickered and very quickly he arrived in another palace and sat on the throne. Lord. 2 men and 1 woman within the palace bowed respectfully. These 3 were all undyings. Who? Candle Emperor let out a sigh of relief. The 9th Star Domain prison was too terrifying. This time, he was going to be locked up for a full 1,000 eras. Normally, it was impossible to connect to the virtual universe network in the prison. That region was almost completely blocked by the virtual universe system. However, he was the Dark Candle Monarch, and his father was Venerable Fire Eater, hence, Elder Fire Eroding gave his son a chance. Every 100 years, he would have 1 month of time in the virtual universe network. Elder Fire Eroding knew his son's mental state too. If he were to stay in the 9th Star Field prison for 1,000 eras, even if he didn't go crazy, he would still become evil. However, every 100 years, he would have a month in the virtual universe to vent and adjust his mental state. There's only such a chance every 100 years. TSK, those damned bastards have been scheming and plotting against each other. Only then do they have the chance to enter the virtual universe, and it's only for a short day. Candle Monarch thought to himself, but I have a fixed chance to enter the virtual universe every 100 years, and it lasts for a month. If they knew, they would probably die of jealousy. With a comparison, one would feel satisfied. The 9th Star Field prison, that was indeed a nightmare place. Those locked there were all people who had committed huge crimes, and their strengths were all extraordinary. The 3 of you, tell me all the information from the past 100 years. Candle Emperor sat on his throne, holding up a glass of wine, enjoying the taste. Yes, Lord. The Battle Axe Coliseum has arranged for the new person in charge of the Wulong Starfield, Ji Yun King. Before, he was a substitute manager, but now he's officially in charge. The black-robed Undying said respectfully. Trash. Candle Emperor's expression sunk. Flame-eroding Sage's subordinate Gold Waterfall King is leading a small team of Undyings, heading. The black-robed Undying continued to report one piece of information after another. Actually, these reports had been prepared long ago, and Candle Emperor could easily finish reading them himself. However, Candle Emperor liked to sit high above and listen to his subordinates report. He enjoyed this feeling. Piece after piece of information. After a while. Regarding Tru Yen and his disciple, he's been in Primal Chaos City these 100 years, there's been no movement at all. And his disciple Bloodthirst Emperor's tracks are hard to find. His youngest disciple Luo Feng is still training hard in Primal Chaos City, pretty much spending his days on his balcony. The Lady of the 3 Undyings said respectfully. Haha, training hard on the balcony like an idiot? He really thinks he can master the first level of the 7 transformations in 3,000 years? He must be dreaming. Candle Emperor sneered. Back then when he found out that Luo Feng had actually become a disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, he was infuriated beyond belief. He, Candle Emperor, was imprisoned in the 9th Starfield prison for 1,000 eras because of Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng himself had suddenly become a disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. With these 2 different treatments, how could Candle Emperor be satisfied? After that, he would enter the virtual universe every 100 years. Every time Candle Emperor received news, it was almost always Luo Feng training. Dream on. Humph, when Candle Emperor listened to the reports from his underlings, about 3 months later. Virtual Universe Thunder Island. Thunder Island was the gathering place of all the Undyings of the Virtual Universe Company. At the highest point of the island, there was a majestic palace shrouded in chaos energy. This palace was the Primal Chaos City leader's place. The palace was still filled with chaos energy, one couldn't even see 100 m away with the naked eye. Teacher. The 6-armed, 6-eyed Venerable Golden Axe bowed respectfully while carrying the giant axe on his back. What's the matter? A voice resounded from within the chaos energy. Golden Axe Knight had left Primal Chaos City long ago, hence he had been teaching Luo Feng in the virtual universe all these years. Right now he was reporting to the city leader, naturally he was in the virtual universe too. Teacher wants me to guide Luo Feng. Regarding him, I have some things I need to explain in detail. Golden Axe Knight said respectfully. Speak. The voice resounded from within the chaos energy. Every 10 years I go to guide Luo Feng. I've discovered, this Luo Feng is weird. Golden Axe Knight said. Weird? Speak in detail. Golden Axe Knight faced the endless chaos energy before him, replying respectfully, yes. While I've been guiding him, I've discovered that this Luo Feng's improvement speed is simply terrifying. Even with many difficulties that slightly trouble him, he'll swiftly break through them in a short period of time. Not a single difficulty has been able to stop him for more than 3 months, until now, he's almost done with the first level of the 7 God transformations. Almost done? Within the chaos energy, a blurry silhouette walked over. Yes. Golden Axe Knight said respectfully. The primal Chaos City leader stood before him. This was a man dressed entirely in golden armor, his expression resolute, very dignified. His appearance was completely different from the one in the primal Chaos City leader's residence. The primal Chaos City leader looked at him. How long do you think he'll take to complete it? If he's quick, half a year, if he's slow, 3 years. Golden Axe Knight said respectfully. Looks like I've underestimated him by giving him 3,000 years. The primal Chaos City leader smiled. With this smile, it was almost as though the entire space around him was filled with joy. Looks like you'll have another junior. Golden Axe Knight too smiled honestly. Junior Luo Feng's talent on the Beast God path is indeed shocking. Even though that 7 God transformations is considered a top-tier manual for training the Beast God path, it's after all not like the other primal chaos tablets, allowing one to directly comprehend it. This junior Luo Feng can actually break through so many difficulties, very powerful, his future is limitless. The primal Chaos City leader nodded. 800 years, 3000 years? The primal Chaos City leader's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Even though Luo Feng's improvement speed in the space and gold laws was heaven-defying, in the eyes of the primal Chaos City leader, it was just average. And on the Beast God path, the primal Chaos City leader was very satisfied. 3 months after the conversation between the Golden Axe Knight and the primal Chaos City leader, Primal Chaos City, training balcony. Luo Feng sat cross-legged and meditated. Suddenly, many illusions of scales appeared on the surface of his body. In a trance, his body was enveloped by a layer of faint horned lizard illusion. This horned lizard illusion was the illusion of the Beast God. Rumble. Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from them. It was filled with a terrifying tyrannical energy. The 7 God transformations was also known as the Beast God 7 Kills. It was originally a training manual that allowed one to transform into a Beast God. Once trained to the 7th level, one could immediately transform into a Beast God. Of course, the 7th level only existed in one's imagination, it hasn't been created yet. And Luo Feng now already had the energy of a Beast God. Tyrannical, ferocious. The first level of scales, I've completed it. Luo Feng opened his eyes, lowering his head and gazing beside him. These 800 years when he was puzzled, he would occasionally see some scales, hence there were many messy and irregular scales around him. The primal Chaos City leader told me to complete it in 3,000 years, I've completed it in 800 years. Luo Feng was filled with glee. Thanks to the Beast God conception, thanks to the Beast God statue. Luo Feng was happy within. While training, Luo Feng realized how much the trillions of times he grasped the Beast God conception helped him. Training the 7 God transformations was to be able to unleash it. Now that Luo Feng could already unleash it, with the verification, training the first scale was much easier. What's more, he could personally see the Beast God statue every day, almost as though he was looking at a living Beast God. His improvement was even faster. After experiencing the Beast God conception's benefits, Luo Feng naturally madly copied the sleeping Beast God statue. The more he comprehended the fusion laws, the more he knew about the theory, the easier it would be for him to grasp the Beast God conception. For someone who didn't know anything, even if he copied it 100 million times, he would only be able to grasp a bit. However, after understanding a portion of the fusion laws, copying it 10 million times would probably achieve the same result. The beast god conception and the fusion laws were mutually reinforcing. The more he understood, the higher his efficiency in controlling the beast god conception through copying. The more he grasped, the higher his efficiency in comprehending the fusion laws. Luo Feng had always maintained the beast god conception higher than the fusion laws, only then would they mutually reinforce each other, achieving the best results. Just like that, with the two mutually reinforcing, he managed to complete it in 800 years. Of course, 800 years, Luo Feng's gains were extremely great. Luo Feng's internal world had grown to its limit, becoming a huge internal world with a diameter of 90 million kilometers. The Golden Horned Beast and Masha clansmen had naturally reached Sector Lord Level 9. It's time to meet the Primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng thought within. So, leaping down from the balcony, he landed on the streets. He was still 600 votes away from the first position. Brothers, work hard, the votes support. Within the city leader's residence. Your Majesty Luo Feng, the city leader has ordered long ago that you may enter upon arrival. The group of Undyings at the entrance didn't stop Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and entered. Looking at Luo Feng's silhouette as he entered, the group of Undyings began to discuss. Entering without permission, other than those few, only the city leader's direct disciples are allowed. Don't tell me this Luo Feng has become a direct disciple? Very likely. The city leader's order was just sent not long ago. It should be to confirm Luo Feng as a direct disciple. Luo Feng stood in the courtyard before the Primal Chaos ruins. He took a step in. Rumble, time and space changed. Luo Feng appeared on the vast ruins continent. Trillions of corpses littered the ground. In the distance there was a silhouette sitting cross-legged. Teacher. Luo Feng walked up, careful not to step on any of the corpses, bowing respectfully. The silhouette slowly stood up. Turning to look at Luo Feng, that savage and terrifying face, his eyes were still warm like jade. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled and nodded. You've completed the first level? I've just completed the first level scale armor. Your disciple immediately rushed over to report to teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. Your ninth senior brother said if you're quick it'll take half a year, slow it'll take 3 years. I didn't expect you to succeed just 3 months after he reported to me. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Unleash the first level before me. Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully. Actually, these 800 years of training, even though he had completed the first level scale armor, in truth he had only comprehended the first part of the origin laws. As for the first scale armor's usage and battle techniques, he hadn't had the time to learn a single one. Origin law comprehension was one thing, using the battle techniques was also very important. Luo Feng wanted to meet the Primal Chaos City leader earlier, hence he didn't train in the battle techniques. Luckily I let the Golden Horned Beast train normally, along with my Earth body training in the virtual universe training fields. I often train in the 3000 Space Claw technique. I've also comprehended the basics of using it. Luo Feng rejoiced within. Rumble. The genetic energy within Luo Feng's body swiftly churned, and after which layers of scales appeared on the surface of his body. Even his hands were covered in scales. Every scale engraving was exactly the same as the sleeping beast god statue. Just that it was smaller in size. Only a very small portion of the scales had the same pattern as the small-sized beast god statue. Because of the small-scale beast god statue, Luo Feng only dared to copy a small portion of the scales, anymore and he would be suppressed by the universe laws. The Chaos City leader revealed a smile. At this moment, Luo Feng was like a beast in human form. His entire body was covered in scales, and the domineering and ferocious aura of a beast god filled the air. It could be said that with just a simple usage of the beast god transformation, Luo Feng's battle strength had risen by a terrifying amount. Tearing Skyfirst Claw. Luo Feng fiercely rushed forward. His right hand that was covered in scales immediately tore, like the golden horned beast unleashing a heaven-tearing claw. Whoosh! The space of the ruined continent shook because of this, and a vague and terrifying giant claw shadow tore through the air and gradually dissipated. After unleashing this move, Luo Feng's scales immediately transformed into genetic energy and returned to his body, returning to his original form. Teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. Your claw technique is not bad. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded with satisfaction. You've comprehended the first level of the scales, but that's only in terms of origin laws. Using it, you can use it in spirit weapons, sword techniques, blade techniques, etc. You can use it in movement techniques, defense, and many other aspects. However, using it requires constant training and training. Your claw technique is not bad at all. Luo Feng sighed within as he heard. Could it be bad? The first claw was his ultimate move. He had seen the ancient pictures of the beast god, and had specially trained hard on that move. Even though the golden-horned beast had copied it trillions of times, besides the copying, it constantly tried to use the first claw to understand the beast god's conception. From today onwards, you will be my 32nd direct disciple. The Primal Chaos City leader emphasized. Your disciple greets teacher. Luo Feng knelt down. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at the young punk kneeling before him. Compared to his long lifespan and supreme power, the punk before him was indeed very weak. Just like when parents have a few children, they would usually pamper the youngest one. Actually, in essence, parents care for all their children, only the youngest son or daughter needs the most care. Naturally they would pamper them. One theory. Including Luo Feng, the Primal Chaos City leader only had a total of 32 direct disciples. 27 of them were still alive, of which 25 were Universe Knights, one was an Emperor Pinnacle Undying, and the last was Luo Feng. He was the weakest. Towards the weaker disciples, the Primal Chaos City leader naturally took care of them more. And today, looking at the kneeling Luo Feng before him, he was in a trance, almost as though he saw the young punk Kudi who was filled with intelligence kneeling before him back then. Kudi. The Primal Chaos City leader thought about Kudi, that was also his direct disciple. He couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness and rage within. Back then, because of the Bug clan's meticulous planning, he lost his disciple Kudi. Actually, at the level of the Primal Chaos City leader, it was very hard to kill his disciple. Even if he was killed, his soul would scatter. The Primal Chaos City leader was able to reverse time and space, returning to the time when his disciple hadn't died, forcefully reviving his disciple. Of course, reversing time and space was extremely difficult, and it went against the laws of the universe. There would be a backlash and a price to pay. Anyway, reversing time and space itself had many difficulties. And this move wasn't invincible. Not everyone who died could be revived. Just like Kudi, under the Bug clan's meticulous planning, the Primal Chaos City leader eventually lost his disciple. Get up. The Primal Chaos City leader sighed. Luo Feng stood up obediently. I have a total of 32 disciples including you, of which 5 have already fallen. The Primal Chaos City leader said, of your 26 seniors that are still alive, 25 of them are Universe Knights. The only one left is an Emperor Pinnacle Undying. You're still young, I believe it'll be easy for you to reach the pinnacle. Luo Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself when he heard you're still young. Young, he had been in Primal Chaos City for over 900 years, 3,000 years had already passed in the actual universe. If he counted according to Earth's time, he was already over 3,000 years old. After 3,000 years of development, the human population of Earth had reached a ridiculous level. They had long covered the entire Milky Way galaxy. Even the other galaxies had large numbers of people from Earth. Limiting the population was mainly because of land and food, etc. If there wasn't any land or food restrictions, a small tribe with a few tens of people could develop to over 100 million in 1,000 years. Hence, after 3,000 years, Earth's population and the Luo family's population had already expanded to a shocking level, and the people of Earth had long placed Luo Feng in a high position, the Luo family too, hence many people called Luo Feng some ancestor or something, calling him Earth's saint, etc. However, in front of the Primal Chaos City leader, he was told that he was still young. However, Luo Feng knew the city leader was right. Compared to the Primal Chaos City leader, Universe Knights, and other absolute beings, those that haven't lived for over 100 million years are considered juniors. Luo Feng muttered. From today onwards, you can directly teleport to my palace in Thunder Island. The Primal Chaos City leader said, if you have any questions regarding your training, you can go to my palace in the virtual universe Thunder Island and ask me. As for this Primal Chaos ruins, without my orders, you don't have to come here. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. Also, the day you reach Sector Lord level, and the day you leave Primal Chaos City, come to the Primal Chaos Ruins once. Come to the Primal Chaos Ruins once. Primal Chaos City Master said. Yes. Luo Feng noted it down. The day he becomes a sector lord? The day he leaves Primal Chaos City, they all came to see his teacher? You can leave now. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled indifferently. Oh, your authority has already been raised. You can use the virtual universe network to search for any information you wish to know. Your disciple will leave. Luo Feng was overjoyed within, replying. Shua, the Primal Chaos City leader immediately teleported Luo Feng out of the Primal Chaos ruins. The only person left on this ruined continent was the Primal Chaos City leader. Looking at the vast ruins, the trillions of corpses, the Primal Chaos City leader once again sat crossed-legged, quietly sitting there. Luo Feng felt the space before him warp. In an instant he was standing at the entrance of the Primal Chaos ruins courtyard. I was still wondering what reward I would get from becoming a direct disciple. Luo Feng laughed to himself. However, the Primal Chaos City teacher made me meet him when I become a sector lord, and when I leave Primal Chaos City, there's probably something special. If there's nothing special, I'll meet him in the virtual universe. My authority level has been raised? Luo Feng was overjoyed within. Walking within the city leader's residence, he quickly exited and returned to his quiet training balcony. Sitting crossed-legged there, Luo Feng immediately sent a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe to search for information on the Primal Sky Mountain. Different authority levels, the information one could search for was different too. Like before, even though Luo Feng was a Primal Region member, he couldn't find much information. He couldn't even search for the Great Alliance in detail. And the Primal Chaos City leader's direct disciple status, his authority level was extremely high. Higher authority levels are indeed different. The information I can search for is very detailed. Sitting crossed-legged on the balcony, Luo Feng smiled. Primal Sky Mountain, it's indeed difficult. Universe level Primal Sky Mountain, one needs to have passed the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. Domain Lord level Primal Sky Mountain, one needs to have passed the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. Sector Lord level Primal Sky Mountain, one needs to have passed the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. Luo Feng looked at the information he found. He couldn't help but exclaim. Difficult. Primal Sky Mountain, it was indeed the hardest level. Using Tru Yan's words, he didn't even want the geniuses to pass it. However, in history, there were still a few absolute geniuses that appeared once every 10 million eras, and some that passed the Primal Sky Mountain. Of course, those geniuses that appeared once every 10,000 eras didn't have that ability. P.S. Chapter 1 Here Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Luo Feng sat before his desk and looked at his laptop screen. On it was detailed information on the Primal Sky Mountain. Difficult, it's really difficult. Luo Feng muttered within. The original Tong Tian Mountain's guardian was split into the foot of the mountain, the middle of the mountain, and the top of the mountain. Each stage was a Minotaur fighter, ape-man spirit reader master, and snake woman illusionist working together to attack. The foot of the mountain was the easiest, the middle of the mountain was obviously much more difficult, and the top of the mountain was even more ridiculously difficult. Only by passing all 3 levels would one be considered successful. One could say, this Primal Sky Mountain wasn't meant for anyone to pass, it was just a high and unreachable benchmark. However, there were still monstrous geniuses amongst the humans. Like the 1 in 10 million eras absolute geniuses that passed the Primal Sky Mountain. Can I pass it now? Luo Feng muttered within. According to the records of the 7 divine transformations, the first level of the scale armor is comparable to the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge's origin law comprehension. And my spirit energy amplitude is extremely high, hence I should be able to reach the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Once I use the beast god mentality, my strength might even be higher. Luo Feng thought. This was only in theory, a real battle was split into many aspects. Psychological factors, school counters etc. One had to know that this was a combined attack of a fighter, spirit reader and hypnotist. If one was slightly delayed by the hypnotist, one could be killed by the other guardians. After flipping through the information on the Primal Sky Mountain, Luo Feng began to search for Sector Lord level resource rewards. I've long heard that the Primal Region Sector Lord rewards are shocking, those geniuses are all fighting for the Sector Lord rewards. Luo Feng smiled, I wonder how shocking the rewards are. The laptop screen immediately appeared with large amounts of information. High authority is indeed different. Luo Feng was proud. Before he became the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng couldn't find any information on this. Now however there was much more detailed information. Wow. Babata on his shoulder was shocked, that's too ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and lightly opened one of the pieces of information on the screen. Sector Lord, this is the most important stage of training. The Virtual Universe Company nurtures geniuses. Universe levels are only given some training missions and have to live in secret regions. Domain Lords are only given some missions and have guards to protect them. Overall, it's very safe and doesn't pose too much of a threat. However, eagles can only grow through trials and tribulations. A true absolute warrior would definitely have to go through countless battles and battles. Hence the universe level primal region and domain lord level primal region didn't gain much from it. What truly made one envious was the distribution of resources that the primal mystic realm sector lord received. The distribution of resources was like this: after becoming the primal mystic realm sector lord, in the first sector lord qualification battle, the first place would be rewarded with 1 billion points. The second to 10th place would be rewarded with 300 million points, and the 11th to the 100th place would be rewarded with 100 million points. Of course, this kind of resource reward was only effective for the first qualifying battle. The second, the third, the 10th and the 100th qualifying battle would not have any reward. As for what treasures the sector lords needed to purchase, they could use points to exchange for them. Smart enough. Every sector lord may need different techniques, treasures etc., hence they might as well give out the points. Luo Feng thought, that's a huge sum. However, it's very hard to get extremely high points. As it's the first time participating in the sector lord qualification battle, it means I'm still a new sector lord. Compared to the old sector lords, to get the first place to get 1 billion points, difficult. 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 I'm afraid there are very few who get the 300 million points. The 100 million points are the majority. Luo Feng thought. Points were very valuable. As there were many treasures within the Virtual Universe Company that had to be exchanged for with points. Even someone as strong as True Yen Emperor used his points to exchange for the upper half of the 7 transformations. And the higher the level, the stronger the purchasing power of the points. For example, things like the life fruit and Nanshan armament which were very cheap, using points to buy them wasn't worth it at all. An item worth 1 mixed element could cost 10 points. However, as the items got more and more expensive, the point advantage would begin to show. Like the flame void gold, if it was auctioned, it would normally be sold for 1.5 to 2 million mixed elements. However, with Luo Feng's current authority, he could use points to exchange for it, and he could even get a very low discount. With just 500,000 points, he could exchange for the flame void gold. At this time, 1 point's purchasing power would exceed 1 mixed element. And there were many items that couldn't be bought with mixed elements. Hence many undyings would rather exchange their money for points, to exchange for techniques and treasures etc. 100 million points, its purchasing power exceeds 100 million mixed elements. Luo Feng thought, and official level undyings usually have 10 million mixed elements worth of wealth. Every sector lord in the primal region. The moment one becomes an undying, normally he's at least an official level undying, he's definitely one of the wealthier ones. Luo Feng thought. Of course, points were meant to be spent, these points were basically given away by the Virtual Universe Company for free, it was to give these primal region sector lords a good chance to develop. After all, the 100 sector lords in the primal region added up only amounted to about 10 billion points, the Virtual Universe Company could definitely afford it. It was only because the sector lords of the primal region were constantly being produced that they limited this amount. Luo Feng continued to flip through the information on the sector lord rewards, reading them one by one. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The Virtual Universe Company had additional special rewards. 1. Passing the universe level primal sky mountain. When one becomes a sector lord, they will be rewarded with 100 million points. 2. Passing the domain lord level primal sky mountain. When one becomes a sector lord, they will be rewarded with 3 billion points. 3. Passing the sector lord level primal sky mountain, they will be rewarded with 100 billion points. My god. Vicious. Luo Feng took a deep cold breath. This was a huge reward. Wow, so bold. Babata on his shoulder cheered, that's normal too, passing the primal sky mountain, it's so hard. Normally those that can do it are absolute geniuses that only appear once every 10 million eras. Of course the resources given to them are much more. This setting is probably to prevent some geniuses from starting strong but falling later on. Hence the rewards in the later stages should be high enough. Luo Feng nodded. Sector Lord level primal sky mountain, to succeed, one had to pass the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge. That was just one level away from becoming a universe knight. Such a sector lord, the moment they broke through to Undying, they would immediately be comparable to true Yan Emperor. Their chances of becoming a universe knight were very high too, giving them 100 billion points to nurture was very normal. Who? Luo Feng laid back on the sofa in his study, drinking a glass of fruit wine. Talent, resources, temperament, luck, to become an absolute warrior amongst the trillions of races in the universe, these factors are all indispensable. Luo Feng exclaimed, the Virtual Universe Company is indeed focusing on nurturing future warriors. Passing the primal sky mountain, the rewards were the highest. Because, this was normally something only geniuses that only appear once every 10 million eras could pass. To many geniuses, this path was simply too unrealistic. Sector Lord of the Primal Region, the rewards were also very high, this path was very realistic, it was the goal of countless geniuses. As for the Sector Lords of the Absolute Beginning Region, Sky and Land Region, Last Phase Region, they too would receive points after the first qualification battle, however that was obviously much less. I'll check the materials needed to train the second level of deities of the world. Luo Feng thought. Deities of the world, this technique was very heaven-defying. One's strength increased by many times, however this technique's requirements for the materials were too harsh, hence the price was ridiculously high. The higher the authority, the different things are indeed different. Many of the treasures that I couldn't exchange for in the past, can be found now. Luo Feng was overjoyed, after his authority rose, the treasures that appeared in the treasure trove were obviously much more. The materials needed for the second level of deities of the world were all found. However, after calculating the points, my god. Luo Feng took a deep breath, time to pass the primal sky mountain. He had no choice, he was poor, even after becoming a sector lord, he would only get 50 million mixed elements, however his cloud contact vine and star-eating grass were all bottomless pits. The most terrible thing was the set of deity of the world. Just Kanluo's feather alone was priced at 12 million points in the treasure trove. And there were even more expensive treasures that couldn't be found in the treasure trove back then. Even though he found them now, their prices were much more expensive than Kanluo's feather. To complete the second level, the number of points required was actually over 10 billion. As for the third level of deities of the world, don't even think about it, with Luo Feng's current authority, he could only check 3 types, the rest couldn't be found at all. No wonder those golden-horned beast sector lords didn't even manage to complete the second level. After all the weak golden-horned beasts, how could they compare to the humans in terms of treasures? The amount of treasures the entire Virtual Universe Company had gathered was naturally shocking, however at the same time countless absolute warriors had gone through hardships to get their hands on them. Passing the Primal Sky Mountain, I'll get 3 billion points. Luo Feng thought, with these 3 billion points, my strength will rise by a huge amount. So, Luo Feng immediately vanished from his study. In the space of the sky-piercing mountain plain, there were only 3 towering mountains on this vast land. On the mountainsides of the 3 mountains, there were golden words, heaven and earth, absolute beginning, and primordial. Among them, the primordial sky-piercing mountain was clearly the tallest. So, appearing out of nowhere, Luo Feng swiftly flew towards the primal sky mountain. Luo Feng landed at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the primal sky mountain that pierced through the clouds, after which he looked down at the not-too-distant huge bull man sleeping on a large rock. Beside him was a huge dark purple axe, it looked almost like countless drops of fresh blood, it made one's heart palpitate. Stop sleeping, bull man, call the ape man and snake lady over, I want to pass the primal sky mountain. Luo Feng shouted. That sleeping bull man immediately got up, blinking and looking around. He saw Luo Feng. You want to pass the primal sky mountain? Luo Feng nodded. P.S. The second chapter has arrived, there's still the third chapter today. Ah. The bull man stared wide-eyed, immediately roaring loudly, someone is trying to pass the primal sky mountain. Two beams of light flew over from the distance. It was the ape-man spirit reader and the snake lady hypnotist. The three guardians gathered at the foot of the mountain and looked at Luo Feng. At the same time, they quickly received his detailed information. Luo Feng? Past the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge? The snake lady smiled charmingly. Your Majesty Luo Feng, your strength is still not enough. Cut the crap. The dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back immediately split into 10,081 little golden blades. In an instant, tens of thousands of golden lights began to form intricately, forming a 3m long dark golden long blade in an instant. This was the perfect 9th level of the Nanshan armament's undying level. Xiao. The battle immediately began. Killing his way up from the foot of the mountain, the defenders at the foot and middle of the mountain were all successfully defeated by Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and flew along the towering primal sky mountain. After flying for a while, he finally reached the peak. The peak was surrounded by clouds and mist. The bull man was lying there snoring like thunder, the ape man was holding a huge barrel of wine and drinking happily. In the distant pool of water, the snake lady was playing in it. When Luo Feng landed on the mountain peak, the three guardians simultaneously opened their eyes and looked over, examining Luo Feng. The mountain peak trial was the last trial, and also the most difficult one. How many years has it been? The snake lady in the pool sighed, slowly swimming out of the water, wearing only a thin veil. Even though she had a snake's tail and human body, her upper body beneath the veil was still faintly discernible, with a hint of red that could seduce one's lust. Yes, it's been far too long. A low voice resounded from the bull man's mouth. The three of us have been created, and haven't been challenged in over 1,000,000 eras. The ape man stood up too. In the distance, Luo Feng was slightly stunned as he heard created, after which, Luo Feng understood, these guardians were probably AIs created by the virtual universe system. One had to know that the virtual universe system was incredibly powerful. It was able to simulate all sorts of laws, in the slaughterhouse and other places. It could provide the required opponents according to the requirements of the trainers. Therefore, it was a piece of cake to create the guardians of the three sky-piercing mountains, heaven and earth, absolute beginning, and primordial. It was just that these AIs had lived for too long, and some of them had even turned into AIs, possessing emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Luo Feng the snake lady looked at Luo Feng, her voice was soft and gentle. Even though I really want to chat with an outsider like you, we have to carry out our duties, and we have to give it our all. Me too. Luo Feng said softly. Boom, the dark golden long rod on his back immediately broke apart and became a dark golden long blade. Simultaneously, scales began to appear on Luo Feng's body. In an instant, he seemed to have become a human-shaped beast god, unleashing the beast god transformation. Of course, with only the first level, his strength wasn't that strong. It seems to be very good. The Lamia smiled. Snake woman's smile, Luo Feng fell into an illusion. The skinny ape man immediately shot out an arc of light from his back, immediately slicing towards Luo Feng's neck, attempting to behead him. Break! Luo Feng's gaze was like lightning, roaring softly and immediately breaking the illusion. Dang! The dark golden long blade's speed immediately reached its limit. With a faint beast roar, it was absolutely tyrannical, immediately tearing through the skies and clashing with a rumble against the arc of light. That arc of light and Luo Feng's Nanshan armament shook simultaneously. The Nanshan armament and the arc of light were both sent flying. My spirit energy amplifier is completely unleashed, along with the first level scale armor comprehension, unleashing the Nanshan armament with all my strength. It's actually only on par with this ape man. Luo Feng's expression changed, immediately roaring softly. He immediately pounced towards the bull man like lightning. As he closed in and attacked the ape man, he controlled the Nanshan armament to tangle with him. As for the snake lady, Luo Feng didn't even bother with her. He was confident that with his willpower, he could definitely withstand the illusion. Haha. The bull man laughed loudly, rushing straight at Luo Feng. Every step he took caused the mountain rocks to tremble. The huge blood axe in his hand immediately rose up high, the space trembled and a formless huge axe appeared around him. With a roar, the space was immediately sliced open with a terrifying crack. Domain Lord level 9 power, easily slicing open the universe space. Good. Under the beast god transformation, Luo Feng became a human beast god and waved his right hand domineeringly. Break for me. Luo Feng's slap seemed as though it could shatter the land and skies. With every swipe, a huge blurry beast god claw appeared. This claw immediately slammed into the blood axe from the side. With a rumble, the blood axe involuntarily swayed to the side. The bull man immediately changed his move, from a vertical slash to a horizontal slash. So, Luo Feng was as fast as lightning. After waving his claw, his entire being immediately leapt forward, both his hands actually pressing against the axe's surface, following which he fiercely extended his claw. Tearing Sky First Claw. This was the first time Luo Feng exploded completely. This claw was incomparably ferocious. With one claw, 5 space cracks appeared in space. Following which, Luo Feng's claw pierced through the bull man's chest armor. The terrifying claw energy wreaked havoc within the bull man's body, easily destroying that life core. The bull man was dead. There's still 2 left. Luo Feng, who had just crushed the bull man's chest, turned fiercely, following which he too pounced like lightning. Actually, when the bull man was killed, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Success. Luo Feng stood at the peak, looking at the 3 blurry corpses surrounded by the clouds, following which their injuries instantly vanished, returning to normal. Simultaneously the bull man, snake lady, and ape man all stood up. Congratulations, Luo Feng. Congratulations on passing the primal sky mountain. The 3 guardians smiled as they looked at Luo Feng. The snake lady couldn't help but ask, Luo Feng, how come my illusions have no effect on you? Your illusions aren't strong enough. Luo Feng smiled. 900 years of hard training in Primal Chaos City, long periods of solitude. It was also a good training for one's mental state, these 900 years. Luo Feng's willpower improvement was very obvious, understanding one's nature, looking straight at one's heart, even though it was only the first level of mental state. If one continued to push the limits and train, one's willpower could still continue to rise. With Luo Feng's willpower and determination, how could the snake lady even shake him? Primal Chaos City, countless training quarters, on one of the balconies. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Success. Luo Feng opened his eyes, they were filled with glee. I've passed the Primal Sky Mountain, this way. The moment I reach Sector Lord level I'll be able to get the points reward. With that batch of points, my strength will rise again. The life and death training will make me even more confident. The Primal Chaos City leader teacher told me before, when I reach Sector Lord level, I'll go find him. Then, I'll break through to Sector Lord now. Luo Feng closed his eyes, at the same time. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island was bustling with activity. The entire management team of the company knew of a piece of news. Luo Feng had passed the Primal Sky Mountain. After so long, our human race finally has a junior that has passed the Primal Sky Mountain, and it's even a Domain Lord level Primal Sky Mountain. A tall and thin man with compound eyes and a set of sinister green armor was seated at the side. He was carefully sipping on a cup of fruit wine while clucking his tongue in praise. This Luo Feng is indeed worthy of the Primal Chaos City leader's attention. His potential is indeed extraordinary. The silver-robed bald man with green engravings on his face smiled, simultaneously glancing at another person. The ones chatting now were 3 Universe Knights. These 3 belonged to the management level of the Virtual Universe Company. The last time Luo Feng's highest point mission was judged by the 3 of them. The short man with messy green hair snorted coldly. This Luo Feng is bloodthirsty and extremely selfish, so what if he's strong? In the future he might just be a problem. From what I see, we should have restricted him long ago, suppressing his growth. The 2 of us don't dare to suppress him. The compound-eyed man laughed oddly. That's the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. the entire power of the virtual universe company has always been controlled by him. I have to say, Bo Siwa, you're indeed daring to suppress the disciple of the primal chaos city leader. The short man's expression grew uglier. Beside, the silver-robed bald man suddenly laughed. Right, I remember the domain lord level primal sky mountain, the moment he passes it. When this Luo Feng becomes a sector lord, he'll get 3 billion points as a reward, right? There's such a thing. The compound-eyed man nodded. 3 billion points, this Luo Feng didn't have much resources before, yet he improved so quickly. When he becomes a sector lord, with these 3 billion points, he can purchase many treasures according to his needs, and with the primal chaos city leader's guidance, he'll definitely soar. Who knows, he might even become an absolute being on par with Kadi. The silver-robed bald man complimented. The compound-eyed man and the silver-robed bald man, the two of them echoed each other, causing the short man beside to feel displeased. One couldn't blame the two for mocking him now. The main thing was back when Luo Feng was given the highest points for the 4th round of the mission, the three of them had an argument. The compound-eyed man and the silver-robed bald man both felt, being a little selfish was very normal. If he wasn't, then that would be abnormal. And Luo Feng was very fair when dealing with his tribesmen, giving them 90% to 100% of the completion, giving them high points too. However, this universe paragon called Bo Siwa did not agree. He thought Luo Feng was extremely selfish. He actually didn't even interrogate his father. Obviously he didn't put the virtual universe company in his eyes. Such a person, if they were to nurture him, he might just be a disaster. As they argued, that was the final outcome. The points given weren't too high, but not too low either. Wait and see, I've already said, this Luo Feng might very well be a disaster in the future. The short man said. Ah? The compound-eyed man and the silver-robed bald man laughed. While they were talking, the three of them all knew the same thing. The primal region sector lords had risen from the previous 100 to 101, and the new one was Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you've become a sector lord? The compound-eyed man and the silver-robed bald man laughed. The short man however had a cold expression. 3 chapters later, begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes, begging for all votes, everyone, do you still have tickets? The Virtual Universe Company Primal Region member list, the security level wasn't too high. When Luo Feng became a sector lord and was confirmed by the Virtual Universe Network, it automatically raised him from a Domain Lord Primal Region member to a Sector Lord Primal Region member. With this raise, the list changed. Many Undyings and Absolute Beings knew about it. Luo Feng walked on the path towards the city leader's residence. He noticed many Undyings looking at him. He's Luo Feng? He's already a Primal Region Sector Lord. I heard, this Luo Feng has already passed the Domain Lord level Primal Sky Mountain. Where did you get that from? His success in the Primal Sky Mountain isn't made public. It's said that only the Universe Knights know about this. I've only heard about it. On the two sides of the path, he would often hear the Undyings discussing softly. Obviously in the recent 1,000 years, Luo Feng had indeed become a famous genius in Primal Chaos City. A large half of the warriors in Primal Chaos City recognized him. Luo Feng entered the city leader's residence amidst these discussions. He entered the inner residence and stepped into the Primal Chaos Ruins courtyard. Time and space changed. On the vast ruins continent, trillions of corpses could be seen everywhere. Luo Feng walked on the continent and saw the distant silhouette sitting cross-legged. Teacher. Luo Feng stood beside and bowed respectfully. Hua, the Primal Chaos City leader stood up. His scaled tail waved and he looked at Luo Feng. This made Luo Feng mutter within. It said that the teacher has 3 bodies. This is only one of them. I wonder what the others look like. The city leader had 3 bodies. Luo Feng knew this. The one before him was one of them. You're finally willing to break through to Sector Lord level. The Primal Chaos City leader's eyes gleamed with a smile. Luo Feng was stunned. Finally willing, from Domain Lord level 9 to Sector Lord, one would normally meet a bottleneck. It wasn't something one could break through just because they wanted to. However, his teacher's tone, when did you take over the golden horned beast's body? Was it when your home Earth was invaded by the golden horned beast back then? The Primal Chaos City leader asked casually. Luo Feng's eyes stared wide. My god. Taking over the golden horned beast's body, this, he had always kept it a secret and never made it public. How, ha ha ha, you silly boy. The Primal Chaos City leader laughed. Don't tell me you think you can hide the fact that you've taken over the golden horned beast from me? Teacher. Luo Feng's mind was in a mess. Don't be nervous, taking over the golden horned beast is no big deal. The Primal Chaos City master shook his head and laughed. The essence of flesh and blood life forms is still the soul. No matter how you steal, no matter what body you steal, your soul will never change. It is still a human soul. Naturally, they're still part of the human race. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, it made sense. There were many secret techniques of possession, and there were also many that could be performed at the planetary level and stellar level. Often, there would be people who would attempt possession. If they were not satisfied with the first possession, they might attempt possession a second time. For example, back then, Hu Yanbo also attempted possession. Many of the experts in the universe had gone through possession when they were growing up, in order to reduce the limitations of their original bloodline on their strength. Therefore, possession wasn't something that couldn't be seen in public. The soul was the foundation, possessing the golden horned beast, as long as it had a human soul, it was naturally a human. Haha, don't be fooled by appearances. If on the surface you're a human, in reality you've been possessed by a different race, and your soul is that of a different race. Then, that's a different race. And not a human. The Primal Chaos City Master laughed. If you have the ability to possess the golden horned beast, that's your ability. If you can possess a stronger life form, that's even better. I'm just afraid you won't be able to. Luo Feng finally calmed down. In the past, he had always been worried, because Hu Yanbo's body was still a human, but his body belonged to a different race. The moment he was exposed, he would be labeled as a different race, and that would be troublesome. He didn't dare take the risk. Hence he had always hidden his identity. From the looks of it, the upper echelons of the human race were rather open-minded. Teacher, how did you discover me? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Every new batch of geniuses, no matter if it's the genius battle or the core members of the 5 great powers, they'll all come to Primal Chaos City once. The Primal Chaos City Master laughed. The first time you come to Primal Chaos City, one reason is to let you choose a Primal Chaos tablet and know the way forward. The second is to check if there are any other race spies within you. If you train well, you'll end up becoming a strong warrior for the other races. That would be a joke. In Primal Chaos City, I can instantly see through all of you. The Primal Chaos City Master said, back then, I saw the nucleus within your body. Ah. Luo Feng was shocked. Right. How could humanity not check through and waste resources to nurture these geniuses? And the Primal Chaos City Master, as the pinnacle of humanity's great being, the absolute top 3 overlords of the universe, naturally he could easily see through everyone's background and see through everyone's soul. Then. Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, since you know I've possessed the golden horned beast, and that I've long been a sector lord, why do you still treat me as a domain lord? I know you possessed the golden horned beast, others don't. The Primal Chaos City Master laughed indifferently. Luo Feng blinked. My responsibility is to check if there are any other race spies within you. The Primal Chaos City Master exclaimed, there are too many miraculous encounters within the universe, your possession of the golden horned beast doesn't mean much in the vast universe. As long as I can confirm you're a human, that's enough. As for the managers below not realizing you've possessed the golden horned beast, they still treat you as a universe level, as a domain lord, naturally I can't be bothered. Luo Feng nodded. Right. The Primal Chaos City Master was the virtual universe company's biggest boss. What kind of position did he have? Why would he bother with such small matters? Teacher, if you can discover it, why can't others? Luo Feng was curious. I control a region of time and space. The Primal Chaos City Master laughed softly. Within this region of time and space, I can easily inspect everything. And those universe knights, they've either comprehended the space laws or time laws. They can't do what I can, unless I intentionally send a thread of God energy into your body to inspect, otherwise they won't be able to discover you possessed the golden horned beast. Luo Feng understood. The Lord of the Universe, who controlled spacetime, was indeed much stronger than the universe paragons. Luckily you came to Primal Chaos City when you were weak. The Primal Chaos City Master said, if you were an Undying and this was your first time in Primal Chaos City, I might have wronged you and treated you as a space beast spy. Luo Feng was curious. The moment you become an Undying, your soul will begin to completely fuse with your body, even your spirit imprint will be infused into every cell. The Primal Chaos City Master smiled, when that time comes, every cell will be considered a part of your soul. As there's no clear and visible soul, only the most basic spirit imprint can be inspected, and every life form with a soul has a different spirit imprint. There's no way to determine if you're human from the imprint. Hence, I'll suspect you of being a spy. The Primal Chaos City Master smiled. Luo Feng nodded. Ah. Right, from normal humans to sector lords, their souls were all gathered together. Domain lords were soul crystals, sector lords were origin pearls, the souls were all gathered together. The Primal Chaos City Master could naturally tell if it was a human soul or not. However, after becoming an Undying, the soul would immediately break down and fuse into every cell. At that time there would be no clear and visible soul, the soul would become a part of the Undying body. If that's the case, wouldn't the first-time Undyings in Primal Chaos City be unable to determine if they're spies? Luo Feng asked. Right. The Primal Chaos City Master nodded, there's no way to confirm, hence the first-time Undyings in Primal Chaos City are all suspects, they'll be monitored. After hearing all this, Luo Feng felt that the human sacred land Primal Chaos City was indeed heavily guarded. His teacher probably only told him one of the precautions, there were many other precautions. When he had always thought the golden horned beast was a secret, he didn't expect the Primal Chaos City leader to already know. It was just that back then, the Primal Chaos City leader couldn't be bothered with a punk. Stealing the golden horned beast, amongst the trillions of races in the universe, it can only be considered above average. The Primal Chaos City Master smiled, the only good thing is that I'll be able to obtain his bloodline ability, cloning. Choosing a good clone is extremely important. How many clones have you nurtured now? 2. Luo Feng said respectfully. Looks like there's only one left. The Primal Chaos City Master nodded, let me remind you, Luo Feng listened carefully. The universe is fair, the ability to nurture clones can't be unlimited. The Primal Chaos City Master emphasized, according to what I know, 1. There are some very mysterious and terrifying life forms in the universe, even unique life forms. Even if it's only Sector Lord level, your Golden Horned Beast's internal world can't nurture such a life form. The Golden Horned Beast's internal world nurtures life forms, at most they can nurture life forms that are 10 to 100 times stronger than the Golden Horned Beast. To nurture such a life form, that's not very realistic. Of course the Golden Horned Beast's bloodline is noble, hence almost all the Sector Lord life forms in the universe can nurture it, there are only a few exceptions. 2. If you choose a powerful life form that's close to the internal world's nurturing limit, stronger than the Golden Horned Beast by 10 to 100 times. Right, it can indeed be nurtured successfully. However, the universe is fair, the clones you nurture are too powerful, they'll meet with some obstacles when they grow. Luo Feng was stunned. Obstacles? Right. The Primal Chaos City Master nodded, the stronger your clones are, the more obstacles there will be. Everything goes hand in hand. The Primal Chaos City Master smiled, this is the universe's fairness. Even though there will be obstacles, the moment you get past them, you'll have even more power. Just a little bit more and I'll be number 1, I urgently need the support. Hearing the Primal Chaos City leader say that, Luo Feng began to ponder. Before, when the Golden Horned Beast stepped into Sector Lord level, it chose to swallow metal to grow to Sector Lord level 9. That way, the internal world could reach a diameter of 90 million kilometers. The good thing was that the world projection would be very, very strong. The bad thing was that to break through the shackles of the core would be 10 to 100 times harder than normal Golden Horned Beasts, like the 1000-vine star-eating grass, the 360-vine cloud contact vine and the bug clan queen breaking through to Undying. Their difficulty far exceeded that of the Golden Horned Beast. These types of heavenly strong beings wanting to become undying was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Hypothetically, Luo Feng's third body would be over 100 times stronger than the golden horned beast. For example, if Luo Feng created a bug clan queen as his third body, the moment she became undying, she could create large amounts of undying bug soldiers. That was known to be invincible under the universe knights, able to sweep through many undying armies. With Luo Feng's third body as the bug clan queen, breaking through to undying, wouldn't the difficulty change at all? This didn't conform to the laws of the universe. A strong body would definitely create some special obstacles. Luo Feng muttered. Teacher is right. And in the past, the first two bodies I created were the Earth body and the Masha clansman. Of which the Earth body was too weak compared to the golden horned beast, the Masha clansman was probably only 1/10 of the golden horned beast. Luo Feng thought the first two bodies were too weak, hence they didn't show any special obstacles. Who cares? Just as teacher said, the moment I break through the obstacles, I'll naturally get stronger. Luo Feng thought. Beside him were the corpses of the other warriors. However, the primal Chaos City leader looked calmly at Luo Feng. From Luo Feng's eyes, he could feel the drive to push forward. Could he back then was like this too? The primal Chaos City leader sighed within. The Kudi back then, the current Luo Feng, no matter what difficulties they faced, they had complete confidence and wouldn't give up. Luo Feng. The primal Chaos City leader shouted. Teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. You haven't truly trained in the 7 divine transformations and some of the origin law techniques, right? The primal Chaos City leader said. Not yet, I've just finished comprehending the scale armor, hence I immediately came to see you. Luo Feng said respectfully. Although he didn't practice. However, Luo Feng had already seen it before. The entire 7 transformations, other than studying the origin laws, had 4 other special techniques. More accurately speaking, 3 very strong usage techniques. The 4th was the Beast God transformation. Training the 7 transformations would naturally allow one to unleash this move. It was very simple, but cultivating the other 3 secret techniques was complicated. The primal Chaos City Lord nodded. Heludo is also an overlord in the universe, and the 7 transformations of the Flowing God contains all of his techniques. You have only cultivated the first chapter, so you are still very weak. It would be beneficial for him to cultivate his absolute art first. As for self-created secret arts and self-created weapons. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he listened carefully. Usually, when one reached the pinnacle of the Sector Lord realm, they would start to create their own secret arts and weapons. The other Sector Lords all comprehend the normal origin laws. You are different, you train in the Beast God path. The primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. To create your own technique isn't easy. Also, do you know why a Sector Lord pinnacle starts to create their own techniques? Luo Feng replied respectfully, it's because other people's techniques aren't suitable for me. Right, they aren't suitable. The primal Chaos City leader nodded, and you haven't trained in the 7 transformations battle techniques, you haven't even trained them yet, naturally you can't say they aren't suitable. Hence, what you need to do is, first focus on learning Heludo's battle techniques, and then rely on them to battle again and again. After countless battles, you will gradually feel that his techniques aren't able to unleash 100% of your strength. Then, at that time, you can start to gradually create your own techniques. On the basis of the 7 transformations of the Flowing God, gradually create a secret technique that belongs to you. I understand. Luo Feng realized. If it wasn't because others were creating techniques at this time, and he was doing the same, how could others be in the same situation as him? He was training in the Beast God path that was countless times harder than normal people's. Of course it was ridiculously hard, simultaneously it was ridiculously powerful. When it was time to create, he would create again. When the time comes, success would follow naturally. This is the Beast God weapon, suitable for using the 7 transformations, a spirit reader weapon. The primal Chaos City leader flipped his hand and immediately a heavy huge shield appeared in midair. This was a completely gold shield with some blood engravings on it. The entire shield was about 2 m tall and 1 m wide, beside it were some small Beast God carvings. It was very exquisite. Luo Feng held his breath. It's called the Beast God weapon. The Primal Chaos City leader laughed loudly. It's to commemorate the beast god. Luo Feng nodded. He hadn't trained in the 7 transformations battle techniques before, but he had seen them before. Naturally he knew that back then when Haludo roamed the vast universe, the weapon he used was the beast god weapon. Of course this isn't the beast god weapon Haludo used, the one he used has long disappeared with him. The Primal Chaos City Master said, there are many experts in my human race who have tried to cultivate the 7 transformations of the living god. Although many of them gave up in the end, most of them ordered the beast god weapon. Naturally, there is a standardized beast god weapon. Naturally, it isn't considered precious and is just average. Standard beast god weapon, not precious? Average, Luo Feng muttered within. The Primal Chaos City leader's words couldn't be trusted, because the Primal Chaos City leader's standards were too high. Luo Feng's possession of the golden horned beast was actually considered above average amongst the trillions of races in the universe. Of course, back then those who tried to train in the 7 transformations were mostly universe knights. Hence this beast god weapon, it's enough for the knights to fight and kill, it's not too bad. The Primal Chaos City leader said. The beast god weapon used by the universe knights, even they say it's average. Luo Feng muttered within. Teacher. Your standards are too high. This beast god weapon, you can use it from now on. When you want to create your own techniques, it won't be too late to create your own weapon then. The Primal Chaos City leader controlled the shield to fly before Luo Feng. Thank you, teacher. Luo Feng said gratefully. He extended both hands to receive the shield. One touch. It was quite heavy. This shield was indeed a standard weapon used by the universe knights. Luo Feng felt that this shield was comparable to a destroyer from Earth before the Great Nirvana. Of course at Luo Feng's level, he could destroy Earth with a flip of his hand. This bit of weight was like mud. I've reached Sector Lord level, teacher told me to come over. The main thing is to give me some pointers and then give me this weapon? Luo Feng thought, simultaneously keeping the beast god weapon in his world ring. You've reached Sector Lord level, this is the most important stage of training. As your teacher, I have to give you a treasure. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Primal Chaos City leader, no wonder he was the biggest boss of the Virtual Universe Company, the #1 person in power. The top 3 absolute beings of the human race, casually giving him a beast god weapon and not even bothering about it. Luo Feng thought his teacher wanted him to give him the beast god weapon. Looks like he had underestimated his teacher. This is a rare treasure, even teacher has no way of crafting it. If its uniqueness were to be made public, it would be enough to attract the universe knights to fight over it. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled. However, this treasure has never appeared before, it's always been in my hands, hence no other universe life forms know of its existence. Of course, its use to me can be ignored. Luo Feng held his breath as he heard. Could be ignored, this meant that this treasure still had some use to his teacher Primal Chaos City leader, it could attract the universe knights to fight over it. What treasure was this? His teacher was really generous. Hua. The Primal Chaos City leader flipped his hand, the surrounding space trembled and a huge treasure floated in midair. Ah. Luo Feng looked at the treasure, stunned. This was a set of very exquisite silver wings. The enormous wings, which were about 80 meters tall, caused the space to tremble slightly in midair. The feathers on the wings could be seen clearly, but one could tell that the feathers were made of some strange metal and so on, and all of them were very sharp. And not real feathers. This could even be considered a weapon. So big. Luo Feng muttered softly. After you refine it and fuse it into your body, it can be big or small. Big, even if it's a trillion km covering Laseo world, it's still a small matter, small as a cell. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Luo Feng was completely shocked. Such a powerful weapon, smaller than a cell? Bigger than Laseo continent? No wonder it could attract the universe knights to go crazy over it. Luckily, it had never appeared before, no other universe life forms knew of its uniqueness. It's called Killer Wu Feather. The Primal Chaos City leader said, relying on it, you can fly and escape, and also use it for battle. As for its true use, how to use it? I'll send you a manual through the virtual universe, you can study it well. Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully. The manual on using the killer Wu feather couldn't be leaked, it was better to keep it in the virtual universe. Remember, do not leak any information about it, just from its appearance, or even from how you use it. Even the Universe Knights won't be able to confirm. This is the true power of the killer Wu feather. The Primal Chaos City leader emphasized, however, if you leak information about it, there will be many knights that will go crazy over its power. Your disciple understands. Luo Feng said respectfully. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded, sighing within. Kudi was dead. Luo Feng, with this killer Wu feather, his chances of survival should be much higher. You can go. The Primal Chaos City leader waved his hand. When you're about to leave Primal Chaos City to undergo life or death training, come find me again. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. Following which Luo Feng was teleported out of the Primal Chaos ruins by the Primal Chaos City leader. After acquiring the Beast God weapon and Wu killer wings, Luo Feng excitedly left the city leader's mansion, returning to his quiet training quarters. The moment he returned, Luo Feng immediately connected to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Your Majesty Luo Feng, are you requesting for the nutrition cabin to be sent to Primal Chaos City? A clear and melodious voice resounded from the screen. Yes, Luo Feng sat in front of his desk and nodded. Hurry up and send the nutrition cabin over. Yes. He then hung up the call. Luo Feng smiled. His position was different, his authority was different. Back when he first came to Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had to listen to everything. Like the nutrition cabin, etc., they wouldn't be able to personally deliver it to Primal Chaos City. However, it was different now. Luo Feng's authority level was much higher than the others in the Primal region. 7 Transformations of the Flowing God. Luo Feng waved his hand and a thick book on the shelf flew over and landed on Luo Feng's desk. As for the laptop, Luo Feng threw it away and it landed on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Previously, I only had a cursory look at the 4 great absolute arts, but I didn't study them properly. Now that I've mastered the first level of the scale chapter and understand a portion of the way of the Beast God, it's only natural that I learn how to use it. Luo Feng flipped open the thick book. It was at least half a meter thick, however every page was extremely thin. The first volume alone had close to 10,000 pages. The first third of the first volume was filled with guidance on the comprehension of laws. It was mainly for cultivating the scale chapter. The last 2/3 of the book was about the 4 great secret methods. The first, the Beast God transformation, was the easiest to learn. As long as one comprehended the laws of nature, it could be said to be easy to learn. But it was still a lost art. Furthermore, it was a very, very important lost art. The contents of this absolute art allowed Luo Feng to understand a huge secret of the universe. According to Hiroto, 100% perfect utilization of body strength was something every undying could definitely do, and true absolute experts could completely exceed their limits. For example, he could double or triple his attack power. Just like Luo Feng, the golden horned beast's natural talent strengthening was an all-round strengthening, of which his body's strength was doubled. Another example would be the absolute art. It was an extremely valuable absolute art. The moment it used this absolute art, the golden horned beast would continuously shrink, the density of its muscles and bones would constantly increase. This way, it could instantly multiply its strength. The legendary limit was as high as 36 times. These were all special secret arts that could instantly increase one's attack power, and the limit of the universe that his body could amplify was 100 times. No matter what secret art was used, the highest limit was 100 times. It was the same principle. The cosmic limit of the soul's instantaneous amplification was also 100 times. For example, Luo Feng's spirit energy amplitude was around 3,200, as his normal perfect state was 100, Luo Feng's current soul amplitude was around 32 times. And according to Luo Feng's conjecture, the demon node inheritance's final goal was to reach 100 times the amplitude. 100 times was the limit of the universe. There was no way to surpass it. Deities of the world had been trained to the large success stage of 36 times. However, according to Luo Feng's inherited memories, other than the golden horned beast that created the deities of the world back then, none of the other powerful golden horned beasts had been able to train to the 3rd level. Even the large success of the second level was rare. An amplitude of 36 times was obviously extremely difficult. Beast God Transformation, Hiroto only had a total of 6 levels. First level, 2 times. Second level, 4 times. Third level, 8 times. 6th level, 64 times, meaning, the universe tyrant Hiroto, an invincible being under the universe lord level, unleashed the beast god transformation at most 64 times his body strength. Not even mentioning 64 times, those able to train to the 5th level of 32 times could be counted on one's fingers. From this, one could see how difficult it was to reach the limit of the universe. Whether it was soul amplitude or body amplitude, not even mentioning reaching the limit of the universe. Just reaching 50 times was already enough to stop countless absolute beings. Demon Note Inheritance. Even if many Emperor-level Undyings received the inheritance and had such miraculous encounters, many still couldn't complete the first level. Those that didn't had such miraculous encounters naturally had even fewer. The pinnacle level of the 10,000 Hearts technique, 10,000 Hearts, required one's spirit energy amplitude to reach 10,100 times, however even the creator didn't manage to train it, it was just a dream. That Demon Note Inheritance was left in Demon Mountain for countless years. Yet not a single one was able to receive the complete inheritance. Difficult, extremely difficult, the so-called limit of the universe, had already stopped Hiroto, the creator of the 10,000 Hearts technique and countless other absolute beings. And Luofeng's golden horned beast. The true amplification techniques were deities of the world and the natural talent strengthening technique. Deities of the world could amplify by 5 times, while the natural talent strengthening technique could amplify by 2 times, so with its natural talent, the golden horned beast could only amplify by 10 times. Of course, because of the nameless manual within the mysterious black metal board, it allowed the golden horned beast to evolve and amplify by 3 times. However, this was genetic evolution. It belonged to the basics. And it wasn't an instantaneous amplification technique. Like the blood river energy, using the blood river energy to instantly change the genes of the right claw, causing the golden horned beast's right claw to be closer to the beast god claw, causing the attack of the right claw to reach 11 times its original strength. However, this also belonged to the genes themselves, and not some amplification technique. Hence the genes and bloodline are very important. Luofeng thought within. If the genes and bloodline are good, one's basics will far surpass the opponent. Similarly, Sector Lord Pinnacle, the golden horned beast's body's attack is 10 times that of a human Sector Lord Pinnacle. 10 times on the basics. I have to say, that black metal board's nameless manual is really terrifying. Luofeng couldn't help but exclaim. The black metal board and the incomplete nameless tome he had obtained on Earth only had the first level. Even the first level was priceless. Normally when one reaches the domain Lord Pinnacle or Sector Lord Pinnacle, one's body wouldn't be able to improve anymore. However, with this nameless manual, it could raise the normal genetic limit by 3 times. This wasn't an instantaneous amplification, but a true genetic evolution, forcefully raising one's basics. This definitely went against the laws of the universe. A manual that goes against the laws of the universe, it's a pity it only has the first level. Luofeng sighed within. If it had all 9 levels, this nameless manual's value would definitely far surpass any other technique I know of. The first, Beast God Transformation, was a body amplification technique, similar to deities of the world, Demon Note Inheritance and many other body amplification techniques. The second technique, Beast God Weapon, was a secret technique that used the spirit weapon, the Beast God Weapon, to attack. This was the true technique that allowed Hiroto to roam the universe and kill countless people. That seemingly simple weapon, the Beast God Weapon, if it was in Hiroto's hands, would have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and sweep through millions and millions of races. The third technique, Beast God Roar, this was a soul defense technique, similar to Luofeng's current Tower of the Void, however it was much more advanced than the Tower of the Void. No matter who it was, as long as one had a soul, this soul defense technique was a must-learn. Hiroto was a spirit reader sect, so the soul defense type secret technique he created was naturally extremely powerful. The fourth, Beast God Rush, was a technique used to escape. The universe was vast and mysterious, with dangers lurking everywhere. Being strong was one aspect, but what truly determined how long one could live was actually the ability to escape. Like the undying knight who had gone through life and death situations time and time again, treating the universe's secret regions as his own backyard, he still didn't die. Like the primal chaos tablet protector, having many powerful clones, it was also a life-saving technique. This beast god rush, once trained well, one's chances of surviving in the same danger would increase by 10 times. 4 manuals. One for body amplification, one for spirit weapon attack, one for soul defense and one for escaping. The names of the 4 secret arts are really interesting. Haha, no wonder they are a series of secret arts created with the ultimate goal of beast god. Luo Feng smiled. Babata, who was sitting on his shoulder, suddenly shouted, Luo Feng, why aren't there any soul amplification techniques? How would I know? Luo Feng shook his head. What he didn't know was, the beast god was a body-type technique. And not a soul-type technique. Hence training the gold and space fusion laws, with the beast god as its ultimate goal. Within the entire set of techniques, there was only the body amplification beast god transformation, there was no soul amplification technique. As for Hero himself, of course he had other fortuitous encounters and knew the soul amplification techniques, it was just that they weren't created by Hero himself. 4 manuals. Every one was important and profound. After studying them carefully, Luo Feng was shocked, he didn't even have the mood to create them. What the Primal Chaos City leader teacher said was right. First learn the powerful techniques of the seniors, study them thoroughly, and when the day comes that they aren't suitable for you, you'll naturally create your own. Right now, it was better to be down to earth and learn Hero's 4 manuals. Do Luo Feng, there's a call request. Babata shouted. Connect. Luo Feng gently tapped in midair and a screen appeared. A white-haired and bearded old man appeared on the screen. It was the Primal Region Manager AI Tua. He bowed slightly. Your Majesty Luo Feng, there's a chest here to store the manuals. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The Primal Chaos City leader had said before that he would send someone to explain the Wu killing wings. I'll be right there. Luo Feng immediately closed the call, so he flew out of the window. Rushing into the sky, he flew like lightning towards the entrance of the Primal Region. In a blink of an eye, he arrived. At the entrance of the Primal Region, there were a few female servants, there was even the white-haired undying AI Tua, he was holding a silver chest. Standard beast god weapon, the Primal Chaos City leader teacher doesn't really care. However, he says that the Wu killing wings is a treasure that has never been seen before. I wonder what mysteries it has. Luo Feng was clear that such a treasure with his own strength would take a very long time to understand, reading the records would be faster. Thanks. Luo Feng landed and extended his hand to receive the silver chest. Haha, I heard Your Majesty Luo Feng has become the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, congratulations. AI Tua said passionately. Luo Feng looked shocked at him, this Primal Region Manager was indeed well informed. Carrying the silver suitcase, he returned to his own villa. Pa Luo Feng sat on the sofa and opened the suitcase. Within it was a gray-covered book. Picking up the book, he opened it. So it's like that. Luo Feng nodded and continued reading. Wu Killer Wings, a treasure suitable for warriors who train in the space and gold fusion laws. It was because it was the most suitable for training in the space and gold fusion laws. Hence the Primal Chaos City leader chose this treasure for Luo Feng. The origins of this Wu Killer Wings were a mystery. Its material was extremely sturdy too. Even an overlord like the Universe Lord wouldn't be able to destroy it. The Primal Chaos City leader didn't walk the path of the Beast God. Naturally, he couldn't use it perfectly. However, the Primal Chaos City leader's eyes were extremely sharp. He analyzed the abilities of the Wu Killer Wings. The main function of the Wu slaying wings was to escape. According to the Primal Chaos City leader's research, the Wu Killer Wings should have 3 forms. The first form was the normal form. After training the scale armor of the 7 transformations, one would be able to use it normally. With this Wu Killer Wings, one would be able to fly like a demon. The second form, the body of the Wu Killer Wings would change. After training the bone part of the 3rd level of the 7 transformations, one would be able to unleash the second form. The moment it was unleashed, one would be able to control the space turbulence. Within the turbulence, that would be the territory of the owner of the Wu killer wings. The third form, after training the horn part at the 5th level of the 7 transformations, one would be able to unleash the third form. The moment it was unleashed, it would form space tides. Flying within the space tides, the Wu killer wings wouldn't be affected. Of course, as the Wu killer wings material was special, even universe lords couldn't destroy it. Hence, as long as the wings closed and wrapped around one's body, it would be a defensive treasure. It would also have the effect of deflecting attacks. And the feathers of the Wu killer wings weren't real feathers. Each one was as sharp as a blade. When flying, one could use the wings to attack. It would be like a blade cutting through everything. There's a technique at the back of this book. Most of the human races don't have wings. There are very few techniques on how to unleash them. You've probably never cultivated this kind of secret technique before. However, this set of Wu slaying wings should be the strongest treasure you have. In order to better unleash the power of the Wu slaying wings, I prepared a secret art for you, the Universe Division. This is a secret art that focuses on space and contains the laws of metal. The ability to escape was very important. After researching Beast God Dash and Universe Division, Luo Feng immediately began to search through the Golden Horned Beast's inherited memories for techniques. One must know that the Golden Horned Beast had scaled wings, and within the sea of techniques within the inherited memories, there were techniques that used wings. Luo Feng carefully studied them. After reading Beast God Dash and Universe Division, Luo Feng's horizons had broadened. He quickly found a specialized flying escape technique from his inherited memories. This technique had some similarities with Beast God Dash and Universe Division. Its name was 3 Universe Traversal. Of my 3 clones, the Golden Horned Beast is the strongest. Naturally, it's a powerful alliance. This Wu slaying wings will be for the Golden Horned Beast to use. And this 3 Universe Traversal was created by an ancestor of the Golden Horned Beast's history. It's most suitable for the Golden Horned Beast. I'll use 3 Universe Traversal as my main, Beast God Dash and Universe Division as my support. Within the study, on the screen was a silhouette shrouded in mist. That silhouette said solemnly, Primal Region Sector Lord Member Luo Feng, you've once passed the domain Lord Primal Sky Mountain, hence the Virtual Universe Company has rewarded you with 3 billion points. You should rely on these 3 billion points to strengthen yourself. That way, you'll have a higher chance of survival in the upcoming war against the foreign regions. Understood. Luo Feng stood before the screen. I hope you'll be able to survive the war against the foreign regions. The silhouette finished and immediately hung up. Luo Feng grinned, a bit of excitement in his eyes. It's finally here, 3 billion points. Luo Feng checked his points balance. Indeed 3 billion had been transferred. I'll first search for the materials needed to train deities of the world. Luo Feng sat in front of his laptop and began to search for information. Even though he had checked before, he hadn't studied how to use the least amount of points to get the most out of it. Babada, carefully calculate for me, these 3 billion points, can raise my deities of the world to what level? Yes, calculating now. Babada blinked on his shoulder, calculation complete. 3 billion points, can raise the Golden Horned Beast's deities of the world to a level of 7. 9 times. Babada said. The first level raised it by 3 times. The second level raised it by 9 times. However, it required over 10 billion points to complete the second level. 9 times? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. How many points does 5 times require? 12 billion points. Babada said. Very good. Luo Feng nodded, help me exchange. Without hesitation, he went to exchange for the materials. Because he was very clear on the theory of strong alliances, that Golden Horned Beast was over 100 times stronger than his Earth body. Even if he raised his Earth body's strength by a few times, it wouldn't be of any use to him. He might as well raise the Golden Horned Beast's strength. Exchange successful, a total of 12 billion points. The materials will be sent to Primal Chaos City within 6 months. Babada had just finished. He couldn't help but scream out, damn, 11 billion points, and this is even with your high authority and discount. If it's money, even 5 billion mixed elements might not be enough. Wow, it's enough to make a poor emperor-level undying go bankrupt. Luo Feng smiled. He continued to search the screen for the cloud contact vine, star-eating grass and bug clan queen to evolve to undying. To let the cloud contact vine and star-eating grass evolve to undying, the price was very high. And there wasn't a single plan that had a 100% guarantee. For example, the 100 vine star-eating grass best plan had an 80% chance of becoming an undying, however the price required was 10.86 million points. The 300 vine star-eating grass, the best plan had a 60% chance of becoming an undying, however the price was 920 million points. The 1000 vine star-eating grass, the best plan had a 30% chance of becoming an undying, however the price was close to 120 billion points. The higher it went, the more terrifying the price. And the chances of becoming an undying were getting lower and lower. If anyone spent 120 billion points and the 1000 vine star-eating grass failed to evolve, they would probably die of heartache. The 108 vine cloud contact vine, the best plan had a 80% chance of becoming an undying, however the price was 18.1 million points. The 216 vine cloud contact vine, the best plan had a 50% chance of becoming an undying, however the price was 1.53 billion points. The 360 vine cloud contact vine, the best plan had a 40% chance of becoming an undying, however the price was 11.6 billion points. These were all the best plans. If the price was low, one could still use a few weaker plans, however the chances of becoming an undying would be low. Back then, Hu Yanbo successfully nurtured an undying cloud contact vine. There was indeed a lot of luck involved. Because of his investment back then, the plan wasn't good, the success rate was only 40%, and he finally succeeded. Exchange for many treasures and materials, exchange for the Time-Space Scribbles 4th volume. 5th volume. 6th volume, exchange for the automaton race's special weapons. Many of them were forbidden items, however Luo Feng's authority allowed him to purchase them. Even though these automaton weapons were expensive, they could be used by the weak, allowing them to defeat the strong. Spending large amounts of points, of the 3 billion points, he was left with a pitiful 200 million points, the rest were all exchanged for various items, and these items would allow Luo Feng's strength to constantly grow, his methods to deal with danger would constantly increase. Time flowed like water. In a flash, 300 years had passed since Luo Feng became a sector lord, 1,000 years in the actual universe. Within Primal Chaos City, countless training quarters had people sitting crossed-legged on the balconies. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged on the balcony, looking up at the space cracks in the sky and the universe laws. Ha ha ha, Luo Feng suddenly laughed and stood up. In these 300 years, I went to the 9-universe Primal Chaos tablet to comprehend it a total of 18 times. I finally comprehended the 4th diagram, the star diagram, and the 5th diagram, the galaxy diagram. Luo Feng was overjoyed within. Normally comprehending the 5 pictures of the 9-universe tablet was about the same as passing the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge, similar to the first level of the 7 God transformations. However, it was much easier than the first level of the 7 God transformations. Plus he had comprehended the 108 essences long ago. Along with the 18 consecutive studies, his efficiency was naturally high. If he didn't have to split his attention to the second level of the 7 God transformations, he probably wouldn't even need 300 years. It's a pity the second level of the 7 God transformations is much harder than the first, spending 300 years and I've only scratched the surface. Luo Feng shook his head. So, Luo Feng leapt down and landed downstairs, after which he walked to his door and gently pressed it. The color of the door began to change, returning to a pale white. I've lived here for over 1,200 years. Luo Feng said softly, it's already been 4,000 years in the actual universe. I've spent most of my time here training, right now. I can't bear to leave. It's time to go. Luo Feng shook his head. He turned and headed towards his teacher Tru Yan's residence not far from here. Before leaving Primal Chaos City, he had to pay his respects to the 2 teachers. Junior Luo Feng. Junior. Walking in the residence, he would occasionally see a few seniors warmly greeting Luo Feng. They all knew that this junior Luo Feng had become the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. Naturally, they treated him even more warmly. "Teacher is over there." The seniors guided. Luo Feng came to a courtyard. "Enter." A voice resounded from within. Luo Feng walked into the courtyard, seeing Tru Yen sitting by a wine table. Before him was a bamboo-shaped wine flask. "Teacher." Luo Feng bowed respectfully. "You're leaving?" Tru Yen continued to drink. "Yes." Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Tru Yen looked at Luo Feng. "Go, just don't lose face for your teacher." Luo Feng knelt down respectfully, very solemnly bowing and bidding farewell, after which he stood up. "Teacher, your disciple is leaving." He turned and walked out. Tru Yen looked at Luo Feng's back. He couldn't help but shout, "Come back alive and bring some good wine, your teacher hasn't drunk any of it yet." "Your disciple will definitely bring it back." Luo Feng's voice resounded, however he was already far away. Today, the 3 chapters have been updated. The 1,200 years of training in the City of Chaos is over, and it's time to go out and explore. The climax of the whole book, Swallowing the Star, was about to begin. It was uploaded in the early morning of July 21st last year, and it would end at the late night of July 20th tomorrow. It was exactly a whole year. So, tomorrow, the tomato must break out, it must break out, everyone's monthly votes should also be used. Let's rush to the top of the monthly votes. Walking out of Tru Yan's residence, Luo Feng made up his mind, he had to make a name for himself. Of his 3 true teachers, one was Hu Yan Bo, the second was Tru Yan and the third was the Primal Chaos City leader. However, in terms of affection, Tru Yan was ranked number 1. Because he had interacted with Tru Yan for far too long, and Tru Yan was extremely attentive to his disciples, just like a father to his son. Just buying the first half of the Mayan 7 transformations for Luo Feng was already a huge favor that was hard to repay. One had to know that Tru Yan wasn't even a universe knight yet. Buying the first half of the 7 transformations was a huge price. "Your Majesty Luo Feng. Your Majesty Luo Feng." The undying guards within the residence said passionately, simultaneously opening up a path. Luo Feng stepped into the residence, very quickly reaching the Primal Chaos Ruins courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he stepped in. In this vast ruined continent, all sorts of warriors' corpses could be seen. One had to know that this was reality and not the virtual universe, hence these corpses were all real, and they hadn't decomposed for countless years. Obviously these corpses were all at the undying level, and some of the corpses' energy alone made Luo Feng shocked. "Teacher." Luo Feng walked to a man sitting cross-legged and bowed respectfully. The Primal Chaos City leader stood up and turned to look at Luo Feng. "Preparing to leave Primal Chaos City?" The leader's eyes were calm and deep like the ocean. "Yes." Luo Feng replied. It's time to go out and explore." The leader nodded. "Where are you preparing to go first?" "Universe Secret Region?" "Outer Region Battlefield?" "Outer Region Battlefield." Luo Feng said respectfully. Sector lords had to undergo life and death training. This was the virtual universe company's trillions of years of tradition. Life and death training, there were 2 main ways. One was in the alien battlefields, the other was in the universe secret regions. Both of these places were extremely dangerous. Like the alien battlefields, it was a place where races fought against each other. There were countless warriors from other races hidden within, and an army's combined attack, even if they were individually weaker than Luo Feng, the army's combined attack could still kill Luo Feng instantly. As for the universe secret regions, they weren't any weaker than the alien battlefields. Just like Luo Feng's senior Kudi had fallen in one of the secret regions. Some of the dangerous secret regions could even cause a universe knight to fall. Outer Territory Battlefield? The Primal Chaos City Master frowned. "There are foreign race experts hiding there, and you are my personal disciple. You have long been hailed as an absolute genius of the human race that only appears once in a million eras. Countless foreign race experts have long wanted to kill you. Once you go to the foreign battlefield, I'm afraid." Luo Feng smiled. "Your disciple understands. I've been ambushed by the Bug clan before. back then my reputation wasn't as big as it is now. That insectoid race spared no expense to attack me in the Wulong starfield. But now, I'm afraid they're willing to pay an even greater price to kill me. Insect race. The primal Chaos City Lord let out a cold snort, the surrounding Kangming continent shook. Luo Feng was shocked within. He could feel the rage in the primal Chaos City Master's voice when he mentioned the bug race. The mechanical race, the demon race, and the insect race, these three peak races are adjacent to the human race's territory. The primal Chaos City Lord said coldly, because our territories are adjacent to each other, if they want to expand or if they don't want to be invaded, they can only fight. Amongst these three races, in terms of craftiness, the bug race is ranked number 1. These bug race have many methods that are extremely crafty. When you go to the foreign battlefield, you have to be the most careful of them. Luo Feng nodded, yes, teacher. You have to remember, because your senior brother Kudi fell to the bug race. The primal Chaos City Lord emphasized, his strength, his self-defense methods etc., are much stronger than yours now. You only acquired 3 billion points to purchase large amounts of items etc. And your senior brother Kudi back then passed the Sector Lord Primal Sky Mountain, acquiring 100 billion points. He had much more treasures than you, and had many fortuitous encounters, yet he still fell. Luo Feng's heart trembled, replying, your disciple will remember. Right. He thought he had many methods, however Hu Yanbo, who had never personally taught him, told Babada to leave a message for him before he died. He had to respect the universe and always remain humble. This was the thought of a lone undying roaming the universe. I must never be arrogant, a moment of carelessness and I might lose my life. Luo Feng warned himself. The war between the races is extremely cruel, because it's a war for survival. And after countless years, countless warriors have fallen, causing the hatred between the races to grow. It's long reached a terrifying level. The primal Chaos City Lord turned and surveyed the countless corpses on the vast land. Do you see these corpses? Luo Feng surveyed the area, countless foreign race corpses. Some were over 1,000 kilometers tall, some were short, some were not even half a meter tall, some were metal life forms, some were energy life forms etc. The energy emanating from the corpses too was strong and weak, some weren't any weaker than a living fire-eroding night. These were all personally killed by me. The primal Chaos City Master said softly, just me alone killing countless foreign race experts. And that's only less than 10% of the total number of foreign race experts I killed. Most of them were already turned into dust by the shockwaves of the battle. We humans hate the foreign races. The foreign races hate humans. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong, maybe no one is wrong, everyone wants to survive. The weaker races want to grow stronger, the stronger races want to stop the other races from growing stronger. The primal Chaos City Lord said softly, the killing is endless, the hatred is endless. Even though I have the ability to revive the dead, the price for it is too high. Revive the dead? Luo Feng was shocked within. The primal Chaos City Lord looked at Luo Feng, Universe Lord, you control time and space, naturally you can reverse time and space. Even if you die. I can reverse time and space and return to the time where you didn't die, reviving you from there. The primal Chaos City Lord shook his head and sighed, the theory is simple, however the price is very high. After all, for a soul to be destroyed to revive, it goes against the universe laws, and one will suffer the backlash. If I revive an official or emperor undying, I can take the backlash head on. However, reviving a universe knight, even I would be heavily injured. For example, some of the strongest of the universe's paragons, for example Hiroto, if I were to revive, just the backlash alone would be enough to kill me. The primal Chaos City Master said, if I were to die, no one would be able to revive me. Luo Feng was shocked. What a terrifying price. The backlash of reviving a universe knight could actually heavily injure the primal Chaos City Lord. Reviving a pinnacle like Hiroto, the backlash could actually kill the primal Chaos City Lord. Reversing time and space, reviving the dead, isn't just the backlash of the universe laws. The primal Chaos City Lord shook his head, this heavenly technique has many flaws, the profoundness within is hard to explain in a short while. It's not that you're dead, I have the confidence to revive you. Like your senior brother Kudi, I have no way of reviving him. Hence you have to be careful, If the other races make a move on you, they will definitely think of ways to prevent me from reviving you. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Remember, the Primal Chaos City Lord emphasized, the most important thing is, don't ever get controlled by the soul invasion and become a soul slave, even my teacher won't be able to do anything about it. Luo Feng was shocked within, so becoming a soul slave meant death. If your soul is invaded and you can't block it, you'd rather self-destruct than become a soul slave. The Primal Chaos City Lord stared at Luo Feng. Self-destruct? Luo Feng nodded. This is my token. The Primal Chaos City Lord flipped his hand and a golden tag appeared. There was a faint engraving on it, it seemed to be a city. Luo Feng received it respectfully. If you meet with danger and can't handle it, immediately destroy this tag. This tag's material is very weak, it's a C9 grade alloy, you can easily crush it. This tag has my teacher's spirit imprint on it, the moment you crush it, my teacher will immediately know and rush over in a short period of time. The Primal Chaos City Lord emphasized. Luo Feng nodded. Of course, my teacher doesn't wish for you to be forced to use this tag. The Primal Chaos City Lord looked at Luo Feng. My hope is that you can rely on your own strength to become an absolute warrior. That the other races won't be able to touch you. Before you leave, I have one last thing to tell you. Remember, your life preservation technique is number one. The Primal Chaos City Lord emphasized, with an absolute life preservation technique, the other warriors won't dare mess with you. Like the huge Axe Colosseum's Undying Knight, his strength belongs to the pinnacle of the Universe Knight, however his life preservation technique is very strong, even Universe Lords would find it very hard to kill him. The moment you can't kill him, you'll face his revenge. He may not be your match, but he'll be able to take revenge on your disciple, your race. Luo Feng was enlightened as he listened. Right. Those with strong life preservation techniques weren't to be messed with. If you can't kill him, don't attack, otherwise if you offend such an undying enemy, it'll be troublesome. I don't expect you to reach the level of the Undying Knight, his life preservation technique is ridiculous. However, you have to improve your life preservation techniques as much as possible. The Primal Chaos City Lord emphasized, no matter when, don't think, you're definitely safe, even at my level, I don't dare say such things. Your disciple will remember. Luo Feng said respectfully and gratefully. Go. Go out and explore. The Primal Chaos City Lord waved his hand. Luo Feng knelt down and bid farewell to his teacher. Shua, Luo Feng was teleported out of the Primal Chaos Ruins. Luo Feng glanced at the Primal Chaos Ruins courtyard, after which he turned and left. Primal Universe Primal Chaos City and the Primal Universe Virtual Universe Company's headquarters were frequently visited by universe ships through the universe pathway. Luo Feng decided to leave today. Naturally he checked the information and applied to leave. So, Luo Feng rushed into the sky, flying above Primal Chaos City. There was a shuttle-shaped huge universe ship parked. Your Majesty Luo Feng, we're all prepared. An undying purple-clothed man stood at the cabin door, smiling passionately. Luo Feng turned and gazed below, looking at Primal Chaos City. This was where he had lived for 1,200 years. It was where his teacher Tru Yen and the Primal Chaos City leader were. Let's go. Luo Feng flew straight into the universe ship. Hua, the cabin door officially closed. Rumble, the universe ship began to move, flying into the depths of the chaos energy flow. Today was the first-year anniversary of swallowing space. Tomato would explode today, he would do his best to explode. Right now, the difference in votes had gotten bigger, but Tomato was confident. He could catch up. Brothers, please support Tomato. Monthly votes. Tomato needed monthly votes. Actual Universe, Virtual Universe Company headquarters. This was a vast continent, even bigger than the Golden Horn race's home continent. This was the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, main camp. Rumble at the center of the headquarters continent, two tall gates automatically opened, revealing a beautiful pathway. This was the universe pathway, connecting the Primal Universe to the Primal Universe. A universe ship slowly flew out, after which it accelerated, flying for a few minutes. It finally landed in a distribution center. Hua. The cabin door opened. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The others at the cabin door were all very warm and humble. even the two Emperor-level Undyings that were on the same ship stood aside, letting Luo Feng go first. Every direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader would be publicly announced, and every disciple's status was incomparably high. Luo Feng's status and authority was even higher than most Emperor-level Undyings. Luo Feng took a step forward and landed on the ground. Your Majesty Luo Feng, follow this path and you'll be able to swiftly leave the headquarters. And following this path will lead you to the Space Tunnel Number 3 Distribution Center. The ship's manager guided passionately from the side. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled. It's my duty. The manager replied. Luo Feng turned and walked alone towards the pathway to the Space Tunnel Number 3 distribution group. Following this sealed pathway, Luo Feng easily reached 100,000 kilometers per second. After a few minutes, he walked out of the pathway. Wah! Luo Feng looked at the scene before him. He couldn't help but exclaim, 36 fixed space pathways. These 36 fixed pathways led to the human territory's 36 divisions. One had to know that relying on the God Country teleportation consumed a shocking amount of energy, and these fixed pathways connected the headquarters and many divisions, with many Undyings passing through. Due to the large amount, the cost was low. The cost was low, even if one could use the God Country teleportation, they would rather use these pathways. Saving money, Luo Feng naturally wasn't lacking in money, and after nurturing the 3-star eating grass and cloud contact vine, he had finally nurtured the 100 vine star eating grass to an Undying. It was indeed able to teleport to the God Country. However, the 100 vine star eating grass had been an Undying for too long. It didn't leave any tokens in other parts of the universe, hence it couldn't teleport to the place it needed to go. Yes. Now that the 100 vine star eating grass has become Undying, I have to find a few places to hide its Undying crystals. Luo Feng thought, at the crucial moment, I'll be able to teleport to those places. Your Majesty Luo Feng? A green-skinned man dressed in exquisite clothing walked over from afar. His entire body rippled with boundless vitality. Undying? Luo Feng looked suspiciously at him. The staff around were mostly sector lords and domain lords. Very few Undyings were allowed to do odd jobs. From the looks of it, this Undying should be the leader here. Your Highness has applied to go to the 9th Division. We have already received the news, so I, Poo Cash, have been waiting here for Your Highness. Your Highness, please follow me. The green-skinned man smiled. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, of course. Receiving Luo Feng's thanks, this Poo Kashi who was in charge of the Space Tunnel Number 3 immediately smiled, passionately leading Luo Feng to a space tunnel. The space tunnel, at first glance, looked like a rippling water screen. Division 9 is the closest place to the Wulong Star region, Poo Cash said enthusiastically. Luo Feng nodded. With one step, he entered the water screen. The fixed space tunnel used the God Country as a transit point. And the Undyings with the God Country were basically giving it up. Of course, under such circumstances, their God Countries were incomparably safe. Passing through the space tunnel, he instantly arrived over 100 million light-years away, after which he sat on the Yun-Mo planet ship and headed towards the Wulong Star region. Within the ship's control room, Luo Feng was enjoying a glass of fruit wine, simultaneously thinking about something. Right now we're moving at 50 times light speed. We'll reach the Wulong Star region in half a month. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded, simultaneously connecting to the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe Xianxia Mountain Primal Region. Sitting at his desk, Luo Feng gently tapped on his notebook screen. Buying 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corpses. Confirmed. After the 40% discount, it's 60 million points. The points have been deducted. Luo Feng looked at his remaining points on the screen. Right now he was left with about 180 million points. He couldn't help but sigh that he didn't have enough. However, good steel had to be used where it mattered most. Buying 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corpses had long been part of his plans. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you've just bought 10,000 Sector Lord Bug Corpses. May I know where to send them? A beautiful voice resounded from the screen. I'll head to the Wulong Star region to buy them. Luo Feng said. After which, the call was cut. Luo Feng revealed a smile and his consciousness returned. Luo Feng's internal world was vast and endless. Bug Clan Island. Countless Sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger Bug Clan that reached 30m lived on this island. There were also a few 20m tall. Their bodies were sleek and sleek. There were also a few that were only 6m tall. And in the center of the entire Bug Clan Island, there was a Bug Clan mother nest that was over 1000m tall. So, the Masha black-clothed Luo Feng appeared in mid-air above the Bug Clan Island. Alina. Luo Feng gazed below. Master. A streak of light flew out from the mother nest. It was none other than the peerlessly beautiful Queen Irina. Rumble, millions of Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Clan all knelt down respectfully, expressing their respect to Luo Feng. 3 million Tiger Beetle Clan Army, 10,000 Emperor Hunter Army, 1,000 Emperor Level Army. Black-clothed Luo Feng smiled. Irina, you've done well. It's my honor to be of service to Master. Alina's voice was gentle. Luo Feng nodded. The last time he brought 400 Sector Lord Bug corpses from the Wulong Star region, of which the 300 he brought from the assassination wasn't bad, but it wasn't the best. It was able to produce about 3 million Tiger Clansmen, and the 100 he bought were extremely good. He could produce about 1.8 million Tiger Clansmen. The two combined, finally producing 3 million Tiger Clansman army, 10,000 Emperor Hunter army and 1,000 Emperor level team. The Bug Clan Queen's control of the number of bug soldiers was actually limited. For example, if every single one of them could unleash Origin Law attacks, then she could at most control 10,000. That was the limit. The moment the numbers exceeded 10,000, she wouldn't be able to make every single one of them unleash Origin Law attacks. As the numbers grew, her control would get rougher and rougher. Once it reached 1 million, the Queen could at most make countless bug soldiers attack together, retreat together. As for that, she wouldn't be able to unleash any exquisite attacks. Once it exceeded 1 million, reaching millions, 10 million, the Queen wouldn't even be able to make all the bug soldiers attack a single point. 10,000 is a hurdle. 1 million is another hurdle. Luo Feng thought, the number of bug soldiers within 10,000, every single one of them are incomparably exquisite, even infused with origin laws, comparable to humans. Within 1 million, it can be said to be the perfect army, incomparably coordinated, attacking wherever I point. Once it exceeds 1 million, the command becomes messy. This was also the reason why the Undying Bug Clan Mother Nest couldn't control more than 10,000 Undying Bug soldiers. Alina. Luo Feng said. Master. Alina said respectfully. I'm preparing to create a 1 million Emperor Bug army. Luo Feng said. Bug Emperor, 1 million army? Alina was shocked. Luo Feng nodded. The Emperor Tiger Clan army. The Tiger Clansmen were large in size, strong in defense and strength. Compared to the Hunting Mantis clan, they were only slightly weaker in terms of speed and agility, but they weren't weaker in other aspects. To a 1 million army, there was no requirement for speed and agility. Master, to create a Sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger Emperor, the price is equivalent to creating 100 Sector Lord Pinnacle Normal Tiger Clansmen. Alina said. The Tiger Emperor's entire body shell toughness, strength, unleashing energy attacks, are all about 10 times that of normal Tiger Clansmen. Alina said. 1 million Tiger Armored Bug Army against a 10,000 Emperor Tiger Army. The 1 million Bug Army would definitely win, however, a 100 million Tiger Armored Bug Army against a 1 million Emperor Tiger Army, the 1 million Emperor Tiger Army would definitely win. As it exceeded 1 million, just Alina alone, the Queen couldn't precisely control that many warriors. Master, are you sure you want to create them? Alina asked. Luo Feng nodded. How long will it take to complete? It'll actually be faster. Alina said, because I can continuously produce large amounts of star-level and universe-level tiger armored bugs, the burden on me is actually much smaller. It's just that during the process of them killing and devouring each other, they'll expend a lot of energy, and during the killing, they'll produce Sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger Emperor. I'll be able to produce about 100 a day. 100 a day, 1 million Sector Lord Emperor army, that'll take 30 years. Luo Feng nodded. It's been hard on you, Alina. Luo Feng said. It's not hard at all. Alina was overjoyed. Producing bug soldiers is a way for the queen to strengthen herself. I've never had so many materials in the past for me to produce so many bug soldiers. Luo Feng smiled. The bug corpses will arrive in about a month and a half. The ship continued to advance. After a month and a half of flight, they finally reached the Wulong starfield. Wulong starfield. Luo Feng stood in the control room of the universe ship, looking at the distant space filled with endless amounts of cargo, blocking up the entire space, a million-sector Lord Emperor army. And, the mysterious silver shell armor. These two are the two most important trump cards in my plan, finally. I'm about to get them. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Continue writing Chapter 3. The difference in votes was now 1,500. Seeking votes. Wulong Star area, inside the palace of King Longju. At this moment, the 5 great managers of the Wulong Starfield had gathered together. The world is unpredictable. The last time Luo Feng was so pitifully bullied by Candle Emperor. In the blink of an eye, how long has it been? It's only been a few thousand years. Emperor Long Ke shook his head and laughed. The tables have turned. Candle Emperor is now trapped in the 9th Starfield prison, 1,000 eras in prison, while Luo Feng has soared, becoming the direct disciple of the primal chaos city leader. King Longju, you have to help out a little this time. The tall and skinny Datua Emperor placed his wine glass down. Back when Candle Emperor attacked Luo Feng, we didn't even stop him, I'm afraid. Luo Feng still remembers. The Hidden Dagger King also nodded slightly. King Longju, we'll have to rely on you to mediate. King Shuyu also said. To be able to manage the business sector meant that they knew how to conduct themselves. They were clear, even though Luo Feng couldn't do anything to them right now, and they weren't from the same power as Luo Feng, they weren't afraid for now. But what about the future? If he continued to grow at this rate, he might even become a new venerable flame eater. Once he had enough power, it would be easy to deal with them. There were many narrow-minded experts who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Haha, rest assured. King Longju smiled and nodded, but in his heart, he was quite proud of himself. By helping them resolve some conflicts, King Hidden Spear, King De Diang, and King Jiu, you would owe him a favor. I too have to thank your majesty. Luo Feng. A similarly handsome man who had been sitting beside him smiled. In terms of handsomeness, the Candle Monarch was so handsome that it was hard to distinguish between a man and a woman. However, one could tell that this handsome man was a man at a glance. If it wasn't for your majesty Luo Feng, I wouldn't be able to sit here. The handsome man smiled. Haha, Qi Yun Emperor, you have to thank Luo Feng. Yes, indeed. Otherwise, how could Candle King be chased away so easily? The other 4 laughed and said. Suddenly, milord. A sector lord dressed in silver armor rushed in and knelt respectfully. Your Majesty Luo Feng, the ship has arrived. Luo Feng? Longju and the other 4 were shocked. Hua. The 5 of them stood up at the same time. Let's go and welcome them, King Dewei said. Yes. The 5 heads walked out at the same time. As they were clear of Luo Feng's relationship with Long Ke King, they also predicted that Luo Feng would be the first to arrive at Long Ke King's place. Hence, the other 4 had gathered here early, just to welcome Luo Feng. Outside the palace. Luo Feng had already kept the Yun Mo planet ship and was standing outside the palace. Luo Feng. A rough voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. Seeing the 5 that walked out together, he smiled. Long Ke Emperor, oh, Datua Emperor, Hidden Spear Emperor and Rain Emperor are here too. Towards those 3 titled Undyings, even though he didn't hate them, he didn't have a good impression of them either. Back then when Candle Emperor wanted to lock him up in the Starfield prison, those 3 were like transparent people, not stopping him at all. We knew you were coming, we've been waiting for you here. The tall and skinny Dadai Emperor smiled. Oh. Luo Feng nodded but didn't say anything. Luo Feng, let me introduce you. King Longju smilingly pointed at the handsome man next to him. This is King Qi Yun from the Great Axe Arena. King Qi Yun? Luo Feng looked over. Damn. Yet another handsome man. Back then Candle Emperor was already so handsome it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. Even though this man before him wasn't as powerful as Candle Emperor, he was still an absolute beauty. The Great Axe Colosseum sent out an emperor-level undying. Why are they all so handsome? Luo Feng muttered within. Greetings, Your Majesty. King Qian smiled. I've just taken up this position, haha, speaking of which, I have to thank Your Majesty. If it wasn't for Your Majesty, causing Candle Emperor to be locked up in the 9th Starfield prison, I wouldn't have been able to take up this position. Thank you, Your Majesty. Luo Feng smiled when he heard this. Looks like this King Qian and Candle Emperor didn't get along. Luo Feng, let's go in, let's sit down and talk. Long Ju said. Go, let's talk inside. Your Majesty, please. They were all extremely passionate. Luo Feng gave them face and entered the palace with the 5 managers welcoming him. This scene made the sector lords guarding the door all mutter within. What kind of background did he have, to actually make the 5 managers welcome him like that? Within the palace, a sumptuous banquet was laid out and the 6 sat down. In a blink of an eye, 4,000 years have passed. 4,000 years ago, Luo Feng was still a normal Primal Region member. Now you've become the direct disciple of the Primal Region city leader. Long Ju raised his wine cup. I respect you. Come, for this, cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups. Luo Feng followed suit, finishing it in one gulp. Luo. Long Ju was about to speak. Luo Feng smiled. Long Ju, let's talk later. This time I came to the Wulong Starfield mainly to buy some Bug Clan corpses. Of course I'd like to go to the Trash Mountain to play. Let's talk business first, we'll talk after that. Alright, let's talk business. Long Ju nodded. It's time to talk business. Business is more important. The other managers all gave Luo Feng face. Luo Feng sighed within. There was a saying on Earth, if you're poor, no one cares about you, if you're rich, you have relatives deep in the mountains. It was the same logic. When he was weak, these emperor-level undyings wouldn't care about him. Before him, they would all be cold or arrogant. Regardless, they wouldn't all smile and welcome him. However, when he became the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, one word from him and they would all agree. Forget it. Luo Feng's unhappiness with them dissipated. These people in charge of the business department are used to doing things like this. Luo Feng, you want to buy 10,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Clan corpses. Since you've already paid for them, then it's simple. Long Ju smiled. We'll arrange for people to head straight to the goods storage area and bring those 10,000 Bug Clan corpses over. Oh, this business is huge. We'll have to go through the other 4 as well. No problem. Of course we will choose the best 10,000 Zerg corpses for Your Highness. Relax. Qian Emperor was still fine, but Datua Emperor, Hidden Spear Emperor and Rain Emperor were obviously very passionate. Obviously they wanted to use this opportunity to make up for the misunderstanding between the 2 sides. Their goal had been achieved. Luo Feng's anger also calmed down after seeing this. About how long? Luo Feng asked. Within 10 days. Long Ju Emperor said confidently. That fast? Luo Feng was shocked. The last time he bought 100 Bug Clan corpses, it took a long time. This time it was 10,000, it was even shorter than the last time. We'll arrange for 100 people to go directly to each location to collect the best quality Bug Clan corpses. Hidden Spear Emperor smiled. Of course it's fast, Your Majesty just needs to rest here. After 10 days, you'll be able to get the corpses. During the 10 days in the Wulong Starfield, Long Ju Emperor and the other 4 thought of ways to let Luo Feng have fun. In these short 10 days, it made Luo Feng realize the importance of strength and status. Luo Feng. Long Ju Emperor's voice resounded throughout the entire palace. Luo Feng walked out of his living quarters. 2 maids were waiting at the door to be summoned. In the distance, Long Ju Emperor swiftly walked over, one step crossing over 1,000 kilometers. Long Ju Emperor. Luo Feng smiled. What's up, have you gathered all the Bug Clan corpses? They're all here. Long Ju Emperor smiled and nodded, flipping his hand and taking out a black world ring. The 10,000 Bug Clan corpses are all within. Ah? Luo Feng happily received it. This world ring was ownerless. He easily used his world energy to permeate it and began to carefully inspect the 10,000 sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses. With one look, Luo Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of glee. Longju Emperor, Datua Emperor and Hidden Spear Emperor, these 5 are truly generous. Luo Feng was happy within, these 10,000 bug clan corpses, their average quality is actually better than the 100 I bought before. The 100 sector Lord bug corpses he bought before could produce about 1.8 million tiger beetles. It was considered exceptional. And according to the Virtual Universe Network's order, Luo Feng had a rough estimate of the quality. If he had gotten the delivery back then, the 100 bug corpses would have been enough to produce 1 million tiger beetles. Meaning, the 10,000 bug corpses he ordered would be enough to produce 1 million tiger beetle emperors. And Luo Feng was surprised to discover, personally coming here to purchase, the 10,000 bug corpses the 5 leaders gave him was enough to produce 2 million tiger beetle emperors. It's doubled. 60 million points, yet I'm able to buy 120 million points worth of goods. These 5 leaders are really giving me face. Luo Feng was happy within, of course, this is humanity's total wealth, they didn't pay for it themselves. If Datua Emperor and the others were to pay, they probably wouldn't be so generous. Longju Emperor looked at Luo Feng's happy expression and laughed loudly. How is it? Not bad, right? Very good, these bug corpses are all not bad. Luo Feng nodded. Bug corpses, some are good, some are bad. This time Datua Emperor, Hidden Spear Emperor and Rain Emperor have all contributed a lot. They've brought all the high-quality bug corpses they have. Longju Emperor smiled. The 3 of them actually wanted to make up for what happened before. I hope you don't mind. I understand, Flame Emperor is behind Flame Emperor, I understand why they did what they did. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. I don't blame them. Haha, that's good. Longju Emperor nodded. After taking the benefits, it was considered an apology from the other party. Luo Feng naturally didn't blame them. I remember you wanted to go to the Trash Mountain to search for treasure. Longju Emperor asked, how long do you plan to search for treasure? Not more than 100 years. Luo Feng said. His goal this time was to gather the silver shell pieces to form a set of silver armor. According to Luo Feng's estimation, 10 years or so would be enough to gather one. Oh, here are 100 world rings, every world ring represents Luo Feng, you can search there for a year. Longju Emperor flipped his hand and took out 100 silver rings. At the same time, I'll send you a surveillance network map, with your authority, you can view it. When that time comes, you can freely search for treasure within the Wulong Starfield, no need for others to follow you. Even though the difference in the monthly rankings was huge, don't worry, there were still 11 days till the end of the month, it was still early. Don't worry. Tomato will work hard, and our Red Alliance has many brothers and sisters. As long as everyone works together and works hard. Getting first place definitely won't be a problem. I believe in it. Tomato will continue writing the 4th chapter. Everyone work hard. Monthly votes first. Luo Feng extended his hand to receive the 100 world rings. Such a large transaction usually meant free treasure hunting opportunities. Buying 10,000 bug corpses was 100 times more than the last time, of course he would be able to treasure for free for 100 years. Freedom, it's better to treasure hunt in the Wulong Starfield. Luo Feng smiled. Haha, connect to the Virtual Universe Network. Emperor Long Ke said, I want to send the surveillance images to you. This level has to go through the Virtual Universe Systems verification. Luo Feng nodded. The Virtual Universe System had many functions, witness, verification, etc. Like the Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Battle Axe Dojo, they all had to rely on the Virtual Universe Network. This made Luo Feng realize how powerful the Virtual Universe system was, but he still couldn't help but be shocked. After a while, Luo Feng received the authorization. The screen on his arm displayed the entire Wulong Starfield surveillance images. Emperor Long Ke, I'll head in first to treasure hunt. Luo Feng smiled. Congratulations on acquiring the treasures. Emperor Long Ke said. Haha. Luo Feng laughed, becoming a beam of light and leaving the palace. Watching Luo Feng leave, Emperor Long Ke couldn't help but think, he's actually wasting time to go treasure hunt in the Trash Mountain? He's reached Sector Lord level. I think he's about to undergo life and death training. Before that, he wants to relax and go treasure hunt. Poor punk, I wonder if he'll be able to endure the life and death training. In history, there were too many absolute geniuses that fell in life and death training. Without going through the training, one would never become a true warrior. Humanity knew this was dangerous, but they still let the Sector Lord geniuses go through life and death training. Wulong Starfield, the entire starfield was filled with countless corpses from the race wars. All sorts of corpses filled the space, of course they were still sorted out. The last time I searched for the carapace shard, the leader followed me, it was really troublesome. This time it's good. I'm alone, free. Luo Feng sat in the universe ship, lowering his head to look at the surveillance star map on his arm. There are so many white dots on the map, they should be internal members. This red dot. My coordinates are also red dots. Looks like it represents an outsider. Very quickly, Luo Feng understood the star map. Actually, the surveillance star map's secret authority wasn't high. One had to know that the internal members all had a copy. With Luo Feng's current authority, he could easily obtain it. Babata, stop here. Understood. The Yun Mo planet ship decelerated and stopped, returning to the original universe. Puff, in the Wulong starfield, a blood-colored triangular spaceship suddenly appeared at one of the docking points. Luo Feng flew out from the cabin door. Summon. Luo Feng felt the calling, turning to look into the distance. It's that direction, there's a shell shard there. With a flip of his hand, Luo Feng kept the Yun Mo planet ship and swiftly flew in that direction. His speed swiftly rose, very quickly reaching light speed, moving at about 280,000 kilometers per second. The speed of light was the speed limit of the primordial universe. After accelerating to the speed of light, one would be kicked into the dark universe and complete the universe travel. Undyings could all cross universes with their bodies. Almost all the Sector Lords were unable to do this. Even human Sector Lords could only reach a maximum speed of 150,000 kilometers per second. The main reason was that the Sector Lord's physique wasn't strong enough. Just relying on their physical body to accelerate, as the speed increased, the burden on their bodies would increase. It was an exponential increase. The golden horned beast's body was extremely strong, it could use its body to travel through space. This was extremely rare. Even after training the Nameless Manual, Luo Feng's body quality was 3 times that of a normal Sector Lord Pinnacle, he still couldn't reach the level of universe travel. However, Luo Feng had the armor. Back when he was a Domain Lord Pinnacle, he couldn't unleash the armor's full strength. However, now he could. The armor could unleash 1,000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle strength. During acceleration, the armor could withstand 90% of the load, allowing Luo Feng to easily reach 280,000 kilometers per second. If he could reach light speed, it wouldn't be hard. Haha, my luck isn't bad. This time, I've already found 2 silver shell shards. Luo Feng was in a trash mountain, his face filled with glee. The last 2 years, I only found 232 black shell shards, 12 silver shards and 1 broken blade. That's how I managed to gather 2 sets of armor. The armor was very mysterious. It had strong defense and could be infused with powerful strength. Also, it had a resistance against spirit energy attacks. However, a set of armor with 1,000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle strength was not bad for the golden horned beast back then. However, after 1,200 years in Primal Chaos City, the current golden horned beast was even stronger. Just 1 set of armor alone didn't have much effect on its strength anymore. One had to know that just the golden horned beast's basic strength was 30 times that of a human's. Normal golden horned beasts were 10 times that of a human's, along with the Nameless Manual's 3 times ability amplification, a total of 30 times, using the Blood River energy to activate the right claw was 11 times. And Deities of the World, 5 times, and the Natural Talent Technique, 2 times, these 2 amplification methods allowed the body to amplify by 15 times, calculating it all, it was 4,950 times Sector Lord strength. The reason why it was so ridiculous was actually because of the Nameless Manual and Blood River energy. Without these two, the golden horned beast would only be 150 times stronger than a human sector lord. It would be the strength of a normal pinnacle sector lord golden horned beast. The blood river energy and the nameless manual caused the golden horned beast's body's overall strength to explode. The armor's use became much smaller. Luo Feng was like a treasure-hunting mouse within the Wulong starfield, searching through the trash mountains for treasures. The difficulty of finding the silver shell shards was very high. At the start, the efficiency was still alright. However, as time went on, it began to drop. Along the way, he even managed to gather a few sets of armor. Obviously, the black shell shards were much easier to find. However, his main target this time was the silver shell shards. Luo Feng didn't give up at all. Actually, Luo Feng split a part of his consciousness to search for treasures. The golden horned beast and Masha clansmen continued to study the second level of the Mayan 7 transformations. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay. Dad! Dad! Luo Ping and Luo Hai shouted from outside. Luo Ping, Luo Hai, your dad has just returned and you don't let me gather with him alone. Xianxia said unhappily, come in. These 21 years, hasn't dad been coming back often? Luo Hai laughed loudly and took a big step in. Two young men walked in together. Although they had lived for more than 4,000 years, they did not look old at all. Among them, Luo Ping seemed to be more graceful. The entire Luo clan's affairs were mainly managed by him and he exercised the authority of the clan leader. This made Luo Ping appear to be very calm and naturally had a graceful and luxurious temperament. Luo Hai was the exact opposite. He was like a savage bandit, his entire eyes burning with battle intent. Two sons, two different personalities. Dad, will you still be in the Wulong starfield these 21 years? Luo Hai asked. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. It wasn't easy to gather a set of silver armor, and he hadn't even succeeded yet. What's more, his plan was to gather 2 sets, he had to stay in the Wulong starfield for a while. As the saying goes, sharpening one's knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. Only after completing all his plans would he be able to fully focus on exploring the outer region battlefield. After the Wulong starfield ends, you'll head to the outer region battlefield? Luo Hai couldn't help but ask, Dad, can you bring me along? I have a sector lord level plant life to help, it's very safe. You? Luo Feng shook his head, you're still far from it. Even though you have the plant life to help you, you're only a domain lord level 9. If you go to the outer region battlefield, you'll just be cannon fodder. If the other alien race's spirit attacks hit you, you'll lose your life. I'll have to be careful in the outer region battlefield too, I won't be able to split my attention to protect you. You should just focus on your training, adventuring within the human domain is fine, but don't think of going to the outer region battlefield for now. Wait till you reach the sector lord pinnacle and have strength comparable to an undying. Ah. Luo Hai lowered his head and replied. Within the family, Luo Hai feared nothing and was tyrannical. However, he was most afraid of his father Luo Feng. Calm down. Luo Feng ordered, your resources, others can't even beg for them, you have to cherish them. Understood, Dad. Luo Hai replied. The Luo family was one of the few large families in the Ganwu universe country, naturally they had to have some resources. Back then when Earth was the target of many knights, Luo Feng had left about 10 million mixed elements worth of Luo God water in the family during his trade with the Virtual Universe Company, to nurture the plant life. 10 million mixed elements of Luo God water was enough to nurture up to 100 sector lord level 9 plant life forms. And Luo Feng had plenty of Luo God water, this was just a drop in the ocean. Of course, the family was still weak now. Without an undying stationed there, Luo Feng didn't dare leave too many treasures in the family, however the family base was on Earth, and Earth's safety was without a doubt. Luo Feng's face suddenly revealed a look of glee. What's up, Dad? Luo Hai asked excitedly. Dad? Luo Ping looked curiously at Luo Feng. Good thing. Luo Feng smiled. Wulong Starfield, within a trash mountain. How many years has it been? 21 years, I've collected a total of 1,985 black armor pieces, before finally collecting these 113 silver armor pieces. Luo Feng stood within the trash mountain. He had long forced the soldier armor pearl out of his body. The large amounts of silver armor pieces had long been absorbed into his body. It was already undergoing a special change. Absorb. Luo Feng had experienced this change before. He knew very well what it meant. A complete set of silver armor was gathered, large amounts of silver liquid gathered within his body. It had already been gathered to the limit. Rumble. In an instant, a huge change occurred. Luo Feng felt his entire body tremble, following which a mysterious rune appeared on his chest. This was a very faint silver rune. It was the flame god race's word. Commander. Luo Feng looked down at the silver rune on his chest, softly muttering, "Commander?" The fourth chapter was over. Tomato continued writing the 5th. Since he was going all out this month, he had to go all out. His goal, the first place in the monthly votes. Inspecting the flame god race word, Luo Feng had many thoughts. The black armor before was the soldier armor. This one seemed to be the general armor. The general imprint followed Luo Feng's thoughts and disappeared under his skin. I'll feel the strength. Luo Feng thought. Rumble. Countless silver threads swiftly spread out with the general imprint as the core, almost as though it was infused into every inch of Luo Feng's muscles and skin, swiftly spreading throughout his entire body. Simultaneously, a flowing silver armor appeared on Luo Feng's skin, a pair of silver boots automatically appeared on his feet, a silver mask appeared on his face and a helmet appeared on his head. Qi. Luo Feng took a deep cold breath. He felt every part of his muscles and organs hurt, almost like they were about to be ripped apart. This general armor far exceeded the strength of the soldier armor. Luo Feng's activation had already pushed his body to its limit, causing incomparable pain. I can probably only use 1,200 times Sector Lord strength. Luo Feng made his judgment based on his senses. At his level, his judgment of strength was extremely precise. When I use the soldier armor, I can easily use all of its strength. 1,000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle strength. Luo Feng pondered. And according to the golden horned beast's usage of the soldier armor back then, a normal Sector Lord Pinnacle should be able to use it. And I'm 3 times stronger than a normal Sector Lord Pinnacle. However, I can only use 200 times more Sector Lord strength. Luo Feng understood a little. The further he went, the higher the requirements for his body constitution. Looks like my body is still too weak, using the soldier armor is just right. This general armor is too high-end for me. Luo Feng thought. Actually, he wasn't wrong. The soldier armor was the most basic armor, originally meant for Sector Lord Pinnacle to use. And the general armor was for Undyings to use. Naturally, the requirements were much harsher. Soldier armor pearl. With a thought, Luo Feng forced the general armor out of his body and transformed it into a general armor pearl. This was a silver ball, smaller than the soldier armor pearl by a size. On the ball, there was a faint imprint of the word general. I'll let the golden horned beast test it out. Its body constitution is much stronger than my earth body. Luo Feng thought. So. He directly kept the pearl into the dark. Red World Ring. The Masha race's clone and core were hidden there. This dark red world ring was a world ring that Luo Feng specially ordered in Primal Chaos City. It was for safety reasons, he specially ordered it, spending 18,000 points. Within the inner world, on the vast prairie. With a mountain-like golden horned beast raised its head and roared, its roar was filled with excitement. At the same time, a black armor pearl was forced out and fell on the grass. After which, it lowered its mountain-like head, looking at the little guy's general armor pearl on the ground. It extended its right claw and lightly touched the pearl. Immediately, with a chi-chi, the pearl turned into a silver liquid and entered the golden horned beast's body. In that instant, the golden horned beast's chest and abdomen scales faintly revealed a flame god word general, which then disappeared. General armor. Activate. The golden horned beast's eyes emitted a solid gold light, roaring softly. Rumble, the general imprint on its chest, was immediately activated. Countless silver threads immediately spread out, entering every inch of the golden horned beast's muscles, skin, and scales. Immediately a huge amount of energy spread throughout the golden horned beast's body. This shocking energy continued to rise, and rise, 1,000 times Sector Lord's strength, 2,000 times. 3,000 times. 4,000 times. 5,000 times. Pain, intense pain, the muscles on its body felt like they were about to tear apart. Woo! The golden horned beast let out an angry roar. Even with its body's strength, it was still unable to fully activate the armor. One must know that the golden horned beast's normal state was comparable to 30 times Sector Lord's strength. How the golden horned beast roared, immediately activating the technique deities of the world. Immediately its scales, muscles, organs, and horns all began to transform, constantly compressing and increasing in density. While its body was shrinking, the golden horned beast was also constantly activating the armor. The density of its muscles, bones, scales and horns continued to increase. It could indeed withstand the armor's strength. 6,000 times. 7,000 times. 8,000 times. 9,000 times. 10,000 times. Rumble. The golden horned beast no longer felt any strain. The armor had already been pushed to its limits. At this time, the golden horned beast's body had already shrunk to about 300 kilometers long. One must know that a Sector Lord's peak state was close to 1,000 kilometers long. Deities of the world has expanded by about 3 times. The golden horned beast's strength before was already 30 times that of a normal human Sector Lord, a total of 100 times. Luo Feng nodded within. This is probably the lowest level of a normal undying. Looks like this armor was prepared for an undying. Shrink. Shrink again. The golden horned beast too let out a roar. Its huge body continued to shrink, its muscles, bones and scales all increased in density. Finally stopping, it had already reached the limit of deities of the world. Using 12 billion points, deities of the world went from 5 times to 7. 5 times now. Easily activating this armor, TSK. 10,000 times Sector Lord strength, this is probably the pinnacle of official level, barely reaching the Emperor level. Over 100 kilometers long, still larger than any mountain range on Earth, a black-clothed Luo Feng appeared beside the golden horned beast. He muttered and commented, along with the first claw, and the Wu Killer Wings teacher gave me, TSK Tisk, Luo Feng nodded satisfactorily. Even though it was still a distance away from his middle stage goal, even though against his teacher True Yen Emperor, that level of being, he could be instantly destroyed. But at least the current golden horned beast had already reached its short-term goal. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded satisfactorily. The golden horned beast was one of his trump cards. After being taught by his primal Chaos City teacher before he left, Luo Feng didn't dare be arrogant anymore. His fortuitous encounter with the golden horned beast was only above average, and he only gained 3 billion points. Kudi back then had over 100 billion points. Hence he had to be more humble. At least the current him didn't have the ability to kill an official level undying. After collecting a set of armor, Luo Feng wasn't going to stop here. Right now his earth body couldn't use the armor, but what about in the future? In the future, he didn't want to waste time coming here to search for treasures. Years passed. Luo Feng's earth body roamed the Wulong starfield, constantly searching for the silver armor pieces. The golden horned beast and Masha clansmen continued to train and improve. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had already stayed in the Wulong starfield for close to 60 years. He was just 3 months away from 60 years. Haha. Finally, I've finally collected the second set of armor. A silver armor floated on Luo Feng's body, his face filled with smiles. These armors get harder and harder to collect later on. The efficiency of collecting got lower and lower as one progressed. 21 years to collect the first set, 39 years to collect the second set. I've collected 2 sets of the armor, however the armor. I've collected a total of 58 sets. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled, that mysterious fragmented blade, I've collected a total of 9 blades. It's a pity I haven't been able to figure out what they're used for. Even though I can feel them calling out to me, I'm unable to merge them into my body. Dripping my blood is useless, and my spirit imprint is unable to merge into them. Luo Feng shook his head. 9 blades, Luo Feng couldn't understand them at all. At least with the known methods, he couldn't subdue these 9 blades. 2 sets of armor, 58 sets of armor. Adding the 2 sets from his first trip to the Wulong starfield, he had a total of 60 sets of armor. 60 years, with 2 sets of armor, my other trump card, the Bug Clan army. I've also obtained the Emperor army. Luo Feng smiled. Internal world. Bug Clan Island. Howl a completely dark red, about 26 m tall tiger armored Bug Clan. It seemed extremely thick and barbaric, its eyes filled with savagery. In terms of height, it was shorter than the normal tiger armored Bug Clan by 4 m, its body had shrunk by a size. However, whether it was the armor's strength, speed, world energy concentration, they all far exceeded the normal tiger armored Bug Clan. Emperor, each tiger beetle king was very expensive to create. If they were created using universe crystals, they would need 2,500 mixed elements. Enough to make a poor normal undying go bankrupt. Of course this was too extravagant. If I ordered and delivered, I could only get 1 million emperors. However, I personally came to purchase. The 5 in charge wanted to befriend me, allowing me to get double the amount. Luo Feng was delighted within 60 years. Alina had created a total of 1.5 million Emperor Army, 200,000 Emperor Hunting Army and 200,000 Emperor Edge Army. The rest of the corpses were used to create normal tiger armored Bug Clan members. They were still being nurtured. Emperor Army. Luo Feng was very excited. The strong all loved the thrill of leading an army. 1 million Emperor Army, it was indeed very powerful and powerful. Compared to 1 million normal Bug Clan army, it was tens of times stronger. A combined attack, if hit, even an Emperor Undying would be finished. Of course the chances of getting hit were very low, however with the Bug Clan Queen commanding, she naturally had many methods. I've come to the Wulong starfield, the General Armor and the Emperor Army. These 2 goals have been completed. Everything is settled, it's time to leave the Wulong starfield and head to the outer region battlefield. Luo Feng was leaving the Wulong starfield. Naturally he was warmly received by Long Ke Emperor, Qi Yin Emperor, Hidden Spear Emperor, Datua Emperor and Xiaoyu Emperor. They specially prepared a sumptuous farewell banquet. From our Wulong starfield to the outer region battlefield, the shortest route is to first go to Wunyao planet. Long Ke Emperor said, Wunyao planet is a logistics base and also a troop transport station. The Universe Warrior Army, many lone warriors who wish to participate in the race wars, can all go there and be sent to the outer region battlefield. Luo Feng nodded. Since he had come to the Wulong starfield, the route he chose was naturally from Wunyao planet and then to the outer region battlefield. Thank you all for your hospitality. I will be leaving first. Luo Feng smiled and stood up. Be careful. Long Ke Emperor said. The outer region battlefield is very dangerous, be on high alert. Hidden Spear Emperor emphasized. Don't get careless. The 5 Emperor Undyings all reminded him seriously. Haha. I will definitely return from the outer region. Battlefield alive. Luo Feng smiled and left, sitting in a universe ship towards the troop transport station Wunyao planet. The 13th chapter had ended, the new chapter was about to begin. Luo Feng was about to begin his journey to the outer region battlefield. That was a place where countless alien races gathered, where the strong were as numerous as the clouds. The competition for the monthly votes this month is extremely fierce, and countless readers of Tomato are helping to vote and so on, but now the monthly votes are still more than 900 votes away from the first place. Tomato is now asking every reader. Everyone who has read Tomato books, everyone who is addicted to the world of Tomato novels, everyone who really claims to be a fan of Tomato books, at this time, on the first anniversary of Swallowing the Star, I hope you will support Tomato. Many readers are fighting. I don't want to fail, and I don't want to disappoint countless readers who support me. So all brothers and sisters, please do your best at this time and vote for Tomato. All brothers and sisters, work together, you will definitely get first place, I firmly believe. Mangniao planet, one of the 8 large logistics bases of the human territory, it was also the fixed transportation point for the Universe Army. Large amounts of the army were constantly transported from here to the outer region battlefield, its importance was obvious. We're here. That's Mangniao planet. Within the control room of the blood-colored triangular universe ship, Luo Feng was looking at the distant huge planet in space. That was Mangniao planet. Mangniao planet had a diameter of 1.028 million km, it was a man-made planet, itself a space fortress. Du Luo Feng, I've received the guidance signal from Mangniao planet. On the control screen, Babata shouted, the signal has been connected, just follow his instructions and enter. Luo Feng nodded. So, the Yunmo planet ship swiftly flew into Mangniao planet. Mangniao planet ship parking platform. Wow, F-grade universe ship, completely made of hybrid copper essence, this ship is at least a few million mixed elements. A man dressed in silver armor exclaimed. At this time, Luo Feng flew out of the Yunmo planet ship's cabin door, simultaneously keeping the ship into his world ring. How do you do, I'm a staff member here. The armored man smiled, within he was shocked, looking at the mark on his forehead, he's a Sector Lord warrior recognized by the origin laws. A Sector Lord actually being able to operate such an expensive universe ship, he must have some background. Luo Feng glanced at him, the armored man's head was like a jellyfish, translucent. I'm here to apply to enter the outer region battlefield, I wonder which way to go. Luo Feng asked. The universe armies all come in groups, and the lone travelers all follow this path to the gathering point. The armored man pointed to a wide transparent glass path in the distance, this path is over 3,000 kilometers long, at the end, it's the gathering point. Thanks. Luo Feng nodded. Following this path, every step took him over 10 kilometers, after a while he reached the end, it was a beautiful plaza, with over 10,000 people gathered. As the plaza was huge, with a diameter of over 100 kilometers. Hence the over 10,000 people here seemed rather sparse. How do you do, please rest here. A hairy and alluring female receptionist walked over and said. When can I go to the outer region battlefield? Luo Feng asked. We need to gather a certain number of people, otherwise the logistics costs will be too high. The female receptionist smiled and said, Realm Master, you came at the right time. The earliest batch like you have been waiting here for 12 days. After all, the gathering of lone travelers wasn't like the armies of the universe countries. When the universe country army arrived, it was grand and majestic. The lone wolves, on the other hand, have to wait for a certain number of people to gather. Luo Feng nodded. He walked to one side. There were many alloy benches in the plaza, and the scattered universe warriors who wanted to join the battle sat around. Luo Feng casually chose one and sat down. Hey, hello. Alone? Two similar-looking werewolf realm lords with mane on their faces walked over. Luo Feng looked up with interest at the two. With one look, he could tell that these two were Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors, and from their eyebrows, they had obviously received the recognition of the origin laws. One had to know that even though there were over 10,000 people in the plaza, most of them were Domain Lord level, only a few were Sector Lords and Universe levels. There were actually fewer Universe levels than Domain Lords, mainly because the Universe levels were weak. Very few Universe level lone wolves would specially come to the outer region battlefield. Just the long flight fees alone, many Universe level warriors probably couldn't bear to part with them. Luo Feng nodded, alone. Rushing alone to Mangniao planet, it wasn't easy, right? Us two brothers took a universe ship to get here, the journey took a total of 12 years. The slightly sturdy werewolf Sector Lord smiled. Saying that, he and his brother sat on the alloy bench opposite, flipping his hand and picking up a bottle of wine and 3 cups. World energy control. After which he poured the wine and placed the 3 cups before the 3 of them. Thanks. Luo Feng raised his cup, I'm alright, the time spent on interstellar travel isn't as long as 12 years. Oh. The thick and sturdy werewolf Sector Lord laughed loudly, my name is Claris, this is my little brother Buddy. The skinny werewolf Sector Lord beside was rather humble, nodding towards Luo Feng and saying hello. I'm called. Luo Feng muttered, Madman. Madman? The moment the 2 werewolf Sector Lords heard this, they knew it was just a nickname. And this nickname Madman was simply too common, especially in the universe armies, they rarely called each other by their real names, they just called each other by their nicknames. And out of 100 universe soldiers, there would probably be one called Madman. The 2 of them could feel that Luo Feng didn't want to say his real name, naturally they wouldn't force him. Ah, look, another Sector Lord has arrived. The sturdy werewolf sector lord looked into the distance. Luo Feng too looked. Another sector lord had indeed arrived. Right now we've already gathered 96 sector lords. The skinny werewolf sector lord buddy said seriously, we're leaving soon. Every time we gather 100 sector lords, only then do we send the soldiers. Seriously, after 12 years on the interstellar journey, we still have to wait here. After so many years of not killing, my blade has been thirsting for blood. The sturdy werewolf sector lord said unhappily. Beside him, Luo Feng spoke casually with the two, however he didn't reveal any information about himself. Because Luo Feng was very clear, as the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, there were many who wanted to kill him. To be cautious, it was best not to reveal his identity. The number of warriors in the foreign region battlefield were like the clouds. If he revealed his identity early, the danger would increase by 10 to 100 times. Luo Feng waited for a day. The number of sector lords gathered in the plaza had reached 100. Universe levels, all gather here. Domain lords, gather here. Sector lord warriors, gather here. The gateway opened. Over 10,000 lone soldiers were swiftly sorted. Luo Feng too stood up and gathered with the other sector lords, and at this time, another sector lord actually arrived, bringing the total to 101. This caused the other sector lords to discuss. The last female sector lord was lucky enough, she didn't need to wait here. Various sector lord warriors, you are about to head to the most glorious and cruel foreign region battlefield. An undying that was filled with killing intent, his entire body almost like he was made of metal emphasized. However, you must understand, the army has its rules, it won't be as free as before. Luo Feng and the 100 sector lords all listened. Before we leave, we need to go through the traditional authority granting ceremony. The undying emphasized. Authority granting ceremony? What does that mean? What does it do? The group of sector lords all communicated and discussed. Obviously these lone travelers didn't know anything about the details of the foreign region battlefield. The undying obviously knew this. Continuing, the authority granting ceremony is to confirm your exact position in the army. The army is a place with clear hierarchy. The subordinates have to obey their superiors, hence we have to confirm your position and authority within the army. And how do we confirm it? Is through your strength. Don't tell me we have to compete with each other? Test? A sector lord shouted. Wrong. The undying shook his head. Every single one of you will definitely be training in the Virtual Universe Network. The Virtual Universe Network will judge your strength based on your performance. This ranking is very important to your position in the army. The ranking is split into 3 levels. The first is Ordinary Sector Lord Warrior, the second is Elite Sector Lord Warrior, and the third is Sector Lord Warrior General. A large number of Sector Lords are normal Sector Lord Warriors. To be able to gain the recognition of the origin laws, they can barely be considered Elite Sector Lord Warriors. Out of the 100 Elite Sector Lord Warriors, there can usually be 1 Sector Lord Warrior. The Undying said, I believe every one of you have displayed your strongest strength in the virtual universe. If any of you haven't displayed your strongest strength in the virtual universe, if you're worried that the authority granting ceremony isn't fair, then you can enter the Virtual Universe Network now and display your strongest strength. In a while, the authority granting ceremony will begin. The Undying was silent for 10 seconds, after which he spoke, there shouldn't be any problems, one by one come over and accept the authority granting. The 101 Sector Lords walked over to the Undying. The Undying's arm screen shot out a blue light, enveloping the incoming Sector Lord. Elite Sector Lord Warrior. Normal Sector Lord Warrior. Elite Sector Lord Warrior. Elite Sector Lord Warrior. The Undying's arm screen automatically emitted sounds. At the same time, every Sector Lord that accepted the authority also received the information from the Virtual Universe system. The higher the authority, one's position in the army would naturally be different. Luo Feng looked at this scene and was shocked within. There are so many Elite Sector Lord Warriors. In theory, normal Sector Lord Warriors make up the majority of the Sector Lords. Oh, that's right, those who dare to come alone to participate in the outer region battlefields are all confident in themselves. Most of them have gained the recognition of the origin laws. The Sector Lords lined up and accepted the authority granting. Very quickly it was Luo Feng's turn. That blue light enveloped Luo Feng, simultaneously emitting a sound. Sector Lord Warrior. Hua, this scene immediately made the large amounts of sector lords around look at Luo Feng, even the distant domain lords and universe-level authority-granting staff of Mangyao planet looked over with shock. Among these 101 sector lords, there was actually a sector lord war general. Not bad. The Undying looked at Luo Feng with shock, praising and nodding. Luo Feng calmly walked to the side. After that, the sector lords continued to accept the authority granting. Elite Sector Lord Warrior. Normal Sector Lord Warrior. Sector Lord Warrior. This caused another uproar in the surrounding crowd. This batch of 101 sector lords actually had 2 sector lord warriors. Luo Feng looked over too. That was a 3m tall, incomparably muscular young sector lord. The light in his eyes was like 2 blades, making others not dare to look straight at him. P.S. First chapter here, asterisk, seems like he has some ability. I wonder where he came from. Luo Feng glanced and didn't think anymore. The authorization process ended very quickly. Of the 101 sector lords, there were a total of 2 sector lord warriors, 62 elite sector lord warriors and 37 normal sector lord warriors. Sector lord and universe level, the authorization process was the fastest. Even though the domain lords had 10 internal members going through the authorization process at the same time, it still took a long time before it ended. The authorization process has all ended. The Undying's voice suddenly grew louder, resounding within the ears of the over 10,000 warriors. All of you follow me, in a while I'll send you all to the alien battlefield. This race war has many warriors participating, hence there's a total of 11 battlefields, all of them are outside of the human territories, hence they're called the alien battlefields. You'll be heading to the 7th battlefield. 7th battlefield? All outside of the human territories? Ah, my teacher is at the 2nd battlefield, looks like there's no hope of meeting him. Immediately there were all sorts of discussions. Luo Feng thought within, 7th battlefield? The average death rate is 96.8%, it's ranked 3rd out of the 11, it's not a bad place to train. Depart. The Undying ordered. Immediately the grandiose army of over 10,000 warriors headed forward. Luo Feng and the other sector lords were naturally at the front. After a while, they arrived at a huge palace. This palace had a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers. This huge palace had 11 huge water screen-like pathways. This is the pathway to the 7th battlefield. The Undying walked before one of the water screens. The 7th battlefield is a universe secret region with a diameter of about 1 million light-years. Of course, after trillions of years of slaughter, the danger of this secret region itself has been weakened to the extreme. The main threat is from the alien races. There's a total of 100 army bases in the 7th battlefield. You've all arrived at base 026. This water curtain was 1 kilometer wide and 1 kilometer high. Hua, the sector lords entered one by one. Luo Feng too followed. The over 10,000 soldiers quickly entered. Using the God Country as a transit point, Luo Feng and the over 10,000 soldiers arrived at the God Country transit point and once again entered the space tunnel, after which they were teleported to the 7th battlefield outside of the human domain, Army Camp 026. Luo Feng stepped out of the God Country transit point and felt the space before him warp, arriving at another place. Haha, the new recruits are here. There are new recruits. Quick, 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 stop sleeping and get to work. Shouts rang out one after another. Luo Feng immediately saw a dozen white-armored soldiers. Oh, not all of them, there was even a white-haired white-robed Undying. That Undying smiled, his eyes gleaming with electricity. He said, "Recruits, welcome to the 7th battlefield, Army Base 026. Sector lords all follow him, domain lords all follow this punk, universe levels all follow this young lady." The white-robed Undying swiftly chose 3 leaders. The universe levels, domain lords and sector lords all followed 3 different paths. Various world lords, up ahead is the world lords' camp. The guide spoke. Moments later, he arrived at an elegantly decorated large hall. Within it there were over 10 million seats. With one look, Luo Feng estimated that there were at least a few 100,000 sector lords sitting here. Why are there so many sector lord soldiers? Luo Feng was shocked. A universe country has a few million sector lords. the human domain has a total of 1008 universe countries. And the alien battlefield has a total of 11 battlefields, every battlefield has 100 bases. On average, how many sector lords are there in each base? It can't be that all the human sector lords are participating in the war, right? And in theory, there should be many sector lords going out to kill, the ones remaining in the bases should be the minority. Why are there at least a few 100,000 sector lords? The other 100 sector lord recruits were equally shocked. Hi! The leader shouted loudly, the recruits are here. There are 2 realm lord warriors in this batch of recruits, haha. After the leader finished speaking, he turned around and left. Sector lord warlords? Sector lord warlords? The sector lord soldiers that were originally drinking and chatting, over 10,000 of them ran over. When the sector lord soldiers got close to each other, the quantum computers they carried would inform them of their authority, hence the gazes of these 10,000 old soldiers immediately landed on Luo Feng and another tall youth. Join our elite team is led by an Undying, we'll get more points, the chances of surviving from danger will be higher. Our team is stronger. You too. These old soldiers were madly inviting Luo Feng and Tyrant, they couldn't be bothered with the other 99 sector lord recruits. After a while, Luo Feng and the tall youth sat at a table, beside them sat an Undying dressed in blood-red armor, with a scaled tail. This Undying was called Taiwa, an Earth Undying. It was because this Undying was the first to personally invite them, Luo Feng and Tyrant finally chose to chat with this Undying under the invitations of the 10,000 old soldiers. As for whether or not they would join, they didn't give a definite answer yet. Captain Taiwa, why are there so many sector lords here? Luo Feng asked. The alien battlefield has a total of 11 battlefields, every battlefield has 100 bases, why are there so many sector lords resting here? I'm curious too. The tall youth beside asked curiously. Haha, Taiwa personally poured wine, let's drink and chat, madman, rock, it's not just you two, actually many of the sector lord recruits were curious when they first arrived, how could there be so many sector lords? If you interact with more sector lord soldiers and chat with them, you'll know the reason. Luo Feng and Tyrant looked at him. Actually, the humans in the 1008 universe countries are only a part of the human race. Captain Taiwa smiled, according to what I know, there are many continents in the universe secret regions, and these huge continents all have countless humans living on them. It's said that some of these continents have diameters of up to 100 billion kilometers etc., and the population of a single continent is comparable to a universe country. Luo Feng was stunned. Continents, right. The Goldhorn race lived on Lasua world, that was an extremely huge continent. Blood River World 2 was an extremely huge continent, and the number of warriors on these 2 continents indeed far exceeded that of a universe country. In the human territory, there are many such continents in the universe secret regions. Those places are filled with abundant universe energies, and the humans living there are almost star traveler at maturity, nurturing many strong warriors. Taiwa smiled, this is one aspect, there are also large numbers of human Undyings, in their god countries, there will be large numbers of humans too. God country humans, universe secret region humans, universe country humans, these are the ones that form the human race. Taiwa smiled, like many of our life and death brothers, some have grown up in their own god countries, some live on large continents. However, their material lifestyles are far from that of the universe country humans, just like the virtual universe network, only by reaching the universe level can one have the chance to enter. Luo Feng was shocked as he listened. He immediately connected to the virtual universe network and searched for information. With his authority, he immediately found everything. Humans, according to their living environment, could indeed be split into God country humans, universe secret region humans and universe country humans. Universe country humans didn't have many people, one had to know that those universe secret region continents, each continent was comparable to a universe country, and one secret region could easily build over 10,000 continents. And the Undying's god countries were also incomparably vast, and large numbers of humans could live within. Since the universe secret region continents can sustain large numbers of humans. However, why do they still have to fight for territory? Luo Feng had wondered about this back in Lasua world, only after he became the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader did he have the authority to find the answer. Wars, they fought for territory. Why fight, according to Luo Feng's information? Just like how plants required sufficient sunlight to grow, the moment the plants were too dense, they wouldn't grow well. Same logic. The formation of life was very special, no matter if it was a flesh and blood life form, automaton life form, plant life etc., as long as it was a life form, it would absorb the essence of the entire universe. Life's nurturing, growth, was formed by absorbing the universe's special energy. For example, within 1,000 light years, there was a life planet. That planet had 10 billion people, then the universe. Energy within 1,000 light years was used to nurture that life planet. And the universe secret regions. Comparable to a universe country's population, yet squeezed into a large continent, the density of the population was countless times higher. The universe essence they obtained was naturally much less. And the God country humans. The God countries were in the crevices of space, not even in the original universe space. The universe essence they could absorb was much less than the universe secret region humans. The information stated, the God country humans, the most in number, yet they can only train to the sector lord level. Over countless years, there have only been 9,082 undyings born. All of them had special encounters. Without them, the God country humans were destined to never become undyings. Universe secret region humans, the second in number, they are like the universe people, they can train to the undying level. However, to produce a universe knight, the chances are ridiculously low. The universe country humans, their numbers are the least, yet they occupy the most territory. History has produced large amounts of undyings, and among the universe knights, 98.2% are all from the universe people. The territory was like fertile land. The larger the territory, the greater the potential of the race, the higher the chances of producing an absolute warrior. Within the large hall. Among the sector lord soldiers, the most are the God country humans, right? Luo Feng asked. Right. Taiwu nodded. Luo Feng sighed within. The God country humans probably didn't know about the secret they discovered before. After all, the chances of becoming an undying were already extremely low. Even the birth of an undying was extremely rare. The sector lords probably didn't realize this problem either. The God country human soldiers, their numbers are the most, hence many of the sector lord absolute warriors are from the God country humans. Taiwu smiled, going through life and death situations time and time again, many life and death threats, their strength will break through and accumulate huge amounts of merit points to exchange for treasures to strengthen themselves. Even though they are only sector lords, some are completely able to match normal undyings. The new chapter had just begun, it would slow down a little. From the day after tomorrow it would continue exploding until the end of the month, and now the monthly votes had fallen to second. The competition was simply too intense. He could only ask for everyone's support. The three of them drank and chatted. At this time a sector lord warrior walked over, drawing Luo Feng's attention. This was a 1m tall punk. He had a cute face, there were green engravings on his cheeks, he was almost like a kid at 1m tall, however the armor he was wearing was obviously not ordinary. Hey, Captain, did you manage to rope him in? The short and small sector lord pulled a chair over and sat on it. How could it be so easy? 30% of the sector lord recruits are elite sector lord warriors, and 0.3% are sector lord battle generals. To be able to be a sector lord battle general as a recruit, all of them are extraordinary, and extraordinary people are not so easy to rope in. Taiwu smiled, after which he turned to look at Luo Feng and Luo Feng, let me introduce you, I'll introduce myself. The short sector lord immediately picked up his wine glass and poured himself a full glass, smiling as he looked at Luo Feng and Luo Feng, I am Captain Taiwu's leader, number 026, 208. 9491 Sector Lord team member, you can call me, Poison. I'm a chemist, of course. I'm also a Sector Lord warrior. Poison? Chemist? Sector Lord warrior? Luo Feng was shocked. Among the strong, there were mainly fighters, spirit readers, and illusionists. There were very few puppeteers, pharmacists, and beast tamers. Especially pharmacists. It was very difficult to achieve success in any of these. Back when he was at the universe level, there was a genius in the absolute beginning region called Yu Feng. He was a chemist. Chemists could defeat the strong as the weak. Chemists were opponents that couldn't be underestimated, even gods had to be careful against chemists. Because chemists' battle strength mainly depended on their drugs. Our Sector Lord team includes a total of 8 people, I'm an Undying, the other 7 under me are all Sector Lord warriors, of which 2 are fighters, 2 are spirit readers, 2 are hypnotists, and the last is a chemist. Taiwa said proudly, poison is very important in our team. 2 new friends, come, let's toast. The dwarf Poison smiled and raised his glass. Luo Feng and the other raised their wine glasses. Although the 7 people under me are all Realm Lord battle generals, but after experiencing countless life and death battles, their strength broke through time and time again, and only then did they obtain the authority of a Realm Lord battle general. Only Poison. Poison was already a Realm Lord battle general when he was a new recruit. Taiwa looked at the 2, I don't know if the 2 of you are willing to join my team is still short of 3 people before it's full. A Sector Lord team like ours is definitely one of the most outstanding ones, you guys won't be disappointed if you join. Tivo is a good leader. Poison the gnome raised his head and said as he drank his wine. The tall and steady young man nodded. I, Rock, am willing to join. Haha, good. The Undying Taiwa seemed very happy, turning to look at Luo Feng, I wonder how about you madman? Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. The army had its rules. Every participant in an alien war had a military requirement, Luo Feng too had a military requirement. Before he accumulated enough military merits, he had to join the establishment and obey orders. Since it was like that, joining an elite Sector Lord team seemed to be a good idea. Alright. Luo Feng nodded. Haha. The Undying Taiwa was obviously very happy, turning to look at a distant corner, communicating through his divine energy, all of you come over. Very quickly, 6 silhouettes walked over. Some were tall and sturdy, some were graceful and filled with charm, some were cold and filled with killing intent, some were smiling as they examined everyone. Among them, there was the Mother Flame clan that was more than 6 meters tall. Their bodies were like scarlet rocks. They had 2 curved horns on their foreheads and a diamond-shaped crystal between their eyebrows. There was also the Mainu clan that was filled with charm and was surrounded by mist. The 6 of them walked over and pulled over chairs at the same time, sitting around. The 10 gathered. Let me introduce you. The Undying Taiwa pointed at Luo Feng, this is the new recruit Sector Lord Battle General, you can call him Madman. Madman? Woo, what an arrogant title. The skeleton-like figure sat at the side, in his arms was a glossy white-furred cat, this cat's pupils were purple, almost as though it was enjoying its owner's touch. Way. Don't cause trouble, the pharmacist, Poison, who had been drinking to his heart's content, frowned slightly and shouted. Way, little Chin Chen is right. The female Sector Lord of the Mastiff clan smiled too. Don't call me little Chin Chen? The dwarf Poison was a little annoyed, you can call me Zhu Chen, don't call me little Chin Chen, I prefer to be called Poison. Little Chin Chen is angry. The female Sector Lord covered her mouth and laughed. Poison looked at him helplessly, lowering his head and continuing to drink. The Captain Taiwa smiled at this scene, after which he pointed at the tall youth. This is also a new recruit Sector Lord Battle General, you can call him Rock. Madman, Rock. Taiwa said again, Poison, you 2 already know each other, let me introduce you to the other 6 old members. Enchantress, she's an exceptional hypnotist, Sector Lord warriors that can escape from her charm are few and far between. You should know, the Mastiff clan naturally has hypnotizing abilities. That enchantress who was constantly shrouded in mist smiled too, even though it was blurry and unclear due to the mist, it added to her charm. Whirlwind, a powerful Sector Lord fighter. The expressionless masked fighter with pointy ears only glanced at Luo Feng and Taiwa, not saying a word. Wild Dance, Spirit Reader. A smiling handsome purple-haired Sector Lord nodded at Luo Feng and Taiwa. God, it's this guy who always wears white armor, even though the battlefield is filled with danger, he still wears the most eye-catching white armor. He calls himself God, haha, he's also a spirit reader. Dressed in white armor, there were some silver scales on his head, his entire smile was almost like a sun, that warm feeling, made Luo Feng immediately confirm that this was definitely a sector lord that trained in the light laws, and his attainments in it were extremely high as well. Wei, it's that skinny guy who carries that stray cat. That stray cat has been with him for so many years, ever since he took it in. His strength cannot be underestimated. However, his strength cannot be underestimated. He is also an illusionist, and his soul attacks are extremely powerful. The skeletal man carrying the purple-eyed cat, Wei, glanced at Luo Feng and Tai Wei and grinned. The last one, you can call him Hammer, he's a very stable and strong Mother Flame clan member, a powerful sector lord fighter. That over 6m tall Mother Flame clan sector lord smiled at Luo Feng and Tai Wei. Poison, Succubus, Whirlwind, Berserk Dance, God Spirit, Guard, Hammer, these were the 7 members of this sector lord team. They were all sector lord battle generals, they had definitely fought their way through thousands of life and death battles. I'm a spirit reader. Luo Feng said. I'm a fighter. Rock said. From then on, this sector lord team had 2 new members. After Luo Feng submitted his application, he joined the sector lord team numbered 026-208-9491. In the following days, Luo Feng and Rock, these 2 new recruits, often listened to the old soldiers' experience and guidance. Even though the 2 had some background, they still listened carefully. What, Alliance? Rock was shocked. Right, Alliance. The main characters of this race war are naturally the 4 great races. However, the 4 great races all have many other races as allies. Like us entering the battlefield, we'll meet many of them. Even though they are different races, they are our allies. Don't worry, the virtual universe system will warn you. If you're an ally, you'll be warned long ago. If you don't, just kill them immediately. Ah. Rock was still stunned. Luo Feng sat aside and didn't speak. Alliance? Humanity, being the pinnacle race, naturally had many subordinate races, like the Golden Horn race. Those subordinate races naturally had to enter the battlefield too. Luo Feng knew this long ago. The battlefield is so cruel, the death rate is so high, it actually exceeds 95%. Rock was shocked again. Only with a high death rate can one train strong warriors. If 20 new soldiers die, there will only be 1 old soldier left. However, out of 20 normal sector overlord warriors, perhaps an elite sector overlord warrior or even a sector overlord warrior can be eliminated. This kind of terrifying war with a high death rate, in addition to the many treasures that can be used to exchange for some secret techniques. This foreign battleground is known as the place where the human race produces the most strong warriors. And is the 95% death rate high? Not high, according to what I know. The large-scale race war that happens once every 1,000 eras, that is a huge decisive battle. That is a battle between countless experts that cover the skies and earth. Even Emperor-level undyings would be finished if they aren't careful. That's when the death rate is high, it's said to exceed 99%. However, such a large-scale battle can't be fought often, the pinnacle races can't withstand such consumption. 1,000 eras, it's within the range of the 4 great races. Large-scale battle? Final battle? When's the next one? It's still early. Ah. Rock continued to listen obediently. Luo Feng, who sat in the corner, frowned, exclaiming within, the normal long and drawn-out alien wars, the death rate exceeds 95%, this is used to train warriors. It seems like a huge loss, but in truth it's like creating a bug clan emperor, losing large amounts of normal sector lords, creating these powerful sector lords. Their chances of breaking through to undyings will be much higher. Long, drawn-out, cruel alien wars, this is called training. And the huge battle that happens once every 1,000 eras, that is called the race meat grinder. After staying in the army camp for 8 days, within these 8 days, the new recruit Rock found out many shocking pieces of information. Luo Feng was very calm, most of the information he found out himself. However, as for the details of the battles and survival in the alien battlefield, Luo Feng carefully listened to the old soldiers talk about it. Luo Feng didn't dare be arrogant at all. On this battlefield, there were countless foreign warriors, all sorts of killing methods and techniques, undyings everywhere, even emperor-level undyings could fall. How could Luo Feng dare to be careless? On the 9th day, this sector lord team that absorbed the new recruits and expanded was finally about to set off and enter the battlefield. There are so many people. So many ships. Luo Feng and the others were shocked at the scene before them. This was a hall with a diameter of over 30,000 kilometers. Such a huge hall was enough to hold billions of universe warriors. There have to be millions of them. Definitely. There are already thousands of ships queuing up ahead. Ships after ships were parked in the hall. Some of them were over 1000 m in diameter, some were only 100 m in diameter. The number of warriors were different too. Some universe ships could hold up to 1,000,000 universe warriors, some could only hold a few warriors. Don't just stand there, get on the ship. Leader Taiwo roared softly. At the same time, he swiftly released a 100 m diameter disc-shaped universe ship from his world ring. The ship appeared in the large hall. Yes. They're here. Taiwo was the first to swiftly board the ship. The 9-sector lord warriors under him, Mad Dance, God Spirit, Poison, Rock, Madman, all swiftly boarded the ship. The material is E9 grade alloy. Luo Feng's gaze swept the ship as he boarded, carefully looking at the origin law engravings on the ship's surface. It's actually the most basic and normal origin law engravings? Taiwo is after all an undying, and one that's lived in the alien battlefield for a long time. Getting a good ship shouldn't be hard. Luo Feng didn't think any further, swiftly boarding the ship. The cabin door closed, a blur of ships could be seen stopping within the hall, after which they slowly flew forward and entered the pathway. Luo Feng and the group had just entered the ship, when Taiwo, who was at the front, shouted, "To the resting hall." Not going to the control room? Luo Feng smiled and asked. Since it's an AI controlling the ship, in the resting hall, we can still command it. Walking beside Luo Feng, Mad Dance laughed. Mad Dance was a purple-haired handsome youth. He was very friendly. He was the closest to Luo Feng in the Sector Lord team. There was actually another reason why they were close. Because Mad Dance and Luo Feng were both spirit readers, and their looks were rather similar. After all, there were many races within the human race, with all sorts of strange appearances. It was easy to get close to them. After a while, they arrived at the resting hall. It was a room with a diameter of 20 m, 10 m tall, with a total of 400 square meters of space. It was quite spacious for 10 sector lords to sit in. Now that I'm safe, my heart feels at ease. Poison leaped onto a sofa and rolled around on it. A safe den? The newbie Rock looked around and was slightly puzzled. The material of the walls of this lounge seems to be F9 level tungsten essence, said Luo Feng softly. F9 grade metal? Rock looked shocked at Luo Feng. Yes. The lounge is the safest place in the entire spaceship. The main material of the spaceship is E9 grade alloy, but it can't withstand some of the terrifying attacks of the alien races on the battlefield. Therefore, the captain ordered this lounge that is completely made of tungsten essence. This is also our safe nest, and we have time to react in case of danger. Luo Feng nodded. He was quite smart. Since he couldn't afford an F-grade universe ship, he decided to make one of the cabins out of F-grade metal. I can still afford a lounge, but I can't afford it. But a spaceship, that won't do. Captain Tuo smiled and ordered, exterior virtual environment 100%. Even though Luo Feng was sitting on the sofa, he couldn't see the sofa or the floor with his naked eye. He could only see the vast lounge and the universe ships lined up. As time passed, the ship swiftly flew into the pathway. Very quickly, the ship Luo Feng and the others were in too entered the pathway. Following the pathway, after flying in a straight line for about 100,000 kilometers, they began to turn and follow a curved pathway. All the universe ships followed this path. In just a few moments, the gates of the tunnel, which was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, fell down one after another and began to close. At the same time, the outermost gates of the huge barracks began to open. Of the tens of thousands of pathways, only a few hundred gates were opened. Activate the energy defense. Depart. Captain Tuo ordered. The universe ship Luo Feng and the others were and flew out from one of the pathways of the barracks. Flying out from the barracks into space, the entire Sector Lord team's 10 members all turned to look at the huge barracks behind them. Even the veterans who had gone out to battle many times couldn't help but turn back to look. Even Luo Feng, who was extremely knowledgeable, was the same. Because, it was too majestic. This is the barracks. Luo Feng was shocked. Through the exterior virtual environment, he could clearly see the huge barracks floating in space. The entire barracks, according to Luo Feng's estimation, was at least a few million km in diameter. This was a base even bigger than the sun. Simultaneously, this huge base was completely enveloped in a colorful energy barrier. This was an energy barrier that covered a few million km in diameter. It was simply too huge. If one were to look at the sun up close, how shocking would it be? Much less to look at such a terrifying base up close. The colorful energy barrier, the mysterious and powerful solidifying origin laws engravings, the 100 kilometers diameter mechanical cannon barrels, the densely packed pathways, countless energy points. This was a perfect existence that raised the level of a violent war machine to the level of an art. It's too majestic. Tuo exclaimed. Look at those cannons. Normal universe ships use energy beams. And this god base, it still uses the seemingly outdated huge cannons. It seems outdated, however, when it truly unleashes its power, it's truly a scene that makes one's heart tremble. One cannon shot and the entire space becomes nothing. The white-robed armored sector Lord God's eyes were filled with a sense of fervor. Recruit Rock was completely shocked. Even Luo Feng, with his knowledge and experience, was shocked. God base, what kind of god base is this? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. A AAA god base. Poison's eyes too were in a daze, saying softly, the alien battlefield is a war between races. The entire 7th battlefield only has a total of 100 barracks. That's humanity's main base in the battlefield. Naturally, it's the highest level god base. Even the universe country leader level warriors can forget about destroying a AAA god base. Luo Feng nodded. He had checked on the automaton race's terrifying weapons. Some of the huge weapons were very expensive. Like the space fortress, it was still ridiculously expensive. However, that was just a fortress. And the god base was the pinnacle of the huge weapons. Every god base was incomparably expensive, and within the god bases, AAA god bases were the highest level god bases. At least the highest known level. Maybe within the automaton race's base, there were even more terrifying ones. The barracks were the safest. Every barracks were considered AAA god bases. Even if trillions of warriors attacked, they would still be able to instantly turn the surrounding space into nothing. The barracks are the universe warrior's safe haven. Poison laid on the sofa, holding a bottle of wine. The barracks are the safest. You don't have to worry at all. However, the moment you leave the barracks, you'll be surrounded by danger. After all, this is a universe secret region with a diameter of over 1 million light-years. The entire star field is a battlefield. Luo Feng looked at the space outside. With a glance. With Luo Feng's vision, one had to know that Luo Feng could maintain close to light speed and still easily dodge obstacles. Hence, even though this universe ship was moving at sub-light speed, Luo Feng could still clearly see the outside scene. Like the broken Bud clan corpses, broken ship wreckages, human corpses etc., floating in space. Some were directly smashed through by the universe ship. Some wreckages, corpses etc., they should be valuable too. Recruit Rock frowned and asked. No one's an idiot. A low voice resounded from the Mother Flame clan sector Lord Hammer's throat. The universe ship's scanning signal has long been scanned. Those floating wreckages and corpses aren't worth much. If they were, they would have been snatched away long ago. If they didn't, then it could be a trap. Recruit Rock, have you noticed, our universe ship isn't moving in a straight line. Instead, we're avoiding the land. Wreckages and large ship wreckages? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed when he heard this. That was indeed the case. Because those places could very well be hiding alien enemies. You must know, in the entire star field, other than the barracks, every other place is a battlefield. Hammer said solemnly. Don't think that we old soldiers are relaxed. However, every single one of us is prepared for battle. Alright, stop scaring the new recruits. Captain Taiwa smiled. Our destination this time is a place about 80,000 light-years away from Camp 026. That's a place where many strong warriors are fighting intensely. For an elite sector lord squad like us, what we do is like a sharp blade. In a while, we'll reach a region. There's no wreckage or trash there. We can accelerate as much as we want and enter universe travel. The moment we enter dark space, we'll be safe. We can rest well. While we're in dark space, everyone has 3 days to rest. The moment we reach our destination, it'll be a bloody battle. Luo Feng nodded. Universe secret regions were different from normal universe space. There was too much dust and wreckage. Hence, they had to purposely clear a large region without any obstructions to enter universe travel. In the 7th star field battlefield, there were over 100 million such universe travel points. Rumble. Pung. The universe ship tried its best to avoid the dangerous regions. After a while, they arrived at the cleared region. However, just at this distance, Luo Feng could see many powerful energy explosions. The other sector lord warriors were all tensed up. They were clear that a battle could break out at any time. After entering dark space, there's no need for everyone to be so tense. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, travel. 2 chapters have been completed. We'll begin tomorrow. This month's tomato meeting will be going all out. All I can do is work hard and write. As for the monthly votes, I'll have to rely on everyone's support. Flying in the dark universe for 3 days, after which they passed through the universe. Everyone be careful, don't get careless. Within the resting room, Taiwa shouted, simultaneously pointing at the empty space outside where there were no debris or obstructions. From this empty region to our destination, we still need to fly for a total of 2 months. However, these 2 months, we've been flying in all sorts of dangerous areas. These 2 months, battles could break out at any time. I know, Captain. Poison held the wine bottle and smiled. 7 old soldiers, the shortest time we've been in the battlefield outside is over 8,000 years. Even when we're drunk we'll still maintain our vigilance. This has already become subconscious. Speaking of which, these 2 new soldiers have to be more careful. Don't drag us down. The skeleton guard hugging the white purple-eyed cat snorted coldly. They're not really dragging us down. Poison glanced at Luo Feng and Taiwa. The old soldiers are all new soldiers. Rock, Madman, you 2 remember the battle experiences we've shared with you before. Don't look down on those small experiences. They've all been accumulated from countless life and death battles. Understood. Rock nodded. Luo Feng nodded too. With regards to these 7 old soldiers, Luo Feng had discovered quite a few things. Firstly, amongst these 7, Poison's position seemed to be the highest. Even the captain Taiwa was very courteous to him. Usually, Poison would scold the other old soldiers, however, the other sector lord soldiers didn't have any complaints. This was completely a form of authority formed from countless life and death battles. Actually, back when Taiwa invited Luo Feng and Madman to join this little team, Poison was the first to run over. He could also sense some problems. Rock, Madman, just be more careful. If a battle breaks out, Captain Taiwa instructed, we don't need you 2 to work well with the others, temporarily be mobile members. You 2 see which of the other 7 old soldiers is in danger, immediately go and support them. At the start, the main force of the battle will still be the 7 old soldiers. The ship was moving at sub-light speed, carefully advancing in space, avoiding all the places where the strong could hide. Within a broken universe ship, within a cabin, there were 3 members of the automaton race gathered there. These 3 members of the automaton race seemed to be made of metal, and they looked very similar. At first glance, they looked like 3 metal men, and they were sitting on 3 different alloy chairs. Haha, this time with the 3 of us working together, we can wipe out the entire team led by the foreign race Undying. That foreign race Undying should have official level strength, right? One of the automaton people grinned. This time Paula T, you did a great job, heavily injuring and holding back that alien race Undying. Only then did we have the chance to kill the other sector lords. And then we joined hands to kill that alien race Undying. As expected of an official Undying, you really have so much wealth. Paula T. Let's split the treasures. As they spoke, the 2 automatons looked at the 3rd automaton. The 3rd machine called Parati had a layer of exquisite dark red armor on his body. He looked calmly at the other 2 machine race members. Then, he flipped his hand and took out 2 interspatial rings and threw them at the 2. Our temporary cooperation ends here. You 2 can leave. Parati said coldly. The 2 automatons grinned and each caught one of the interspatial rings. At the same time, they swiftly checked it. With this check, the 2 automatons' eyes were filled with rage. Parati! Parati! The 2 automatons suppressed their rage. Why aren't you leaving? Parati's eyes were cold as he stared at the 2. This time we teamed up, and the battle points of killing that official Undying were all on you alone. The spoils of war, you actually want to take more than 95%? The dark green armored automaton roared softly. The other silver armored automaton also raged, you're too much. Parati looked coldly at the 2, just like that. The 2 automatons suppressed their rage. We're not asking for much. 40% split between the 2 of us. You take 60%, and we each take 20%. The dark green armored automaton said. The other automaton beside nodded in agreement. Scram! Parati roared furiously, without me, you 2 still want to deal with that official Undying? Even though he's just an official, he already has an Undying body. To kill him, you think it's easy? Do you know how much I paid? You still want to split the spoils of war with me? I'm giving you some because you're from my race. If it wasn't for the fact that killing you 2 will result in severe punishment, I would have gotten rid of you 2 long ago. The other 2 automatons glanced at each other and gritted their teeth. Humph, I hope you can live longer. The 2 mechs instantly turned into a stream of light and left the cabin of the broken spaceship wreckage. 2 idiots. Parati snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Even though he looked like a metal man, he was after all a life form. Even though his body was extremely tough, it was also very flexible. I lost quite a bit this time, but killing that Undying made up for it with the military points. Along with the spoils of war, it's not bad. However, my army's strength is greatly damaged, it's time to return to the God Spirit base and recover. Parati pondered. Every automaton, in truth, could be called an automaton kingdom. Of course, the strength of an automaton kingdom depended on their ability to control and command, as well as their wealth, both were indispensable. If one had a huge automaton army, just relying on AIs to fight wasn't enough. One had to rely on the automatons to control the entire army and make them unleash attacks infused with laws, coordinating intricately. That way, their battle strength could increase by tens to hundreds of times. Automatons were essentially AIs. And AIs, the moment they understood laws, along with their innate ability to calculate and command, they were extremely terrifying. Coupled with all kinds of mechanical weapons, one's combat power would reach a terrifying level. This was a pinnacle race that wasn't any weaker than the bug race. The bug queen's battle was more instinctive, the automaton race's battle was more about intelligence, technique and strategy. There's a human universe ship? Sitting in the broken ship, Parati's eyes gleamed, made of E9 grade alloy, the engravings on the surface are very low-end, looks like a normal Sector Lord team. However, I can't eliminate the possibility of it being an elite Sector Lord team in disguise. However, as long as its strength is within my range, I can still deal with it. After this, I'll head back to base to replenish my strength. Parati laughed, laughable humans, trying to rely on a universe ship to find my scouting point. In terms of technology, compared to us automatons, it's too average. In space, one could see wreckage, corpses, ship wreckage, weapon wreckage, etc. floating in space. Floating in the void, the seemingly ordinary metal plate had a very special pattern on its surface. At this time, these patterns were constantly flowing with a heart-palpitating energy. The energy began to accumulate and gradually, a transparent ball of light appeared on the surface of the metal plate. Attack! In the distance, Parati gave the order. Rumble! A glaring beam of light immediately pierced through space and struck the disc-shaped universe ship that was flying at high speed. In an instant, a portion of the ship's body melted. At the same time, the beam of light contained a powerful energy that tore apart the thick E9 grade alloy ship's body, causing the entire disc-shaped universe ship to explode into a huge fireball. Rumble. The shockwave emanated in all directions, traveling tens of thousands of km, causing large amounts of dust and wreckage to be blown far away. Within the disk. I'll bet that madman will get the most points. I'll bet on Rock. Look at Rock, such a steady little punk, haha, this time, he'll definitely get more points than Madman. I'll bet one mixed element on Rock. He really dares to bet. I'll bet on Madman. I'll bet one mixed element too. I'll bet on Rock. Madman. A few of the Sector Lord old soldiers were gathered around to place their bets. Every time they came out to battle, the shortest would last a few years, the longest could last a few thousand years. And these 7 old soldiers were obviously interested in who would perform better between Luo Feng and the other recruit, with Poison as the banker. They swiftly placed their bets. You two aren't betting? Both of you, I'll accept your bets. Poison, who was squatting on the sofa, shouted. Rock grinned. Luo Feng laughed. Warning, warning, trouble. A piercing AI's voice suddenly resounded throughout the resting hall, causing the old soldiers who were chatting to change their expressions. Almost at the same time, every single one of them swiftly took out their weapons. Rumble. The moment the alarm rang, the entire universe ship shook violently, the resting hall too shook violently. The outer layer of the universe ship completely exploded, and this resting hall that was completely made of F9 grade metal was like a can that was kicked away. The entire resting hall, due to the strong force of the explosion, was sent flying in mid-air. Because the entire resting hall was constantly being sent flying. Within the cabin, Captain Taiwa and the 9 soldiers all felt extremely uncomfortable. Rumble. Taiwa immediately unleashed his powerful undying energy, enveloping the entire resting hall. Everyone, get out. Taiwa ordered. Rumble. 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 The resting hall's 4 cabin doors opened simultaneously. Let's go. Poison roared softly, the armor on his body immediately covered his entire body, only revealing his eyes. Beside him, the Mother Flame Clan hammer held a huge hammer and a huge shield, the 2 of them flew out simultaneously through the same door. At the same time, the other old soldiers flew out in pairs. So, the old soldiers swiftly flew out through the cabin doors. Luo Feng carried the Nanshan armament and followed. Dashing out of the cabin, they flew into space that was still filled with the shockwaves of the explosion. Luo Feng's gaze swept about. All he could see was the remains of the destroyed universe ship. He couldn't see any enemies at all. Everybody be careful. Leader Taiwa shouted. At the same time, he immediately kept the rest cabin into his world ring. He didn't feel the pinch from the destruction of the universe ship. The most expensive part of the entire ship was the rest cabin that was made entirely of F9 grade tungsten essence. Where are the enemies? Rock's gaze was like lightning, standing in space and looking about. Recruit, don't panic, just be careful and be on guard, leave the rest to us. The lady laughed. The other old soldiers all had smiles on their faces too, however they too carefully looked about. They had been through too many storms and waves. Even in the face of danger, they could still maintain a relatively calm state of mind. Since the enemies aren't showing themselves, let's go. Taiwa fiercely flew forward. So, the other 9 team members quickly followed their captain and tore through the void, fleeing into the distance. Rumble. 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 In the universe space, 9 distant locations, were Luo Feng's group's front, back, left, right, above and below. These 9 points simultaneously shot out glaring lightning, piercing through space. In the actual universe, even the strongest undyings couldn't instantly reach light speed. However, lightning, light etc., the moment it was shot out, it would reach light speed. And Luo Feng's group required a certain amount of time to accelerate, before they could reach light speed. As for the universe ship, it would take a while to reach light speed. Therefore, the lightning that burst forth from the 9 spots connected in an instant, forming a huge lightning cage. The huge lightning cage completely enveloped Luo Feng's group within. Chi. The moment the lightning cage formed, countless lightning snakes pierced through space. The entire 100 million kilometers diameter of the cage was filled with countless lightning snakes. Without a doubt, Luo Feng's group of 10 were naturally attacked by the lightning snakes. Lightning prison. It's lightning prison. The veterans, on the other hand, exclaimed through voice transmissions. Quickly leave, this is an automaton technique, and it's a warrior from the automaton race. We're in big trouble. Taiwo communicated. Immediately, Luo took the lead, and the 9 members quickly followed him and fled. However, Luo Feng and Rock, these 2 new recruits, were filled with suspicions. Why run? This thunder hell posed no threat at all. If that lightning pillar directly shoots at us, if it hits us, it might be able to instantly kill the realm lord. But these lightning pillars form this lightning cage. The lightning snakes it shoots out are over 100 million km in diameter. Sector Lord level 1 and level 2 probably can't kill it, right? There's no danger at all. The newbie Rock asked. What's so scary about the Thunder Prison? Luo Feng asked while fleeing. For the strong warriors of the elite Sector Lord teams, it was normal for them to be multitasking. Conversing while fleeing was very normal. Recruit, you'll see in a moment. We're in big trouble this time. This Thunder Prison isn't something that an ordinary machine race can set up. Poison's small face was solemn. Luo Feng nodded. With his broad horizons, he could tell at a glance that a lightning prison with a diameter of more than 100 million kilometers would probably cost at least 1 million mixed elements to set up successfully. The automaton race was good at this, so the cost might be lower. However, it would probably still cost over 100,000 mixed elements. It wasn't something a normal Sector Lord level automaton race could set up. As for the energy consumption of this Thunder Prison, it wasn't shocking at all. This was because the lightning snakes were constantly moving about within the Thunder Prison. If there was no one in the Thunder Prison, the lightning snakes would be able to move about endlessly, forming an energy cycle. The consumption was infinitely close to zero, energy cycle, like the AAA God bases, those huge bases with colorful energy barriers, were able to defend against a Universe Knight's attacks. However, that energy barrier was constantly maintained. As long as it wasn't attacked, then the energy would be able to circulate without any loss. Just as Luo Feng and his team were about to flee, suddenly, rumble from the 9 cardinal points of the Thunder Prison, a dense amount of light suddenly shot out. This dense amount of light swiftly surrounded Luo Feng's team from 9 directions. This forced Luo Feng's team, who had just accelerated to escape, to have no choice but to reduce their speed. This was because there were large amounts of light swiftly rushing towards them. They're automatons. Luo Feng could tell at a glance. From afar, they looked like dots of light. If one looked closely, they would be able to tell, these were silver robots that were about 12 meters tall. Each of these silver robots carried a heavy alloy sword on their back. At the same time, there were electric snakes running around the surface of their alloy bodies. When the countless electric snakes in the Thunder Prison touched them, they were not affected in the slightest. It's the Thunder Automatons. Taiwo emphasized. We're in big trouble. The Thunder Prison paired with the Thunder Automaton army is a rather common combination of the automaton race. However, it's also a very terrifying combination. Normally, only the automaton undyings would be able to make such a huge move. The 9 team members all listened to Taiwo's orders. Luo Feng felt his weakness. He was very familiar with the human race's battle style. However, as for the foreign race's battle style, even though he had looked up some information through the virtual universe network, the information was too vague. For example, the automaton race's information stated that the automaton race was essentially an intelligent life form. Every automaton race member represented an automaton empire. By relying on the resources in their hands, various arrangements, meticulous and terrifying control, cooperation, and strategies, they would be able to form all sorts of terrifying attacks. Everyone listen to my orders. Follow me and break through as fast as you can. We need to rush out of the Thunder Prison as soon as possible. Taiwo ordered. Yes. The 9 team members replied. Immediately the entire team began to move with shocking speed. As the Thunder Prison was huge, Luo Feng's elite team tried their best to avoid the Thunder Automaton army. In the distant dilapidated flying ship cabin, the automaton Pilati smiled. Still thinking of escaping? 6th Army, Plan CI-9, proceed. These automatons are rather weak. They shouldn't be able to catch up. Luo Feng's team dodged the pursuing automaton army and swiftly fled. The nearest mechanical puppet army suddenly absorbed a large number of electric snakes. In an instant, all the electric snakes wandering in the Thunder Prison were absorbed. The more than 100,000 electric mechanical puppets seemed to have formed an electric circuit. Countless electric snakes wandered and gathered, and dazzling electric balls appeared on the bodies of 21 mechanical puppets. Boom! 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 The 21 lightning balls formed a special mysterious pattern, and like a lightning fishing net, it shot out in an instant. So, the lightning fishing net shot out at light speed. When it caught up to Luo Feng's elite team, the powerful restraining force swiftly descended. This lightning fishing net immediately enveloped the entire team. The restraining force trapped the entire team. This was actually an energy attack infused with the space laws. Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Roar! Captain Taiwo roared. His undying god energy and law domain exploded simultaneously. Countless yellow dots of light shot out in a 10,000 kilometers area. Every dot was terrifyingly heavy. They struck the huge lightning fishing net. The undying god energy too swiftly struck. Open for me. The Mother Flame Race's hammer hollered and used his hammer to smash the net. Break! Sector Lord Crazed Dance also controlled his spirit weapon, one of the 9 godly weapons of spirit readers, the God-splitting weapon. That God-splitting weapon immediately formed a dazzling light wheel, crazily chopping towards the lightning net. Break! A white-robed Sector Lord God floated behind him and emitted a misty light. The surrounding space began to distort and tear. The 9 members all unleashed their techniques. Luo Feng too unleashed the Nanshan armament. However, this lightning fishing net didn't have much attack power. However, it managed to trap all the team members. In the distance, one of the 9 armies had already rushed over. The others swiftly rushed over. Pung! Captain Taiwo roared. He finally destroyed the 10 kilometers area of the lightning fishing net. At the same time, the entire net immediately collapsed. Rumble the moment the originally stable thunder net collapsed, the powerful thunder energy within immediately exploded and caused a chain reaction, immediately tearing apart the surrounding space. The powerful energy ripples also rushed towards Luo Feng's team, however Taiwo was able to withstand it. Captain. Rock looked worriedly at the captain. I'm fine. Taiwo roared. Attention all, looks like this battle is going to be troublesome. The automaton army has already surrounded us. To avoid this battle, looks like it's impossible. What's there to avoid? Anyway, heading to the destination is a battle. Staying here is a battle too. Poison however licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. Hammer nodded. The other team members' eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Succubus, Wei, you two be careful. Taiwo ordered. Protecting ourselves is no problem. Killing the enemies will depend on you too. Against the automaton race, us hypnotists will be useless. The skeletal skinny Wei snorted and communicated. Every hypnotist actually knew how to control spirit weapons. However, everyone had their own specialties. They definitely weren't too proficient in spirit weapons. The space swiftly repaired itself. And around the Sector Lord elite team, there were already 3 automaton armies gathered. Every army had over 100,000 automatons. With a glance, they had already surrounded Luo Feng and his team. In the distance, the other 6 automaton armies were rushing over with sublight speed. They only needed a few seconds to completely surround them. I wonder how they'll deal with this. Luo Feng was very calm. The so-called automaton army, he only needed to take out the undying star-eating grass. And when the undying star-eating grass returned to its original form, every vine was over 1,000,000 km long. It was enough to wrap around all the automatons, far away in the cabin of the broken spaceship. The plan is complete. It's time to reap the rewards. Parrot T said softly in his alloy chair. 1 undying, 9 sector lords, at most we'll lose 27% and we'll be able to deal with them. P.S. Chapter 2 has ended. Tomato, continue writing Chapter 3. In space, the three armies surrounding Luo Feng's team immediately launched their attacks. Kill. Die. These automatons were all 12 m tall, uniformly pulling out the huge alloy blades on their backs, after which they let out roars and roars, immediately attacking Luo Feng's team of 10. 10 people against 1 million thunder mechanical golems, to be surrounded and attacked by 1 million automatons in space. Just this scene alone was enough to make the inexperienced new recruit Rock tremble. Kill. The Mother Flame Clan fighter Hammer roared, releasing his world projection, restricting the speed of the surrounding automatons. He also wielded a huge shield, easily blocking the attacks of the automatons. The automatons were 12 m tall. With this size, it made it impossible for there to be many of them attacking him at the same time. This hammer was naturally able to block them easily. One hand wielding the shield, the other wielding the huge hammer. Rumble. The sledgehammer struck a mechanical puppet's chest at lightning speed. The mechanical puppet's alloy chest was slightly dented, and at the same time, its entire body was sent flying. The other mechanical puppets behind it flickered nimbly and easily dodged this mechanical puppet. Recruit, use heavy attacks. These automatons are all made of E9 grade alloy. To completely destroy their bodies is too much effort, it's not worth it. Just use heavy attacks, shatter the intricate machinery within their bodies. These mass-produced automatons definitely won't cost too much. One hammer strike, even if their bodies are still intact, they won't be able to move. The Mother Flame Clan's hammer communicated to Luo Feng and Rock. Rock unleashed his world projection, wielding 2 blades in his hands. Understood. Boulder replied telepathically. Madly attacking the automatons, every blade brought with it a peculiar vibration. When it landed on the automatons, even though it only left a small mark on the surface, seemingly unharmed. In truth, the automatons' insides were instantly destroyed. As long as they were hit, they would just stand there stupidly and not move. A wild gust of wind swept through the swarm of thunder and lightning mechanical puppets. A strong wind blew. Wherever the wind blew, there was a cold saber light. When the saber light flashed, only 1/3 of the electrocuted puppets lost their combat prowess. This was Whirlwind, one of the 9-sector Lord Battle Generals. He could be said to be the fastest amongst the 7 old soldiers. Whirlwind, you're at a disadvantage. In the distance, the succubus controlled a circle of water to surround her. That water-like spirit weapon easily blocked the surrounding thunder automaton puppets. At least more than you, Whirlwind said in a low voice. The many world overlord generals were all able to easily deal with their enemies. Other than the illusionist, the succubus, the other world overlords were all able to slaughter without restraint. Even the illusionist Wei was also controlling a Nanshan armament, executing the 7th level of the Nanshan armament, rod blasting heaven and earth. A golden pillar that was about 20 centimeters thick and 6 meters long blasted towards the surrounding thunder mechanical puppets. This move was called one rod shattering heaven and earth, and it was a classic heavy attack. Once hit, the thunder mechanical puppets would naturally collapse one by one. Madman, your attainment in the Nanshan armament is quite high. The 8th level, golden blade slicing through space? Or even the 9th level undying? The illusionist Wei communicated. Luo Feng's killing efficiency was extremely high. He too was unleashing the Nanshan armament's 7th level one rod shattering heaven and earth. However, the golden pillar he unleashed brought along a huge blurry silhouette, sweeping through the surroundings time and time again. That Nanshan armament's golden pillar rolled and destroyed 10 of the puppets. With a sweep of the pillar, another circle of puppets fell. This golden pillar seemed to encompass space itself. It was heavy and heavy. His killing efficiency was shockingly high. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could tell that to be able to unleash the 7th level one rod shattering heaven and earth to such a terrifying level, Luo Feng's limit definitely wasn't the 7th level. It should be the 8th, or even the highest 9th level. Hence the illusionist Wei would say that. This thunder automaton army shouldn't be this weak. Luo Feng controlled the Nanshan armament and easily swept through the surrounding puppets. They probably still have something up their sleeves. The automatons, compared to the bug soldiers, are much weaker. The automatons are after all just machines. One heavy attack and it'll damage their insides and make them unable to function. Luo Feng thought, and the bug soldiers are actually already considered life forms. And in terms of production cost, the bug soldiers are much higher. The E9 grade automatons were just large robots made from E9 grade alloys. Probably even 1,000 of them would only be able to compare to a 100 diameter E9 grade universe ship. Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Soldiers. One bug soldier's production cost could be even higher than an E9 grade universe ship. The production cost alone was enough to tell the difference. I'll collect. The apothecary, Poison, stood in the air. Two long, dark green vines extended from his armor, sweeping at the mechanical golems around him. One by one, the thunder mechanical golems lost the ability to fight back after being hit, and Poison quickly collected them into his world ring. Everyone, after you've destroyed those automatons, collect them all. Let the enemy's heart ache. Haha, the most valuable part of these automatons is their body's alloy. One isn't worth much, but 1,000 of them, that's comparable to a universe ship. 10,000 of them, we'll earn big. Poison was extremely excited. Right, collect. The charm lady nodded. Collect them all, make his heart ache. When he does, he'll retreat. Let the enemy know, he's kicked a metal board. Captain Taiwo laughed loudly. While laughing, he used his law domain to carefully observe the surrounding endless thunder automatons army. Even though they had lost close to 10,000 automatons, compared to the 9 armies total of 1,000,000, this loss was only 1%. In the distant broken ship cabin, Parrot T sat in his alloy chair and smiled. We've already gathered. First we'll trap the Undying and kill the 9 sector lords. After that we'll surround and kill the Undying. The massacre begins. In space, the 10 sector lord humans surrounded by the densely packed million automatons finally had a change in expression. Captain, be careful. The other members could clearly see that within the million automatons, 3,000 bolts of lightning suddenly shot out, surrounding the Captain Taiwo. These 3,000 bolts of lightning all contained space law attacks. The countless automatons around madly absorbed the lightning, simultaneously sending it to the 3,000 core puppets. The 3,000 core thunder automatons were attacking Taiwo from all sides. Ah! Scram! Taiwo roared and appeared in front of one of the mechanical golems in a flash. He then punched it. Pung! The mechanical marionette was sent flying. The E9 grade alloy on its body surface exploded, revealing the pure purple metal inside. When the outer layer of E9 grade alloy exploded, it finally revealed its true appearance. Completely made out of pure purple metal, this purple metal automaton, after being punched away by the Undying, seemed completely unharmed. It once again flew over and joined the other 2,999 puppets to surround and attack. In the distance, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly as he looked. It's actually an F8 grade pure metal purple sea iron mechanical puppet. Looks like the 3,000 core puppets attacking the captain are all F8 grade puppets. This is troublesome, these high-end automatons, just a heavy strike alone won't be able to destroy them. Purple third iron essence. It's purple third iron essence. Those aren't E9 grade automatons, those are the expensive F grade automatons. The expressions of the 7 old soldiers changed. They no longer had the mood to relax. 1,000,000 E9 grade automatons were probably only comparable to 100 F8 grade automatons. Just these 3,000 F8 grade automatons were enough to easily deal with an Undying Taiwo. Countless normal automatons, absorbing the Thunder Prison's energy and transferring it to the F8 grade automatons, allowing the 3,000 F8 grade automatons to completely suppress the captain. Luo Feng thought. Careful, there are other F8 grade automatons. Captain Taiwo communicated anxiously. Indeed so. Rumble. 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 Countless bolts of thunder were transferred to the 800 automatons. These 800 automatons immediately surrounded Luo Feng and the other sector lords. Hypnotist Guard and Hypnotist Enchantress were each attacked by 50 automatons. Hammer, Whirlwind, God, Rock, including Luo Feng, the 7 of them were surrounded and attacked by the 100 core automatons. And they were unleashing a combined Origin Law attack. It was ridiculously powerful. This is troublesome, poison, poison, save me. Enchantress' expression changed greatly, shouting. Everybody fight it out. Chemist Poison communicated, take out your trump cards, don't be too stingy. If the treasures are gone, you can exchange them with merit points. However, if your life is gone, it's really gone. Dark green vines quickly extended from the surface of the pharmacist Poison's body, spreading out in all directions. Each vine was hundreds of kilometers long, directly wrapping around a large number of ordinary mechanical puppets and sweeping them away. Hell! Hammer 2 raised his head and roared, the rhombus crystal on his forehead suddenly lit up, his entire body immediately grew by a size. Kill! The white-armored god's entire body glowed with a glaring white light, the book in his hands once again split apart, countless shards fusing with the spear on his back, becoming an even more ancient spear. I'll have to spend some energy. The calmest person in the Sector Lord team was probably Luo Feng. His gaze landed on the Nanshan armament, the 9th level, even an undying can be defeated, is enough to sweep through these stupid automatons. Wang! The dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back immediately disintegrated. That golden pillar too completely disintegrated. Countless little golden blades swiftly reassembled and formed together, forming the perfect form of the Nanshan armament, the golden blade of the Nanshan, a 3m long seemingly normal-looking golden blade. Golden God Blade? Even an undying can be defeated, 9th level? This scene caused the Otherworld Lord battle generals to be shocked. P.S. 3 chapters completed, as I have to continuously unleash my power from today till the end of the month, too many tomatoes can't take it, 3 chapters a day, until the end of the month. This was Tomato's promise. Work hard, you'll definitely be number 1 in the monthly votes. Right now, you're still lacking 300 votes. The F-grade Thunder puppets, even though their bodies were made of metal and had strong defense, their attacks were extremely weak. Fortunately, there were countless E-grade mechanical puppets absorbing the large amount of lightning energy provided by the lightning purgatory and transferring it to the core F-grade mechanical puppet, which caused their attack power to become much stronger, but even so, a single F-grade lightning automaton was only equivalent to a Sector Lord General in terms of battle strength. Bastard, these punks sure are hard to deal with. Taiwa raged. 3,000 F-grade automatons were spread out around Taiwa, surrounding him tightly. They continued to absorb the energy from the countless E-grade puppets, using this to attack Taiwa over and over again. Maybe he didn't care about one F-grade puppet's attacks, however 3,000 of them, as long as a third of them all hit him, it would be a nightmare. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge. Rumble! Rumble! Taiwa knocked away the F-grade puppets over and over again, causing the number of puppets surrounding him to decrease. However, in a short while, the puppets that were knocked away once again flew back, completely unharmed. No matter how fast Taiwa's attacks were, at the same time, the number of F-grade puppets surrounding him didn't decrease by more than 2,500. Just like that, Taiwa was trapped by the 3,000 F-grade puppets, unable to break out of the encirclement. Everybody be careful. These F-grade puppets, after absorbing large amounts of lightning energy, are all akin to Sector Lord Generals. Taiwa communicated anxiously, Poison, we'll rely on you, the enemy doesn't know your strength, go all out. Put the demonic maiden, Wei, and the others into your world ring. And Madman. Taiwa observed the battlefield and discovered Luo Feng's intrepid nature, you can unleash the 9th level of the Nanshan armament, you can help the others. Understood. Understood. Poison and Luo Feng replied simultaneously. Poison relied on the large amount of dark green vines that extended from the surface of his armor, sweeping up a large number of ordinary mechanical golems in the surroundings, wantonly sweeping them in all directions. Immediately, the entire mechanical golem army was in chaos, and the 100 F-grade mechanical golems that were besieging Poison were simply unable to absorb enough lightning energy. In fact, everyone present could see that those F-grade mechanical golems were actually just large pieces of metal. A dead metal with no attacking ability. The reason why they were so strong was because countless normal puppets were absorbing the lightning hell energy and transferring it over. Without the lightning hell, these F-grade puppets wouldn't be a threat at all. Without large amounts of normal puppets, the absorption rate of the F-grade puppets would be thousands to tens of thousands of times lower. Poison, be careful. Luo Feng communicated. Out of the original 800 F-rank mechanical golems, a total of 400 of them actually besieged poison. The other 400 surrounded Luo Feng and the other 8. Little punks. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and controlled the Nanshan gold blade. Xiao, the Nanshan golden sword was like a ghost, flickering in and out of existence. In an instant, it pierced through the void and disappeared from sight. At the same time, it reappeared a few hundred meters away. Rumble. The Nanshan gold blade slammed into one of the F-grade automaton puppets. The 9th level of the Nanshan armament was able to injure normal undyings. One could only imagine its strength. Boom. That F-grade mechanical golem was instantly sent flying far away by the bombardment, tumbling about chaotically. Rumble. Rumble blee. Rumble rumble rumble. Rumble, the gold blade was as fast as a demon, piercing through space and hitting the many F-grade puppets. One had to know, the gold blade had the ability to pierce through space. How terrifying was its movement speed? It definitely far surpassed the undying Taiwa's movement speed. As long as one hadn't reached the level of teleportation, in terms of speed alone, they definitely couldn't compare to the gold blade. Even Taiwa could send close to 500 F-grade puppets flying in a short amount of time. As for the 50 automaton puppets surrounding Luo Feng, in the blink of an eye, the Nanshan gold blade had already attacked 50 times like lightning, knocking the 50 F-grade puppets away. Xiao. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and flashed, swiftly heading towards Demon Lady, who was having the hardest time defending. Demon Lady. Luo Feng was like lightning, the Nanshan gold blade flashed continuously and the 50 F-grade puppets were all knocked away. Madman, madman, I love you to death. Demon Lady, who was in an incredibly difficult situation, suddenly shouted excitedly, quickly keep me in your world ring. So, Demon Lady was kept in his world ring. Bastard. Poison gritted his teeth. He had already taken out a bottle of colorful liquid, however when he saw Luo Feng explode, he immediately laughed and kept the bottle. On the battlefield, Luo Feng was as fast as lightning as he pierced through the puppet army. Simultaneously, the gold blade pierced through space and reappeared. His attack speed was terrifying. Ha ha ha, this time the captain's new recruit sure is powerful, madman, I truly respect you. The illusionist Wei, who was also having a hard time dealing with the 50 F-grade puppets, immediately laughed loudly. He even blew Luo Feng a kiss, obviously escaping death made him very excited. South Wei was kept in Luo Feng's world ring too. One had to know that Luo Feng had casually acquired 100 world rings in Wulong Starfield. World rings, he had plenty of them. Quickly come to me. Hammer shouted urgently, I can't hold on much longer. Hammer was an incredibly intrepid fighter. His attack and defense were strong, however his agility was much weaker. He was often hit by the F-grade puppets. If it wasn't for his natural abilities, he would have died long ago. So, as the 50 F-grade puppets were knocked flying, Hammer was kept in Luo Feng's world ring too. Madman, you're amazing. The new recruit, Rock, also praised in admiration. Ah, the first time I saw Madman, I knew he was a powerful warrior. Haha, look, how powerful, how sharp. 50 F-grade puppets are like toys in front of his Nanshan gold blade. The last level of the 9 godly armaments is indeed powerful. The white armored sector Lord God laughed happily. Hee, we'll be lucky from now on. Haha. The fighter Whirlwind laughed too. They were all kept in Luo Feng's world ring. Right now, there were only 4 left under the attacks of the puppet army. Taiwa, Poison, Luo Feng and Mad Wu. Kuang Wu was a spirit reader, using the fusion of wind and space, the god-rending armament. Now that Kuang Wu was using the god-rending armament, it was comparable to the Nanshan armament's 8th level, the void-slicing golden sword. Furthermore, the god-rending armament's speed was shocking, relying on itself to easily block those 50 F-grade automaton puppets. Haha, madman, come and help me. Taiwa shouted excitedly. I'm coming. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and swiftly rushed forward, controlling the Nanshan gold blade. Wang. the Nanshan gold blade became countless blade images. In the blink of an eye, over 100 F-grade puppets were knocked flying tens of thousands of kilometers. And this was only because there were large amounts of normal puppets blocking it. Otherwise, it would be normal for them to be knocked a million km away. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, the Nanshan gold blade was as fast as lightning, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The normal puppets couldn't affect its speed at all. Being able to travel through space was simply too heavenly, making it terrifyingly fast. In an instant, 500 mechanical puppets had already been sent flying far away. When the first puppet flew back, Luo Feng had already knocked away a total of 2,000 F-grade puppets. Taiwo took the chance to escape the encirclement. Haha, madman, well done. Taiwo was very happy. Rumble, the thunder puppet army that had surrounded Luo Feng's little team suddenly began to swiftly retreat in 9 different directions. Even the thunder hell that had been activated all this while shut down. They've left. They've retreated. Mad Wu, Poison, Taiwo and Luo Feng looked at the huge army retreating in 9 different directions. Should we chase? Luo Feng asked. We can't. Taiwo shook his head. To be able to make such a huge move, he definitely has an origin crystal comparable to a normal Undying's explosion. Even the cheapest flame god crystal is very expensive. Using it to attack us is a huge loss for him. However, if we continue to chase and provoke him into going all out, one flame god crystal's explosion, if we're not careful, we're all doomed. Luo Feng was shocked when he heard this. Flame god crystal, when he had told Yanzhu Emperor about it back then, he had mentioned the flame god crystal. A low-level flame god crystal, comparable to a normal flame Undying's explosion, with Luo Feng's current authority, after discounting, he could exchange for one for 600,000 points. And the automaton race that was proficient in manufacturing, they probably had even lower costs. It was normal for the mechanical race member who could set up the thunder hell to have a flame god crystal or something like that to protect himself. If I'm not wrong, this thunder puppet army should have suffered huge losses before they even attacked us. Poison smiled. We've been through similar battles before. Looking at the controller's control and resources, he definitely could have done better. In the distance, within the broken ship's cabin. Sitting in the alloy chair, Pilati roared, one with a Sector Lord level 9 plant life form, and the other with the Nanshan armament to the 9th level. How could my luck be so bad, to actually meet such a rare human Sector Lord team, if it wasn't for the loss from killing the official level Undying, and the entire Thunder Hell system being damaged, how could I have let you all escape? Count yourselves lucky, I hope we don't meet again. Within the space, Taiwo retrieved another E9 grade ship. Captain, this ship is exactly the same as the last one, the only difference is that the resting area is empty. Luo Feng smiled and said. It's not empty now. Taiwo stood within the ship's pathway and pointed ahead. South. The resting area appeared out of thin air and was stuck in many slots, forming a perfect hole. Luo Feng and the other 3 immediately entered the resting area. Haha, I ordered 600 of these E9 grade spaceships in one go. Taiwo smiled. They're all the same. The highest speed they can reach in the dark universe is 1.2 times light speed, and the engravings on the surface are very simple. They can be said to be the cheapest E9 grade ships. However, after so many years, of the 600 I ordered back then, 182 have been destroyed. By the way, you can release the others. Luo Feng nodded and with a thought. Immediately Tornado, Wei, God, Rock, Demon Lady, and Hammer all appeared. The 9 members and Captain all gathered together. Madman. Demon Lady said, I love you to death. Haha, we have another strong warrior in our team. The resting area was filled with cheers. The disc-shaped E9 grade universe ship flew carefully in space at sublight speed, avoiding many seemingly dangerous areas. Within the resting cabin of the ship. Everybody sit. Taiwo smiled as he sat on the sofa, using his undying energy to control the wine bottles and cups, pouring 10 cups of delicious fruit wine. The crystal clear cups floated in front of the 10 of them. Taiwo raised his cup. Let us raise our cups. Taiwo said. Haha, the 9 members all laughed loudly, raising their cups at the same time. To the luck of this battle, to the 2 outstanding new recruits, cheers. Taiwa said loudly. Cheers. Cheers. The group of sector lords all laughed. If they were placed in their respective starfields, they would all be heroes of a region. However, they chose to come to the foreign battleground, because they still had a burning desire in their hearts. They longed to become even stronger, longed to fight against even more powerful experts. Same old rules, first reflect on the battle before. Taiwa put down his wine glass. In the previous battle, everything was under the control of the mechanical race's enemy. Whether it was the arrangement of the Thunder Prison, the siege of the 9 great Thunder mechanical puppets, or the 3000 F-grade mechanical puppets trapping me and using their power to kill you, everything was within his plan. The 9 members all listened intently. The other old soldiers did well, all of them were not far from me and Poison, when they met with danger. Poison was able to risk it all and save you all. Taiwa revealed a smile. The 2 new recruits did well too, of which I'm very satisfied with Rock. He's not any weaker than the old soldiers. I believe after some training, he'll become even stronger. Of course. Our battle, the happiest thing is, we've gained a strong member. Madman. Taiwa looked at Luo Feng. Madman. Madman. The group looked at Luo Feng, laughing and cheering. In the foreign battlefield where danger lurked, to have a strong member was a very fortunate thing. Because of Madman's appearance, we don't need poison to risk it all, we've also saved a precious medicine. Taiwa looked at the childlike Poison squatting on the sofa. Poison, you'll have it easy from now on. Hee hee. Poison grinned at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked shocked at Poison. This chemist was very strong? Madman. Her voice caused one's body to go numb. Poison is our team's second strongest. He once defeated an Undying head-on. Defeat an Undying? Luo Feng looked shocked at the Poison. What? Rock cried out in alarm. Even the 9th level of the Nanshan armament, even an Undying can fight. Normally speaking, it would only be able to fight and preserve one's life. Not defeat. Of course, on the 13th, 14th and 15th levels, they all used this move. Among them, the 15th level opponent's Undying can be defeated already had the ability to kill normal Undyings. But that was the 15th level of the Skycrossing Bridge, the doorstep of an official level Undying. Such an absolute genius could even become a Sector Lord core member of the Virtual Universe Company. I mainly relied on my innate ability, potions, and the plant life that I cultivated. Poison chuckled. A single potion costs nearly 80 mixed elements to successfully concoct. Hee hee, Madman, you've saved me 80 mixed elements. Come, cheers. Luo Feng raised his cup, his heart filled with respect. Chemists were able to create special potions, and even according to their own needs, they could cultivate some special plant life forms. To be able to do this, he's really powerful. Luo Feng thought. Besides the captain and Poison, Madman, you're already the 3rd strongest in the team. Crazy Dance smiled. 3rd, and it doesn't require potions like Poison. The others laughed and spoke. This battle, the Sector Lord team also recognized the abilities of the 2 new recruits, truly accepting them from the bottom of their hearts. Especially the new recruit Madman, he was recognized as the 3rd strongest in the team. Luo Feng, however, was very calm. He didn't really care about the rankings, even though his Earth body had the ability to kill normal Undyings. The universe ship continued to advance. In a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Even though they met with 2 sneak attacks, they were easily dealt with. After all, an elite Sector Lord team led by an Undying and 9 Sector Lord warriors wasn't something that just anyone could afford to offend. This was also the reason why they had to head to specific destinations. Because in other places, the opponents were too weak and the accumulation of points was too slow. The previous 2 sneak attacks, the opponents we met were really weak. Also, the moment they saw us have an Undying, they were so scared they fled. It's really boring. This way of accumulating points is too slow. Within the resting cabin, the team members were bored and chatting. Another 2 days and we'll reach our destination 001289038484 Space Battle Region. Broken Star Belt. Taiwa said, Broken Star Belt is a rather famous place for the strong to battle. Large amounts of alien race warriors are hiding there, it'll allow everyone to enjoy themselves. There's no need to worry about not having a place to accumulate points, only having the ability to get them. Madman. A low and heavy voice resounded. The team's most sturdy and tall hammer looked at Luo Feng. What's your quota? My quota? Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. Every soldier in the outer region battlefield had a quota. They had to accumulate enough points before they could gain their freedom. For example, a new soldier's quota was 1 million. When the new soldier first arrived, he didn't have any points at all. As he killed in the battlefield, he would accumulate points. Once it reached 1 million, the soldier could choose to retire, exchange for treasures, continue to battle, or even fight alone, etc. He had the freedom to choose. And before he reached the full quota, he had to obediently follow orders. Right, what's yours? Madman's quota is probably higher. The Sector Lord team sat in their sofas and looked over. Mine. Luo Feng said casually, it's alright, it's 1 billion, 1 billion? The white-armored god stared wide-eyed. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Luo Feng was slightly suspicious as he nodded. Right, 1 billion. Was the number he reported a lot? It should be within the normal range. Damn, 1 billion? My god. It's 1 billion. Even the steady undying Taiwa stood up. The group of old soldiers all looked shocked at Luo Feng, the hypnotist Wei who was caressing the purple-eyed cat fiercely turned to look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, what's your quota? Mine is 200 million. Rock said. That's not bad. It's very impressive. However, Madman is even more insane. He actually got 1 billion? The old soldiers discussed amongst themselves. And the two new soldiers Luo Feng and Rock were suspicious. Just what did this quota number mean? Even though Luo Feng's position was high, he had only checked on the things he wanted to know, he hadn't checked on what each number meant. If you interact more with the other sector lords, you'll know. Taiwa exclaimed, as the saying goes, the strong work the most, the stronger one is, the higher his quota will be. When a new soldier joins the outer region battlefield, the quota given to him, it actually shows his strength. And the so-called authority is just a rough judgment of strength. It's only split into normal sector lords, elite sector lords and sector lord warlords. This is a very vague judgment. All the sector lord warriors, the lowest quota is 1 million, the highest is 1 billion. Of which, normal sector lord warriors usually get 1 million to 10 million. Elite sector lord warriors are between 10 million to 100 million. Sector lord warlords are between 100 million to 1 billion. Taiwa said, those between 100 million to 1 billion are sector lord warlords, and there's still a difference in strength between them, very obviously. Rock, he's actually very outstanding, because he's a new soldier. He's already this strong without going through life and death situations in the outer region battlefield. However, Madman, you're simply. Luo Feng was shocked. 1 billion, that's the upper limit for sector lord warlords, to be given such a high quota. It means one thing, you have strength no weaker than a normal undying. Taiwa emphasized. The virtual universe system's judgment won't be wrong, you have the strength to fight a normal undying head-on. The team members were all shocked within, looking at Luo Feng. However, they didn't know, a sector lord that could fight a normal undying indeed had a quota of 1 billion. However, a sector lord that could kill a normal undying, or even fight an official level undying, similarly had a quota of 1 billion. Because 1 billion was the upper limit for a sector lord warrior. How could they know how terrifying Luo Feng's current strength was? In their hearts, to be able to fight a normal undying head-on, that was already insane enough. So that's how it is. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. After going through life and death situations in the outer region battlefield, there are many that become sector lord warlords. However, those that can fight a normal undying head-on are extremely few. In our entire base 026, there are probably only 2 or 3 sector lords like that. Taiwa exclaimed, on the contrary, our allies and enemies, the Bug Clan sector lord queen, automaton sector lords, many of them are able to fight undyings. Some of the foreign race warriors' talents are simply too insane, human sector lords that can fight normal undyings are simply too rare. However, our Sector Lord team has won. Taiwa smiled at Luo Feng. Poison too looked at Luo Feng. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Right now, the team had the strength of 3 undyings. It wasn't like Poison who had to use medicine, Luo Feng had true undying strength. Then when they reached the asteroid belt, the team's chances of survival would naturally rise by a lot. Woo! Luo Feng could only smile. 1 billion points quota, he really didn't think it was much. This 1 billion was a quota given out by the army through the virtual universe system. This was already official, every sector lord's quota was between 1 to 1 billion, and Luo Feng was strong enough, hence he was given a quota of 1 billion. However, the virtual universe company's sector lord life and death training had a requirement for Luo Feng too. The requirement was 10 trillion points, only after completing the 10 trillion could he leave the outer region battlefield. This was Luo Feng's life and death training. One was the army's requirement, the other was the virtual universe company's sector lord life and death training. One was 1 billion, the other was 10 trillion, hence, Luo Feng really didn't think 1 billion was much. P.S. The second chapter has arrived, the battle for the monthly votes has already heated up, please support Tomato. Tomato will continue writing the third chapter. The virtual universe company had extremely high requirements for every primal region sector lord, and Luo Feng, as someone who had passed the domain lord Primal Sky Mountain and acquired 3 billion points, and was also the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, one could imagine, the virtual universe company's requirements for his life or death training were extremely high. It was definitely the highest of all the primal region sector lords. The quota of 10 trillion military merits was also a requirement that was given after careful verification. Time passed. There's still half a day before we reach our destination, the Broken Star Belt. Taiwa's gaze swept past the 9 sector lord generals, his eyes filled with seriousness. The Broken Star Belt is an extremely dangerous region, Madman and Rock probably know very little about it. Before we arrive, I'll briefly explain it to you too. Luo Feng and Rock listened carefully. Luo Feng didn't dare let his guard down at all. The foreign races had peculiar methods. If he was careless, even if he was strong, he would still be doomed. The entire starfield is filled with battlefields. Battles can erupt everywhere. Taiwa looked at the two, however there are 2 types of battles, one is army battles, the other is elite squad battles. Like universe levels and domain lords, they are weak. And some of the normal sector lord warriors, without the invitation of the elite teams, can only lead large groups of universe levels and domain lords, forming armies. Taiwa said, these armies, under the leadership of the Undyings, will fight against the other armies of other races. The Undyings of the army will battle against the Undyings, the weak against the weak. And we are different. We are a small team of elite realm lords. A small team is comparable to an army. Taiwa said, however the elites are after all the minority, and the entire 7th star field battlefield, many places are empty space. With one look, you can see the enemy from afar. If you're not a match, you can escape early. Hence it's not suitable for battle. Hence within the 7th battlefield, there are many special battle zones. The 4 pinnacle races lead large amounts of warriors, hiding in these zones, killing each other. It's a bloody mess, it's crazy. The place we're heading to is 001289038484 Space Battle Zone, the Broken Star Belt. It's a rather famous battle zone, over 1 trillion years, who knows how many foreign races have fallen here. Taiwa gently tapped in midair. Immediately, the light converged to form a projection screen, and a star map automatically appeared on the screen. This is the Calamitous Star Belt. Talvo pointed at the image on the screen. Luo Feng looked carefully. The Calamitous Star Belt was like an area where a large number of meteorites floated. Legend has it that before the universe secret region was used as a battlefield, the Calamitous Star Belt was originally a gigantic planet. It was said that the planet had a diameter of over 10 million kilometers. Taiwa sighed. Later on, this planet was bombarded by one of the royal clans of the Demon Clan, the Thousand-Legged Centipede Clan. It exploded into countless fragments that floated in the surrounding space 8 light-years in diameter. These countless fragments experienced hundreds of millions of years of war and shattered over and over again. As a result, there are too many fragments of planets in this area. These fragments are called fragmentary stars. And this region of space with a diameter of 0.8 light-years is the calamitous star belt. Taiwa said. Luo Feng listened and nodded. Planet fragments? Has anyone calculated how many there are? Shockingly many. Almost every 100 million kilometers, there will definitely be a planet fragment. Some places are densely packed, others sparse. Anyway, it's all over this 0.8 light-year region. Taiwa smiled. Those planet fragments, probably because they were nurtured by the universe's secret region, are extremely cold and sturdy. Even a sector lord's full power attack would find it hard to shatter them. It's because the battlefield is hard to destroy, hence the calamitous star belt has become a famous battlefield. Large groups of alien warriors hide here. Taiwa said. Both of you, remember this. In the calamitous star belt, there are too many alien warriors hiding. Hence, it's forbidden to battle for too long. It's forbidden to be too ostentatious. Taiwa emphasized. The longer the battle drags on, the commotion will attract the other alien warriors. When that time comes and you get surrounded, it'll be terrible. And if it's too ostentatious, even an official level undying with an undying body, if they dare to be arrogant, they'll be annihilated by the group attacks and be wiped clean. Luo Feng nodded. This disc-shaped D9-grade universe ship finally arrived at the calamitous star belt. Through the external simulation, Luo Feng looked outside. All he could see in the distant space were planet fragments floating in space. These broken stars were everywhere, and a formless killing aura even penetrated through the universe ship and assaulted him. Calamitous star belt, countless warriors have fallen. The killing aura here is extremely terrifying. Poison laughed. If you feel uncomfortable, you can send a thread of your consciousness into the virtual universe network to relax. No one will laugh at you. After all, you won't be here for a day or two, but hundreds or thousands of years. There's a human sector lord team. Luo Feng looked at the screen on his arm. On the battlefield, humans could naturally support each other. The main thing was to connect to the virtual universe network and keep it open. Then, the virtual universe network would display the coordinates of all comrades and allies within a billion km area. 1. Display the coordinates of comrades and allies, within a billion km area. 2. Call for help in times of danger, within a billion km area. All humans and allies will receive the distress signal. These were the two main uses of the virtual universe network on the battlefield. Of course there were other functions, like contacting superiors and calculating military merits etc. Calamitous star belt, there are many foreign races. Mad Dance smiled. Humans too, there are many foreign races too. Discovering the coordinates of comrades and allies within a billion km area is a very common thing. They continued forward. They would frequently discover the coordinates of their allies and comrades. Stop. Our base in the calamitous star belt will temporarily stay here. Taiwa ordered. The ship swiftly stopped. Let's go out. Hua, Luo Feng and the others swiftly flew out of the cabin door. Taiwa first kept the rest cabin and then the ship. The group stood in space. Along the way, we've discovered many coordinates of humans and foreign races in the recent large area. This means that this is mainly our humans' territory. We'll choose to build our base here. Taiwa smiled. The 9 sector lords nodded. Luo Feng also discovered through the screen on his arm. Within a billion km area, there were 2 coordinates. Obviously, there were 2 elite human and foreign races teams hiding within this area. It's that planet fragment. Taiwa pointed into the distance. We've discovered that there's a deep cave within. It's probably left behind by a team in the past. We don't have to waste our own energy. So, the 10 powerhouses quickly tore through the sky, traversing the distance of several million kilometers in an instant. The group of people directly landed on an irregular planet fragment. This broken star had many scars on it. It was obvious that over 1 trillion years, it had been through many battles. This broken star's largest diameter was 1.6 kilometers. The smallest was 1 kilometer. This broken star had a total of 21 tunnels, all leading to the caves within the broken star. Luo Feng and his team followed one of the tunnels and entered the center. This was a spacious cave with a diameter of about 100 m. It's pretty big. Taiwa smiled and pointed to the ground. So, the lounge cabin made entirely of tungsten flame stone mother appeared out of thin air and landed on the ground of the cave. Open the door. Taiwa ordered. The cabin door of the lounge opened automatically, and a group of people entered it. Broken Star area, within the cabin. We've just arrived at the Broken Star Belt. Everyone rest first. Taiwa smiled. I'll first use the virtual universe network to contact our neighbors, within a billion km area, our comrades and allies. Even though the humans have the advantage in the surrounding areas, who knows if there might be some foreign race warriors entering. We won't be able to find their coordinates. And those who dare to attack must have confidence. Just our Sector Lord team alone might not be able to handle them. It's better to communicate with our comrades and allies. Taiwa closed his eyes and connected to the virtual universe network to contact his neighbors. The others all relaxed and rested. They all calmed down. Relaxing and resting was for the sake of better battles. 1 billion points, 10 trillion. Luo Feng sat on the sofa and pondered. The mission the army gave me is 1 billion points. As long as I complete 1 billion, then I'll be free. I can choose to retire, exchange for treasures, continue fighting, or even fight alone. I'll temporarily stay with Taiwa and the others. I'll swiftly familiarize myself with the battlefield and accumulate some experience. And I'll accumulate 1 billion points earlier. Luo Feng thought. After accumulating 1 billion points, I'll probably know how to survive in the battlefield. There'll be no need to follow the Sector Lord team anymore. If he followed the Sector Lord team, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength. As there were too many people, his true strength would definitely shock them. They wouldn't be able to resist telling their close friends about it. If the news were to be leaked, then he would be in deep trouble. Luo Feng was very clear. His identity as a direct disciple of Primal Chaos City didn't just bring him benefits, it also brought danger, the crazy pursuit of the foreign races. When the time comes, I'll move alone. I'll be able to unleash my strength and engage in a clash with the foreign races. Even if my identity is exposed, I can swiftly move to another location. I'm still very inexperienced right now. I need to accumulate some battle experience. Luo Feng thought. While I'm with the Sector Lord team, I'll help them out a little. At this time, Taiwa opened his eyes. Haha, I've already contacted my neighbors. They too are 2 elite Sector Lord teams led by Undyings. One is a human elite Sector Lord team and the other is a foreign race ally team. Taiwa smiled. We'll form an offensive and defensive alliance. If a foreign absolute warrior attacks, the 3 of us can work together. That way, our chances of survival will increase greatly. Everyone rest for a day. Tomorrow, we'll begin our battle. Yes. The 9 Sector Lord warriors all replied, filled with excitement and anticipation. Today's update was completed. Tomorrow, we'll continue. Looking at the monthly votes, he was still 400 votes away from the first position. The 7 Sector Lord veterans were very alert upon arriving at the Broken Star Belt, at the same time they were used to it, they had been in such an environment for too long. Luo Feng was still overly cautious when he first arrived. As the saying goes, the strong are bold. Along with his vision and mental state, Luo Feng quickly got used to the constant threat, the possibility of others sneaking up to his door to kill him. Only Rock. He was a newbie, his strength was far from Luo Feng's sick level, he was only considered an exceptional Sector Lord. This was his first time entering such a dangerous place like the Broken Star Belt. The moment he thought about life and death battles, he couldn't calm down. Along with the thick killing aura in the entire Broken Star Belt, his entire being became anxious. Rock, split a bit of your consciousness into the virtual universe network, play some virtual games and relax. Taiwa smiled as he saw that. Yes, Captain. Rock was a bit ashamed. Don't be shy, all of us here. When we first entered the alien battlefield, that feeling of being in a battle at any time, it almost drove us crazy. In our human domain, there isn't such a terrifying place. The newbies are all like this the first time, this is the newbie syndrome. Taiwa smiled. Rock nodded, his consciousness connecting to the virtual universe network to relax. Captain. Charm smiled gently. How come Madman doesn't have the newbie syndrome? He seems very calm. Madman is a normal person? Poison curled up on the sofa hugging a bottle of wine. Within the entire team, he loved wine the most. As for medicine, he usually did his experiments in the virtual universe, because what could be done in the virtual universe, as long as the materials were sufficient, could be done in reality. The team members chatted casually, some closed their eyes to rest. Very quickly it was the second day. Gather. The undying Taiwo ordered. Poison, frenzied dance, God, Madman, all of them swiftly stood up. This is our first operation in the Broken Star Belt, we have to succeed. Taiwo's gaze swept past the 9, the veterans should know the rules. Newbies, don't panic if you encounter any special situations, stay calm and watch how the veterans react. Yes. Luo Feng and Rock nodded. Alright, let's depart. Taiwo smiled and ordered. We've finally started accumulating points. Haha, we've exchanged for quite a bit, we have no more to spend. The old team members laughed out loud. These old team members had gone through countless of trials to become Realm Lord battle generals, and had long reached the quota of their military merits. Thus, they were free, and could use their military merits to exchange for all sorts of treasures. Normally 100k points was equivalent to one mixed element unit. Luo Feng and a group swiftly left the base. Captain Taiwo Feng and Taiwo Feng was the resting room. A C9 grade universe ship? Luo Feng and Rock stood on the fragment, looking shocked at the universe ship floating before them. Right, we will be sitting in the C9 grade universe ship. Taiwo nodded. The C9 grade universe ship's weakness is that it takes a long time to accelerate, decelerate slowly, dodging is slow, however the moment it accelerates, its flying speed is still very fast. It's easy to fly in the calamitous star belt at sublight speed. Most importantly, there are too many powerful outsiders in the fragmentary star belt. We might be ambushed at any time. The moment we sneak attack, the ship will be destroyed. We have to stay here for a long time. Every time we get our ship destroyed, I can't bear to use the expensive ones. Hehe, these C9 grade ships are very cheap, even if I destroy 100,000 or 1,000,000 of them, I won't feel the pinch. Taiwo smiled. Luo Feng was stunned. A C9 grade, it was indeed very cheap, even 1,000,000 of them didn't even cost one mixed element unit. To an undying, it was indeed very cheap. After all, a family with a bit of power would have a large number of disciples sitting in C-grade ships. This was definitely a large scale. Just an ancient family, probably had over 10 million C9 grade ships. And the entire wealth of an ancient family couldn't even compare to an undying. Luo Feng and the others were sitting in a very low-grade C9 grade universe ship, flying through the broken star belt at sublight speed. Each time, they would avoid the broken stars and maintain a certain distance. The scanning device I carry with me is worth 120 mixed elements, that's more expensive than 10 million C9 grade ships. Taiwo sat in the cabin, smiling. The scanning device can detect life ripples within a 100 million kilometers radius. Even though we know the coordinates of our close allies, we have no way of knowing the coordinates of the enemies, hence we can only rely on the scanning device. This thing, we can't be stingy with the money, a good scanning device is very important. Luo Feng smiled. The scanning device was very important, hence before coming to the outer region battlefield, he had exchanged for one. Even with his special privileges and discounts, it still cost him a total of 3.9 million points. Of course, to Luo Feng, who had 3 billion points back then, this naturally wasn't much. Whether it was the outer region battlefield or the universe secret region, he would still need it. Even after discounts, it still cost 3.9 million points. If it was auctioned in some auction house, it would cost at least 10 million mixed elements, normal. Official level undyings were worth that much. Such an expensive scanning device, usually only Emperor level undyings would be equipped with it. When we scan the enemy, if the enemy's scanning device is strong, they'll discover our scanning. Taiwo said, of course many of the other races are weaker in terms of technology, only when we approach them would they wake up. The ship continued to advance. On the first day, it was pretty much all the main human races and their allies' territories. On the second day, there were very few warriors at first, but gradually there were many other races. On the second day, within the ship, Quick, change direction, leave the target. Taiwo ordered. The ship slightly changed direction, maintaining its sub-light speed. What's up, Captain? Scared to this extent? The succubus and wild dance teased. Taiwo however sighed. We actually discovered 6 undyings. What? Other than Luo Feng, who was only slightly shocked, the others were shocked. 6 undyings gathered together? The hypnotist carrying the white cat stared wide-eyed. Don't worry, however we've been maintaining high speed, almost reaching the limit of the asteroid belt. And we're completely heading in the opposite direction. Even if they chase, they won't be able to catch up. Taiwo smiled. I think the 6 undyings have discovered us too, hence they're too lazy to chase. 6 undyings forming a small team? Luo Feng was curious. To be able to form a small team, the leader of this team may very well have official level strength. Taiwo nodded. Such a terrifying team is definitely a trump card team. We can only be considered an elite team if we fight them head-on. 1 official undying is enough to deal with all of us. Flying in the asteroid belt space, they were extremely careful. After experiencing numerous dangerous situations, discovered the target. Distance 92. 84 million kilometers. There are a total of 5 targets. They should all be Sector Lord level. Taiwo said. 5 Sector Lords? It's not difficult at all. The white-armored deity smiled. Everyone be careful, those that can come to the asteroid belt aren't easy to deal with. Even if all 5 are Sector Lords, they should have some tricks up their sleeves. Poison reminded. Understood. Don't worry, little Chen Chen. After which the ship began to slow down and turn, heading towards the target. The distance is shrinking. 90 million kilometers. 80 million kilometers. 70 million kilometers. Those 5 Sector Lords have been staying in one of the broken stars, not moving at all. I guess their scanning devices are more ordinary, hence they haven't discovered us yet, and their scanning devices should have been blocked by mine. Taiwo said. There would definitely be scanning devices in the outer region battlefield. Mine can detect yours can't detect mine. This was the level of technology. Like before when they were ambushed by the automaton race, the scanning devices didn't detect them at all and they fell for it. Obviously the opponent's methods were higher. And this time, it seemed like the human side's methods were higher. After a while, the distance was close to 3 million kilometers. The ship will slow down, stop for now. We've already scanned the targets, these 5 Sector Lords. Everyone take a look. Taiwo's arm screen glowed. A projection screen appeared in mid-air. On it was an image. Beside it was their height, skin color, etc. detailed information. They were 5 foreign warriors. Their height was between 21 m to 25 m. Amongst the human race, they were definitely top-tier giants. All of them were clad in thick armor. Their upper bodies were humanoid. Its lower body was that of a reptile. It had 6 thick claws and a scaly tail. Its entire body, including its upper body, was covered in green scales. Thunder race. Taiwo said seriously. They're all proficient in thunder. They're on the Bug Clan's side. Poison nodded. No wonder they dared to come. These thunder race are hard to deal with. The older members all began to discuss. Luo Feng looked carefully at the image, clearly knowing what race they were. Actually, Taiwo, Poison, etc., they didn't know much about the other races. It was just that after many battles and interacting with their comrades, they had accumulated a lot of experience. They knew some of the abilities of the other races. And Luo Feng knew very clearly. Thunder Fountain Clan. Legend has it that the Thunder Fountain has a sacred land. Every newborn from the Thunder Fountain will be placed in the fountain. Only when these babies are able to use their own abilities to climb up the vines of the fountain and climb out, is the nurturing process complete. Hence every member of the Thunder Fountain Clan is naturally favored by the Thunder Laws, naturally able to control thunder and lightning. Their comprehension of the Thunder Laws are also extremely good, unleashing them with great power. Just like how the Masha clan is favored by space, the Golden Horned Beast is favored by the Gold Laws. Of course. Even though part of the reason was due to their talent, the main reason was that they relied on the Thunder Fountain to transform themselves, hence in terms of comprehension and law amplification, they couldn't compare to the Masha clan. Even so, compared to the humans, they already had a huge advantage. However, the Thunder Fountain clan had one weakness: their numbers were far from 1/1000000 of the humans. Everyone get off the ship. And sneak up. Instantly unleash your attacks. Taiwo ordered. Yes. The group quietly left the ship. Taiwo also kept his ship. After which, the group swiftly tore through space towards the broken star where the 5 Thunder Fountain clan members were hiding. P.S. Chapter 1. At this time, within the cave of the broken star, 5 sector lords from the Thunder Fountain clan were laughing and chatting within the cave. Master, we've gotten quite a lot of points this time. At this rate, within 10 years, Master should be able to gather enough points. When that time comes, we'll be absorbed into the sacred land. They had lion-like bodies, 6 claws, and green scales all over their bodies. They had a strong human upper body. The tallest one, about 25 m tall, laughed loudly. Yes, those who look down on the master back then will definitely regret it now. They thought the master would die in the battlefield outside. The Thunder Fountain clan members were all laughing happily. Among them, the Thunder Spring clan member, who was slightly skinny and was only 21 meters tall and had a cold expression, showed a rare smile. Back then, I was forced to stay in the clan and was forced into a dead end. I was looking for the only chance. There are only 2 outcomes for coming to the battlefield outside: one is to die, the other is to successfully return and ascend to the heavens in one step. In space, Taiwo and the other 9 were about 100,000 kilometers away from the broken star. Stop. Taiwo communicated. The 9 sector lords stopped, the 10 of them just stood there in space. Everyone, don't rush. Taiwo pointed at the distant broken star. The 5 sector lords in there shouldn't have noticed us yet, they're still inside the broken star. Let me unleash an attack first. Even if they don't die, they'll lose more than half their fighting strength. Captain, it's up to you. Captain's cannon attack is coming again. The older members all communicated and laughed. Luo Feng watched curiously too. Taiwo extended both his hands. Immediately the earth-undying energy began to gather between his hands. The energy continued to gather, getting stronger and stronger. A yellow ball of light appeared between his hands. The energy within the ball continued to rise, causing Luo Feng's expression to change. This was purely using strength to suppress others. Go. Taiwo fiercely sprinted forward, crossing 100,000 kilometers in an instant. He was only a few kilometers away from the broken star. Simultaneously, he waved his hand fiercely, as though he was throwing a meteorite. Rumble, an undying energy ball became a glaring beam of light, rushing straight into the wide cave of the broken star. The cave needed the Thunder Fountain clan to fly through. Naturally it was wide, within the cave of the broken star. Not good. Leave quickly. The skinny Thunder Springs clansman's expression changed drastically as he hastily ordered. The 5 Thunder Springs clansmen only detected the energy wave when Taiwo was more than 10,000 kilometers away from them. The device was in the hands of the master. When the master gave the order to escape, boom, the 6 hooves of the Thunder Springs tribe sprinted. Just as they rushed into the dark and gloomy tunnel, a huge explosion occurred. Rumble, the powerful undying powers were compressed together, instantly creating an explosion. The powerful energy ripple spread through the tunnels and caves. The terrifying shockwave had long since ripped apart the universe space and spread through the tunnels in all directions. Naturally, it hit the 5 Thunder Springs clansmen. This attack was something the undying Taiwo had stored up for a long time before unleashing. Even though he was only hit by the shockwave, it was like 10 sector lords attacking him together. Pooh! Purple blood spurted out. The green scales on his body shattered. 5 members of the Thunder Spring clan let out angry roars as their 6 hooves dashed out of the fragmentary star like lightning bolts. At this time, a group of lights flew over from the distance. Kill. The leading undying emitting powerful origin law ripples ordered. It's a human. A human undying. It's an origin law domain. The expressions of the 5 Thunder Springs clansmen changed. The undying Taiwo immediately unleashed his origin law domain. Endless yellow dots of light enveloped the area. Every dot was like a mountain, madly smashing towards the 5 incomparably huge sector lords. Even though this origin law comprehension wasn't enough to kill them, it caused their speed to decrease by more than half. Luo Feng, Poison Medicine, and the other sector lords followed the plan and swiftly surrounded them. Everyone be careful. Killing these 5 shouldn't be too difficult. Don't let anyone die here. Taiwo communicated. Don't worry. We understand. The 9 members all replied casually. They too knew that in a desperate situation, it was easy for them to retaliate. Some of their former comrades had been dragged to their deaths by the enemy. Looking at the human sector lord team surrounding them, with the human Undying leading them, the expressions of the 5 changed. I'll deal with that Undying. The skinny one's eyes had a sense of madness. Master. Master. The other 4 Thunder Spring clansmen were anxious. Remember, it's either you die or you live. Let's fight it out. The skinny one was obviously weak compared to the others. If compared to humans, even Luo Fengside's tallest Mother Flame clan's hammer was like a baby's. It couldn't even compare to the skinny one's claws. Yes. Yes, master. The 4 all held a 15 m tall shield in one hand and a 60 m long spear in the other. Their bodies were surrounded by lightning snakes. Humans. The skinny Thunder Spring clansman was holding a shield and a long spear at the same time. However, his shield was slightly smaller, while the long spear was a shocking 80 meters long. Moreover, there were complicated patterns on the long spear, and the smell of blood leaked out from the long spear. Receive one of my attacks. The skinny Thunder Springs tribesman roared. His 6 hooves stomped on the void, causing countless spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding space. The long spear in his hand instantly turned into a huge bolt of lightning. With a furious roar, the Thunder Springs tribesman stabbed with the lightning spear in his hand. Rumble, the tip of the spear became a lightning whirlpool. In an instant, the time flow seemed to change. The Undying Taiwo who was attacked felt his reaction speed slow down. His expression changed. Not good, it's a thunder and time law genius that's trained to an extremely high level. Taiwo who was experienced in the battlefield outside was very clear. It was extremely difficult for a human to produce a sector lord that was comparable to an Undying. And some of the other races had a much higher probability. After all, some of the outsiders had a higher foundation than others. Taiwo immediately punched out. That punch was like an endless mountain pressing down, along with the intense restriction of the origin laws. Pong, the fist and the spear clashed head-on. That tall and skinny thunder fountain person was knocked back 1,000 kilometers, spitting out a mouthful of purple blood. Following which he roared, "Go die, go die, go die." His expression was incomparably ferocious. His 6 hooves stomped on the air as he charged towards Taiwo again. The lightning spear in his hand seemed to have lengthened in an instant, and the skinny Thunder Springs clansman's arm began to tear. The scales shattered, revealing his muscles. Clearly, this move had exceeded his limit. Ong! The lightning spear actually left his hand and began to spin. It seemed to twist space itself as it pierced towards Taiwo. Haha, the stronger you are, the more points you'll give me after you die. Taiwo laughed heartily. He took a large step forward, causing the universe to explode. Countless spatial fragments formed turbulent flows, but Taiwo was as steady as a rock in the turbulent space. He punched out again. Rumble! This earth-shattering collision caused the surrounding space of a few hundred kilometers to completely collapse. Countless space turbulence surged. That lightning spear was actually sent flying by the punch. It only made a turn in space and landed back in the hands of that skinny thunder fountain person with an ugly expression. Pity, I'm not the same as when I first came to the foreign battleground. If it was back then, I would probably be suppressed by you. But now, you're dead for sure. Alien race genius, you shall become my military points. Taiwo's aura was monstrous. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a towering mountain in the endless space. He once again punched towards that skinny thunder fountain person. This punch was even more terrifying than the previous 2 punches. Master! Master! Miserable cries came from another direction. The skinny thunder fountain person spread his world energy and easily discovered the battle over there. Of his 4 subordinates, 2 had already died. One of the Thunder Fountain person's 6 hooves dashed forward, his long spear piercing towards the illusionist demon lady. Just now, it was the demon lady who cast the illusion, causing the 2 Thunder Fountain people to be instantly killed by the other sector lords. The demon lady's expression changed. That Thunder Fountain person's eyes were filled with madness. How many years has it been? Back then, his 30 subordinates followed their master to the foreign battleground. Along the way, they fought and died one by one, and now only 4 of them were left. However, they had successfully killed large amounts of enemies and accumulated huge amounts of military points. Just as they were about to return to the clan in less than 10 years, who would have thought they would be ambushed today? Xiao! A golden light flashed. That Thunder Fountain person first saw a golden blade in the distance. After that, the blade immediately vanished into space. When it reappeared, it was actually right before his eyes. In shock, he stared wide-eyed. Chi. The golden sword pierced through his skull and rushed into his body, crushing his life core and shattering the origin bead. His inner world collapsed, and some items appeared out of nowhere in this starry sky that was filled with the aftershocks of the battle. Thanks. The demon lady looked at the dead Thunder Fountain person and the distant Luo Feng, blinking. Luo Feng smiled. He thought within, this is the first alien race I've killed since coming to the foreign battleground. Luo Feng, you've earned military points. Babata reminded. Ah? Luo Feng smiled. The battle had to be connected to the virtual universe network. Only then could one monitor the battle and determine the military points. 1 million points? Luo Feng looked at the screen on his arm and shook his head. How stingy. Killing an opponent close to a sector lord level warrior only gives 1 million points? But, this is also my first military achievement. This battle progressed extremely quickly, especially when the hypnotist Charm Lady and Wei unleashed their power, easily affecting the 4 Thunder Fountain race members. Only the strongest member of the Thunder Spring tribe, who had fought against the Captain Taiwa time and time again, could resist the illusion. No. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The skinny Thunder Fountain man seemed to have gone mad, howling wantonly. In the last moments of his life, he howled in his own race language. He wanted to live, however in the law domain he was suppressed, his speed was greatly reduced, he couldn't escape at all. He couldn't escape either, he could only fight, if he couldn't fight, he could only die. There was no other choice. Pung. Under Taiwa's third punch, the skinny Thunder Fountain man was blasted into countless pieces of flesh and blood, simultaneously his internal world crumbled and countless items appeared. Quickly gather the spoils, let's go. Taiwa ordered. Yes. The 9 sector lords too swiftly gathered the spoils, after which the group became beams of light and left, sitting in a universe ship and leaving at sublight speed. In just a few minutes. Soon, a few groups of outsiders arrived. Our allies are dead. The killer fled so quickly. After a brief investigation, those non-humankind troops dispersed again. The chances of dying in the alien battlefield were simply too high, especially in the broken star belt where the strong gathered. The death rate was even more shocking. The warriors from the other races were already used to it. Within the ship. We've gained quite a bit. Taiwa smiled, that thunder alien left us quite a bit too, let's split it. That strongest thunder alien was killed by you, Captain, whoever kills him has the right to choose. Captain, you choose first. The tall and sturdy Hammer's voice was low and heavy. I'll take the opponent's spear. You guys split the rest. Taiwa only kept the thunder spear, as an undying, his standards were much higher. The team members split the spoils. Madman, what about you? What do you want for yourself? Luo Feng sat on the sofa with a glass of wine, shaking his head. You guys choose, I don't need it. This is the demeanor of a strong warrior. The succubus winked at Poison. Little Chin Chin, you should also display the bearing of an expert. Don't fight with us. I don't need to spend money to concoct potions. Poison tightly held on to the world ring and started to search through the large amount of spoils of war inside. He took some valuable items, and after searching for a long time, he took 2 items and threw them to the succubus. You guys choose, I have enough. F*ck what a black-hearted fellow. How ruthless. He took away all the best. Wild Dance, Illusionist Guard, and Deity all looked at Poison with disdain. In fact, they had been through countless life and death situations and had long been brothers of life and death. Such a ruckus would instead increase their relationship. Moreover, regarding the spoils of war, they had long since established an unspoken rule that everyone abided by. Facing his comrade's disdainful gaze, Poison didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he said proudly, "I'm not crazy. Crazy is a new recruit and already has undying strength. Even if I'm not a core member of the 5 large organizations. He's definitely the beloved disciple of some super expert. He must have a lot of treasures and wouldn't care about these things. Madman, am I right?" Luo Feng smiled. Ever since he entered the Owl planet, no one had been able to recognize his true identity. It wasn't strange. Firstly, there were simply too many humans in the universe, and there were many who looked similar. Also, only a portion of the people watching the genius battle had probably forgotten about him. Secondly, after over 4,000 years, Luo Feng's strength and aura had changed greatly. In the past, he was still very young and inexperienced. Now that he had trained in the beast god path, he was like a beast when he retracted his aura, and when he erupted, his tyrannical aura was shocking. For 1,000 years, to a person, the changes were huge. San Luo Feng had also slightly changed the color of his skin. Dark and light colors would naturally cause visual errors. Even though Luo Feng still had that face, with just a slight change in the color of his skin, others wouldn't be able to tell. His aura and face had changed too. Who would have thought that the star-level punk from the genius battle 4,000 years ago would be the sector lord pinnacle before them that was comparable to an undying, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* limited universe ship and carefully roamed. If they met a strong enemy, they would retreat early. If they met someone they could attack, they would swiftly and stealthily strike. The battle time was extremely short, and they would swiftly leave after the battle. In the blink of an eye, they had already roamed for close to half a year, and had gone through 11 bloody battles. There were 3 times that were more dangerous. Wild Dance and Guard were heavily injured. Luckily Luo Feng saved them. "Madman, I owe you a life too." Within the resting cabin of the ship, Wild Dance exited the world ring and said gratefully to Luo Feng, "Even if I didn't save you, Poison would have risked his life." "To save you?" Luo Feng smiled. "Don't talk about me. Even if I did save you, the price I paid wouldn't be small." Poison, who was squatting on the sofa drinking, shook his head. "It's good to have Madman around. Madman's Nanshan armament can instantly travel through space. It's shockingly fast. It's the best way to save a team member. And the enemies all focus on the captain. They think he's the most important. They don't even care about Madman. They don't even care about Sector Lords." The god's smile was very bright. "Without restraining Madman, originally those 3 times of danger, if not for Madman, our little team would have had to risk their lives. However, with Madman, it's much easier. Madman's attack, catching them off guard, causing their plans to fail, causing them to panic, allowing us to turn the tables." Rock, however, sat in the corner of the cabin, only occasionally replying. Luo Feng glanced at Rock. He could feel Rock's disappointment. Rock and he had joined this little team together. When he became the second most important person in the team, Rock still needed the help of the other old soldiers. Naturally he would feel disappointed. In the past, Rock was full of confidence, a genius. However, in front of Luo Feng, he paled in comparison. After a few setbacks, he'll wake up. Luo Feng thought. "Babata, how many points do you have? In addition to the 2 opponents you just killed, you have accumulated 32 million military merit," Babata said. "The 2 I killed earlier only added 11 million? Luo Feng shook his head. "So stingy." It was stingy. Including the first time he killed the Thunder Fountain clan, in this half a year of 12 bloody battles in the Broken Star Belt, Luo Feng had killed many strong warriors of the other races. According to the points he gained each time, he had finally grasped the pattern of his points accumulation. Solo killing a normal Sector Lord warrior, it was 100,000 points. Solo killing an elite Sector Lord warrior, it was 1 million points. Solo killing a Sector Lord warrior, it was 10 million points. This was solo killing. If he teamed up with others, then the points would be split, and he would only get a portion. During this period of time, Luo Feng naturally dealt with the stronger ones, killing either Sector Lord warriors or elite Sector Lord warriors. Only then did he accumulate 32 million points. A normal Sector Lord, the lowest quota is 1 million, that means, he has to kill at least 10 opponents on par with him to reach the quota. Luo Feng sighed. Every time he has to fight someone no weaker than him, to a new recruit, it's like surviving a calamity, at least 10 times consecutively? Luo Feng shook his head. Of course, the higher the power, the higher the requirements. The army to Luo Feng was the Sector Lord limit, 1 billion points. However, the Virtual Universe Company was giving him 10 trillion points. If I don't leave the little team, just killing normal Sector Lords, in 10,000, 1 million years, I won't even be able to gather enough points. Luo Feng thought, what's more, there aren't that many Sector Lord warriors for me to kill, an army camp only has so many Sector Lords. Obviously, the Virtual Universe Company is forcing me to kill Undyings. In the eyes of the Virtual Universe Company, the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, Sector Lord level should be able to kill Undyings. Within this half a year, Luo Feng and the others returned to their base to rest 3 times, each time resting for 10 days to half a month. One more battle and we'll return to rest. Taiwa said. Yes. After killing, we can return to rest. The team members laughed loudly, seemingly very relaxed. They carefully searched for the enemy. After a mere 8 hours, they confirmed their target. A green biological spaceship was flying in the calamitous star belt. Life ship, it was actually one of the more common ships in the universe. However, it was only popular among the demon race and other races. As for the humans and automaton race, they mainly used alloy ships and metal ships. Biological spaceships and metal spaceships had their own advantages and disadvantages. Within the control room, a male life form that was only 1.6 tall, his entire body covered in dark red scales, reached out with his claws, grabbing a glass of fruit wine and drinking. Beside him was another life form that looked almost exactly the same. Both of them emanated Fire Origin Law's ripples. Captains, the swallowing is complete, the life ship is 100% complete. A similarly short Sector Lord said respectfully. The 2 captains nodded. Within the control room, there were 20 Sector Lords from the same race gathered, even though these Sector Lords were about 1.3 to 1.7 tall, their eyes gleamed with savagery, their entire body covered in scales, elbows and knees had spikes. It was obvious this was a race that was good at fighting. Fuwei saw, the scanning device has detected battle ripples. One of the slightly stronger undying scaled life forms said. Get closer. The other scaled life form immediately ordered, at the same time, check out the opponent's strength. Within 10 seconds. We've already detected ripples, there's an undying law ripple, the rest are all Sector Lords. The slightly stronger undying scaled life form immediately became excited, just one undying. Prepare for battle. The other undying scaled life form immediately stood up and roared. Hua, the 20 Sector Lord scaled life forms all stood up. Their bodies immediately covered in armor, weapons appeared in their hands, their eyes filled with madness and savagery. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Fu Wei saw, the target scanning device should be weaker than ours, he didn't discover us. A slightly stronger undying scaled being said solemnly. The sturdy undying scaled being nodded, after which his gaze swept past the 20 Sector Lord scaled beings. Children, since the target hasn't discovered us, then we'll sneak over. Remember, you have to stay close to me and to Lu, that way our scanning devices will block the enemy's detection, making them unable to detect your ripples. Yes. The 20 Sector Lord scaled beings were in a frenzied state. The distance is shrinking, 10 million kilometers, 8 million kilometers, 6 million kilometers. The thick undying scaled being said solemnly. Slow down and stop. The scaled being called Fu Wei Sa ordered. The life ship swiftly stopped. Everyone get off the ship, we'll fly over. Fu Wei Sa ordered. Immediately, the 20 Sector Lord scaled beings filled with killing intent all rushed out of the ship, the other 2 undying scaled beings too followed. In space. Luo Feng's team was currently fighting with another elite team. Without a doubt, Luo Feng's team had the clear advantage, because the enemy only had 2 sector lords left. Luo Feng however gazed at the distant pitch-black space. Enemy? Taiwa's scanning device was only 120 mixed elements. Maybe it was much better than the Thunder Fountain clans, however amongst the Undyings, there were many better ones. Just like Luo Feng's own scanning device was even more overpowered, with his authority, low prices, and discounts, he still spent 3.9 million points to buy it. The auctions were all worth over 10 million mixed elements. Hence, long before the enemy got within 1 billion kilometers of them, Luo Feng's scanning device had already detected them. However, at that time, Luo Feng didn't care too much, because the enemy could very well just be passing by. However, as the distance shrunk and they headed towards the battle, Luo Feng understood that the enemy had detected them. Short life forms. Luo Feng thought, his inherited memories allowed him to recognize these life forms. Horned Devourer Clan, one of the 10 million energy life forms, bloodthirsty and fond of swallowing the corpses of other life forms, a very savage race. Just like the rock life forms, some had souls, some didn't. Flesh and blood life forms, some had weak bodies, some were even stronger than metal life forms. It was the same principle. Energy-type life forms were one of the most powerful life forms in the universe. There were all sorts of strange races. There was the Masha race that was known as the strongest assassin race. They belonged to the pinnacle of energy-type life forms. However, there were also some common energy-type life forms like the Dragonthirst race that were still afraid of soul attacks. They couldn't transform as freely as the Masha race because they had a fixed body structure. However, once the body of a Dragonsucker clan member was destroyed, the Dragonsucker clan member would still be able to condense into one. This could be considered as a manifestation of an energy-type life form. However, every time it exploded, it would cause them great harm. Moreover, the Horned Succubus clan could devour the corpses of other living beings to replenish and absorb the energy of the corpses. This was also an embodiment of energy-type living beings. Devouring the corpses of living creatures was something many races in the universe liked to do. In the distance, the approaching scaled creatures suppressed their excitement. The skinny undying scaled creature ordered, "Slow down, Toru, we'll ambush them and heavily injure them first." Okay. The thick undying scaled creature was obviously excited too. Chi-Chi, the 2 undying scaled creatures reached out with their claws. Between their claws, large amounts of undying energy began to condense and compress. Actually, this move was similar to the origin crystal of the fire god. The origin crystal of the fire god was compressed to a state even denser than the undying crystal, and then suddenly exploded. Of course, the skill required to do so was too high. Even Emperor-level undyings couldn't rely on themselves to compress such a dense and non-explosive crystal like the fire god crystal. Kill. The 2 undying scaled creatures swiftly rushed forward. The 20 sector lord scaled creatures immediately followed. As they got closer, the 2 undying scaled creatures were already prepared to unleash their undying energy balls. The Dragonthirst race, a savage and bloodthirsty race. Luo Feng thought within. 2 undyings and 20 sector lords, that's a little troublesome. Compressing the undying energy? Haha, let's hurry and collect our spoils of war. Once we're done, we'll return to our base. Captain Taiwo laughed loudly. This battle was easy enough. Hypnotist Wei laughed. Back to our base. Poison cheered. We can finally rest. The white-robed god smiled. The group of sector lords swiftly collected the large amounts of spoils of war. Luo Feng pretended to survey his surroundings. Suddenly he stared into the distance and shouted anxiously, "Enemies! Enemies? Where are they? We haven't even fought for 3 minutes, why are they here already?" Taiwo, Poison, and the others all trembled and followed Luo Feng's gaze, only to see 2 beams of light rushing over. Undying energy compressed bodies attack. Taiwo's expression changed and he immediately extended his hands. Rumble. Rumble, 2 beams of light shot out from Taiwo's hands and shot towards the 2 beams of light. Simultaneously, Taiwo shouted, "Retreat, quickly retreat." The sector lord team swiftly began to flee. Rumble. The two beams of light clashed with the two compressed undying energy fireballs, creating a terrifying explosion. The powerful ripple immediately tore apart the surrounding 1,000 kilometers area. The terrifying undying energy ripple dispersed in all directions. Luckily Luo Feng's warning was quick and Taiwa's reaction was quick, hence Luo Feng's team was slightly affected, no one was injured. This undying energy. Taiwa's expression suddenly changed. This fire undying energy. Poison's expression was solemn at first, but suddenly his expression turned savage and he said hoarsely, "It's them. It's them." The most silent warrior of the entire team, Tornado, felt the fire undying energy. One had to know that every undying had a different undying energy. Tornado's expression too became savage, his eyes red and he roared, "It's that group of corpse eaters, it's that group of corpse eaters. It's the corpse eaters." Charm Lady and Wei, the two hypnotists' expressions changed too. Madly dancing, God, Hammer, Captain Taiwa, they were all in a state of madness. What's going on? Luo Feng and Rock were shocked. Madman, Rock, that team is our life and death enemy. Don't hold back, fight with all your might and kill them all. Kill them all. Taiwa communicated. Seventh brother, seventh brother. Poison's voice was hoarse as tears flowed from his eyes. He would never forget that scene. Back then, the second strongest seventh brother had fought against the undying scaled creature in order to save him. In the end, he died and was eaten by the undying scaled creature in front of him. Poison had gone crazy at that time. Kill. Kill. Captain Taiwa and the 7 old soldiers all had a mad aura. They all became beams of light and rushed into the distance. Luo Feng and Rock naturally followed. In the distance, a group of beams of light flew over. Haha, you actually didn't flee. We've long discovered you humans. Who were lucky enough to survive back then. I didn't expect you to still dare to fight. The two undying scaled creatures laughed excitedly. They were very clear on the strength of the team before them. This human team only had one undying that was hard to deal with. Back then, that team had a fighter who was very powerful, able to fight against an undying. However, in the end, he was still eaten by Tualu. Two teams. One had 1 undying and 9 sector lords. The other had 2 undyings and 20 sector lords. Both sides met in space and instantly clashed. Children, kill them all and eat them all. The sturdy undying scaled creature laughed weirdly as he ordered. Yes. Yes, Lord. The group of sector lord scaled creatures laughed madly, all of them wielding blades, scimitars etc. Their speed was extremely fast and nimble as they pounced over. Ah! Poison's voice had long since become hoarse and his face contorted savagely. With a fierce roar, his body, which was originally only 1 meter tall, suddenly expanded, growing taller and stronger. At the same time, dark green vines began to extend out from his body, spreading out in all directions. At the same time, Poison flipped his hand, causing a bottle of multicolored medicinal substance to appear. In an instant, the medicinal substance was devoured by the dark green vines. Live. Poison roared hoarsely, "Die." Rumble. Poison, who had already become a 12 m tall giant, his chest suddenly flashed with a piercing engraving gold light. That engraving immediately shone on the dark green vines. The dark green vine that had just swallowed the potion seemed to have undergone a special change due to the potion, the golden light, and the dark green vine's body. Suddenly, a faint layer of golden film appeared on the surface of the dark green vine. 3,621 years. Seventh brother died for me. I've been working hard every day to concoct the medicine, researching the medicine, finally combining the medicine, my race's talent and my plant life form, just for this day, just for this day. Go and die, all of you go and die. Poison roared. A full 72 dark green vines were like 72 huge snakes with golden skin, piercing through space and crazily swam over. The 2 sector lord scaled creatures that were pouncing at him were instantly wrapped by 2 dark green vines. Poochie, they were instantly cut into countless pieces, even the life crystals in their bodies were cut into pieces. Their internal worlds crumbled and countless items were sent flying. It's you, it's you. You ate seventh brother. Die, go and die. Poison, who had become a savage giant, roared as he stared at the slightly stronger undying creature. Rumble. 72 huge dark green vines covered in a layer of gold, pierced through over 1,000 km, all of them attacking that undying creature. Kill. Taiwa also clashed with that scaled undying creature. Frenzied slaughter. In an instant, he had already reached his limit. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Fu Wei saw, this little fellow is even stronger than before. The thick undying creature's claws suddenly grabbed onto a 3m long fire-red scimitar and communicated. I'll deal with this human undying, you deal with that chemist. All the children, kill the human sector lord in one go. A 100m long black chain appeared in the hands of the sturdy undying creature. The flames on the chain burned, it was like a black fire dragon dancing in space. Understood. The sturdy undying creature snickered. Kill. Kill. A group of short yet savage sector lord scaled creatures, each wielding a weapon, clashed with the human sector lords. The fiercest battle was undoubtedly between Poison and the bulkier indestructible creature Toru. Rumble. The 72 inky green vines, covered in a thin golden membrane, frantically attacked Tualu, and the surrounding space constantly split apart. But Tualu just laughed wildly, directly releasing his law domain, causing the surrounding starry sky to be filled with endless flames. The flames crackled as they burned, burning the inky green vines, as well as Poison's body. Die, die. Poison roared, forcefully resisting the flames. Haha, little fellow, you're a sector lord, and you want to use this plant life to deal with me? Toru laughed savagely, the scales on his face contorted, at the same time he attacked the dark green vines that surrounded him. The fire-red blade flashed continuously, it was like two huge wheels of fire. Slashing apart the dark green vines that surrounded him time and time again, even slashing apart the golden membrane, severing the dark green vines. Some of the golden membrane on the surface of the dark green vines were slashed apart, but very quickly a new golden membrane formed. Under the huge wheel of fire, the golden membrane on the dark green vines broke apart, at the same time, the vines were also cut apart. Woo! The dark green vine transmitted its painful consciousness. Ah-mo, go all out, even if we die, we have to kill him, kill him. Poison's expression was savage, support plant life was definitely the most loyal, once it recognized a master, if the master died, it would die with him. Since its master wanted it to go all out, this dark green vine naturally wouldn't hesitate, boom rays of golden light and dark green vines swam thousands of miles in the starry sky, desperately besieging Tualu. From time to time, the dark green vines would be cut off, but some of the vines that were cut off would reconnect with the cut. It was obvious that the recovery speed was quite fast. However, every time it was cut, the dark green vine would suffer great damage. Ah-mo, Poison held in his heart. Powerless, he felt that, in front of this ugly undying scaled creature, he was still at a disadvantage. My strength is still not enough, still not enough. Even though I successfully killed an undying before, that undying used a huge hammer and couldn't even kill Ah-mo. In the end, I tortured him to death. Poison's eyes were filled with tears as he stared at his opponent and roared in his heart, seventh brother, I must kill him, I must. Poison's battle was fierce and crazy, but the other old members were also having a hard time. Each of them suffered from 2 to 3 sector lord scaled creatures' attacks. These sector lord scaled creatures were extremely savage and didn't fear death. Maybe individually they couldn't compare to them, but with 2 to 3 of them working together, it was extremely taxing for the old members. Illusions are very weak against them. Charm Lady said worriedly. Hammer held a huge shield in one hand and a huge hammer in the other, protecting her by the side. These ghouls, their home is a place filled with slaughter. They have been slaughtering since young, and grew up in it. They have long fallen into a demonic state, their killing intent has long seeped into their bones. To hypnotize them is very hard, we can only kill. I killed one. Wild Dance was also in danger, because he was being attacked by 4 sector lord scaled creatures. Hurting them is useless. Rock said hurriedly, it's useless even if I hurt them. Rock, don't destroy their life cores. Even if their bodies explode, they can reform again. The moment we pierce through their bodies, we have to destroy their life cores. The god spirit said worriedly. The battle was in a frenzy. Madman! Madman, help us out! Madman, hurry up, Poison is playing with his life, he's in the most danger. Captain Taiwo was fuming. Luo Feng, who had just killed 2 Sector Lord scaled creatures, swept his gaze. The golden blade immediately became a resplendent gold light, almost instantly tearing through the space and vanishing. Chi! A gold light appeared in midair and pierced through a Sector Lord scaled creature's chest, destroying the energy core. Pung! Large amounts of items from his internal world appeared around him. Shwa! Another gold light flashed, another Sector Lord scaled creature stared wide-eyed, his mouth opened wide, revealing his sharp teeth, after which his gaze dimmed. Shwa! 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 Luo Feng's rage, even though he didn't unleash much, it was still comparable to an undying. His forte was the golden blade that could pierce through space. His killing speed was shocking. Those 10 Sector Lord scaled creatures, in just 3 seconds, were all killed. The Sector Lord scaled creatures' corpses floated in space, their internal worlds crumbling, causing countless items to scatter about. Madman is so fierce. Powerful. The other Sector Lord team members couldn't help but be shocked. Actually, it wasn't that easy for an undying to kill the brutal Sector Lords of the outer region battlefield. It depended on the path. If it was a fighter path undying, to kill 10 Sector Lord warriors was a very troublesome matter. And Luo Feng's Nanshan armament was obviously suitable for chasing. What? The elite undying scaled creature Fu Wei Sa, who was fighting Taiwo, looked shocked at the distant black armored human. Nanshan armament? Nanshan armament's 9th level? Fu Wei Sa, there's still an undying in this team. Another undying scaled creature Tualu was shocked too. What do we do? Retreat! Fu Wei Sa ordered. Now the tables had turned. On the human side there were 3 undyings with strength. On their side there were only 2. And on the human side, there were still some other Sector Lords. They might not be able to kill them, but they could still affect and weaken them. We can't escape. Luo Feng had just killed 10 Sector Lord level Dragon Clan warriors in one breath, immediately controlling the Nanshan armament to fly towards the thick undying scaled creature Tua Lu, who was suppressing large amounts of dark green vines. Xiao, the golden sword of the flowing god, instantly disappeared and reappeared 300 meters away, 2 meters behind Tua Lu from the side. Qi, the golden sword of flowing god, instantly stabbed into Tua Lu's armor, but it was forcibly blocked by the armor. The powerful impact of the golden sword of flowing god still caused Tua Lu's body to tremble, and the 2 curved blades he was using were affected. Immediately, the dark green vines were covered and immediately pounced towards the undying scaled creature Tua Lu. An undying's defense is indeed strong. In the distance, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Looks like the Nanshan armament's 9th level first level isn't very effective. Nanshan armament's 9th level was able to fight even undyings. It was actually split into 3 levels. Its power also corresponded to the Heavenly Bridge's 13th level, 14th level and 15th level. Of which the 9th level first level, when unleashed, the Nanshan golden blade appeared and disappeared, able to instantly travel through space and come out again. The distance was relatively short, usually just 100 m. The distance of the space travel was very short, and the Nanshan golden blade's attack power was average, at most able to injure normal undyings. Normally just unleashing the first level was enough to affect undyings, causing them to be unable to chase and kill him. Able to protect his life from undyings. And the 9th level second level, its attack power soared, the distance it could travel was even further. The February 1st levels had a weakness: the space travel would create ripples in space. If it was an undying with comprehension of the space laws, he would be able to sense the ripples and immediately dodge and defend. Only the 9th level third level, its attack power soared again. Its distance could reach up to 1,000,000 km. And only the space travel was truly called teleportation. There were no ripples at all, making one unable to sense it at all. Of course, this was just the weapon teleportation. The weapon teleportation was obviously much easier than the body teleportation. However, even so, this was already the theoretical limit of the Nanshan armament. However, obviously, this undying scaled creature's comprehension of space is still very weak, almost unable to sense the ripples. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. The Nanshan armament can't hurt me. The indestructible scaled creature Toru howled, intending to repel the dark green vines that were attacking him so that he could escape. Xiao. The gold light flashed again. Once again, he bombarded the undying scaled creature Toru. Toru was full of confidence due to his previous experience. However, he immediately felt a terrifying force pass through his armor and into his entire body. His undying godly body instantly shook. His undying godly body felt like it was going to collapse, and his hands were completely numb. The dark green vines wrapped around Tualu for the first time. So, the 72 heavily injured dark green vines swiftly shrunk to the thickness of an arm, madly wrapping around Tualu. Tualu struggled madly. However, in terms of pure strength, the 72 dark green vines in the special state were much stronger than him. Go and die. Poison immediately went into a frenzy, howling, the last time an undying died like this, you're dead, you're dead. Kacha kacha pa. Pa, the bones in Tualu's body were immediately torn apart, following which with a pung, it became a large amount of undying energy. However, the 72 dark green vines wrapped around each other and formed a shining dark green cage. There was no gap at all, completely trapping all the undying energy within. If he had reached the stage of undying body, then Tualu could completely shatter and break through. But Tualu clearly hadn't reached that stage. If he shattered too thoroughly, then even his spirit imprint would shatter, then he would be finished. A pained, repressed, unwilling roar resounded from within the dark green cage, after which it was destroyed. The undying Tualu had fallen. Seventh brother. Poison held, his throat seemed like it was about to break, tears flowed down, he knelt on the dark green vines before him. Tomato continued to write the third chapter. Monthly votes, fight to the end. Over 3,000 years of regret had been buried deep within his heart, causing him to crazily research medicine to raise his strength, dreaming of one day getting his revenge. Poison had always thought that back then if his seventh brother didn't tangle with the opponent, he could have easily escaped. However, his seventh brother had saved him, going to block the undying scaled creature Toru, eventually losing his life. I've succeeded, seventh brother, I've succeeded, I've killed that ghoul. Poison shouted within. It had been over 3,000 years, on the surface he was laughing and scolding, however this regret had always been rooted deep within his heart. This revenge, he had finally gotten his revenge. There's still another punk. Poison looked up fiercely, staring at the distant undying scaled creature Fue saw fighting Taiwa. Go and die. Poison controlled the plant life form, immediately the 72 dark green vines swiftly flew into the distance. It wasn't just him. Luo Feng had already controlled the golden blade to fly towards the final enemy, which was also the strongest warrior of the Horned Devourer clan. Die. You can't escape. Die. Hypnotist Wei, Succubus, Spirit Reader Frenzy, God etc., all of them unleashed soul attacks, hypnotism, or long-range spirit weapon attacks. They didn't hope to injure the undying scaled creature, but as long as they could affect it a little, it would give Captain Taiwa the upper hand. Toru is dead. Fue saw his comrade fall, glancing at the distant Luo Feng and Poison, he was shocked within. Those two human sector lords are very strong, the moment they join hands with this human undying. I'll be in trouble. Who knows, I might even die here. I can't care so much. The undying scaled creature Fue saw originally wanted to leave without getting injured, however with Taiwa fighting him, in the distance Luo Feng and Poison were rushing over. Yaya Fuser roared out savagely, the burning black chains on his body instantly disappeared. At the same time, his claws fiercely punched towards the undying Taiwa's fist. Chi. Fue Sa's fists became a glaring red light. One had to know that an undying's body was an undying body, formed from endless undying energy. Once he became undying, his body could easily transform into endless undying god power, and the endless undying god power could also transform into his body. Of course, he had to ensure that the soul imprint was intact. Fuvazer instantly abandoned both of his fists, almost using up 10% of the energy he had accumulated over countless years. Although it was only 10%, it should be known that every part of the immortal body contained a spiritual imprint. When his fists exploded, part of his spiritual imprint was also destroyed. He was not an immortal body. An immortal body could quickly recover as long as there was a trace of a self-fragment. He did not have an immortal body, so he dared to self-detonate 10% of his body. That pair of sharp claws was already his limit. Rumbled, a powerful explosion blasted towards Taiwa, and Taiwa was sent flying. The surrounding space exploded, a huge ravine appeared in the cosmos space. Countless spatial fragments formed a current, the powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Even the inner worlds of the Sector Lord-scaled creatures collapsed, leaving behind countless items. Many of them were destroyed by the shockwave. Pung! Using the immortal armor on his body, Fuji withstood the recoil of the explosion. At the same time, he used the recoil to escape, so, in an instant, he had rushed hundreds of thousands of km away. And while he was escaping, the sea of items around him were all sent flying by the shockwave. No one noticed, amongst the countless items, there was a seemingly normal black storage ring. Bastard, I let him escape. Poison gritted his teeth. He fled really quickly. Luo Feng looked at the 1,000,000 kilometers away fleeing at light speed. When an Undying was focused on fleeing, and was far away. Unless he could teleport, even an Emperor-level Undying wouldn't be able to catch up. Let's hurry and leave, the commotion before was too huge. If we take too long, there will definitely be many alien teams coming over. Taiwa ordered, hurry, and collect the loot. The Sector Lord elite team swiftly collected the large amounts of loot and left in the C9 grade universe ship. Broken Star Belt, space. The C9 grade universe ship was quietly making its way back, heading towards Luo Feng's original base. Just a little bit more, we could even kill the other Undying. Poison had already returned to normal, his eyes filled with madness and excitement. Alright, it's already not bad. To be able to force that punk to self-destruct and destroy 10% of his Undying body, that's already a huge price. Taiwa smiled, even after 100,000 or 1,000,000 years, the lost spirit imprint probably won't be able to recover. What's going on? Rock asked curiously, aren't these races fine even if they get blown up? Why is the price of exploding 10% of the immortal body so high? When blown up, only the body will be torn apart, at most it'll become Undying energy. Taiwa explained, and the Undying energy contains energy, soul imprints. It's considered the most basic structure of an Undying. When that Undying energy gathers, it can form another Undying body. However, the moment it self-destructs, that's when even the Undying energy completely explodes, not even leaving a shred behind, turning into the most basic particles. Taiwa smiled, hence the power is huge. That's also why when blown up, there won't be a huge explosion. And the self-destruction, there will be a huge explosion. Taiwa said that Undying energy contains a soul imprint. If it's just a little bit lost, then it can be recovered. However, losing 10% in one go is equivalent to losing 10% of his soul. Even though the imprint is intact, his strength, potential etc. will be greatly damaged. I'm afraid it'll take a very long time to recover. Of course. If one trains to the Undying body level, no matter how much he gets blown up, even if the Undying energy starts to crumble and the soul imprint is destroyed, as long as there's a shred left behind, it can instantly absorb the countless shred energies and recover the Undying body. Taiwa said, once one reaches the Undying body level, it'll be very hard to kill. Not to mention losing 10% of the soul, even if it's 99%, with just a shred left behind, he'll be able to completely recover, and instantly. Rock nodded in understanding. Let's toast. To number 7, to our brothers and sisters who died so many years ago, cheers. Cheers. Taiwa, Poison, Luo Feng and the group all raised their glasses. Even though Luo Feng and Rock were newbies, they could still feel their excitement. From the day we stepped into the alien battlefield, death has always been with us. I've been in the alien battlefield for over 30,000 years, from Sector Lord to Undying. Back then, many of our life and death brothers, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 9th, have all died. Taiwa looked at Poison beside him. Poison took a deep breath as well. Back then Taiwo was the second oldest, like Poison who entered the team later, he had always been taken care of by his seventh brother. Seventh brother really liked the childlike cuteness of Poison. Old brothers die, new brothers and sisters enter. Taiwo exclaimed, we all have our own goals. In our team, people like Two Dumb retired after completing their goals. I estimate that in another 20,000 years, he'll probably retire too. I hope all the brothers and sisters here can all retire alive. The group raised their glasses. Retire alive. They raised their glasses and drank it all. Actually, the old members had all completed the basic quota and were free. However, everyone wasn't willing to be ordinary, they all had their own goals. Hence they wanted to earn more points to exchange for treasures. One had to know. 100,000 points could exchange for one mixed element unit, and it could be exchanged for treasures within the army system. Amassing 1 billion points was equivalent to 10,000 mixed elements. This was practically the entire wealth of a normal Undying. If it was in the human domain, these Sector Lord warriors, even if they spent their entire lives fighting for 1,000 eras, they probably wouldn't be able to earn 10,000 mixed elements, unless they had some special encounters. And in the alien battlefield, as long as one could survive for tens of thousands of years, amassing 10,000 mixed elements was very easy. Of course, the prerequisite was to live for tens of thousands of years. Poison, your seventh brother's revenge has been avenged, from now on drink less. Taiwo said softly. Poison nodded. Poison walked to Luo Feng's side, looking up at him, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. Madman, thank you. Hee. Luo Feng smiled. And at this time, within the world ring that the spirit reader madly used to store the spoils of war, within that world, there was a blur of large amounts of random items. Amongst them was a very normal black space ring, and within this black space ring, amongst the random items, there was a level 5 weapon. The biological ship was carefully flying within the asteroid belt. Bastard, damn humans, damn it. Within the control room, the undying scaled creature Fuwei roared, madly smashing the wine glasses and other items. Pa. Explosions, curses and curses in the Horned Ravager clan language resounded within the control room. After a while, Fuwei finally stopped, his claws had already recovered. His eyes were filled with madness and savagery. 10% of my soul, this will make my comprehension of the space laws much slower, damn humans. I will definitely kill you all. I'm afraid you didn't even notice the very normal space ring amongst the countless items floating in space. You don't know, within that space ring, there's a weapon, right? Fuwei-sa's eyes were filled with savagery. That weapon is my keepsake, it hides a bit of my spirit imprint, no matter the distance, I'll be able to sense it. Sensing the keepsake, naturally I'll be able to confirm the location of you damned humans. Fuwei-sa's eyes were filled with hatred. Undyings were able to teleport within their god country, they needed keepsakes. The keepsake could be an undying crystal, because the undying energy contained a spirit imprint, or it could be a plant life form that recognized an owner, or even some specially made keepsake items, like the one the Primal Chaos City leader left for Luo Feng. The keepsake had a spirit imprint, no matter the distance, be it the internal world or god country, he would be able to sense it. No. I can't waste time. Who knows, these damned humans might discover the weapon's secret. Even though the chances of being discovered are low, I can't afford to lose. I have to take revenge, I have to kill them. Fuwei gritted his teeth, I have to immediately contact the other Undyings, my comrades, and deal with those damned humans together. End of chapter 783. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.